Chapter 001. Chapter 1 Reborn as Little Klin. Hey! I don't know where a sentence came out, and gradually, my hazy eyes slowly opened, and suddenly there was a painful feeling, and my mouth was full of bitterness. At this time, Lin K gradually turned over and woke up. Anyway, his body was full of pain, as if he had been beaten by someone, and he couldn't say a word at all. Drink! A shout next to him suddenly woke up Lin K. Where is this? Lin K then recalled that he was obviously riding the OFG little blue car at that time, and then I was hit alive by a big truck full of pigs. What happened? However, what happened next is unknown. Seriously, in the face of such an unfamiliar everything, Lin K wanted to scold, CNM, what the hell is going on? Incredibly, Lin K found that he seemed to be on top of a martial arts hall, and the next second, he touched his clothes. How did he change into the clothes of the martial arts hall? Looking at everything in front of him, Lin K felt very puzzled, overwhelmed, and touched his nose naturally. When he reached out and touched his nose, he realized that he didn't have a nose at all. Groove, where's my nose? Suddenly wanting to touch his hair, Lin K was suddenly dumbfounded, and his eyes were full of anger. Groove! What about my hair? Just before he finished his doubts, a person dressed similar to himself suddenly walked up to him and said to him, "Why are you still dozing here? Wait for the second senior brother to see you lazy here, and you have to teach a lesson." Lin K didn't know what was going on, and looked at him with a simple face. Looking at each other, Lin K suddenly looked at him with a somewhat familiar look. Facing the uniform clothes full of big yellow around him, plus he had no nose, he knew that he was reborn. Groove! Reborn yourself! Coupled with him without a nose and no hair, Lin K knew that he was originally reborn as the character Klin in Dragon Ball. And still Klin as a child. Incomprehensible, unacceptable, he suddenly wanted to complain. Does everyone who is going to be hit by a truck have to cross it again? Yo! Isn't this our little cute Mr. Klin? A sentence with a very unflattened tone, suddenly said to Lin K. Lin K looked at it, and it turned out that two people dressed the same came from the door. Senior brother, second senior brother. The person who kindly reminded him suddenly shouted in awe. Lin K looked over. It doesn't take much. Everyone who has seen Dragon Ball knows that these two should be the master brother and the second senior brother who specifically bullied Klin. I didn't expect that Klin was actually lazy here, and this has to be punished. You said yes, second junior brother. The master brother kept kneading and said, yes. But Lin Keek did not show the slightest nervousness, and his face seemed to be a little like laughing, thinking how there was such a funny person in this year. Often this kind of role will end badly. Seeing that Klin's face did not have the fear and nervousness in the past, the two senior brothers suddenly felt very abnormal. Yo, everyone come and see, this time our Xiaolin was actually not scared to the point of urine. The senior brother suddenly pointed at Klin, that is, Lin K, and said, "This is still commendable, but those who deserve to be punished still have to be punished." Suddenly, everyone present gave up practicing martial arts, and immediately ran to make fun. But Lin K did not have the slightest panic and stood up slowly. But I found that when I was a child, Klin's legs were really short, and he didn't stand up to other people's pants. Suddenly Lin K found that the people around him were so tall, and compared to their physical fitness, they were really big for the current Klin. But he understands that in the Dragon Ball world, large chunks are often useless. Hey! Lin K smiled disdainfully. This expression seemed to really anger both of them. It's not okay not to teach a lesson. Lin K was still standing in place stupidly, and others said that there would be any superpowers when crossing, but it seemed that after all this became Klin, there seemed to be no change at all. Yikes! Before Lin K could react, a big foot was already approaching in front of him. Rumble! Lin K was suddenly kicked and flew to the wall, clinging to the wall fiercely, and a trace of nosebleed flowed from his nose after a few seconds. What happened? Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 002. Lin K was kicked against the wall by the so-called master brother. Suddenly, Lin K's eyes instantly became hazy, blood dripped on the ground. Lin K wiped it with his hand a little, and the moment he just touched it, he didn't expect it to hurt so much. This kick really hurts. Lin K wiped his nose, but blood continued to flow out, making the ground all over the place. Now that he finally knew what was called a scumbag with only 5 combat effectiveness in the Dragon Ball world, Lin K understood that this sentence was referring to the Earthlings. Blood splashed on the ground, and Lin K suddenly became embarrassed. However, the surrounding senior brothers still gathered around Lin K, who was crossing for KRILLIN, as always. Yo! It's still so hard to beat that it bleeds with one kick. The senior brothers who kept playing cheap were also very bad, and everyone showed that awkward face in front of the embarrassed Lin K, which made Lin K's heart very unhappy. Other people will have 1.5 moves to defend themselves when they are reborn, and as KRILLIN, how can they not have any moves and a half styles? Lin K wanted to stand up slightly, but as soon as he stood up, his head was dizzy, and he didn't have the slightest strength, and he couldn't stand up at all. This weak chicken. I can't stand up with one foot, and it's really a weak chicken, ha 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 ha. The second senior brother walked in front of Lin K, looked at his embarrassed face now, and immediately laughed. The lobby was suddenly filled with a mocking atmosphere. Lin K was immediately isolated, which had to think that KRILLIN's early existence was so miserable. At this moment, Lin K thought in his heart, could it be said that he also had to live the situation in the early stage of KRILLIN? Incapable, can only be bullied? As an Earthling, you can only rely on scions to save the Earth in the later stage? Thinking of this, Lin K felt very humiliated, obviously as an Earthling, but he wanted alien scions to protect the Earth, which no one was convinced. The problem is that now you have to be bullied by this kind of scum with only 5 combat effectiveness in front of you. Thinking of this, Lin K was very resentful in his heart. I saw Lin K clenching his teeth, clenching his fists were shaking. This was not a trembling of fear of the things in front of him, but he wanted to hammer the social scum in front of him with a punch. Yo! See what this kid wants to do. Suddenly, senior brother wanted to see Lin K clench his fists, turned around and said to them. Do? Many people looked at Lin K. This kid actually clenched his fists and wanted to punch me. After hearing this sentence, the audience was even more noisy, and many people booed and mocked. Isn't this little bald head daydreaming and trying to beat up senior brother? Suddenly, the senior brother walked in front of Lin K, and now as a KRILLIN, he couldn't wait to kill him now. Little bald head, you clenched your fists so tightly, did you want to beat me? The senior brother immediately brought his face closer to Lin K, and Lin K saw this product. His face was full of wrinkles, and there were even a few acne on it, which was very disgusting. Come on, senior brother, let you punch, ha! Suddenly, he deliberately put his face in front of Lin K, and his finger deliberately pointed to his face, hoping that someone would punch him right now. Everyone was watching the play on the side, but most people thought that how dare this little bald head be beaten. They were afraid that after beating, they would have a hard time in the future. Lin K had nothing to say, feeling that punching him felt that he had soiled his hands, but Lin K thought to himself, if I don't beat this punch, I trademark will still be called a man? No, it's a boy at this time. Bite. I don't know when Lin K's eyes appeared a little confused, I don't know if it was too hazy or how. Suddenly, the surrounding environment became quiet, the noise just now disappeared instantly, people seemed to be frozen, the air was frozen on the side, but Lin K was very puzzled, could it be said that all this was false? Burst. Suddenly, there was a burst of burning incense from the central air of the lobby, and Lin Ke looked up and saw a pile of white mist drifting in front of his face. I may have died too much, and now I am hallucinating. Lin Ke couldn't help but complain about himself. After all, what had just happened in front of him was really too nonsense. Suddenly, the blurry eyes looked at a hazy figure coming from the white mist, and the figure was looming and could not be fully seen. Thundered. I don't know when the white mist suddenly heard a thick sound, and suddenly I saw several green feet shuttling in the white mist. After a few seconds, Lin Ke completely froze there. This voice was quite familiar. Wasn't this the posture of the Divine Dragon in Dragon Ball? Groove. Lin Ke was surprised. How could the Divine Dragon appear here? What about Dragon Ball? Doesn't you want 7 Dragon Balls? And the biggest problem is that this Divine Dragon seems to be a little small. Why is it only so big as a person? Young man, don't panic, I'm just an NPC, not a dragon. You watch Dragon Ball animation. The thick voice seemed very powerful in these white mist, and Lin Ke suddenly saw that this dragon horn had slowly stood out. I don't need to say more about the appearance of the dragon, think for yourself. As a Dragon Ball fan, you can't think of this, don't read the book. Ha! Trouble, I believe you already know, this is the Dragon Ball world, and you have been reborn as a character in it. KRILLIN. Aren't you still talking about young people just now? How come it's a commotion now? You can tell at a glance here, you have no nose and no hair. I want to ask. Lin Ke had a lot of questions he wanted to ask, but his mind was suddenly filled with a lot of information. I've filled your head with a lot of information, if you have any doubts, just look at it. Lin Ke kept flashing many pictures in his mind. It seems that this is the current situation of the world of Dragon Ball, but many scenes seem to be familiar scenes seen in anime. Lin Ke had to say in his heart that this NPC was really an NPC, and the plot of the prelude was written for himself. To be continued. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 003. The Divine Dragon that turned into an NPC really surprised Lin Ke. Lin Ke's brain continuously entered all the information of this NPC's perception of this world, and suddenly Lin Ke seemed to have 2 brains, one specializing in storing the memories of the original world, and the other was constantly entering the Dragon Ball world that existed now. Don't be afraid of so much, I'm about to explode. Others thought that so much information was pouring in at once, and it would definitely be possible at once, but Lin Ke's brain was about to explode, and the pain of the strong explosion suddenly numbed his whole body. Although Lin Ke said to stop all this, but how can it be his turn to speak? Everything is controlled by this NPC's Divine Dragon all the time. After strongly holding back the pain, Lin Ke sat quietly in place, motionless. Quietly thought that everyone else thought he was just hanging up. The data has been injected into your brain, just as the so-called crossing without some superpowers. Here are 2 options for you to survive in the Dragon Ball world. Lin Ke was not given the slightest time to stop. The NPC kept saying. Muggle, a comfortable batch after others cross, I cross to suffer from this and that, it's really a different life for people. And what is called go live, is it that you are going to be hanged and beaten when you cross over? Lin Ke's complaint is that he can realize how low his status in Dragon Ball must be now. The NPC noticed that Lin Ke did not listen to himself at all, and seemed to have a little temper. Disc disc disc. A bolt of lightning struck Lin Ke's naked bald head, and the monk's signature 6 points were shot with lightning. Suddenly, only a scream was heard. Do you need it? It's just spit. Can't complain about it. Looking closely, Lin Ke was like a scorched person, covered in black smoke, and his eyes looked straight at the Shenlong, very helpless. This time it's just a warning, and next time you'll be killed on the spot, and you'll be lost in an instant. Lin Ke was still thinking in his heart, why did this Divine Dragon still have the violent temper of a little girl in the original world? For it? Shenlong looked straight at Lin Ke, and Lin Ke suddenly realized that his thoughts would be recognized, and suddenly said that it was okay. There are two options below, choose one to survive, and quickly choose me to finish work. Shenlong seemed to be in a hurry to let Lin Xian choose as if he was in a hurry. Lin Ke had to listen carefully and touched his bare head. Next is your ability option, the first is Klin's original ability, you know. NPCs carry options for Lin to choose. Lin Ke thought about it, Klin's ability? I remember that netizens said that Klin is the strongest person on the earth, but I don't think so. After all, there are strong people such as Tianjin Rice and Turtle Immortal on the head. The ability, that is, Qi Yuan Chopping and the well-known Turtle School Qigong Wave are relatively strong, and the others are worse than others. And Lin Ke thought that in the future, after the invasion of Science, it would be replaced by aliens such as Science and Namesians, so the original ability Lin Ke was still a little disgusted. Lin Ke thought that if the next option ability was not so good, then he could only choose the original ability. As for the second one, that is the ability of One Punch Saitama, saying that it is One Punch Man, you should understand. NPCs propose another ability. At that time, Lin Ke was shocked, lying in the groove, he actually had the strongest Bald Saitama teacher's punch ability. This ability, in the final analysis, is a word, that is, invincible. Choose one, if you don't choose, then it means giving up. NPC said. Before Shenlong finished speaking, Lin Ke asked loudly. Is it really possible to obtain Saitama-sensei's ability in the Dragon Ball world? Yes, in the face of Lin Ke's sudden riot, Shenlong sweated silently. Red Doga. Suddenly, Shenlong was a little irritated with Lin Ke, hurry up. The second. Lin Ke shouted excitedly. I have to say that Shenlong was really speechless in the face of Lin Ke's excitement. Could it be said that Saitama's punch was really what all the Earthlings yearned for? However, it turns out that it is true that the Earthlings like this punch ability. Suddenly the dragon understood Lin Ke's meaning, and Lin Ke's incarnation of Klin was extremely looking forward to it. It seems that I, as an Earthling, want to make a fuss in this Dragon Ball. Toot, the voice of the dragon when it fulfills its wish, comprehends it yourself. His eyes were blinking red, like the same look he had when he wished to come true. Okay, your choice has been successfully realized, goodbye. Suddenly, the divine dragon turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared instantly. The solidification of space was suddenly unraveled, and Lin Ke's ears were suddenly filled with the ridicule of all the senior brothers and brothers in the hall. Although Lin Ke realized his choice, Lin Ke did not feel any changes in his body. You say you're a coward at all times. Still trying to beat me up? The hateful senior brother was still arrogantly speaking. Although Lin Ke didn't know what had changed in his body, he suddenly believed that he could pour these scumbags with one punch. Humph! Suddenly Lin Ke stood up, which surprised everyone present. Yo! This kid actually stood up, he could fall with one punch before, and he couldn't wake up for more than 3 days. After hearing this, Lin Ke suddenly laughed, this smile, with a little self-confidence. I thought in my heart, in this world, at this time, I am not called Lin Ke, my name is Klin, I am the strongest bald head and the strongest earthling. You group of evil tumors of the earth is corrupted with your group of scum. Although I Klin is still a bald head, but this bald head is not a Dragon Ball bald head. Facing his junior brother Klin's words, this clearly caused an atmosphere of underbeating. The senior brother was careful but found that Klin's weird smile had never been seen before, and he thought, where did this kid come from with the confidence to say this? He was looking for death. If you want to find death, say it early. Klin smiled confidently and replied, looking for death? Who is still unsure? To be continued. Chapter 004. Lin Ke turned into Klin's confident eyes, and he also said wildly, which really made the person who called himself a senior brother want to kill him now. It seems that it is impossible not to teach a lesson, and the master will not be able to protect you in the future. Suddenly, the senior brother suddenly broke his fists with both hands, revealing a smiling expression. Seeing this action, everyone couldn't help but silently complain next to them. This kid is going to suffer a little bit again. There's a good show again. Lin Ke then realized that this might be a good opportunity to try his skills. Suddenly, he just stood motionless in place, looking at him seriously. The kid is quite calm. Why don't you cry like you used to want to find a hole drill? Senior brother's nonsense is really enough, even Lin Ke can't listen to it, thinking that what happened to KRILLIN when he was a teenager was really a bit miserable. But in the next second, he who is reborn as the character of KRILLIN will change drastically in himself. The smelly boy is really fierce, eat me first. At this time, this senior brother took advantage of Lin Ke's still wandering mind, and he rushed up, that is, he rushed towards Lin Ke's bald head, and rushed up with a kick. Scold! With a loud shout, he put on a slightly bandaged foot and kicked towards Lin Ke. This kid is dead. When he was still thinking about it, the next second made everyone present dumbfounded. Lin Ke's bald head took that kick fiercely, which really stunned everyone present. How is that possible? This is a kick in the hands of senior brother. Everyone was dumbfounded, completely unable to say anything. Yes. Unexpectedly, the next sentence shouted pain. Not many people would have thought that this pain was actually shouted by his master brother. It hurts. The master brother thought in his heart, when did this kid's head become so hard? But Lin Ke never expected that when he kicked on his bare head, he didn't feel the slightest. There was a feeling, and it was also the pain of the mosquito bite, but this pain could be directly ignored. At this time, Lin Ke noticed that teacher Saitama was already possessed. After the kick, the mosquito bite feels a little uncomfortable. Lin Ke very disdainfully used his tail finger, silently reached for his nostrils, dug inside, and suddenly felt a pain. It turned out to be the pain of his nose hair being cut off by himself. It hurts. Lin Ke dug out a booger _, pointed this booger at him, and said with disdain. Then it's my turn. Originally, everyone thought that their KRILLIN was talking big, but they didn't expect the next step. Boom! Lin Ke opened his nose with a bullet, and at a speed that no one noticed, he suddenly rushed under the crotch of the master brother's pants, and punched the little Jiji of the senior brother. The mouth also slowed down and shouted loudly. Look at my KRILLIN super strength broken sun absolute sun fist. 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 The last punch still seems to carry an echo, like a punch from Mr. Bruce Lee. Rumble. All of a sudden, the top of the lobby was pierced, and the senior brother suddenly flew into the sky at the speed of light, and he didn't even have time to respond to the shout. At this time, in the next second, everyone only heard the sound of the roof being hammered, the figure of the master brother, but no one saw where he went, only a sudden light cling. Still in a punching pose. Hair. What happened? Where did senior brother go? Everyone kept looking at the sky, but it seemed that there was no shadow of him falling in the sky. Your senior brother may already be on the moon. At this moment, senior brother is on his journey to the moon. Rumble. Say it's boom. In fact, hitting the moon is completely silent, common sense ha. The master brother slammed into the moon. You also know, no one can stay in space for a moment, and suddenly the master brother turned into cosmic garbage and stayed on the moon forever. Of course, our Saitama-sensei can still hold back on the moon, so our protagonist can too. At this moment, in the lobby, lies are repeated, they are so arrogant. Suddenly, everyone slowly surrounded Lin Ke, and they all seemed to want to beat him. But Lin Ke was fearless at this moment, thinking in his heart, I can now hammer a bunch of you scumbags with one punch. Everyone flocked to it, and Lin Ke was fearless. Suddenly, I could only hear many screams. Yes. Oh. Forward. Doin's voice. Lin Kei's familiar punch hit these people's bodies, and everyone shouted. That's right, that's what I feel, this feeling of being strong and invincible, that's what I want. Lin Kei began to enjoy it. After beating for less than a minute, everyone lost consciousness and fell to the ground, completely immobile. Looking at his fist, this is the ability of one punch, invincible. This is really a punch and a scum. He glanced at the group of people who had fallen to the ground. Bah! It will only bully the scum of the vulnerable and hit you all. Feel that it will dirty my hands. Remember, I'm KRILLIN, the strongest on earth. Lin Kei seemed to put down his cruel words, but no one seemed to hear them at all. After all, he was completely dizzy. Cut! Lin Kei only thought at this time that as KRILLIN, he had the ability of Saitama teacher, and as an earthling, he would be sorry for himself if he didn't save the earth in the future. After all, the greater the capacity, the greater the responsibility. In the future, it will not all rely on aliens to protect the earth. It's up to me, the strongest on earth, to protect the earth. To be continued. Chapter 005. In this Dragon Ball world, the truth that the strong is king is at least very agreed within Lin Kei's thoughts. Looking at these painful cries of ouch constantly shouting ouch on the ground, Lin Kei did not have the slightest pity. After all, thinking of how he had survived hard as KRILLIN, this memory was still fresh in his mind. But there seemed to be another person standing in place. Lin Kei looked at it. This goods was afraid and constantly shaking his legs, but his hands were very naturally posing for the pose of martial arts. Looking at this pose, this seems to be a praying mantis fist, and Lin Kei still recognizes it. But said it was a praying mantis fist, but I didn't see this punch hit me, it was such a mother. With a closer eye, he saw that his crotch was already soaked, and it turned out to be peeing his pants. I didn't expect me to be so powerful, and it would actually make people afraid to pee their pants. Lin Kei thought to himself. What am I going to do? What to do? KRILLIN, he saw it. Look straight at me, don't you want to punch me? At this time, seeing Lin Kei looking straight at him, he did not dare to make a sound at all, but his eyes were already filled with tears. Hey, do you have any money with you? Unexpectedly, Lin Kei asked this kind of question unexpectedly, and suddenly the goods stood in place, could only shake his throat, and said a little choked. There is. Yes. At this time, he reached out from his trouser pocket and took out the only money he had brought with him, and at this time, Lin Kei naturally walked over and took it. Is this a robbery? Count. Have you ever studied mantis boxing? It's studied. Then don't insult Shaolin martial arts. Lin Kei imitated the dialogue of Shaolin Xingyi football there and educated. Regardless of 3721, he casually stole some money on these people, and then patted his ass and left this broken place. Before leaving, I could hear a little crying from behind. After walking for most of the day, the hills here are a little high, and standing here, it is said that the mountains are small. Wait. Lin Kei seemed to realize one thing. So where am I going next? Thinking about it, it seems that I don't know what to do next, saying that I am looking for Dragon Ball in the Dragon Ball world, but I don't have any instruments in my hand, and I find a ghost in such a big place, and it will take a while before Dragon Ball Z. Yes, go find the turtle immortal. An idea suddenly flashed in Lin Kei's mind, that is, to find the turtle immortal. At this time, Lin Kei thought that in addition to his strongest, he seemed to be the strongest person of the turtle immortal at this time. After all, the turtle immortal school's turtle sect Qigong wave is still very attractive to him. Okay, let's go meet the turtle immortal himself. Now it's time to head to the beach. Poof! Lin Kei was motivated, but he didn't know that there was a piece of under his feet at this time. Groove! This really stepped on, why haven't you been lucky since you got here? Lin Kei wiped his shoes on the rock next to him. Time has passed for a long time, and I don't know what year or month I have to look forward to. As an earthling, in addition to a punch invincible, it seems to be no different from others. His body is extremely tired, over the mountains, among which he did not forget to encounter a few dog-bear attacks. The so-called earthlings are earthlings, whereas Wukong, anything can be roasted and eaten. After a punch down, he smelled this fishy meat, and really couldn't get out of his mouth. In the past few days, I have been eating fasting, poisonous and non-poisonous fruit, and I have been stuffing it into my mouth when I am hungry, but fortunately my life is hard, otherwise I would have planted it here. Muggle, how important is the dance technique here in Dragon Ball, I finally know now. At this point, a long time passed. Lin Ke finally came to the beach, probably because of the development of the plot of Dragon Ball, or because the author really didn't want to go down the water, and directly let Lin Ke meet the Turtle Immortal Island. It's finally here. At this time, the clothes Lin Ke was wearing had been smelling for a long time, and because he had no nose, he couldn't smell it at all. At this time, I saw a wooden boat on the seashore, ready to land. Yikes! Lin Ke was surprised to see that under the bright sun, a light flashed to his eyes. Lin Ke clearly knew that this was the light shining with the slippery bald head of the Turtle Immortal. The sun is so nice today, how nice it would be if there was a beautiful woman with big drops. On the other hand, the Turtle Immortal was still fiddling with his beach bed, preparing to bask in the sun, and suddenly he was shining in his eyes by a very bright light on the sea. Yo! If a visitor comes, it won't be a beautiful woman. Because the sun was shining, the Turtle Immortals couldn't see who was on the boat. After waiting for a certain distance, Lin Ke dropped the oars, moved his feet, and after a while, he jumped up sharply in a posture. In the eyes of the Turtle Immortal, a fleshy shining thing flung in. At this time, Lin Ke inadvertently realized that he could jump so high, but just when he was proud, he found that landing on the ground seemed to be a problem. Ah! Lin Ke was in front of the Turtle Immortal and buried himself on the beach. It turned out to be a brat. I thought it was a beauty. Work for nothing. The Turtle Immortal complained. To be continued. Chapter 006. Who are you? Why did you suddenly break into a private house? The Turtle Immortal circled around Lin Ke, and his eyes were shining, and he could only see Klin's bulging little butt. Can you help? It seems that the head is stuck and can't come out. Lin Ke's head was buried in the sand and he kept struggling. At this time, the Turtle Immortal was still looking at this fart, thinking that the fart that was originally watching Rose squatting was a girl, but he didn't expect it to be a man. Poof! The Turtle Immortal directly pulled out Lin Ke. After Lin Ke's bald head came out, he looked at the Turtle Immortal, with a clear white long beard. Oh mother, finally see the real person, see the living person. Lin Ke looked adoring the beard of the turtle fairy who kept fiddling with it, and kept looking at it carefully. After all, as a new person who has just entered the Dragon Ball world, how curious it is to see the anime real person. However, the Turtle Immortal thought in his heart what this kid was doing. Hey, hey, hey! What are you little bald people doing here? The Turtle Immortal asked, still the familiar voice, which made Lin Ke inexplicably have a sense of familiarity. I'm here to worship the teacher. Lin Ke also did not skimp on his purpose, and said it with a hand, just like when Klin was asking for a teacher at that time. Apprentice? The Turtle Immortal really didn't expect that this little bald head actually came to worship the teacher, and he was empty-handed. Oh, so you're here to worship? The Turtle Immortal turned away, thoughtfully. Lin Ke was looking forward to getting an answer from the Turtle Immortal. The worshipper actually didn't bring some gifts over, this kid really doesn't understand things. The Turtle Immortal thought to himself. But if you think about it, now may be a good time to achieve that. The Turtle Immortal coughed a little with his hand, indicating that he had thought clearly. Worship, yes, as long as you bring a beautiful woman over. I have to say that the Turtle Immortal is always the familiar Turtle Immortal, this familiar routine, this familiar words. You go and bring me a beautiful girl, then you can say anything." The turtle immortal said very affectionately and pretended to be calm, but in fact, Lin Ke knew everything. In fact, the current turtle immortal was extremely evil psychologically. However, Lin Ke then thought that this was directly going to Lan Chi. "But," the turtle immortal suddenly said heavily. Lin Ke listened very carefully, as if the turtle immortal wanted to explain something to himself. "Must be a big drop. Only beautiful women who look very beautiful. You know, if it's not good looking, you don't have to worship a teacher." Forward. After listening to this sentence, Lin Ke instantly petrified, and sure enough, the turtle immortal was still a turtle immortal. Dead ghost. This old man is really colorful. But the turtle immortals seem to have something to say. "If you can't find it, if you really want to worship the teacher, you can contribute yourself." The evil eyes of the turtle immortal constantly flashed towards Lin Ke. Groove. In the introduction to Dragon Ball, I didn't think that the turtle fairy is a male and female eater. Lin Terrible took a few steps back, for fear that the turtle immortals would not be able to control themselves and attack themselves. Feel relieved. I'll go right away. Lin Ke swam to the boat again in fear, took the oars and climbed along the shore. When I left, I didn't forget to hear the turtle immortal say behind his back, "There is a beautiful sister, there is a beautiful sister." The old man of color is indeed the old man of color. I have to say that this is really the true color of the turtle immortal. I can't believe this thin body, to the use of the turtle sect Qigong wave, the magnificent body, if you see it with your own eyes, how shocking it is. Just as he was thinking about it, Lin Ke thought at this time, how could this Dragon Ball be that Goku had not yet appeared? At this time, while walking aside, I knew from my memory that it turned out that Goku had met with the turtle immortal a few days ago and obtained the Duyun. According to the timeline, Goku should be here in a few days. Lin Ke felt that it was becoming more and more interesting at this time. At this time, the turtle immortals were carefully dressed in the turtle fairy house, ready to greet them. "La la la, Xiang big girl is about to appear." The turtle immortal kept humming a little tune, and at this time he was seen by the old turtle slowly crawling outside the door, and couldn't help but complain and said, "I finally know now why you sent that immortal bird, Duyun. Your heart. I can't sit down. I want you to take care of it." The turtle immortal said. "Alas epsilon equals omicron, alas, the world has really changed. Oh, once a young and pure turtle immortal, has become such a bad old man. There are actually brats looking for you to worship, the world is going down. Oh epsilon equals omicron, alas. Say I'll throw you out." At this time, Lin Ke ran directly to the place where Lan Chi was, on the road. To be continued. Chapter 007. Lin Ke came to the tavern where Lan Chi was going to rob according to the route given in his memory, which was simply a cowboy-style decoration in the western regions. When I came to the tavern, there were only 2 rows of dilapidated torii in front, but inside it was already filled with the sound of fierce men drunk and shouting. Burst. Pushing open the door and entering, the height problem is a hard injury. Who has set the threshold of this tavern so high? Lin Ke complained. As soon as they entered the door, everyone looked at this rather small boy, and he also had a bare head. "Where is this Shaolin broken boy? Don't you know that he is a smelly boy who forbids meat and alcohol and forbids beautiful women?" As soon as Lin Ke entered the door, he was stunned by the oncoming ridicule. "Look at this little short leg, it is estimated that the hair has not grown yet. Hey! Boy, are you lost? Do you want me to take you to your mother?" At this time, the atmosphere in the tavern suddenly became lively by Lin Ke's small body. Lin Ke didn't say a word, silently closing the half-open and half-closed door of the tavern. Looking at these strong men from outside, Lin Ke suddenly had an idea in his mind. Day! The sound of the door closing. Suddenly, the tavern was still very lively, but there was another sound, that is, the screams of these fierce men. A mother and son came over and heard this voice and silently said to their son, "Look, these scumbags are drunk and don't know what to do, don't learn in the future, otherwise the chrysanthemums will really bloom." Then not long after the mother and son left, the voice fell silent. Looking closely, Lin Ke hammered everyone, except for the tavern owner. Everyone fell to the ground. At this time, the tavern owner was stunned, but he didn't expect that this small body plate actually had such strong strength. It was all a punch, a punch. A dog thing that doesn't measure up, and dares to laugh at Uncle Ben. Lin Ke's arrogance can be described as really arrogant. Suddenly accidentally seeing the broken mirror next to him and looking at his tattered costume as a monk, Lin Ke realized that it was time for him to change his clothes. After searching for a long time, I still couldn't find clothes that matched my size. Although he said that his body was relatively small, the big place could be described as really big, and the wind of the mighty eagle did not lose the slightest before the crossing. Just as he was looking for a child's clothes and was about to change them, there was a sound of flying motorcycles outside the door. Duan! The door was kicked open at once, and only a figure was seen from outside the door. Lin Ke looked out the door. At this time the tall figure, pinching the waist in one hand, holding a machine gun in the other, his legs were really good looking, and the long hair blown by the wind was constantly flowing, but it was a pity that his back was to the light, otherwise he could witness this face. Robbery! Quickly hand over all the money to the old lady. Hearing this familiar opening sentence, Lin Ke knew that this was Lan Ke arrival. At this time, the door closed quietly, and then Lin Ke saw Lan Ke true face, and her long yellow and beautiful hair was like the soft hair used in TV commercials before, which made people can't help but go, Omega, Omega. Look! At this time, Lin Ke suddenly stopped changing clothes. After being seen by the tavern owner at this time, although Lan Ke's bad reputation can be described as tinkling, everyone in a radius of several miles does not know the extent of Lan Ke evil, but the tavern owner's attention was on Lin Ke, but he did not expect that this little bald body had a raging raptor crossing the river, which really stunned him. Oh! At this time, Lan Ke's eyes were wide open, and there were many evil people lying around at this time, but he was attracted by the half-changed Lin Ke in front of him. Oh my god, it's so beautiful, it's much more beautiful than in the anime. Lin Ke couldn't believe his eyes, golden hair, plus a standard S-shaped figure, convex front and back. Isn't this a man's dream? If you don't rise, you can't say it. At this time, Lin Ke had a bold idea. Wouldn't it be cheaper for the turtle immortals? It's better to let Lao Tzu take her. Please, a fart master? Lin Ke's sudden thoughts, couldn't help but think of her in the distant future, her, and her, all wanted to pocket. Suddenly, Lin Ke was short of breath, and although he said that he didn't have a nose, the feeling of nosebleeds was still brewing in his brain. Stinky boy! Stinky hooligans are actually so yin. Suddenly. At this time, before Lin Ke could react, the machine gun swept out in Lan Ke's hand. As everyone knows, as Klin, he knows that Klin's body can withstand bullets when he was a child. But the machine gun swept on itself, and that can be described as a word. It hurts. Lin Ke shouted. He didn't expect that the bullet impact on his body was so painful. Although it is said that the bullet does not invade, it really hurts when it hits me. However, the only thing Lin Ke wants to say is that this bullet keeps sweeping on himself, that sour epsilon equals omicron, alas, that feeling epsilon equals omicron, alas. It hurts. The whole tavern was filled with Lin Ke's shouts. When the tavern owner saw this, he couldn't help but sigh and said, "My admiration for you is really like a gushing river, and I actually hit that place all the time, and I was unscathed." To be continued. Chapter 008. Still unharmed? You give it a try. Lin Ke really admired what the boss in front of him said, and he really stood and talked without back pain. Suddenly, the sound of machine gun sweeps continues. Lin Ke was already in pain and couldn't say anything, not the slightest word. After sweeping for about a minute, Lan Chi found that his machine gun bullets had been completely fired, but seeing the small bald head in front of him, except for the one that was still swollen, some of the scars on his body after being rubbed by the bullet seemed to have no injuries at all. How? How is it possible that there are actually humans who are not afraid of bullets? Lan Chi looked at him in shock, as if sensing that something was wrong, and at this time loaded the bullet again, preparing for the next round of sweep. Don't sweep the good felling. Bibu, the sound of a police car flying. When Lan Chi finished loading the next round of bullets, he suddenly heard the sound of a police car outside. These stinky cops! It's really pestering the old lady. She had planned to leave directly after a robbery here, but at this time she was delayed for so long by the bald boy in front of her, but at this time Lan Chi had another idea. I saw Lan Chi silently see outside through some gaps in front of the door, and saw several police cars constantly coming towards him, but at this time, there was a loud voice from the police outside. That thief inside _ listen, our police have surrounded this place, obediently grab it. At this time, Lan Chi faintly found that this tavern was constantly surrounding the police, only to know that this seemed a little tricky. Lin Ke was still fiddling in place, and kept complaining, Mom, I've been beaten so swollen, I don't know if I can pass on the lineage in the future, Mom, if I can't, then I'm sorry for you. Before Lin Ke could react, Lan Chi ran to Lin Ke. The small body plate is always a small body, and he was suddenly hugged by the powerful royal sister Lan Chi. My generation of boys actually picked it up so easily, this is really... Lin Ke wanted to say, but the next second he changed his words. It turned out that Lan Chi was hugged tightly in front of Xiong, and his face was tightly pressed in front of Lan Ki Xiong, and at this time, his already soft body was buried in it. Collapse. Lan Chi pointed a submachine gun at Lin Ke's head and rushing out without forgetting to shout. You guys grab the old lady, come on, I'll shoot him. At this time, Lin Ke knew that Lan Chi was using himself as a hostage to get out. But Lin Ke didn't mean to resist at all, and constantly enjoyed the feeling of being in Lan Ki arms, this fragrant royal sister breath. Lin Ke felt that this was almost the beauty of heaven. Oops! How can there be little fart here? What should I do now, sir? Don't shoot, everyone! At this time, Lan Chi found that the child was quite useful, and was slowly moved to his car by Lan Chi with a fart, ready to escape. All the policemen's gazes followed where Lan Kai moved. Lan Chi just arrived on her motorcycle, and did not forget to mock the police proudly and said, You policemen, haven't I escaped now? Oh, oh haha. But just as Lan Chi was mocking proudly, a gust of wind blew through, and her hair kept flying on her nose. Suddenly, Lin Ke only heard a sound. Yawn, _ straight face, oh. Straight face, at this time. The police noticed that Lan Chi before had now turned blue hair, and Lin Ke realized it later. Hey? Why are you being held by me? At this time, Lan Chi silently realized that his gun was pointed at Lin Ke's head, and shouted out in fright, dropped the gun, and did not forget to say to Lin Ke. Oh, it must be another one. I came out again, are you hurt? At this time, Lin Ke raised his head slightly, although his face was still attached to Xiong, but seeing Lan Chi at this moment, this could simply be described as perfect. Oh goddess! Lin Ke thought silently. Seeing the change in the scene in front of him, the yellow turned blue, which really caught the police off guard, but in fact, Lan Chi is the Lan Chi, and the one who should be arrested still has to be arrested. But after the police saw Lan Kai throw down the gun, they pointed the gun at Lin Ke. Don't rob the stinky imp who hasn't grown his hair yet, give you 5 seconds to surrender now. The police said this, and the police kept approaching them. Oops, I didn't mean it, that's not me. Lan Chi said this very gently, and this time was very different from the yellow tone before. But Lin Ke was a little angry at this moment, signaling Lan Qi to put himself down. It seems that it is impossible not to teach these policemen a lesson. Sister Lan Kai, put me down first, it's never too late to hug tonight. Oh! Oh! At this time, Lin Ke, who had no nose, that is, Klin, looked at the police fiercely, and at this time I saw him exhale deeply. Who said this just now? Who said that I am a stinky imp with no hair? At this time, the police were very surprised by the bald little ghost in front of him, and would actually say this. To be continued. Chapter 009. I repeat, what did you just say? Lin Ke seemed a little angry about what the police said just now. Immediately, Lin Ke ran to the side and silently picked up the car next to him. Sigma, a police officer's surprised expression. This kid is actually so powerful. What kind of monster is this? This scene directly scared those policemen, but for Lin Ke now, it is not difficult to easily pick up a car. Little ghost, you. What do you want? Syllable. Lin Ke didn't say a word, threw the car directly at the police car, and suddenly only heard the impact of the car hitting the car, and the police hurriedly drove more and dodged everywhere. Even Lan Qi thought it was incredible. Let's go. Lin Ke gently stretched out a hand to Lan Qi, signaling to take her away, which felt like a first love, very dreamy. Lan Qi suddenly became blushing, not guarding at all, and immediately put her hand on Lin Ke's hand. Okay. The two left hand in hand, and the police were still silently staring at their car, always wondering if the action just now could be done by humans. At this time, Lin Ke took Lan Kai but, Omega. Taking it away, holding Lan Ke hand, Lin Ke even blushed a little. Is this what first love feels like? I have to say that one of the top 10 in this Dragon Ball is Lan Qi. Lin Ke still can't believe that what he is holding now is Lan Qi, and there is still a little excitement in his heart. Syllable. Suddenly, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Lin Ke, blocking Lin Ke's way. The one behind you is a woman. Lin Ke had to stop. Hearing this sentence, Lin Ke suddenly felt a little, number, I have to say, Lin Ke thought in his heart. Muggle, there are actually robbery women halfway, and they actually dare to rob women. This is simply looking for death. When Lin Ke looked at him, he was stunned. The familiar monkey tail, standard hair, wearing a pair of cotton shoes, and carrying a stick on his back, at this time, Lin Ke recognized this person at a glance as the absolute protagonist of the previous Dragon Ball. Monkey King. Why is it said that it is the absolute protagonist of Dragon Ball in the past? Because here, the appearance of Lin Ke will replace him and become the absolute protagonist, proving that the Earth talent is the strongest. Hey? How do you know my name, little bald head? Goku was surprised, not knowing that his name was known so quickly. There are more people who know you, and the entire Earth knows of your existence. The conversation between Lin Ke and Wukong's two small words really surprised Lan Qi behind him, but he didn't expect that he actually met two brats of similar height and a little cute meat on their faces in one day. Is there a woman behind you? Small bald head. Goku asked this kind of question again that made Lin Ke feel idiotic, and what was even more unbearable was that Goku actually said twice that he was a little bald head. Look, did you just come out of the Bull Demon King? Lin Ke asked directly. Yes, the Bull Demon King recommended me to come to Grandpa Turtle Immortal to worship here. Goku said it innocently. Lin Ke looked at this like this, it must be that the Turtle Immortals must have also sent Wukong out to find beautiful women. But I didn't dare to imagine that Wukong's idiot-like head really made Lin Ke speechless. I also worship the teacher. Lin Ke didn't say much, and directly said that he was also the apprentice of the Turtle Immortal. At this time, Wukong gradually walked over. Lin Ke didn't know what Wukong was going to do, but saw Goku silently circling around Lan Kai. This is the woman that Grandpa of the Turtle Immortal likes. Oh. Lin Ke had nothing to say, just quietly watching how much Wukong could be an idiot. Could it be said that everyone who had just come down the mountain would be like this? Asterisk. Oh. Before Lin Ke could react, Lan Chi was suddenly kicked in the middle by Gaku. Lan Chi suddenly slapped over, and Gaku was thrown a few meters away. Hooligan! Lan Kai yelled. Wukong's method of kicking Ji is really tried, but Lin Ke thought at this time that this may be this idiot Wukong's unique direct method of distinguishing between men and women. You! What are you doing? Lan Chi was frightened, someone was actually such a rogue, but Gaku explained at this time. It's okay, it turns out that you don't have that, it seems to be a woman. Gaku kept laughing and laughing, smiley face. People are girls, where are women? Lan Kai said. Aren't girls different from women? Gaku pointed to his head and thought silently. Forget it, I'm too lazy to explain to you, this Lan Kai was found by me first, and this is not for the Turtle Immortals, but for myself. Lin Ke immediately said, yours, you can find it yourself. Okay then I'll look for it. After Gaku finished speaking, he looked for it anywhere, and Lin Ke really didn't dare to imagine that when Gaku went to identify, he would go door to kick to identify. Thinking of this, Lin Ke couldn't help but get some goosebumps on his skin. At this time, the current Lin Ke wanted to hold Lan Chi. After all, he just came here and had no place to live, so he was aggrieved to live here first in the Turtle Immortal. To be continued. Chapter 010. Yay! It's so well done. What's your name? The Turtle Immortal looked at Lan Chi, who Lin Ke brought back, and his eyes were full of love, winky face. My name is Lin Ke, who wanted to say his real name, thought about the smooth development of the Dragon Ball plot, and changed his words, my name is KRILLIN. Although KRILLIN said so, the Turtle Immortal did not listen to half a sentence. Lan Ke's cute appearance really makes the Turtle Immortals, nosebleeds, flow out continuously. Swish! Before Lin Ke could react, the Turtle Immortal rushed to Lan Chi at a speed of 5 seconds and 100 meters. Almost didn't startle Lan Chi, but saw the Turtle Immortal come to Lan Chi. Lan Chi was very polite and gentle and said hello. Nice to meet you. Miss, can I ask you a question? The Turtle Immortal suddenly asked this question. Say it. At this time, Lin Ke, who was familiar with the Turtle Immortal routine, when he heard the Turtle Immortal say this, he turned around and looked at the Turtle Immortal in surprise. Did you say yes? At this time, the Turtle Immortal brewed, and it seemed that he would ask some big questions, only to see the sun shining on the Turtle Immortal's sunglasses, and the sunglasses flashed, but the eyes inside did not move half a step from Lan Chi. Excuse me. Well. Can I take a look at your NEI pants? The Turtle Immortal is still the same Turtle Immortal, which is really familiar to Lin Ke. What? What the? Lan Kai is a little shy, omega. Syllable. Before Lan Chi could react, the Turtle Immortal was slapped out by Lin Ke for a few meters. Grandpa Turtle Immortal, please respect yourself. At this time, the Turtle Immortal stood up silently, pretending that nothing had happened. Ahem. Congratulations, you have become a disciple of the Ben Turtle Immortal sect. The Turtle Immortal said this sentence very heavily. But Lin Ke was not very happy. After all, if he made his own move, the Turtle Immortal would still be dealt with by his own punch after all, but Lin Ke was more interested in a martial art of the Turtle Immortal sect. That is. Without further ado, I want to learn from your Turtle Immortal sect's Turtle Sect Qigong Wave. When this sentence was just spoken, this directly scared the Turtle Immortal, and I saw that the Turtle Immortal suddenly became dignified, completely without the appearance of just CC, and asked Lin Ke. I said KRILLIN, how do you know that I have Turtle Pi Qigong here? Everyone on Earth knows it. However, Lin Ke said very naturally. However, the earthlings that Lin Ke said were not the earthlings here, but the turtle immortals were very surprised. This kid is not simple, except for showing it in the Bull Demon King. It seems that after using it for a while, it seems that it has not been used for a long time. The turtle immortal thought to himself. After time froze for a while, Lan Chi had already played with the big sea turtle next to her. I'm back. Suddenly, the appearance of Gaku broke the current impasse. The turtle immortal and Lin Ke both looked at Gaku. Immediately, both of them were frightened by the unknown creature beside Gaku. What the hell was this? The figure of the bucket, the nail fungus on the hands are clearly visible. The most hateful thing is that the snot is still flowing all over the face, and there is even a stench all over the body, except for a little protruding in the front. There is no objectivity at all. Grandpa Turtle Immortal, I brought back the beauty you wanted. Gaku also said with an innocent face. Yo, that's when you called the old lady over, do you want to hug? Come on. At this time, he just said a sentence that made Lin Ke and the turtle immortals ignore one point, that is, she still has bad breath. Suddenly, the two bald heads, but at this time the consciousness was unexpectedly unified. Duan! The two both gave her a kick, like a funny comic book character, kicking into the sky. Get out! The turtle immortal rushed to Gaku and kept saying, look at the beauty that Klin picked, and then look at yours. Then can I also become a disciple of your subordinates? Gaku said anxiously. Forget it, just force it. The turtle immortal really had to obey Goku's single-celled head. At this time, Lin Ke still raised the question just now. Teach me. Turtle Pi Qigong Wave. When it comes to the turtle school Qigong Wave, Wukong also makes a splash. I want to learn. At this time, the turtle immortals could not hide, but at this time they said. If you want to practice turtle sect Qigong, you have to practice it for more than 50 years. Hearing these 50 years, it is estimated that these little ghosts feel that they will give up learning for a long time. Although the turtle immortal said this, Lin Ke, who was Klin, responded, it's okay, teach me, with my talent, I can guarantee that I can learn. And it's still for a short time. Gaku, on the other hand, was counting the number 50 with both hands and feet. Grandpa, I can't count my hands and feet, it seems that I have to practice for a long time. To be continued. Chapter 011. Goku's idiocy is really obvious to all. The blue sky was matched with white clouds, and the small turtle fairy house suddenly became lively. 50 years, look at you two boys, I don't know if I can stick to it. The turtle immortals thought that speaking of a period of 50 years would scare Klin and Gaku. But Lin Ke was not worried, after all, he thought that he had a very good brain when he came here, not only genius endowments, but also a little understanding. Then I'll prepare lunch first. Lan Chi suddenly ran to the window and shouted. For lunch, everyone could not resist, and the three shouted in unison. Good. Hard work on you. The turtle immortal replied softly and gently. Suddenly, Gaku raised his hand and signaled that he had something to say. Gaku, what do you want to say? The turtle immortal asked. Grandpa, can you let me see the turtle brand car bow, that's super cool yay. In the face of Wukong's words, Lin Ke slightly agreed with, Omega, after all, the turtle school Qigong wave that the grandfather of the turtle immortal played in the early days, one word is extremely handsome. At least Lin Ke is very envious of the strong muscles of the turtle immortal. Gaku, do you really want to watch it? The turtle immortal looked at Lin Ke thoughtfully, and then said, do you want to see it too? The two waited expectantly for the turtle immortal performance. At this moment, I can finally see the turtle school Qigong wave of the turtle fairy flow personally demonstrated by the grandfather of the turtle immortal. It is estimated that the people of the earth are not as lucky as me, Lin Ke thought to himself. There was a faint sound of seagulls chirping in midair, and the wind blew the sign of the Kames Enya from south to north. Okay then I'll demonstrate it now. The turtle immortal slightly took off the suit he had prepared for Lan Chi, took off the hat on his head, and let go of the old man's stick in his hand. When the turtle immortal just took off his clothes, Lin Ke was completely stunned. Mother, the turtle immortal's body, this body is completely the appearance of an old man, and there are many modern band-aids or dogskin plasters behind it. In one word, it is very thin. Grunt. Lin Ke swallowed a mouthful of saliva slightly and waited with bated breath. Call. The turtle immortal took a deep breath, walked to the beach next to him where there was a little sea water, and turned to Lin Ke and Wukong and said. The so-called turtle fairy flow, hands leaning together, condensing qi in the palm of the hand. At this time I usually pronounce these words, Kamehameha. Then I'm ready to start now. Gas? This kind of thing that is common in the Dragon Ball world but cannot be seen seems to be very understandable to Lin Ke. Drink. At this time, Lin Ke seemed to feel that Grandpa Turtle Immortal seemed to be gathering qi. Suddenly, the Turtle Immortal grandfather's arms were several times stronger, and then they were all over the body, and Lin Ke saw that the Turtle Immortal's tendons were like they were about to burst, which was very spectacular. Wow! Gaku looked stunned, plus a little envious. Lin Ke knew that the Turtle Immortal Grandpa strengthened the muscles of the whole body by gathering qi, thus achieving a gigantic state. But Lin Ke also knew that at this time, the combat effectiveness of the Turtle Immortals would be greatly improved. And at the same time, the consumption of energy would be accelerated. Simply put, when this state was used, the physical strength would be consumed very quickly, and it would not last long. Ka. I saw the grandfather of the Turtle Immortal with both hands forming a calyx shaped, put the calyx-like hand on his waist, and shouted the first word heavily on his mouth. Suddenly, Lin Ke found that there were a lot of splashes under the feet of the grandfather of the Turtle Immortal, and this splash was getting bigger and bigger. Ma! Ha! The hands of the Turtle Immortal grandfather suddenly condensed into a blue ball of light, and the light began to shine around, and this blue ball of light was a stream of energy, slowly gathering, waiting for the moment when it was emitted. Me! Ha! I saw that after the Turtle Immortals gathered to a certain extent, they pushed out with both hands, making the turtle sect Qigong wave known to the whole earth. Hair! What happened? Lan Chi was illuminated by the light inside, and quickly said. This Qigong wave made a beautiful splash on the sea until it disappeared. Lin Ke can be said to have really seen it, and saw that his hands imitated the posture of the Turtle Immortal grandfather, and he kept trying. Call. After the fight, the Turtle Immortal seemed to suddenly change from a big strong man to an old man, very tired, and from time to time you can hear the breathing of the Turtle Immortal. It seems that the form is really physically demanding. I made it a few times in a row. I was really tired. Did I see it? This is the Turtle School Qigong. The Turtle Immortal put on his clothes slightly, and said with a proud face, if you practice well, it will be good to be able to surpass me in 50 years. Kamehameha. Lin Ke followed the trend, gathered his qi with both hands, and suddenly hit the turtle sect Qigong of the grandfather of the Turtle Immortal. This. What happened again? Lan Chi had just finished cooking and asked again. At this time, Wukong was completely dumbfounded, but it was the Turtle Immortal who was completely dumbfounded, and Lin Ke's performance simply frightened the eyes of the two. This Turtle School Qigong seems to be larger and more powerful than the grandfather of the Turtle Immortal, and it is not inferior to the Turtle Immortal in the slightest. You brat! How can it be? Grandpa of the Turtle Immortal thought about his skills in the past 50 years, and he was actually learned by this kid at once, which is really incredible. Even Lin Ke didn't expect that the posture of the turtle sect Qigong wave that he had imitated all day when he was young would actually be realized here. Ma, that's cool. This success seems to make Lin Ke a little floating. To be continued. Chapter 012. Oh, Miss Lan Kai is really virtuous. The turtle said to Lan Chi as he looked at the hot dishes on the table and a pot of boiling soup on the stove. Where? Lan Shi replied politely and modestly. However, outside, the Turtle Immortal and Wukong were still looking at Lin Ke in surprise. You boy, when did you learn to steal? Say. The Turtle Immortal really couldn't believe his eyes, but he didn't expect that this little slippery head would suddenly use his own faction's trick. That's it. It's going to be. Lin Ke fiddled with the pose and explained very seriously. The Turtle Immortal wanted to cry without tears, thinking that his 50 years of trick turtle school Qigong wave was actually learned by this kid, this and that. This is not true at all. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. My turtle sect Qigong is not so big, smaller than grandpa and yours. After saying that, Wukong also walked to the beach, and the Turtle Immortal and Lin Ke watched silently from the side. Kamehameha. Gaku also took the opportunity to pose as a turtle faction Qigong wave and hit his own along the seaside. Shout! Wukong's turtle school Qigong wave also played, very small. Lin Ke couldn't help but complain when he saw it. Gaku! Your little is too much, ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha, yes. Gaku also laughed relatively. The Turtle Immortal looked at the two little ghosts in front of him thoughtfully. He couldn't believe that this young generation was so strong, especially this KRILLIN. He was even more shocked. While a few people were discussing, the scent of the room wafted into the noses of these people. Wow! It's so fragrant. Goku's nose was even more sensitive to the smell of food, and when he smelled it, his stomach growled. Suddenly, the two rushed into the Turtle Immortal house, looking at the meal Lan Shi prepared for everyone, and their saliva was about to flow to the ground. You're welcome, there's still a pot of soup that you can eat right away. At this time, just as Lan Shi was about to go to see the situation of the soup, the Turtle Immortal silently said this sentence to Lan Shi, but the turtle listened silently next to him. Miss Lan Kai, I wonder if you can change into this costume I gave you. At this time, the Turtle Immortal handed Lan Shi a set of clothes or skirts with some lace, but at this time, Lin Ke was watching from the side, looking at that set of clothes. Could it be? The turtle understood in a second that this set of clothes was the lace short skirt that the Turtle Immortals dreamed of, and they wore it for Lan Shi, thinking that it was no wonder that this old man couldn't ride the somersault cloud. It seems to be quite beautiful, but it's good, anyway. I've been wearing this outfit for a long time, and it's good to change it with a new one. Immediately Lan Shi took it and went upstairs to change. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and a nosebleed faintly flowed from his nose, and his mind was now full of fantasy pictures. Lin Ke thought that this old man was really enough. He thought that he was more sensitive to beautiful women, but he didn't expect that the Turtle Immortals were not stingy with beautiful women. At this time, the Turtle Immortal silently took out several other sets of clothes from behind, and Lin Ke carefully saw that all these exquisite clothes were specially prepared for Lan Shi by the grandfather of the Turtle Immortal. Among which the most prominent rabbit ear tights were the most prominent. It's really enough, isn't the setting that Uncle Bird gave to the Dragon Ball world either lace or rabbit ear tightness? Lin Ke silently whispered and said, and even wanted to say that all this was silently affecting his future life. However, Gaku paid no attention to all this. His eyes stared straight at the food on the table, and saliva dripped on the table. His mouth kept chanting, when will I be able to eat it? Gaku, don't drool, quickly wipe your... Dang dang. Suddenly, Lan Shi walked downstairs, and at this time everyone knew that Lan Shi had changed. The nosebleed of the Turtle Immortal suddenly spurted out. Lin Ke couldn't help but look at Lan Shi. His own nosebleeds gradually flowed out. This Lan Shi, wearing this is even sexier, completely goddess level. That's it. Lan Shi said and walked downstairs, ready to fiddle with the meal. The Turtle Immortal looked straight at her, and his eyes could not leave Lan Shi in the slightest. Just as Lan Shi opened the pot of soup, the smell of boiling fragrance filled the room, and Lan Shi tasted this taste. It seems to be a little light, add some powder first. Lan Shi picked up the chili powder and sprinkled it in, and suddenly the smell was too strong for a while. Yawn, __, straight face, oh. Straight face, this voice, isn't it? Lin Ke knew this familiar voice. The turtle immortal looked at it. How did this Lankai change from blue to yellow? Who put me in this outfit? It's ugly. Lan Chi suddenly became angry, looking at an old man and two little ghosts around, and wondered even more. Who the hell are you? Why am I here? Why did you wear this outfit? Suddenly, Lan Chi didn't know where to take out a submachine gun, and it was a wild sweep against Wukong Lin and the turtle immortal. Yes. What the hell is going on here? A good lunch suddenly turned into a sweep of submachine guns. How can you spoil my lunch? Of course, Gaku couldn't stand destroying food, and suddenly kicked Lan Chi in the face. Yes. The sound of sweeping disappeared, and at this time Lan Chi suddenly fainted to the ground. Speaking of Gaku, you still don't understand any gentleness with girl paper. Lin Ke couldn't help but say silently. Can gentleness withstand the stomach? Gaku said innocently. However, the turtle immortal seems to be quite interested in Lan Chi, who fainted. To be continued. Chapter 013. Bite. Lan Chi, who fainted to the ground by Goku's kick, put out a obviously large word. The turtle immortal gradually approached Lan Chi, and his eyes with sunglasses kept staring at Lan Ki bulging to chew. At this time, Lin Keek found that the turtle immortal raised a finger, which seemed to be the legendary Yang finger, and gradually approached Lan Chi. Turtle immortal, what do you want to do? Lin Ke drank all of a sudden. The turtle immortal suddenly froze in place, very embarrassed to look at KRILLIN and Gaku. The turtle next to him couldn't help covering his face shyly. Omega, the turtle immortal was to this point, it was really enough. Didn't. Nothing, I just wanted to see if Miss Lankai had passed out. The turtle immortal replied very embarrassed, and then looked embarrassed. At this time, the turtle immortal's heart thought, how can there be you kid everywhere? However, Lin Ke's face was very unhappy. Where would it be your turn to touch and dirty the goddess in his heart? All of a sudden, such a day, saying that you are happy and unhappy, and saying that you are unhappy and still passable, is over. At night. At noon, the yellow-haired Lankai sneezed because she was cold on the floor and turned back to the blue and gentle Lankai. I said little bald head. Lan Chi spoke first for the first time. Although it is said that it is a little unpleasant to be said to be a small bald head, number, but from Lan Ki mouth, what can it be? My name is KRILLIN, what's the matter, Miss Lanky? Lin Ke said these words without being a gentleman's words and asked. It's a little unaccustomed to being alone here, you saved me today, or you sleep with me. Lan Ki words, I don't know if the turtle immortal's ears are too smart. After listening to it, the nosebleed suddenly rushed to the sky. And this kind of thing? Lin Ke silently thought that Lan Chi actually took such an initiative, and his mind began to gradually fantasize. Then, Lin Ke just wanted to answer. At this time, a turtle immortal rushed out, and said very excitedly. What do children know? I can accompany you. Of course, the turtle immortals take the initiative to do this kind of thing. Forget it, little KRILLIN will sleep well with me, you old man, the devil knows what you will do. Lan Chi directly refused the request of the turtle immortal and directly threw the spearhead at KRILLIN, that is, Lin Ke. The turtle immortal's heart was cut by a knife, and he gritted his teeth and looked at KRILLIN at this time. Phew. Suddenly, before he finished speaking, Lan Chi picked up Lin Ke and gradually walked into the room to rest. However, Lin Ke, who was being held, thought in his heart, he didn't expect that the child still had such treatment. This feeling was really good. Lin Ke thought that tonight I want to. Please fantasize for yourself. The turtle immortal looked at the happy back of the two, and from time to time saw the bad smile that Lin Ke gave the turtle immortal that was spoiled in Lan Ki arms, which was simply envious of the dead turtle immortal. The turtle immortal knelt on the ground in despair, thinking about this kid, sleeping with Miss Lankai, I trademark. Grandpa. Gaku poked at the turtle immortal. What for? The turtle immortal asked. It's no big deal, I'll sleep with Grandpa tonight. Gaku said cheerfully. Yes? The turtle immortal with a black question mark looked at Gaku, and now he became even more desperate in despair. The time came the next day. It was still blue sky and white clouds full of seagulls flying, and the three of them all got up to do gymnastics, but only the turtle fairy's eyes were red and swollen. Remembering last night's sleep, the turtle immortal watched Lin Kai fall asleep in front of Lan Chi from the crack in the door. That feeling, if it were his own, the turtle immortal would have already flown into the sky, but unfortunately it was not himself. Hey? Didn't Grandpa sleep well last night? Seeing that the turtle fairy's eyes were swollen, Gaku began to speak first. The turtle immortal didn't say much, except for envy Lin Kai last night. He went back to his room. Gaku slept up. It was simply fatal. I don't know if he was hungry and confused, when he caught his prey and kicked it fiercely. Thinking back to last night, the turtle immortal felt that it was a dark night. On the other hand, Lin Kai's side is still recalling that feeling, and he is still silently snickering in his heart. Compared to Lan Kai place, it is really big, soft and comfortable, and it is particularly stable to sleep. Lan Chi should be preparing their breakfast at this moment, of course, wearing another set of rabbit ear tights that the turtle immortals had prepared for Lan Chi. Okay, let's start training now. Prepare for the next Tensha Martial Arts Festival. What the? Did I hear you right? Tianxia Martial Arts Association. Is this true? Lin Kai had a little ear of disbelief. But okay? Is it edible? Gaku asked suspiciously. The Tianxia Martial Arts Association, a martial arts meeting that martial arts masters from all over the world come to participate in once a year. I don't need to say more, you all know. The turtle immortals began to introduce them gradually. At this time, Lin Kai looked at his fist and thought to himself, your fist is going for the champion there. Thinking that the Budokai would show its ability there, perhaps the best place to become famous, and perhaps it would be comparable to Satan's fame and wealth in the future. Now I'll let the whole world know how powerful Benklin is, Lin thought. So, we're starting to prepare to start cultivating now. The turtle immortal said immediately. To be continued. Chapter 014. But tell you, you are not participating in the Tianxia Martial Arts Association to win the championship, but to meet more famous people in the world. The turtle immortal said immediately. However, Lin Kai secretly thought that seeing is seeing and seeing, I used to win the championship and get hundreds of thousands of bonuses. Gaku also looked forward to it and said, think of being able to meet the masters of the world, think about being a little excited. At this time, I really don't understand the joy of meeting the enemy of the Scions, but as an earthling, the enemies that can be solved are better solved directly, without water to support the mud. That's okay, now from today, start training, you guys do your best to jump one for me to see. The turtle immortal said. Lin Kai thought, why is it still that set of roads, knowing that he has just let the turtle immortals see their turtle school Qigong, why do they still do this? Seeing that Klin seemed a little puzzled, the turtle immortal suddenly explained, the martial arts of the turtle immortal is not only to become stronger, but also to achieve the best state from the whole body. At this time, Lin Kai thought to himself, the words of the turtle immortal seem to have such a truth, even if Mr. Saitama's one-punch superhuman ability is very powerful, but he is still an earthling, as an earthling, he must train from all his heart. Otherwise, what if you have a cold and fever? Lin Kai thought so. Come on. Get ready. Syllable. As soon as the turtle fairy order was issued, the two boys jumped up sharply, although they jumped very high at this time, but compared to this Dragon Ball world, this is simply a pediatric among pediatrics. I didn't expect that these two boys could actually be so tall, this is really a wave of young people. The turtle immortals couldn't help but sigh. Burst. Both fell to the ground at the same time. Wow! KRILLIN, you jump higher than me, and it seems that you have been through more training than me. Gaku said with a look of envy. Try hard, you can too. Lin Ke said this very naturally, which was like a line in Xing Yi's King of Comedy. Speaking of the King of Comedy, everyone supports Xing Yi's new King of Comedy. After all, he still owes Xing Yi a movie ticket. It's still a little bit of time. Suddenly, the turtle immortal ran back to the turtle fairy house, took out 2 cartons of milk from it, and walked in front of Lin Ke and Wukong. This. It wouldn't be. Lin Ke seems to have imagined terrible things, not to mention that KRILLIN refused this training mode at the beginning, and for his current self, does he think that this method is still the training method of the Earthlings? But recalling Saitama-sensei's secret to getting stronger, 100 push UPS a day, 100 possessions upwards, etc., this is fundamental. I wanted to say that Saitama-sensei was a little harder, but after thinking about it, this is not simple. Now you start to take the milk, ready to deliver the milk to each household, you only have 10 minutes, you have to finish the delivery, you know, otherwise the milk will spoil in a day. Lin Ke was very aggrieved and picked up the milk. In order to follow the development of the plot, he had to pick up the milk, and Gaku also picked up the milk together. Okay, come with me now. Suddenly, the turtle immortal gradually took small steps, and his steps began to become faster. Not at all like the slightest bit like an old man, and at this time he began to run forward. Lin Ke and Gaku followed. At this time, the flat road at the beginning made Lin Ke feel extremely relaxed, and it didn't take long to send his first bottle of milk to the first milk crate. At this time, Lin Ke thought to himself, in addition to running, this milk delivery is quite simple. But then... this. What is it? Lin Ke and Gaku presented a large expanse of endless desert in front of them. Don't swallow slowly, you won't be able to come out if you immerse yourself in the sand. The turtle immortals slowly ran from the desert with a careful and fast pace. At this time, Lin Ke, who was standing stupidly, saw that his body was getting lower and lower, his hands put the milk on top of his head, and he looked down. It turned out that he was gradually immersed in the sand, which scared Lin Ke to come up and keep up with the pace of the turtle immortal. Ma! Lin Ke couldn't help but complain and said, where someone will order milk and go through the desert, this is simply a pervert. The 3 of them walked quickly through the desert. And then, to pass through a large river, at this time the water flow is not worse than the Pearl River, very violent. The current here is very fast, be careful not to be washed away. The turtle immortal still demonstrated by example, directly picked up the stick and walked over. Lin Ke and Wukong followed, and Gaku didn't want anything and followed the turtle immortal together. Leaving Lin Ke alone to think, is this still a human thing? KRILLIN, you're slow, keep up. The turtle immortal shouted. Hey! After replying, Lin Ke had to keep up with the pace and also stunned. At this time, the water flow was about to soak the nose of the word, oh, Lin Ke thought that I didn't have a nose. After the rapid current. You need to run fast here, otherwise you will be eaten. The 3 of them ran together, and at this time a large dinosaur was followed behind the 3 of them, very fierce, so frightened that Lin Ke almost solved it with a punch. For training, beat him up, and it will be gone later. At this time, 10 minutes of time gradually passed, and at this time the milk in his hand had been delivered, and at this time the 2 were already lying on the ground tired. You 2 boys, there is still practice. At this time, the turtle immortal picked up the turtle fairy shell and draped it on the ground. You guys carry the turtle fairy shell of our turtle fairy sect every day, this is just the pre-breakfast training, and the training will start later. Yes. Both of them couldn't help but complain, it's just breakfast training. I'm so hungry. To be continued. Chapter 015. Time passed very quickly, it had been 8 months since the start of training, and there was still a day countdown to the Tianxia martial arts meeting. After delivering milk and digging fields with their hands, Lin Ke and Wukong took off their turtle shells, and their bodies suddenly became much lighter. Suddenly, Lin Ke swung his arms, and seemed to not feel the weight of his arms at all, except that he was a little darker, his body seemed to become tougher. This feeling. It's so comfortable. It seems that this fist is stronger. Lin Ke suddenly clenched his hands into fists, and the impact of his fists touching his fists made Lin Ke feel that this was very incredible. It's so light. Gaku jumped at random and felt the same. Okay, 8 months have passed, you guys jump hard to see how much higher than the previous height. The turtle immortals seemed to want them to jump up hard. Lin Ke couldn't believe it. After all, if he jumped hard now, he might inadvertently go to the moon and meet his master brother, and he was afraid that he would crash through the moon, and he couldn't afford it. So Lin Ke still released the water a little, and jumped so casually. Shout! Goku's speed is fast and very high, but compared to Lin Ke, this casual jump is 3 times the height of Goku. By the time Wukong had already landed, he couldn't believe it, he was so much stronger than before, but Lin Ke was still slowly falling in midair. Looking at Lin Ke, the turtle immortal thought to himself, could it be that this is the legendary martial arts wizard? Being able to jump so high, Lin Ke couldn't help but wonder if he could learn the legendary move used in mid-air, that is, Roulette God Palm. Maybe Lin Ke can learn another day, maybe he can do it. Wow! Klin, you jump so high, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Gaku said admiringly. It's okay. Lin Ke replied modestly with a little pride. Well, everyone knows their level, then we change our clothes and are ready to leave the venue. The turtle immortal picked up 2 suits and asked Lin Ke and Gaku to prepare to change. HOOM. The turtle fairy picked up the car capsule from the box, just threw it, and a car appeared. At this time, Lan Chi had already prepared a dinner bento box for everyone. Come on, especially Klin Kun, I'll be waiting for you here, all of you have to come on. Lan Chi suddenly said to Lin Ke. At this time, Lin Ke returned shyly, Omega, but the turtle immortals hated Klin so much, after all, Lan Chi was sleeping and bathing with Klin, the kid, and he couldn't envy it. Swish! The 3 of them drove to the venue to sign in and welcome the next day's Tianxia martial arts meeting. The scenery along the way, Wukong has long been tired and has fallen asleep, but Lin Ke looked out the window, looking at the scenery along the way. I have to say that this scenery is the most familiar that Lin Ke has seen in all anime. Looking at it, Lin Ke's eyes are also a little tired, and gradually closed his eyes. This kid, the turtle fairy smiled slightly, looked at Klin and Gaku, and continued to be his driver. The Sun Duke is also gradually finishing work, and dusk has arrived. At this time, the 3 of them came to the Tianxia Martial Arts Association, and at this time, the 2 of them were already excited, and these 2 were almost like children who came out of the mountains, and they had a curious attitude about everything in the city. Okay. Now let's sign up. After Wukong and Lin Ke signed their names on the paper, suddenly Lin Ke felt that there was one behind him. When I turned around, it turned out to be Yamcha. Long time no see, Gaku. And little Klin. Yamcha said with a sudden greeting. Gaku also replied very kindly, but he didn't expect that in the next second, when Lin could see Yamacha's face, he couldn't help but think of that familiar posture, and couldn't help but laugh ha ha oh, oh ha ha laughed. Originally, it turned out to be Yamuti. Lin Ke couldn't control his smile at all. No way, when I saw Yamcha for the first moment, I must have thought of that familiar picture, the picture of being blown up in Dragon Ball Z. What laughter! Puer turned into that mirror, and Yamcha looked at his face, and there didn't seem to be anything funny at all. Didn't. It's okay, you're just laughing. Lin Ke said. At this time, the turtle immortal, who did not know the situation at all, gradually approached Yamcha and asked quietly. Your girlfriend, didn't Bulma come? When the turtle immortal thought of Bulma's sexy body, his eyes went straight to Venus. Bulma is in the western capital, and it should be on the way now. Yamcha didn't know what kind of combination it was, a colored old man, a Klin who saw him constantly laughing. Compared to the two of them, Goku seemed much more normal. Where's the toilet? I really want to pee. Goku stayed motionless, afraid that he would not be able to hold back if he moved, and suddenly squirted out. Sure enough, all this was Yamcha thinking wrong. But after speaking, Teacher Turtle Immortal got into the car and prepared to leave, and it seemed that he did not plan to spend the night here. Then I'll go first, you guys come on. After saying that, the Turtle Immortal drove the car and left. In fact, Lin Ke knew in his heart that the Turtle Immortal was going to become Chen Long's big brother. No, it was Teacher Chen Long, this was just the reason to leave. The Turtle Immortal suddenly changed his costume and appeared in front of everyone again as Chen Long. This old man. Is it so much like the Turtle Immortal teacher? Yamcha began to ask. With these words, the Turtle Immortal almost showed his stuffing. At this time, after signing the name, he left the venue. It's not early, let's go inside to eat first, Bulma will arrive soon. To be continued. Chapter 016. Yamcha, Lin Ke, and the others rested for the night, waiting for tomorrow's Tianxia martial arts meeting. Shout! Lin Ke looked around, the lights around were loud at night, and there were many people shouting around at night. At this point, the tiredness of the day disappears in an instant tonight, and everyone is in the best shape to prepare for tomorrow's competition. At this time, the time had also come to the evening, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Zzz. All the players, including all the competition staff, couldn't help but rest. At this moment, the time gradually passed by the snoring of the players. Cluck, chicken chirping. At this moment, the sun is gradually rising, shining on these big names of the Martial Arts Association under the world. Suddenly, all the fighters had already arrived next to the ring, and were preparing to draw lots for the preliminary round in the Martial Arts Hall, and the 8 finalists were selected in 8 districts according to the draw, and then the elimination round was held in the open square. At this time, Lin Ke and Wukong had already put on the Turtle Immortal sect battle uniform prepared by the Turtle Immortal grandfather for the two of them. Lin Ke looked at the big turtle character on his body, and he felt that he was really here in the Dragon Ball world. Please prepare for the draw and prepare for the preliminary round. At this time, Lin Ke looked at the source of the voice. This is still the familiar host of the Tianxia Martial Arts Association, handsome enough, with yellow hair, clear eyebrows and a pair of black sunglasses, which can be described as a clear eyebrow. This is the old face, isn't it? Lin Ke couldn't help but say. At this time, it was Lin Ke's turn to draw lots, and when he walked in front of him, he said to him while drawing lots. It's a pleasure to see you. Lin Ke couldn't help but say hello. At this time, Lin Ke drew to prepare for the preliminary round. His opponent seemed to be this unknown player. Looking at his small body, his opponent seemed to be easier to deal with. Looking at Wukong's draw, it seemed to be from an unknown opponent. Lin Ke thought that the unknown opponent would just ignore it. After all, Lin Ke also knew that in the final elimination match of the next Martial Arts Association in this world, there must be himself and Wukong, as well as his master Chen Long. Fortunately, there was no civil war, otherwise it would be very embarrassing. At this time, Lin Ke looked around, everyone covered their noses, even Wukong couldn't help covering his nose and said, "What the hell stinks so much?" Just as Lin Ke was looking closely, he saw a contestant whose name said Bacteriological Man on it. Could it be that this is the one Klin fought against? Now it's your turn? Even the referee is not allowed to wear a gas mask, and even when he wears a gas mask, he can smell this stench from time to time. I said Bacteriological Man, how many days have you not bathed? Lin Ke looked at this bacterial man, his nose still shed a lot of thick liquid, and his body was jealous, although he couldn't smell it, because he didn't have a nose, but for other players, no one wanted to fight him, and he couldn't even stand next to him for half a minute. I haven't showered in a few years, ha ha ha. After speaking, he withdrew a few boogers from his nostrils, flicked them smoothly, and bounced them towards the passers-by next to him. When the passer-by player stood in place and was stained with this, he immediately sniffed, and the stench that came to his face made him faint and spit foam on the ground instantly. When his players knew that they were playing against him, they immediately raised the white flag to abstain. Well, then congratulations to us German for successfully making the cut. Let's see his great matches in the ring. At this time, Lin K still solved the opponent with one punch, without the slightest effort, without much skill. It was a punch. Maybe the people in the early stage of Dragon Ball are weak chickens, but Lin K also thinks that the setting of the early stage of Dragon Ball is that in addition to the turtle immortal flow and the crane immortal flow are relatively strong, it belongs to these relatively strong. Goku doesn't need to say more, of course, he also advanced to the knockout round. Lin K found that many players had already returned home, but he didn't expect that the masters who came from all over the world were so weak, and it was no wonder that he could think that Satan in the later stage could also win the championship in a row. Duan. At this time, the 8 finals had been born, and suddenly there were already many people in the outer field of the Martial Arts Association in the world, and Bulma and Oolong had been waiting outside for a long time. After all, they came to see Goku. So many people, I said. Oolong, Goku, why haven't they come out yet? Bulma began to ask. Bulma was accompanied by Oolong and Puer, an attendant beside Yamcha. Hey, you see the list of the top 8 has been born. Oolong watched as the ring began to lay out the list of the quarterfinals. At this point, the referee begins to publish the list. Hello everyone, the 5-yearly Tianxia martial arts meeting is about to start. Everyone is ready, everyone. Duan. The drums in the ring sounded again, and at this time, the enthusiasm of the surrounding audience was immediately ignited. Okay, then we have the curator to speak now. After the referee finished reading, he invited the curator of the Tianxia Martial Arts Association to come out and give a speech. Bulma thought about what kind of character would come out, but he didn't expect to see a dog-like ghost coming out with a microphone. All the audience thought he would say something shocking, and everyone waited with bated breath. After a long wait, Wang. The curator looked at each other, and everyone didn't know what was happening. Okay. Thank you, Director, for your message. The referee said. Suddenly, everyone was instantly thrown to the ground by thunder. What kind of broken curator is this? Bulma couldn't help but complain. Okay, the game is ready to start. Announcement of the contest list. The referee started shouting loudly. The crowd cheered and shouted all over the sky. Chapter 017. Bulma, look, now the top 8 list is out. Oolong began to point at some of the staff in the ring and pose a card. Suddenly, the 8 finals have come out, and all the audience continue to cheer. After all, the 5-yearly Tianxia martial arts meeting is finally ready to start, and the strongest 8 finalists in the world have already decided here, and it is really a little exciting to think about it. The top 8 of the Tianxia Martial Arts Association have now been born, so let's see who they really are. The referee began to pick up the microphone and shouted passionately with a sense of ceremony. At this time, the enthusiasm of the audience was immediately aroused. The first round is our Wuxian teacher's number 1 disciple, KRILLIN, against the extremely smelly bacterial man Bartaian. The referee began to call the 2 players and began to introduce them to the audience. I believe everyone knows that this Bartley bacterial man is extremely smelly, and when the audience heard the news, they were worried about this guy named KRILLIN. The people around Bulma were talking. This little bald head beats this bacterial person. I feel a little disgusting when I think about it. How else to fight? The referee said that this KRILLIN is the number 1 disciple of teacher Wuxian. Yes, there is no problem, surprised face. Bulma, who suddenly heard the news, immediately grabbed the audience who was talking about it and shouted. You know a fart, wait and see. Oolong couldn't stand Bulma's acute personality, and couldn't help but insert his arms and said casually. I said Bulma, you are so fierce, you can't get married. After Bulma heard this, she looked at him fiercely with a straight look, and Oolong suddenly felt a shock and suddenly shut up. It's okay, our young master Yamcha won't dislike Miss Bulma. Puer next to him still said from time to time, and suddenly the two sang and reconciled, although Puer was right, but Bulma sounded that it was not his fault. Are you saying that it's all my fault? Bulma looked at the two of them with both eyes, as if she wanted to eat them, and she made Oolong and Puer shut up suddenly. Return to the ring at this point. Lin Ke didn't expect that he was actually the first to appear, and the sound of firecrackers in the sky was matched by the cheers of the audience, which was enough to fill the alley. This is indeed the demeanor that the Martial Arts Association of the world should have. Lin Ke couldn't help but say. Burst. Bartley, known as the bacteriological man, suddenly came to Lin Ke. Hey! Are you my opponent in the first game? So small? I really don't know how you got to the quarterfinals. The bacteriological man stood in front of Lin Ke, and the rest of the people were already dozens of meters away from him. Yamcha and Wukong were the same, they couldn't stand this extremely smelly smell, but Lin Ke stood in place unusually calmly, looking at him quietly. Don't ask me why I can stand for so long, because I don't have a nose and can't smell. Although the people in the Dragon Ball world are all big guys from the outside, sure enough, as hostile players, they will fiercely taunt their players before the match. Lin Ke is used to seeing it, although he can't smell it, but when he sees the black lump on the bacterial man, plus some flies flying around him from time to time, even what he said can't help but carry a little green gas. Which makes Lin Ke's head can't help but think, and he can't help but feel a little disgusting when he looks at it. Lin Ke replied very calmly, Oh! You kid is really strong, ordinary people can't even stand next to me for half a second. I admire you for this, but children like you should hurry up and find your mother, this ring is what adults should compare. This pile of mocking words continued to enter from Lin Ke's left ear, but also from his right ear. After all, what this kind of person said could be directly ignored. After speaking, the bacteriological man smiled and left Lin Ke's side. Even where bacteria people walk, there can't help but have staff holding disinfection equipment to disinfect it. At this time, Goku and Yamcha approached KRILLIN and said questioningly. I said KRILLIN, why aren't you afraid of this person's body odor? I can't stand it. Yamcha said directly. Lin Ke was extremely open, and said directly very mischievously. Because I don't have a nose. At this time, Yamcha and Goku saw carefully, and it was really yes. Lin Ke thought at this time, am I proud without a nose, am I proud, some are just swollen. At this time, the ring continued to announce its second group, third group, fourth group. Then the second game is our Chen Long vs Yamcha. It's finally me. Yamcha couldn't help but look at his opponent Chen Long, and saw that Chen Long, who was incarnated by the turtle immortal Wushan teacher, was just sitting quietly in the rest area of the venue. The third match is our Nanwu against our only female player Lan Fang. When Lin Ke heard these names, he could see that these were all familiar names. The fourth game is our Monkey King versus our KRILLIN player. Suddenly all the contestants had already been announced, and at this time the firecrackers kept sounding, and it was almost time for the drumming to begin. Every contestant is waiting. To be continued. P.S. After reading it, remember to give some flowers support a wave, comparing a flower is also love. Chapter 018. The game is about to start, now announce the rules of the game. 1. Before the competition, there will be staff beating drums to cheer, and beating the copper drum as a signal for the start of the competition. 2. Weapons and external forces shall not be used during the competition. 3. Do not attack the eyes and points of the opponent. 4. Falling off the field or admitting defeat or being knocked down is considered a failure, and the so-called knockdown means that you cannot get up within 10 seconds after falling. 5. Losing track or being shot off is also judged to have failed. 6. Opponents must not be killed during the match, otherwise they will be disqualified. 7. Injured players will be carried on a stretcher to a nearby hospital for treatment. 8. Attacking viewers will be disqualified. After the referee had finished explaining the rules of the game, he announced that the match was about to begin, and the next first match was KRILLIN against bacteriologist Bart-1. Lin K was about to appear, and seeing the two contestants standing together, the audience suddenly began to boil. "Look, you actually appeared together, you can endure it so smelly. It's really worthy of being teacher Wuxian's #1 disciple. Bulma here from time to time can smell the stench of the bacterial man." Looking at KRILLIN's calm appearance, she can't believe it. "I didn't expect you to be so courageous, this really praises you." The bacteriological man couldn't help but mock Lin K even when he appeared. Lin K listened to it once, but he didn't expect him to say it so often. Did he really not try to say more words the faster he died? Lin K thought, "It's okay, you can try it later." Duan. At this time, the drum began to beat, and at this time, the first knockout match of the quarterfinals began to sound in Lin K's leading lineup. Suddenly many people began to cheer for KRILLIN. After all, Ren is a normal person, and he will not cheer for this person who has not bathed for decades. Lin K's ears are constantly filled with his own name, although it is his own name, but it can also be said to be his own name. "Do you want to know one thing?" Lin Keek suddenly said to Bart Ryan. "What's going on? If I touch you, I feel like my hands are dirty." Lin K suddenly said so domineeringly, and at this time, he still had a slightly confident expression when he said this. The ring was small, and the referee and the audience heard it, and everyone couldn't help but marvel at the KRILLIN's arrogance. "Everyone. Have you heard KRILLIN's words? But I didn't expect him to say this at a young age, which really refreshed our cognition." The referee immediately picked up the microphone and shouted. Looking at KRILLIN in the ring in front of him backstage, Yamcha couldn't help but sigh, where does this kid get his confidence? At this time, the Chen-Long player sitting in the background, that is, our Wuxian teacher, suddenly looked at Lin K's direction and thought directly. "This kid. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to have the courage, I didn't expect to say such a big thing, this is going to laugh me to death." When the bacterium man said this, he would not believe what Lin K, KRILLIN, said. "Whether what I said is a big deal, you can just try it." Suddenly Lin K laughed slightly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. "Little fart boy, watch my stinky fart attack. Poof epsilon equals omicron asterisk." Suddenly, the bacteriological man began to turn his back to Lin K, and began to jerk his fart, that is, he released a long fart. The invisible toxic gas was striking Lin K step by step. Suddenly, this toxic gas passed through Lin K. Of course, Lin K would not receive any impact, but the audience and staff standing behind Lin K suffered. Smelling this smelly gas was really all fainted at once, and suddenly many staff members lifted the stretcher and began to lift the fainted person and go out to breathe. Dear audience, please see this German player start to emit a fart. I believe this is a smelly showdown. Now we see that the spectators and staff who have been inadvertently attacked are all carried out to breathe, but we now see that only our KRILLIN player is still standing in place, seemingly unaffected at all. Fortunately, the referee wore a gas mask, so he escaped this disaster, otherwise it is possible that the referee will be changed. Lin K will not be confused by this illusion, after all, he just has no nose, he is so willful, but seeing the audience behind him suffer, this is really unspeakable. If you don't strike early, more people may suffer, and this game is really to remove garbage for the earth and maintain the freshness of the earth. A little strength, look at my big phlegm attack. At this time, Lin K saw that he was constantly chewing in his mouth, as if he wanted to make that move. Remember, for a person with cleanliness, this fart is originally very uncomfortable, this also comes a phlegm, lying in the groove, disgusting, cannot stand it. At this time, at the moment he spit out, Lin K finally couldn't hold back and shot directly. Invincible, mysterious, ordinary one-punch flow. Suddenly, Lin K was at the moment of spitting out, and directly took the posture of Saitama teacher's standard punch, which was fiercely like a bacteriological person. But unlike Saitama-sensei's punch, this directly drives the chi often said in the Dragon Ball world under one punch, and knocks out the opponent with fist chi. Shout! The fist directly hit the other party, and as soon as the phlegm spit out, it was brought back into his mouth by the fist chi, and suddenly the fist chi suddenly hit this bacterial person. HOOM! Suddenly, the bacteriological man was hit into the air by this punch and left the venue far away. Everyone looked at the ring, completely unaware of what was happening, but only knew that KRILLIN had made a contribution to the earth by throwing this punch. The referee found that the bacterioid man was no longer in the ring and did not know where to fly, and immediately announced, "Such a strong boxing technique, then we announce this match now, and our KRILLIN fighter wins." After the referee announced, the audience immediately boiled. "I just said, touching you will get your hands dirty." Lin K left the ring very calmly, but he didn't expect that the audience was still shouting Lin K's name. Because of the bacteria people, then we will send our staff to clean up the site now, so as not to smell poisonous. To be continued. PS. Write so much, you can't talk about it without giving some flowers. Chapter 019. Diddy diddy. There was a sound of disturbing disinfection in the ring. At this moment, Lin K looked at this martial arts meeting under the world, and there were really many people he met, but the master. "That's awesome, KRILLIN." Yamcha came to congratulate KRILLIN, and it was very good to feel like he was being watched. No one believed that KRILLIN had solved one so easily, and teacher Wu Tian looked at him, remembering that he had easily learned his own turtle school Qigong wave in just a few strokes before, and seemed to be very curious about how KRILLIN did it. Duan. At this point, the ring drum sounded, and the match continued. "Okay, now continue the match. The second game is our Mr. Nanwu versus our Miss Lan Fang." When the referee's announcement sounded, the two fighters walked out of the ring. Lin K was familiar with Mr. Nanwu, after all, he came to fight for his hometown water resources, but Lin K focused more on that Lan Fang. From Lan Fang's whole body, Lin K seemed to see a seductive breath, and his eyes still couldn't leave her in the slightest. There are still many beauties in this Dragon Ball, of course. Chen Long, who is incarnated by Wuxian teacher, is still a sinister old man, looking straight at Lan Fang. Then now, it seems that the one called Mr. Nanwu against the young lady. Yamcha began to say that he really didn't know how this young lady got into the quarterfinals. "Don't underestimate anyone, especially girls," Lin K said directly. Although Lin K said that he knew the result, Mr. Nanwu's upright heart could not stop him. After a while, the game had begun, and the audience seemed to be deeply fascinated by the appearance and figure of this Miss Lan Fang. Only Mr. Nanwu lowered his head and did not dare to look at each other. Miss Lan Fang likes to seduce beauty the most, and then insert a knife in the back, which completely combines the beauty scheme in the romance of the Three Kingdoms. Lin K thinks that this may be Uncle Bird's view of the women at that time. After the fierce battle, there is no need for Lin Kaduo to say, the result is of course Mr. Nanwu wins. Mr. Nanwu struck behind his back, and his powerful arm used the appropriate force to stun Miss Lan Fang, and the referee walked up to the stage and fell for tens of seconds. Teacher Wu Tian seemed to be able to see what was going on in Mr. Nanwu's mind, but inadvertently, Lin K seemed to be able to hear what Nanwu was thinking. Although he knew it for a long time, Lin Keming did not have this skill. "I'm coming next." Yamcha stood up and said directly, looking at the one next to him called Chen Long. "Duan. Okay, the third match is our Mr. Yamcha versus our Mr. Chen Long." The referee began announcing that the third match was about to begin. At this time, Yamcha began to play, and Goku kept cheering for Yamcha next door 0. Okay, you can see that our Yamcha and Qianlong are already standing on the arena, then, now the game begins. As soon as the referee gave an order, the drums of the game sounded violently. Yamcha immediately took a pose and prepared for a duel, only to see Qianlong still standing in place, looking straight at Yamcha. Young Master Yamcha, come on 0. Puer, who stood in the audience, constantly cheered for Yamcha. This is all white-haired old man, Yamcha must be fine. Bulma said directly and confidently. Oolong wanted to say something not to slap his face, but when he saw Bulma and Puer, he silently closed his mouth. I said, old man, your whole body is flawed, if you don't attack, then I will attack it. Yamcha said confidently. Come on. Qianlong was still standing in place. Yamcha saw the expression on Qianlong's face, full of pickiness, and suddenly Yamcha couldn't hold his breath, and suddenly rushed towards Qianlong, and then flew into the air with a kick, that is, a kick towards Qianlong. That's right, just kick the old man out of the field. Bulma still grabbed the oolong from time to time and kept pounding and said. Oh, we saw Yamcha flying in the air, ready to kick Qianlong. Can Qianlong avoid it? If this kick really hits, Qianlong may not be able to stand up, let's wait and see. The referee explained. This game is over. Yamcha thought to himself. Just as Yamcha was thinking about it at this time. Oops, the laces are loose. Qianlong squatted down and tied his shoelaces. When Yamcha saw it, the expression on his face suddenly froze, and he thought in his heart, what to do, can't stop. Burst. In the next second, everyone froze and quieted. Even the referee couldn't speak, only to see Qianlong squatting down to tie his shoes, and Yamcha's kick was empty, but only Qianlong's hard head hit Yamcha's genitals fiercely. This pain-feeling men understand. Oops, I'm sorry. Qianlong shouted very unexpectedly, of course, his head had no effect. On the other hand, Yamcha, directly covered that place in pain, fell to the ground, struggled painfully. Lin Ke couldn't help but start laughing when he looked at it. Humble. Despicable. Yamcha looked at Qianlong very painfully, and at this time, Puer outside the field couldn't help but worry, and Bulma next to him still covered his eyes, thinking in his heart. It's a shame. Lin Ke looked at Yamcha, this product is really funny, if he is said to be the strongest earthling, there are a bunch of people who can't talk about giving you this title. I saw Yamcha standing up with difficulty, looking at Qianlong with hostility in his eyes, but Qianlong was full of kindness. We saw Yamcha stand up in pain, although we also knew that it was not easy to stand up in pain, so our game continued. The referee continued. To be continued. PS send flowers, let's give a wave of support. Chapter 020. At this time, Yamcha covered himself in pain, and now listening to the bursts of laughter from the audience from behind, Yamcha was a little annoyed at this time. I said, young man, don't rush like this, you will suffer. Qianlong said very normally. This old man, make me embarrassed, now I have to be serious, Yamcha thought so. At this time, he was very annoyed and directly shouted a sentence to Qianlong. Stinky old man, you forced me to be serious. At this time, Qianlong shook his head slightly, as if he was very desperate for this young man. Drink. I saw Yamcha fiercely attacking Qianlong, and when he went up, he punched directly, and left kicked and kicked, seeing that this move Yamcha was really angry. After all, his girlfriend is directly watching him off stage, which is not pleasant, and he can't say it. Heck, now we see Yamcha launching a series of attacks against Qianlong, but in comparison, Qianlong, the referee was still explaining. Although Yamcha's attack is very fast and powerful, no matter how fast and strong it is, it can't hit people, and it's just empty. Chen Long dodged one by one, and did not hit Chen Long with a punch at all. At this time, Yamcha was of course getting more and more angry, but Lin Ke looked at this match, and at this time he couldn't believe that martial arts was really an incredible thing. Ha ha ha, the sound of Yamcha exhalation. At this time, Yamcha gasped at this time, while teacher Chen Long, his breathing was not chaotic at all. Lin Ke really admired teacher Wuxian and was really teacher Wuxian, an immortal legend. Young man, you see that you are so tired, it is better to get off the stage early and rest. Chen Long directly threw out the words and said. Yamcha felt a little ridiculous about Chen Long's words, and couldn't help but fight back and said, "Do you think you are an old man who can defeat me? Then I'm welcome, look at my afterimage fist." Chen Long said directly. What the? Afterimage fist? Lin Ke seemed to hear something, and suddenly his mind was filled with a lot of information, this series of information that he couldn't understand, but this feeling felt extremely familiar. What punch? Yamcha even sounded a little ridiculous, thinking that this did not know what kind of evil martial arts it was. A heavy afterweight like a fist. Swish! I saw Chen Long begin to pose well, and in the blink of an eye, winky face, he suddenly did not move in place. Yamcha still did not understand what happened, and saw Chen Long standing in place. Hey! I thought it was some kind of powerful punch. Yamcha looked straight ahead, and Chen Long's afterimage kept staring at Yamcha. Wow, whoa! But the surrounding audience had already exploded the pot, pointing to the back of Yamcha and constantly discussing. Oh, aren't we a little old and dizzy? We actually saw that Chen Long actually divided the two. If it weren't for the referee's words, Yamcha would probably still be alive in his dreams. Two people. Yamcha wondered. Under the audience below, Bulma Oolong and Puer kept reminding Yamcha. Young Master Yamcha, behind you. At this time, Yamcha heard his Puer's words, looked directly at the back, but saw Chen Long standing behind him, frightened himself, turned to look at Chen Long, turned back to look at the person who had just been standing in front of him, but saw that the figure gradually disappeared. On the other hand, Chen Long's side seemed to be like an old man coming to travel, directly falling asleep. Lin Ke, who was watching everything in the background, thought about this afterimage fist, which was really an amazing martial arts skill, and suddenly I didn't know when, his body unconsciously, began to gradually imitate his Chen Long's moves, and began to use it. This. What the hell is going on? Lin Ke began to gradually feel confused, feeling that his body unconsciously gushed out the essence of the afterimage fist, and even continued to melt this skill into his body. To put it simply, Lin Ke felt that he would use this afterimage fist and use it to be divine. And without Lin Ke's knowledge, his stealthily learned skill began to gradually use it, and at this moment, he felt, is this another skill given to him by the NPC Divine Dragon? And Lin Ke seemed to understand the true meaning of this afterimage fist. I didn't expect that there were so many forms of the afterimage fist. Normal afterimage fist creates a heavy afterimage to dodge attacks, sometimes used for attacks. Duo afterimage fist create a double afterimage to confuse the opponent and attack. Triple afterimage fist, similar to the double residual image fist, but one more than the double residual fist. People who have only seen the double residual image punch are very easy to be confused by this move and think that it is a double residual image fist and ignore the third attack. Goku was beaten by this move when he first duel with Chen Long. Multi-afterimage fist, a more powerful afterimage skill than the double triple that creates dozens of afterimages to confuse enemies and attacks that can deal heavy damage to enemies if hit, but are cracked in the later stages. Afterimage fist dance, original skill, use the afterimage fist to dodge behind the enemy at the moment of attack, and perform fist and foot dance, which can inflict unimaginable heavy damage on the enemy, but it is more troublesome to use. Lin Ke couldn't help but admire his stealing skill, and couldn't help but read the true meaning of the afterimage fist, thinking in his heart, which one will be troublesome in the end? Trouble doesn't exist here for me. At this time, Lin Ke seemed to find that the skills of each character in the Dragon Ball could be automatically learned by himself using this skill, and Lin Ke couldn't help but start laughing silently and couldn't help but say, "This skill is awesome." To be continued. P.S. If there are flowers, give flowers to the flowers, and it doesn't matter if there are no flowers. Chapter 021. This afterimage fist that Lin Ke mastered is really a good skill, otherwise it would be very boring if it was a direct punch along the way to Dragon Ball. After all, there are still many skills that can be learned secretly in the later stage. Lin Ke thought that he was still a little excited in his heart. At this time, the match between Yamcha and Qianlong continued. "Why are you old man behind me?" Yamcha felt that this trick was very incredible. Bulma didn't expect this old man to be so tricky. Yamcha was not this Qianlong's opponent at all. "Seeing that you are quite tired, the old man sent you down to rest." Suddenly, after Qianlong finished speaking, he once again used the same residual image fist. This Yamcha suddenly couldn't grasp any clues. Looking at the afterimage left, at this time Yamcha understood the meaning of this afterimage fist. Using the afterimage generated at high speed to create a doppelganger-like effect to confuse the enemy, so it is, Yamcha thought. But thinking clearly about the principle, Yamcha couldn't keep up with Qianlong's speed at all. A heavy afterweight like a fist. Just as he was thinking about it, Qianlong had already used the afterimage fist, and before Yamcha could react, his side face ushered in a gust of wind. Swish! Just when Yamcha turned to look, Qianlong's kick was already less than a few centimeters on his face. SHH! What? Yamcha couldn't believe in his heart that this old man's speed was so fast. Collapse! Yamcha was immediately kicked by Qianlong and flew straight out of the field. Everyone was still stunned. What happened just now, how Qianlong still ran out of two, and how the Yamcha player flew out of the field. At this time, everyone couldn't believe their eyes at all. The boundary. Out of bounds. This match is so exciting. I declare that the third match Qianlong player wins, X. The referee directly decides. Young Master Yamcha. Puer immediately flew to Yamcha's side. Bulma and Oolong were a little worried about the situation of Yamcha, and directly asked Puer to go over first to see the situation. "Don't worry, I just retained my strength," Qianlong said to the Yamuti and Puer below. Poof! Suddenly, Yamcha gradually got up from the ground, looked at Puer's appearance, and said unbearably, "I'm okay." Then Yamcha said directly to the Qianlong player on the stage, "This time I lost heartily, you won." Immediately afterwards, Qianlong continued to return to the lounge and waited for the next match. At this time Wukong looked at Qianlong, and then walked to Qianlong and said, Lin Ke walked to Wukong's side together. "Old man Qianlong, I found that you and the turtle immortal look like this snow-white beard and that narrow eyes, but only the turtle immortal grandfather has no hair, and you have hair." Wukong suddenly said this, which startled Qianlong on the spot, and thought that Wukong recognized him. "Yes. Is it?" Qianlong responded casually. He didn't expect Wukong's brain to be so bad. In fact, Lin Ke knew it in his heart, but he just didn't debunk it. At this time, Yamcha silently returned to the backstage and looked at Qianlong's back, which couldn't help but make Yamcha think of the back of the turtle immortal, which was too similar. Unexpectedly, Qianlong actually turned around and gave a look to Yamcha to know. Yamcha understood in seconds. This Qianlong is actually the turtle immortal Wushan teacher. Swish! At this time, Yamcha suddenly walked in front of Qianlong and said directly, "Teacher Wushan, I'm really sorry just now, I didn't expect you to come to the Tianxia Martial Arts Association in person, you." Yamcha was talking to Teacher Wushan, but he didn't expect to be immediately covered by Teacher Wushan, looking at Wukong and KRILLIN, and did not notice what Yamcha said. "Hush! SHH! Don't be so loud, I'm not here to disguise, it's not for my two apprentices. The turtle immortal directly expressed his intentions, and Yamcha did not expect that he was really the legendary Wushan teacher, and he was really rude just now. Teacher Wushan, I'm sorry just now. Yamcha was very embarrassed. As a junior, he actually said such a thing to the senior. It's okay, you young people are young and vigorous, and it's normal to be arrogant, so I just let Goku and KRILLIN and the two of them, I must let them know that there are mountains outside the mountains, and there are people outside the people. Qianlong said directly. What the teacher said is very true. Yamcha humbly asked. Duan. At this time, the drums in the ring sounded again, and this time it was Goku against a dinosaur fighter. Lin Ke felt that this match was completely incomparable, and the result must be known to everyone. Okay, then we're now about to the fourth round of the quarterfinals, with our Son Goku player against the KRILLIN player. The referee gave an order and went straight to the game. Even the audience is really a master of this year's Tianxia Martial Arts Association. The so-called masters usually solve the opponent with one blow, and the rest of the moves are just gimmicks in some matches. At this time, Lin Ke looked at teacher Wu Tian, that is, his own master, for such a turtle immortal, he really admired, although it was very unorthodox when it was not serious, but when it was time to be serious, such a person was the most handsome. Lin Ke acquiesced to this ghost immortal grandfather in his heart, but the praise was shattered in the next second. At this time, teacher Wu Tian gradually walked into Lan Fang, the only female player who had just been defeated by Mr. Nan Wu, and asked some Shio, Q questions from time to time. It's really handsome, but it's only 3 seconds. Lin Ke silently covered his face and said, but this is also in line with the style of the grandfather of the turtle immortal. To be continued. P.S. It's time to send flowers again, ha ha ha, please spend time with flowers. Chapter 022. The ring continued, and Yamcha had been observing Qianlong, that is, teacher Wushan, in the background. At this time, Wukong had already played, and although he already knew the result, Lin Ke certainly cheered Wukong on and cheered him up. Now we can also see that the same disciple Sun Wukong player from our turtle immortal sex Wushan teacher is preparing to face our KRILLIN player, and there is already a senior brother in front of us. I don't know if this glory can continue, let's wait and see. The referee began to say. At this point Goku smiled and kept greeting the audience. At this time, Bulma was in the audience below, and she kept hearing many people cheering for Goku Zero. Although Yamcha is out, we still have little Goku and little KRILLIN. Oolong next to him said to Bulma, I see the champion, either KRILLIN or Goku won, the 500,000 prize. Then Bulma suddenly grabbed the Oolong pig's ears and jerked them up. I said Oolong, can you not damage Yamuti when praising others? Bulma said fiercely. Oolong shouted at this time, and Puer grabbed Oolong's other pig's ear next to him. My Yamcha young master is also very strong, it's just that Qianlong player is stronger. Puer said a little unevenly. Oolong had nothing to say, just quietly watched Goku's game, silently cheering for Goku. Poof! At this moment, KRILLIN, who is also Goku's opponent, couldn't help but say to Goku when he looked at Goku's small appearance at this time. You are the same kid as just now, both disciples of teacher Wushan. Who is teacher Wushan? So Goku doesn't know. Teacher Wushan? Could it be the grandpa of the turtle immortal? Goku asked rhetorically. KRILLIN also a little can't stand Goku, whether he is a simple idiot. The drums of the ring match sounded again, the spectators below began to cheer, and the sound of firecrackers in the sky was indispensable, and the final 8 promotion to the final 4 was about to begin. Lin Ke looked at the name KRILLIN. If he had his hometown accent, he would definitely pronounce the wrong name, maybe he would also mispronounce it. Guys! At this point, the game had begun, and Goku naturally clenched his fists, took a slight step forward with his feet, tied up sideways, and put his fists in front of him, ready to go. It's really a little ghost this year, see how I clean up your group of little ghosts. KRILLIN also made a posture, seeing that this posture must also be a martial arts person. Lin K looked at this KRILLIN, this obvious red wing, dinosaur people are really rare, Lin K thought, in the later stage, this category of people is estimated to be eaten by humans. The game begins. Poof! The two players began a real fight. The battle in the ring was really stunned by everyone present. Lin K looked at this KRILLIN, not as weak as in the serial. Look at my chain bubble gum. Suddenly, from KRILLIN's mouth, it gradually began to look like bubble gum was chewed and spit out. Directly KRILLIN flicked his hands, and after a while, he threw it towards Goku. Goku didn't have time to dodge, and was suddenly tied up by this bubble gum. Hee, the toughness of my bubble gum, no matter what, you can't break free. No matter how hard Goku used, he was completely unable to struggle like KRILLIN said. At this time, Goku's face instantly turned red, and his mouth continued to speak, How? What? Possible? Can't break it. Heck! Now seeing our Goku player being fiercely circled, it seems that he can't get rid of it. Here to explain this bubble gum is not a violation. After all, this is a natural skill that belongs to their dinosaur clan. The referee said directly. Lin K looked at this skill, although it is not bad here, but it is not bad in the later stage, although he has a learning skill, but he has no intention of learning it in his mind. He may feel that he spit out a lump of gum from his mouth. This earthling, as a human being, may not be able to do it. Burst. At this time, KRILLIN gradually approached Goku, only to see that Goku suddenly did not have time to react, and was instantly lifted. I won. KRILLIN said. You? What are you doing? Goku asked anxiously. What I want to do, you'll know. Lost. Swish. Goku was tied up and thrown violently out of the sky. Referee, Sun Wukong has appeared. KRILLIN immediately told the referee to prepare to decide that the winner of this game was himself, and he would fall out of the field no matter what. Okay then. Then I declare the winner of this one. Hey? Just as the referee was preparing to make a verdict, everyone looked at the sky together, and suddenly there was a burst of cheers behind KRILLIN, and Bulma was even more puzzled. How the hell did Sun Jun do it? At this time, Lin K looked at the sky, his strong vision looked at Goku's goods, and sure enough, just like in the Dragon Ball, the tail. Ha ha ha, at this time, Lin K couldn't help but laugh secretly, and praised from time to time, this really belongs to Wukong's wisdom, others can't learn it. But in Lin K's memory, it seems that this scene should be the appearance of Du Yun, not the tail. This also seems a little different. KRILLIN had almost stepped out of the field, and at this time, looking at the sky, he didn't expect that Goku was actually slowly flying in the air. Tail. It turned out to be a tail. This kid still has a tail. Now we see that the Monkey King player is gradually flying in the sky. It turns out that it is the tail of the Monkey King player. I saw Goku constantly spinning his tail rapidly, like the wings of a helicopter, flying in the sky. The crowd cheered again. I can't help but agree with Sun Wukong's wisdom. Burst. Goku stayed at the venue and said to everyone with a smile. I'm back, hee hee. To be continued. P.S. Come a wave of flowers, come more. Chapter 023. Tail. It's actually a tail. I'm back. Goku suddenly returned to the ring, which could frighten KRILLIN on the spot. How could there be such a human in this world? How? How can it be? KRILLIN looked surprised. This situation was completely unexpected. In an instant, the audience boiled, and ordinary people really couldn't learn to operate like this for the Monkey King player. Lin K and Chen Long looked at Wukong like this, and laughed in unison. If you want to fight, you still have to break free from this. Goku moved slightly, his fists clenched, and the expression on his face had already become distorted and red. However, KRILLIN knew that Goku wanted to break free, and began to taunt. This. No one in the world can open my bubble gum chain. Boom. Before KRILLIN finished speaking, Goku jerked the bubble gum violently, and the bubble gum just now was struggled away by Goku and suddenly scattered all over the place. KRILLIN looked at Goku's strong operation, and even more slapped his face. Embarrassment began to spread from the air, and his face was immediately wiped out. Call. It's really hard to break free, so it's time for me. Sun Wukong began to launch a ruthless talk. I saw that Goku began to gradually shake an arm. KRILLIN still didn't understand what kind of move it was, but I saw Goku's arm spinning faster and faster, and suddenly formed a circle. KRILLIN looked at this move. Isn't this move the fight that I used when I was a child? Yikes! Let's take it. Watch my invincibility change hands. Goku slammed into KRILLIN. Before KRILLIN could react, his fat stomach was punched fiercely, and KRILLIN was violently beaten and vomited. At this time Goku's attack was not over, and suddenly took advantage of the moment when KRILLIN was still hesitating, and suddenly punched KRILLIN's face again. Yes. KRILLIN was a little unable to resist Goku's onslaught at this time, and immediately spread his wings, dodged Goku's next round of attacks, and flew directly into the air. Goku saw that this could also fly into the air. Wouldn't it be impossible to fight out of the field? And at this time Goku's arm gradually stopped. Forward. This kid. KRILLIN silently wiped the blood stain on the corner of his mouth with his hand. Looking at this blood stain, he didn't expect to be beaten like this by a smelly boy. This will fly. Not only did Goku not expect it, but even the audience below sighed. This is too fraudulent. Bulma shouted from the audience, but Oolong thought it was not strange. After all, Goku had just flown with his tail. We can now see that the KRILLIN player was tightly oppressed by the Monkey King player and flew into the sky unconsciously, which seems to be a bit similar to the situation of the Monkey King player just now. The referee said. Before KRILLIN finished resting, he suddenly saw that the Monkey King under the bottom disappeared again, and KRILLIN looked left and right at this time. I'm on your head, shouted Monkey King directly. KRILLIN looked at the top of his head, and sure enough, Sun Wukong was really on his head. This kid. When? KRILLIN was a little immobile, and there was no time to dodge. Suffered. The body can't move at all. Home. Boom. KRILLIN was punched off the ring by Goku, and the ring suddenly shook. We saw the Monkey King fighter punch in mid-air, knocking out KRILLIN. Because the referee was wearing sunglasses, the sun above his head had no effect at all. And he could see it clearly. Sun Jun is really too strong. Bulma hugged Oolong fiercely at once, and Oolong was immersed in Bulma's tight embrace at this time. It seems that sometimes it's good. Oolong thought to himself. Lin Ke also couldn't understand Wukong's thoughts at all, but he didn't expect that the players in mid-air could still deal with it like this, and Chen Long, who was incarnated by Wushan teacher next to him, couldn't help but sigh. These two boys have grown. At this time, the referee approached KRILLIN, looked at KRILLIN who had lost consciousness, and thought in his heart that he would be beaten down from the air, which was really uncomfortable. I guess I won. Count down, said Goku gradually. Oh, 1, 2, 3, the referee began to count down. After confirming that it is correct, the Monkey King player wins this match. At this time, Goku won this victory. Smiley face, ran back to the backstage at this time, and suddenly picked up Lin Ke, who was thinking on the side, that is, KRILLIN. Held by the sudden bear, he looked confused and looked at Goku in confusion. KRILLIN, I won, we're all near the final four. At this moment, Lin Ke felt the temperature of Wukong's hand, looked at Wukong's innocent smile, and his heart was suddenly warmed. Yes, our brothers have entered. Lin Ke inadvertently replied to Wukong. Goku smiled very simply and openly. Maybe this is also Goku's likable personality. At this time, the match for the quarterfinals to the semifinals has ended, and the next match is the final 4 matchup. Lin K still doesn't know who the target of the 2-person duel is in the final 4, but at this moment, Lin K's heart is in a dilemma, and there is a 1/3 chance of fighting Wukong or his master. This. Suddenly, Lin K's heart began to become apprehensive. Okay, the quarter-finals are over, and now there's a draw for our semi-finalists, so please wait a moment. The referee began to draw lots and fill in the list of players who were ready to face off in the tournament archway that had just been prepared. At this moment, the staff of the Budokai had already handed the draw balls to the 4 players. Gaku was the first to smoke, and Gaku reached in, asking the staff to lower his hand because his hand was short. Mine is number 3. Gaku said that he was number 3, and now it was Lin K's turn to draw lots. At this time, he just hoped that he would not draw number 4, but Lin K's hands are also relatively short, and the staff still have to squat to draw lots. Fate always plays tricks. I looked at the number in my hand, number 4. This is obviously a showdown between brothers. I'm number 3, KRILLIN number 4, then the next game is our turn to showdown. Gaku still held the ball in his hand and said to KRILLIN. Lin K looked at this and couldn't escape, just said firmly to Gaku. Gaku, don't let me down. Definitely, let you see my strength. Gaku replied directly. Suddenly, the 2 raised their hands, and a cup was touched between their fists, and the 2 smiled at each other. To be continued. P.S. It's time to ask for flowers again, support KRILLIN's flower appreciation. Chapter 024. Gaku, come and let me see the results of your cultivation. KRILLIN said directly. Good. Gaku replied. Suddenly the 2 looked at each other, and were looked at by Yamcha and Qianlong next to them, and Yamcha couldn't believe it. Gaku vs KRILLIN, I can't imagine that one day the 2 of them will have the last match. Yamcha said directly. Teacher Wu Tian looked at the 2 and thought that this was also the process that these 2 boys had to go through. The players to face off on the 3rd and 4th sides have already been decided, and needless to say, the 1st and 2nd will definitely be automatically matched. The judges began to draw the contestants and were preparing to go to the stage to announce the list of finalist playoffs. Oh, let everyone wait for a long time, the final 4 showdown has come out. The number 1 player Mr. Nan Wu, the number 2 player to fight. The referee began to announce, and everyone waited with bated breath. Bulma, who was in the audience, was silently counting the remaining 4. Oolong, tell me what if Gaku KRILLIN is beaten together? Bulma worries about the same thing. Oolong said calmly, what's so strange about this? Poof. The referee starts announcing the 2nd seeded player. Our Nanwu player against our Qianlong player. The referee shouted while holding the microphone. Suddenly, the audience began to cheer, and Bulma's ears were almost deaf by the bursts of shouts. Qianlong vs Nanwu, isn't that Wukong KRILLIN, really going to fight together? Bulma couldn't believe it was unprecedented. Oh, then announce our 3rd and 4th seed players. They are also the disciples of the legendary Turtle Immortal Sect Wushan teacher, even I didn't expect them to draw lots to face each other. They are Sun Wukong players, and KRILLIN players. As soon as the referee announced, it directly shocked Bulma Puer and others. It's really the 2 of them. Oolong suddenly became nervous from the calm he had just had. Didn't you worry about Oolong just now, now you know that you are nervous. Bulma complained. I don't know who to cheer for, said Puer. The audience below couldn't help but look forward to the duel between these 2 Wushan teacher disciples, and suddenly the referee announced the verdict, and the competition of the World's Martial Arts Association has entered a white heat. After all, the duel between the 2 brothers of KRILLIN Wukong is very interesting in the eyes of the audience. Qianlong, Monkey King. KRILLIN's staff was busy writing the names of their respective players on the duel cards. At this time, the game was broken for 10 minutes, and the upcoming match was between Qianlong and Mr. Nan Wu. Yamcha hurriedly walked in front of the 2 and said nervously. It's about to be your showdown, and I really want to see how your cultivation is in Wushan teacher, your duel shocked me too much. Lin Ke looked at Yamcha like that, and wanted to return to Yamcha, but was picked up by Wukong and said. I don't think it's much, Klin is strong, but I'm also strong, ha 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 ha. Goku is really Goku, I didn't expect to be so open. Yamcha is really open for Goku's character. It is estimated that Goku will give his full strength to me in the next step, and I will also give my all, maybe this is also a kind of cultivation. Lin Ke has gradually integrated into his role as Klin, but he does not have the slightest sense of tension in the face of Goku. Yamcha looked at the conversation between the two, this is really worthy of the name, the Emperor is not in a hurry eunuch, so Yamcha is sweating for these two, as a party they are completely inappropriate. Duan. The game is about to start. The referee began to enter the role of host. The next thing should be Mr. Nanwu versus Chen Long, said Yamcha from the side, his eyes still looking at Wushan teacher Chen Long from time to time. That white-haired grandfather is so strong. Goku said directly. Lin Ke looked at Chen Long actually facing Mr. Shangnan Wu, this seems to be a little different from the plot of the original work, and he dueled Wukong, is this the plot that the 21st Tianxia Martial Arts Association should have? With all kinds of doubts, I saw Chen Long and Nanwu preparing to go to the ring. Wu. As soon as the two took the stage, they were greeted by the shouts of the audience. Come on Zero, Chen Long, Mr. Nanwu. Filled with all kinds of mixed shouts, Bulma was under the audience, thinking in her heart, no acquaintances, no shouting, no cheering, the audience may be such a mentality. The game begins. The referee shouted. Mr. Nanwu has come for his hometown until now, no why, only for the 500,000 reward of the champion throne. However, Chen Long could see through Mr. Nanwu's mind at a glance and said directly to Mr. Nanwu. Your hometown has been dry all year round, and you need money, you need water to save your hometown, right? You. How do you know? Mr. Nanwu expressed doubts about Chen Long's words, after all, he came here, except for the people of his hometown, he didn't seem to have told anyone else. And his hometown can only take out the last money to let himself come here, and in the eyes of the clan, he is the last hope for survival. Your eyes are full of the expectations of the clansmen, why don't you call me this old man, said Chen Long again. Since you know, I have to take the championship, how offended, faux pas. Drink. I saw that before Chen Long noticed, Mr. Nanwu had already attacked Chen Long's player. To be continued. P.S. It's time to send flowers again, ask for some flowers, and don't ask for anything else. Chapter 025. Mr. Nanwu is now engaged in a fierce battle with Chen Long. I saw Mr. Nanwu rushing towards Chen Long, and suddenly the sound of fists waving was heard on the stage, and everyone was immersed in this fierce battle. Well, what a fierce battle! Now I don't know how to describe it, but now I only see that Mr. Nanwu is a completely offensive player at this time, while Chen Long player is completely defensive. The referee is still explaining. In the face of Mr. Nanwu's fierce attack, Chen Long still did not fight back, which completely shows that Mr. Nanwu is eager to win, and at this time it will also reveal a lot of flaws. Drink. Mr. Nanwu's attack continued, his hands directly grabbed Chen Long's shoulders, and suddenly a knee rushed directly to Chen Long's jaw, which can be described as a fierce blow. Lin can see this trick, it seems that he has never seen when did this Mr. Nanwu become so violent, if his master hit this trick, the consequences would be unimaginable. Grandpa, it's dangerous. Goku shouted. Suddenly, Chen Long flicked his hands and 4 or 2,000 pounds, quickly dissolved this knee, and the force of the collision suddenly bounced Chen Long away, and the two were suddenly separated by several meters. Lin Ke saw that there was no danger, but he really didn't expect that Mr. Nanwu's move could be described as a move to defeat the opponent. Could this be? Lin Ke suddenly thought of Mr. Nanwu's parents, and compared with Mr. Nanwu's character of wanting to save his hometown from crisis, Lin Ke thought that this urgent thought of victory had gradually filled his heart. What's going on? That old man doesn't seem to have any chance to fight back. Bulma asked suspiciously, looking at the Yamcha that this old man had just defeated him, and he felt a little unhappy in his heart. Maybe you're too old to move. Oolong replied directly. Syllable. Bulma punched Oolong's pig's brain directly, and the painful Oolong cried out in pain. Yamcha watched in the background, thinking in his heart, how could Teacher Wuxian face him, without any offensive intent, only defensive? What the hell is going on? You can only defend, you can't defeat me. Mr. Nanwu said to Chen Long. Chen Long thought thoughtfully, and then suddenly took a deep breath. Wu. In the next second, I thought that Chen Long would make some big moves, but I didn't expect Chen Long to change his comedy style in seconds, and suddenly he did gymnastics in the ring of the World's Martial Arts Association. 1-2-1, 3-2-1. I saw Chen Long constantly twisting his waist, his hands still teasing the audience from time to time, twisting his neck and twisting his feet. This moment directly stunned Mr. Nanwu. Lin Ke also said that his master is really changing rapidly, and he can't hold it when he looks at it. I'm sorry, I wasn't ready just now, the elderly, I always have to move. Chen Long immediately gymnasticized in the ring, and the referee was also surprised by the operation of Chen Long's fighter. This player Chen Long actually did gymnastics, but there was no way, player Chen Long was older, and it was a little difficult to face the young Mr. Nanwu player. The referee said. First. Trouble to figure out, this is the World's Martial Arts Association, this is for the duel, not for gymnastics. Suddenly facing the casualness of Chen Long's players, Mr. Nanwu once again launched a new round of attack. Just when Mr. Nanwu was about to attack him, Chen Long suddenly said to Mr. Nanwu. Young man, you are too impetuous, the more impetuous a person, the weakness will obviously be exposed. Mr. Nanwu ignored Chen Long's persuasion, and still attacked Chen Long directly like a tiger. After image fist. Swish. Mr. Nanwu's direct punch was empty, and he didn't notice the shift of Chen Long's player at all. He directly turned around and looked left and right, looked everywhere in the ring, and found no trace of Chen Long. I'm here. Chen Long said to Mr. Nanwu behind his back. When Mr. Nanwu looked back, he was greeted by Chen Long's fist, boom, directly punched in Mr. Nanwu's face, and Mr. Nanwu was punched out a few meters away. This. How can it be? Mr. Nanwu wiped the punch on his face, he didn't expect that Chen Long was still in place. It's so powerful, this old man, I can't see this action at all. Gaku said. At this time, Lin Ke seemed to see through it all, and the grandfather of the turtle immortal was thinking that when Mr. Nanwu hit him again, he used the after-image fist at the same time, and then ran in the ring at extreme speed, and finally waited for the attacker to attack, and then returned to his original position at extreme speed and launched an unexpected attack. This may be the meaning of the double residual fist. After-image fist. In that case. Shout. Mr. Nanwu jumped hard into the air, which immediately startled everyone. If you're in the air, your movements will be visible to me. Mr. Nanwu said in the air. Chen Long didn't know what he wanted to do, but the only thing was in the air, and there was no trace of Mr. Nanwu. Heck, now that we see that Mr. Nanwu hit Chen Long's punch and flew into the air, what kind of trick did he use? Lin Ke automatically thought in his heart. The legendary martial arts that fell from the sky, could it be said that it was like the palm of God? Look at me, Sky Cross. I saw Mr. Nanwu suddenly fall from the sky, with the help of gravity acceleration, his hands gradually made into the shape of X, placed on his chest, stared straight at Chen Long, and his whole body was doing free fall. It takes 10 days for the person who fell for my trick to wake up. I'm sorry Chen Long, for the sake of his hometown and for victory. Lin Ke then remembered, it turned out to be the Sky Cross Fist. Where is this Kung Fu world? Although it is said that there is also Kung Fu, but this is the Dragon Ball world, where does it come from? Startle me. Lin Ke touched his heart lightly, and his little heart jumped out in fright. To be continued. P.S. If you support this book, just knock on the flowers. Chapter 026. Facing Mr. Nanwu's Sky Cross Fist, Chen Long did not expect this trick at all. Swish! The speed guided by the acceleration of gravity, Mr. Nanwu fell from the sky and directly attacked Chen Long. Now we can see that Mr. Nanwu is falling rapidly. This speed, with our naked eyes, cannot be grasped. Maybe I am wearing sunglasses, so compared to the audience may see a little clearer. After all, under the sun, a little dazzling. The referee wore sunglasses and held a microphone to explain to the audience. Bulma, Oolong, and the others could not see Mr. Nanwu's movements at all, and the harsh sunlight made Bulma and Oolong and the others give up looking at Mr. Nanwu. The same is true of Wukong Yamcha, only Lin Ke and Chen Long can see Mr. Nanwu's movements clearly. This punch. Drink. Before the audience could react, Mr. Nanwu had already rushed straight to Chen Long with an X-cross fist, and Chen Long suddenly jumped away and avoided this Sky Cross Fist without risk, just a little bit. Rumble. The ground was suddenly smashed by Mr. Nanwu a few centimeters deep cross-like hole, and only then did Mr. Nanwu know that he had hit a void. I saw Mr. Nanwu thinking in his heart, I didn't expect that such a speed was still avoided by you. It's so risky, this trick is hit, for me, the old man. Don't say that I can't wake up in 10 days, maybe I can't wake up in my life. Chen Long wiped the sweat on his forehead a little, and suddenly felt comfortable in his heart, and exhaled deeply. Good grandpa. Gaku cheered up next to him. Yamcha himself couldn't believe it. This trick should be difficult to dodge, thinking that he really deserved to be teacher Wushan. Lin can see this move, and it is obvious that this move has an obvious weakness. Although this move is ruthless, I have found a fatal weakness, Chen Long said directly to Mr. Nanwu, who was still puzzled, without saying a word. Lin saw his master, the Turtle Immortal, and he didn't expect that the Turtle Immortal actually saw through the weakness of this trick, and he really deserved to be a legendary martial arts master. Hey, you said you saw the weakness of my Sky Cross Fist. Of course, Mr. Nanwu, who said this, did not believe that what Chen Long said was true, and suddenly felt that this might be a method used by his opponent to confuse himself. The next time you cast it again, it should be the time to decide the winner. Chen Long said confidently. Could it be that this old man really saw through my Sky Cross Fist? That's right, the next move should be the time to decide. Mr. Nanwu thought in his heart, he is preparing for the next round of Sky Cross Fist. The next time is faster and more powerful, the next Sky Cross Fist I will do my best. Chen Long, don't blame me for being ruthless, for the sake of my hometown, I have to win the championship. Well, the decisive defeat is the next move. After Mr. Nanwu said this, he suddenly jumped hard again, this time. He jumps higher, uses the advantage of height, falls at a faster speed, and has more power. Swish! Suddenly, Mr. Nanwu flew into the air again and disappeared from the audience's field of vision. Why is it heaven again? Oolong snatched the words and said. I don't let people see it. Suddenly, Bulma pulled Oolong's pig face, and Oolong's face suddenly became distorted. Burst! Mr. Nanwu flew into the air again. And it seemed that he was performing the move just now, and we had already seen the power of this move just now, and we knew how destructive it was by looking at the cross-like collapse in the ring. The referee explained. Suddenly, Chen Long closed his eyes. Chen Long's behavior of closing his eyes simply stunned the audience, and the audience began to talk about it. Why did player Chen Long close his eyes? Is it giving up resistance? It's normal to think about giving up resistance. The destructive power just now is incredible, how can you dodge? In the face of the gossip under the audience, Yamacha did not believe that teacher Wuxian would give up resistance like this. And Lin Kei's side, thought to himself. This group are all earth turtles, don't they know? Close their eyes and feel the changes in the surrounding aura, and judge the movable qi around them with a calm mind. This is the most commonly used move in martial arts for a long time as a descendant of the dragon, a group of earth turtles, idiots who don't understand things. Don't ask me why I'm a descendant of the dragon, because it's setting, saying important things 3 times. Drink. Suddenly, Chen Long's ears seemed to have heard the sound of Mr. Nanwu falling, and Mr. Nanwu's speed and power this time were several times, and the destructive power was even more incredible. Drink. Mr. Nanwu kept falling towards Chen Long, and at this time, Mr. Nanwu was still silently thinking in his heart at the moment of falling. Chen Long, please forgive my mistake, Nan no Amitabha Buddha. Yikes! Chen Long had already felt that this sky cross fist was getting closer and closer, and suddenly opened his eyes sharply, and at the moment when he was about to fall on top of his head by Mr. Nanwu, he jumped away violently and dodged Mr. Nanwu's sky cross fist, which had doubled several times. Facing Chen Long's second dodge of his move, he thought to himself, how is this possible? Immediately at an extremely fast speed, Chen Long, who had not yet fallen in the ring, took advantage of the moment when Mr. Nanwu was still slightly falling. Suddenly one foot opened from the other side, and directly flew up in the air, kicking Mr. Nanwu in the posture of the sky cross fist. Rumble. Without everyone knowing, Mr. Nanwu was immediately kicked out of the field, and everyone was already dumbfounded, as if they were watching the immortals fight. Out. Appearances. Mr. Nanwu has already appeared, and the victory of this match belongs to Chen Long. The referee pronounced the verdict. To be continued for collection. P.S. How come no one gave a wave of support to the flower? Chapter 027. Appearance. This time Chen Long wins. The referee announced. Of course, the people present couldn't believe this scene at all. After all, the movements of the two of them were really not very clear. What just happened? Many viewers asked at this time, as did Bulma and others. Yamacha's eyes were about to fall, and only then did he understand Teacher Wuxian's approach, thinking that Teacher Wuxian's instantaneous judgment ability was fast and accurate. Just now, Teacher Wuxian was silent, only one look at it to know the weakness of the opponent. At the moment of falling on his body, he used his whole body strength to increase his speed, and at that moment, he made a counterattack. This. Will I lose? Yamacha thought to himself. Lin Kei looked at the Yamacha next door, and seemed to have already looked at him, but Lin Kei thought that this was just the most normal operation of the turtle immortals. Poof! At this time, Mr. Nanwu gradually got up from the outside of the ring, and from time to time he looked at the floor here, looked up, and saw that the ring was on his face, thinking that he had lost. Actually lost. Then the hope of hometown will be dashed. Suddenly, Mr. Nanwu punched the ground violently to show his dissatisfaction, and suddenly a few tears gradually flowed from his eyes, but where would the man talk so lightly if he had tears? He could only forcibly hold back. The villagers worked hard to squeeze out that little money, and now all their efforts have been in vain, and before I left, I made an agreement with them. I will win the champion of the next martial arts association on this day, and I will use the money to buy water. And now it is. Finally, Mr. Nanwu stood up, and the staff came to carry the stretcher and approached Mr. Nanwu. It's okay. The staff carried the stretcher. It's okay. Finally, Mr. Nanwu finally bowed to Chen Long and went backstage to prepare to leave. Okay, the final four advance to the final, which is about to begin. In the background, Mr. Nanwu can only pack his luggage and prepare to atone for his sins to the people in his hometown. After all, now that hopes have been dashed, this is the only way it can be. Suddenly, Mr. Nanwu was stopped, and Mr. Nanwu turned around and saw that it was Chen Long who had just defeated him. Mr. Nanwu ignored Chen Long's response, just quietly packing his luggage on the side. Go on. Suddenly, Chen Long threw out a capsule at once, and Mr. Nanwu caught it. Looking at the capsule in your hand, isn't this the portable capsule that is more commonly used in big cities? What are you doing for me? Asked Mr. Nanwu, not knowing what Chen Long meant. What your hometown uses, your hopes as a whole village cannot be dashed. In the end, Mr. Nanwu could only reluctantly accept, otherwise he would really not be able to explain it when he went back. Well, how do you know about my hometown? Mr. Nanwu couldn't believe that Chen Long would actually make such a move. At this time, Mr. Nanwu seemed to suddenly realize something. Do you mean you? Mr. Nanwu was shocked, he didn't expect that this person was. Hush! Chen Long indicated with his finger that he couldn't say this, and finally did not forget to throw a wink at Mr. Nanwu. In the end, Mr. Nanwu finally smiled and gradually left the stage of the Tianxia Martial Arts Association. Chen Long looked at Mr. Nanwu's back and thought in his heart. This is a good seedling of martial arts. In the end, Wukong Klinjiamacha and the three surrounded Chen Long at the same time, and when Chen Long saw these three people coming up at the same time, could it be that he was recognized? Grandpa, you are really powerful, just now I couldn't see your movements at all. Goku said directly. Syllable. Lin Kai punched Goku's head, thinking that he thought you would ask something, but he didn't expect to say such an idiotic question. At this time, Yamcha was quietly watching teacher Wushan, who was facing his disciple. What shocking words would be spoken? Cough, you guys have to cheer up too. Chen Long finally motioned to pretend to cough twice, then turned to leave. It's coming to us soon, Goku. Yes, Klin. The two are also brothers and opponents, and at this time, Yamcha felt that the aura of this family was enough to overwhelm him. Okay, the wonderful competition will start soon. Now we have invited the disciples who are also Wushan teacher, Sun Wukong players and Klin players, to prepare for the last final place in the World Martial Arts Association, who will compete with our Chen Long players for the championship. Let's wait and see. The referee had already called on the field, and everyone immediately cheered, and many people thought that the duel between the same disciples must be very exciting. Even Bulma watched Goku Klin and the two walk on the field at the same time, and couldn't help but sweat for these two. Should I cheer for that side? On one side is the century friend, on the other is the opponent who is still calling Xiao Lin Lin. Bulma is even a little tangled. You watery woman, thought Tu Oolong as he saw Bulma's appearance at this moment. Puer looked at Wukong Klin. He didn't expect that his young master Yamcha would stop at the quarterfinals and advance to the final was actually a duel between his brothers. At this time, Goku and Klin both walked to the ring, the same red turtle fairy military uniform, raising the match to a height. The game begins. As soon as the referee announced the verdict, both of them immediately assumed the same martial arts posture as teacher Wushan. To be continued for collection. P.S. It's time to enjoy the time. Chapter 028. The game was intense, and it seemed that all the eyes of the spectators were on the two of them. Bulma looked at Goku Klin and could only watch quietly. Yamcha witnessed the strength of these two people and kept staring at the game ahead. Gazing at the sign of the Tianxia Martial Arts Association with bated breath, a gust of wind suddenly blew, adding a sense of anticipation to the duel between the two again. Burst. Suddenly, the referee next to him accidentally rang with the microphone. Suddenly, the two began to fight, and it seemed that the sound was the whistle of their war. Now I see the Monkey King player and the Klin player, and now the competition has started. The first to launch the offensive was Wukong, constantly attacking Lin Kai. On the other hand, Lin Kai's side could only defend silently. Day. Goku used both his fists, feet and legs freely, and his fists were all directly on Lin Kai's little bald head. The strong offensive gradually forced Lin Kai back. Goku, this kid, it seems that the training is really good, but is this kid Klin only defensive? Chen Long, who is also a turtle immortal, silently thought when he looked at this game. Goku, who is constantly attacking, this series of actions directly stunned the audience below. Bulma was also dumbfounded, and Oolong was even the same, thinking that Goku seemed to be more powerful than before. In the originally silent audience, I don't know who made the first sound, and suddenly became cheerful again. No one did not close their throats for this game, everyone was shouting. Yamcha clenched his fists even more after seeing it. What did these two people cultivate in Teacher Wushan? They could actually be strong to this point, and suddenly looked at Chen Long unnaturally. What cultivation Teacher Wushan gave them? He felt that he was several levels behind the two of them. Poof! On the other hand, Lin Ke, he can only defend against Goku's attack. To be honest, Lin Ke can only defend, because he is afraid that the ability of a punch Superman will pound Wukong, and Wukong may fall directly, which is not what he wants to see. Poof! Suddenly, Lin Ke seemed to be forced to the edge of the ring by Wukong, and when he turned around, he saw that the following was outside the ring. If he was beaten out of the ring like this was not what he wanted. Danger! Bulma looked at that but panicked. One hand can only catch Oolong is a mess, but Oolong thought in her heart, how to suffer is me. Heck, we've just started the match and we can see the attack of the Monkey King, which slowly brings the Klin player closer to the edge of the ring. Is this to send the Klin player out of the rhythm outside the ring? The referee announced. I don't want to appear like this, Lin Ke thought to himself. Shout! Just when Goku threw his last punch, he jumped instantly, dodged this last punch, jumped over Goku's head, jumped straight in the center of the ring, and stood directly under the big signs of the Tianxia Martial Arts Association. Klin, you only dodge like this, but you can't defeat me. Goku turned to Lin Ke and said. At this time, Lin Ke's left ear seemed to hear some audience members talking softly. It seems to be saying. I said, I don't fight back. I don't know if it's a drama. Yes, it may be two actors. What a world-breaking martial arts meeting. Children live at home. A lot of sarcastic words were in Lin Ke's ears. But at this time Lin Ke was a little unhappy. Stare at. As soon as he turned around, a look looked straight at those who said sarcastically, as if this look was saying to them, I'll you. Well. It's terrible. Suddenly the people who were talking about it instantly quieted down and stopped saying a few more. Lin Ke thought in his heart, it can't go on like this, I have to express it, make a scene every time. By the way, those tricks that just came back from stealing. If you don't attack, then I'll attack it. Drink. Goku launched another offensive at that time, and quickly ran towards Lin Ke with both feet, punching Klin directly in the face. Rumble. Bulma looked at this punch and couldn't help but silently cover her eyes with her hands, not daring to look at the picture at all. Oolong looked at it with big eyes on the side, and suddenly the audience was completely stunned, and they all sighed together, and Chen Long didn't expect that this kid Klin actually. Bulma gradually looked at the situation in the ring through the gap between her hands, but the next scene surprised Bulma. Lin Ke resisted Wukong's punch with a light finger, and that punch seemed to hit Lin Ke's finger without any pain. Drink. Of course, Goku didn't believe it, and continued to punch and kick, very quickly towards Lin Ke. The result, of course, was that Lin Ke's finger resisted all of Goku's attacks. How is this possible? Yamcha felt that Goku was very strong, but he didn't expect that the operation of Klin's finger was more perverted. Chen Long couldn't believe everything in his eyes, so he asked the judges to be dumbfounded, and he was too scared to preside, because the operation of this Klin player was too against the sky, which was not something that humans could do at all. Call. In the end, Lin Ke took advantage of the gap between Goku's hands and feet, and the other hand gently flicked Goku's forehead, and suddenly Goku was knocked to the ground. Oh, it hurts. Goku desperately covered his forehead and cried out in pain. This. How is this possible? Chen Lonja, Wood Tea, etc., etc., everyone present was already stunned, so frightened that they couldn't say anything at all. Suddenly Lin Ke looked at his fingers, thinking in his heart, miserable, just flick it lightly, just like that, how to do it? Suddenly, those people just said again. Fake, actor, where is such a perverted person? Looking at the big bag on the forehead of the Monkey King player, it doesn't seem to be fake. The crowd couldn't believe it. Wow! Suddenly, the voices in the ring burst after burst, and the referee didn't know how to explain. This explanation was really absurd. To be continued. P.S. Don't give some flowers yet, you can't hold on. By the way, the fingers above block the fists and feet, refer to Dragon Ball Z's Goku Super Match vs Super Setranks, and flick your fingers, refer to God of Destruction vs Super 3 Goku, Habibi. Chapter 029. This moment was enough to make the audience next to him fall through the glasses. This. How is this possible? Everyone couldn't believe it. Bulma looked at the only thing, and thought to herself, when did little Klin become so strong? Now we see that Klin player gently flicked at the Monkey King player. This is not the ability of ordinary people at all. The referee grabbed his thigh, hurting himself so much that he had to say this. The performance in the ring was more exciting than the previous one, and the audience couldn't help but silently look forward to which of the two disciples of teacher Wuxin would win. Oops! Lin Ke couldn't believe it. His ability was already strong to this point, and I was a Diao as an earthling. But Lin Ke then has another trouble. If he attacks Goku at will, Goku may die on the spot. It hurts. I didn't expect Klin to be very powerful, since this is the case. After Goku touched his forehead with his hand, he seemed to have some calculation in his head. Lin Ke wanted to see what other abilities Goku had. After Image Fist. When Chen Long heard this move from Wukong's mouth, he thought to himself, when did this kid steal the trick of the residual elephant fist again? Yamcha can only watch silently in the background. This is Chen Long, that is, the trick that Wuxin teacher defeated me. After seeing this duel between Wukong and Klin, he felt that he was a batch of dishes. After Image Fist? Lin Ke was shocked on the spot. Could it be that Wukong also stole the After Image Fist that Chen Long had just cast on Yamcha? If he didn't have the ability to punch Saitama teacher, plus he didn't have the ability to steal the skill of hanging the sky, he might not be able to catch up with Goku for the rest of his life. After all, Goku is a combat genius, Lin Ke thought, but this time, I have these abilities, and I will be the protagonist, Lin Ke thought to himself. Yikes! Sure enough, what Goku said in his mouth was certainly not a joke, and suddenly Goku moved at a fast pace, and suddenly showed a triple After Image Fist in the ring. Lin Ke looked around, 3 Wukong's After Images were surrounding him, and he made strange expressions from time to time. Oh, it's amazing, just now Chen Long's moves, the Monkey King player has actually learned. We see that there are 3 Monkey King players on the field, this is really amazing. The referee preached. How did Goku have 3? Bulma was stunned. Oolong wiped his eyes, making sure that he was not old and dizzy. Goku did have 3 in the ring. Yamcha saw how Chen Long's player, that is, Wukong's master, would react when he saw this scene, only to see Chen Long silently speak. Normal. Yamcha really doesn't understand that the heart of being a master is actually so big, and his own moves are learned after only one execution. Shouldn't it be very surprising? KRILLIN, do you know which one I am, which is the real me and me? Even Goku spoke to Lin Ke with a little tremor and echo, which was a bit redundant. Lin Ke smiled slightly, and at this time Chen Long was even more surprised by Klin's smile. Since you are like a fist, then I will come too. Return its human body with its human way, return its After Image Fist with its After Image Fist, and the duel with the same move will ignite the fire in the audience's heart. Chen Long was even more stunned by Klin's words. This kid, is it also? Yamcha didn't believe this was true at all, didn't believe it was true, and thought in his heart that it would be better to go back to the desert and continue to be a robber, and this day the next martial arts association, especially the Turtle Immortal sect, could be the overall situation. In the face of Klin's words, Gaku did not admit defeat at that time and continued to move at a very fast speed. "Look at me." At that time, Klin stretched out his feet slightly and lowered his fists, exactly the same posture as the grandfather of the Turtle Immortal when he learned to Zama walk. Yikes! Suddenly, Klin rushed out of Goku's encirclement and immediately unleashed this set of afterimage punches outside Gaku. Suddenly, in Goku's triple afterimage fist, several layers higher, multiple afterimage fist. The audience was already dazzled, they couldn't believe it. At least 10 Klin fighters appeared in the ring, and the expression on their faces was like Gaku making funny expressions. This time Gaku was startled on the spot, and Klin's operation stunned everyone. Chen-Long was so frightened that he immediately pushed Yamcha away, pressed Yamcha's head down, and couldn't help but say in his mouth, "Klin, this kid, how can you?" Yamcha was tightly pressed below. At this time, looking at the two Wukong Klin, these two people are really strong, especially Klin, which simply exerts these moves to the extreme. The audience began to cheer, and when they saw the two people in the ring suddenly become an unknown number of people, this match was a lot to watch. But there are also many people who are silently speaking. "I should be old and dizzy, it's time to get reading glasses. I guess I am too." Bulma listened to many people around her wanting to wear reading glasses, and she couldn't help but complain about herself. "Oolong, am I going to have a pair too?" "I think I'm going to too," said Oolong. Seeing this situation, the referee was excited. S mood is hard to suppress. "It's amazing, there are actually many Klin players and Monkey King players on the stage. We watch the game, we may also bring reading glasses to watch everyone." To be continued. PS readers appreciate a wave of flowers and rewards, and a wave of updates is fast. Chapter 030. The afterimage fists of the two were constantly spinning in the ring, and only the sound of kicking on the ground could be heard in many places in the ring, but there was no real person at all. These two boys are really geniuses. Chen-Long couldn't help but sigh silently. Thinking that this wave of back waves pushes the front waves, the younger generation is indeed a new student, and my older generation may be able to read a book, salty wet book, or dance, with Miss Lankai, in the Turtle Fairy House, and it is time to return to old age. Burst. Just as the Tianxia Martial Arts Association was fighting fiercely, 3 people gradually walked away in the last row of the audience. Cut. This is just the trick of the old man of the Turtle Fairy, Tianjin Rice Dumplings. The next martial arts will give me the 2 of them. I hate to see the turtle character of the old man of the Turtle Immortal. It turned out to be a Crane Immortal of the Crane Immortal sect, with an obvious crane crown on his head, for fear that others would not know that he was a Crane Immortal sect. The Tianjin Rice Dumplings behind him had a straw hat on his head, looking at Sun Wukong and Klin in the ring, and couldn't help but say, "This is a kid's trick." As soon as the Crane Immortal saw Sun Wukong and the turtle character in front of Klin, there was endless resentment in his heart. In the end, the Crane Immortal arrogantly threw a sentence, and left the venue of the martial arts meeting with Tianjin Rice Dumplings. At this time, back on the field, Gaku Klin's afterimage fist continued, and it was dazzling to watch. Phew! Lin K just blew directly, and instantly cracked Wukong's afterimage fist, and Lin K gradually stopped, but the afterimages of the two still had a trace of them in place, and they were gradually disappearing. Hehe, Klin is good, Grandpa's moves were secretly learned by you. Gaku said. You're not bad either. Lin K looked at Wukong, and suddenly felt that Wukong was still breathing a little, and then Lin K knew that the set of afterimage fists just now had cost him a lot of physical strength. On the other hand, except for a little sweat, his breathing did not seem to be messy at all. Klin, this kid. Chen Long seemed to observe the changes in Lin K's body, and this time there was no doubt that Chen Long had the answer in his heart who won and who lost. What's going on? Gaku seems to be tied with Klin. Bulma looked at the ring and said. Oolong couldn't believe where Bulma's eyes were looking. This gap was obvious to ordinary people. Maybe Bulma was brainless, Oolong thought. But Oolong thinks from another angle, but it's good to have a big chest, and I can't help but wonder about Bulma in my head. Oh, think about it is a little exciting. Syllable. Oolong, where do you want to go? Suddenly, Bulma came up and slapped the pig face of Oolong fiercely. Sure enough, Bulma is also a domineering president who specializes in bullying vulnerable groups, Oolong. What about this trick? Suddenly, Wukong's hands synthesized into a calyx shaped, and he took a slight step forward. Looking at this move at this time, Lin Ke knew that this was a turtle school Qigong wave, but at this moment Lin Ke stretched out a palm and said. Gaku, you know, the turtle sect Qigong wave is useless to me. You have to try this to find out. The referee didn't know how to explain this game, after all. The two of them had too many unique skills, and they didn't know how to explain it at all, but now they were quietly watching the game like a spectator. Kami-ha! Lin Ke only used one hand to resist Wukong's turtle sect Qigong wave, only to see that Gaku began to shout Kamehameha's words in his mouth, and put the calyx-like hand directly on his waist, and suddenly gradually condensed into a ball of light in the palms of his hands. We can see that the hands of the Monkey King player seem to have something. Can it be said that this is the legendary unique skill of the Turtle Immortal Sect Wushan teacher? The referee couldn't believe it at all, and immediately ran to the audience to avoid hurting the innocent. Ha! The turtle sent Qigong directly to Lin Ke, and this dazzling light shone in the eyes of the audience, almost blinding the audience. Only the dictator with sunglasses was spared. Is this the Turtle Fairy School Turtle School Qigong wave that exploded with destructive power? Although the audience can't see it, we can see now that the Klin player actually wants to block it with one hand. This extremely destructive Turtle School Qigong wave, in my opinion, the Klin player is a suicide act. Rumble. Suddenly, the Turtle faction Qigong wave rushed in front of him with his outstretched palm. Rumble. Suddenly, there was an explosion around him, and smoke surrounded him, and the uninformed people thought that they were crushed by this Qigong wave. Lin Ke looked at his body, there was no effect at all. He didn't expect his physical fitness to be so strong. It was hard to believe all this, but his palm was almost scorched, almost became burned chicken wings, and even a little hot. It's so hot, it's so hot. Lin Ke blew his hand and slowly cooled down. Wukong's turtle sect Qigong wave is certainly powerful, but Klin's. Even I didn't dare to hard connect with the turtle school Qigong wave just now. Chen Long thought. Drink. Before Lin Ke could react, Gaku jumped in the air and kicked towards him. Rumble. Suddenly Wukong slammed to the ground, but I didn't know that Lin Ke at that moment made an afterimage punch. Wukong directly kicked the void. At this time Wukong was still looking left and right. Lin Ke quickly walked behind Wukong at this time. It was so gently punched at Wukong's face. Shoo! Gaku flew directly out of the stadium, stunned in the crowd of spectators, and was caught by the crowd. Off-site. This one was too intense, and the winner of this one was Kling. Suddenly, there was a victory and defeat between Gaku and Klin, and Bulma did not expect that Gaku would lose at the hands of Klin. Suddenly, the audience kept shouting their names. Klin! Colin! This sense of honor is so refreshing. At this time, Lin Ke gradually walked to the audience and took back Wukong. Klin, you're so strong, you won. Gaku said. You're strong too. Suddenly, Klin held Goku's hand with one hand, and the two looked at each other and smiled, and the audience who watched this scene was warmly moved. He he. To be continued. P.S. Here comes the flowers. 1,000 flowers plus one more chapter. Chapter 031. At this time, the martial arts meeting of the world was nearing its end, and the time had come to dusk. Although it is dusk, the enthusiasm of the audience has not diminished in the slightest, and there are still many people looking forward to who the champion of the World's Martial Arts Association is. Dear audience, now our most nervous time has come. Is the champion from Wu Tian's #1 disciple KRILLIN player or our Chen Long player? Without further ado, take a break, our game is about to begin. The referee immediately raised the hot spot for the final of this Tianxia Martial Arts Association, which ignited the hearts of many spectators. At this time, in the backstage of the Tianxia Martial Arts Association, Gaku was cheering for Lin Ke, and as the absolute protagonist here, he suddenly began to enjoy all this. "KRILLIN, come on, it's up to you for dinner." Gaku was cheering around Lin Ke, but at this time Yamcha looked at him quietly. Burst. I saw Lin Ke gradually walking in front of Chen Long, as if he had something to say. Yamcha didn't know that the disciple was facing off with the master, and at this time, there were several meanings to talk about. A whisper. I said, "Master, why do you have to pretend like this?" Lin Ke directly pierced the disguise of the turtle immortal and said mercilessly. After saying this sentence, Lin Ke seemed to have gradually devoted himself to the role of KRILLIN, and the small eyes at the time of speaking were very cheap. I said, "Young man, don't recognize master here until the final, don't let my subordinates show mercy." Chen Long pretended to be calm, although this was the case, but he also had to struggle. They have all been punctured, and they are still dead here. This is certainly a turtle immortal who loves face, Lin Ke thought. Wait a minute, I'll lower you, so hey, please taste this phrase in Cantonese. Although Lin Ke wanted to say this sentence, he still said it after struggling for a while. Okay then, just think I've recognized the wrong person, I'll see you in the ring later. Dropping this sentence, Lin Ke left. Phew. Chen Long, who was recognized, took a deep breath. Duan. Tianxia Martial Arts Association. Final. Chen Long vs KRILLIN. Start now. The referee began to announce the start of the match, and suddenly the two fighters gradually walked from the backstage of the Budokai to the ring. Yay! Call in! Call in! Chen Long! Chen Long! Many viewers began to cheer for the two people, and Bulma shouted at that time to cheer for KRILLIN. KRILLIN! If you don't win the championship, you will feel better. Hurry up and clean up this old man. For a single-celled audience like Bulma, except for letting their own people win the championship, others don't care about life or death. Lin Ke's loud voice could be recognized by Bulma's voice, and glanced at Bulma's voice, and his eyeballs were immediately attracted by Bulma's figure. This is really Bai Fume's proper posture, as the first heroine to appear in Dragon Ball, this appearance is simply impeccable. Although it is a little extravagant, it is still a standard Bai Fume. To be honest, Bulma and Gaku met at the beginning, and they wasted it together, Lin Ke thought, but the next second. Lin Ke had a different heart, smiled at Yamcha behind him, and thought to himself, "Brother, I'm sorry for you." Now Lin Ke suddenly wants to chase Bulma, so that as the richest Bulma, he has the wealth equivalent to 1/10 of the earth. Why wouldn't that be a good thing for pairs? Hee, number. Poof. Just as Lin Ke was thinking here, he suddenly hit a person's knee in front of him. Lin Ke raised his bald head and looked upward, which turned out to be the referee host. I said, "Kling, is it just blindfolded, and if you go down, you may be on the sidelines." The referee pointed to the Chen Long player over there, signaling for the KRILLIN player to go back to his original position. Lin Ke's face suddenly turned pink, and the embarrassed expression of suddenly filled this little pink face. Tap tap. At this time, Lin Ke ran to Chen Long's side in a tumultuous manner, and when the audience saw this scene, they couldn't help but laugh gradually, feeling that this KRILLIN player was a little stupid and cute. Just now KRILLIN is a little cute, isn't it? Okay, the game is back on track. Listening to the cuteness that the referee said was to describe himself, at this time, Lin Ke's face was like a monkey's butt, and it was extremely red. It's just that he is so shy, Omega, to be teased like this Klin is really... Chen Long thought. The game is about to start. The final of the 21st Tenchi Budokai, the tiebreaker. Start now. Duan. The drums sounded again, and the people below raised the shouts they had just shouted to another scale, and everyone cheered. Tiebreaker. This is really a tiebreaker. For Lin Ke, it was really a blink of an eye. Suddenly, the blush just now disappeared, and at this time, Chen Long had already taken a fighting posture, and Lin Ke was not surprised, and took the same pose as Chen Long. Call. To be continued. PS Sorry, the update is relatively slow today, don't walk away, there are still a few more by the way, 1,000 flowers and one more. Chapter 032. The turtle immortal disguised as Chen Long did not expect that his Klin would actually improve so fast, and he couldn't help but feel a little pressure at this moment. The game has begun, but there is no movement on either side. This makes the audience watch the heartbeat, afraid of what the two will do next. And Lin Ke thought that he never shot first, and if he wanted to strike, the enemy shot first. Boy, if you don't attack, then I'll attack it. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Long jumped with both feet, suddenly came to Lin Ke's face, and punched Lin Ke's chest fiercely, and then Chen Long still did not miss any attack time gap. Rumble. Suddenly, he kicked Lin Ke's body and kicked Lin Ke into the sky all at once. Lin Ke was bent over and was stunned straight in the air. But that's not the end of it. Shout! Chen Long's attack was still not over, and he jumped directly with both feet and flew above Lin Ke's head at extreme speed. Seeing that Chen Long was already waiting above his head, he could only say a word silently. Ah! Collapse! Immediately, Chen Long combined his hands into a punch, and with his strength, he slammed down on Lin Ke's waist, and Lin Ke, who had just flown in the air, suddenly fell to the ring at great speed. Thundered. The referee didn't notice at all, and the Klin player was already in front of him, falling into a big rumble, and suddenly the dust in the ring was everywhere, and he couldn't see what the Klin player was doing. Well! It was such a fierce battle. Chen Long's preemptive strike directly slammed the Klin fighter from the air into the ring, and I believe this was the fiercest battle I have seen so far. The referee held the microphone and began to get excited himself. Said, his tone of voice couldn't help but tremble. What a strong attack this is, when Yamcha saw this scene in the background. I thought in my heart that I might have died if the blow hit me just now, and now I don't know what happened to Klin. Klin! Kallin! Goku put his hands to his mouth backstage and shouted Klin's name. Bulma is even more desperate, this trick ordinary people eat up, there is no room to stand up. At this time, Chen Long walked to the referee and said silently. This can be announced, just killed or injured, it is difficult to stand up. The referee Shun understood what Chen Long meant, and picking up the microphone at this time was to announce. Although it is difficult for us to accept this reality, the champion of our Tenchi Budokai is. Poof! Just as the referee was about to make an announcement, a sentence suddenly came out of the thick fog just now. Oops, the clothes are broken. At this time, the familiar voice, from the thick smoke, silently saw a figure gradually standing up, and from time to time you could see that he was still wiping the top of his head, and tidying up his clothes a little. This? How is this possible? Yamcha was even more dumbfounded. This is Klin. When he said this, he didn't seem to have received any harm at all. That's awesome, Klin, come on Zero! Goku shouted again the moment he saw Klin's rise in the back. The moment Bulma looked at the bald head in the ring, she couldn't help but shed a few tears quietly. This kid is just worrying. At this time, the thick dust just now had dispersed, and Klin, who was displayed in people's field of vision at this time, looked at his whole body and did not seem to have received any damage. What shocked Chen Long the most was that the punch just now should be counted as being beaten down with all his strength, so this was simply impossible. I saw that after Klin wiped the dust on his body, he immediately said to Chen Long. It's my turn. The sharp eyes immediately forced Chen Long's compulsion to retreat, and he did not dare to let Chen Long look at each other for a second. Shout! As soon as he finished saying this, Lin Ke had already used his afterimage fist. Afterimage fist? Chen Long watched. Suddenly, Chen Long looked at the ring. His moves he knew best where the enemy's movements would be mastered, but Klin's afterimage fist, Chen Long couldn't catch where his real body was. What the? Just as Chen Long looked down, Klin was already under his knees. Lin Ke thought that if he punched hard like this, wouldn't his master be crushed in a ball of meat sauce directly? Therefore, Lin Ke still directly used his fist chi, that is, directly shocked Chen Long. Rumble! Chen Long flew faster and higher than the moment when Klin had just now. This? Is this fist? I was actually knocked away by a fist? However, before Chen Long could stop, he had already noticed that Klin was no longer in the ring, leaving only another afterimage. Did you say? Chen Long couldn't help but think that Klin would imitate anyone. Looking at the top of his head, a light shone in his eyes. This was not the sun, and a bald head shone out. Drink! Chen Long gradually stopped with all his strength, but he still flew up slightly. Rumble! One punch! Invincibility! All of a sudden, only Klin could be heard shouting 4 words. Chen Long's side suddenly felt a sense of oppression, but this is not putting pressure on himself, this is rumble. Chen Long looked at the ring of the Tianxia Martial Arts Association. 1 second it was still complete, but when he touched this punch in the next second, a fist mark suddenly appeared, and 9/10 of the ring had disappeared. The intense bombardment, the flying stones, the audience could not help but bow their heads, and some even shouted loudly. It's the end of the world. What a power this is! What a power this is! Chen Long couldn't help but recognize it from his heart. I saw that the two began to gradually return to the stage. The referee was still hiding in the corner and shouting, and when he saw that the ring had disappeared 9/10 of it, he was suddenly speechless. However, Chen Long smiled and couldn't help but put his hands at the end, thinking in his heart, it seems that he can't win Klin. Shout! Jumping out of the field, this behavior frightened Klin. This is a divine horse operation, and after Klin brewed for a long time, he understood his master's intention to do this. It seems that I won. Suddenly Klin couldn't help but smile. To be continued. P.S. Ask for flowers law, a flower is also love. Chapter 033. Unexpected. Player Chen Long actually took the initiative to go off the field, then the winner of this game belongs to player Klin. The referee immediately declared that the winner of this year's Tianxia Martial Arts Association belonged to Klin, and Klin did not expect that he would actually win this victory, which was simply reasonable and unexpected. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a lot of fireworks sounded in the sky of the Martial Arts Association under the world. But the audience is still stunned by the destroyed ring, and seems to be immersed in this dream, and many people pinch their faces to prove whether they are still dreaming. When Klin was approached by the referee and crouched down to grab Klin's hand, the championship belonged to him. Klin is amazing. Gaku immediately came to celebrate with Lin Ke. Yamcha saw the ring in front of him. This amazing destructive power made him feel that he was very capable of doing it, but he was more puzzled by the move of Chen Long's player, that is, Wu Tian's teacher. The 500,000 bonus should belong to him now, Lin Ke thought to himself. It turned out that Lin Keji still cared about the 500,000 bonus. Yay! Klin won. Suddenly a Bulma ran out under the audience. Without any defense, Oolong was pushed away and directly stepped forward to hug Lin Ke. The strong feeling made Lin Ke a little poked, and his bald head was tightly held in Bulmari. Yuan %, Yuan, number. Klin was a little oppressed and couldn't say anything. But the only thing that is certain is that this feels better than Lan Chi, as the absolute female one in Dragon Ball, feeling such a temperature, she really makes a lot of money. Oolong Chenlong looked at this scene, he was envious to die. These two people gritted their teeth, their hearts were envious and jealous, and they wanted to crush Klin's corpse into 10,000 pieces, and they all thought about how good it would be if they were held. Why hold not me? This kid Klin is really blessed. Lin Ke was still holding it inside, pretending to be unable to say anything at this time, thinking that if he changed to anyone now, he might have a nosebleed to death, but unfortunately, Lin Ke thought that I was Klin, because I don't have a nose and won't have nosebleeds. Bulma, is it really good to hold other men like this? Young Master Yamcha is still here. Puer next to him began to say. At this time, Bulma came to her senses, and immediately relaxed. Lin Ke looked at Yamcha next to her, looked down at Klin, she was a little shy, Omega, and couldn't help but say. I'm sorry, I can't help it. Yamcha suddenly felt a hint of green on his head, embarrassed. At this time, Bulma put down Klin, and at this time Klin was still a little untenable, and his mind seemed to be still immersed in the feeling just now. At this time, the martial arts meeting of the world was nearing its end. Chenlong also gradually left the stage, ran back to his car, took off his tight hair and beard that was glued, and changed back to the original turtle immortal from disguise. It seems that my heart is also stable, it's really a front wave pushing back the wave, the next session doesn't need me. I don't know what's going on, but Lin Ke's gaze can't leave Bulma at all. I don't know if it's because of the hug just now, I have endless memories. And Bulma also noticed that Klin kept looking at her, and she kept paying attention to Klin from time to time. But when the eyes of the two collided together, the two sides would pretend not to see each other's line of sight, but the next second they would silently look at each other. Lin Ke thought to himself, is this what it feels like to be in love? Suddenly Lin Ke's face was a little red, but when Yamcha and Puer saw this scene, it seemed that this green hat was a little big, but Yamcha didn't want to break this embarrassment, so he could only choose silence. I said Klin Wukong, don't go back to my western capital tonight. Give you good food. What do you think? Bulma took the initiative to invite. What they? This has not known each other for a few days, and you were invited into the house? Yamcha thought that he didn't have such treatment. Yamcha is okay, after all, Miss Bulma is still more single-minded, and it's okay. Puer kept whispering in Yamcha's ear. But Yamcha wanted to refuse, but he dared to be angry and did not dare to speak. In the face of Puer's words, Oolong listened to his ears, but he could only say a slight word. If it's Bulma, maybe. What did you say? Believe it or not, I beat you up, Oolong. Puer said suddenly. Being said by Oolong, Yamcha was suddenly discouraged, thinking that maybe he really had no drama. Yes. Lin Ke agreed, in the face of the invitation of the beautiful woman, how could he be embarrassed to refuse? Is it delicious? I'm dying of hunger. Gaku said, pointing to his stomach. Of course, I have something more beautiful there. When Bulma returned to this sentence, she put her eyes on Lin Ke, and Lin Ke understood what this meant. Rumble. Bulma threw out the plane's universal capsule and prepared to fly to the western capital. Bulma directly ignored Yamcha, and Gaku, Klin and Bulma got on the plane and left. Shout! Oolong was also directly ignored, and Yamcha changed from being frustrated just now to a desperate expression. I said it earlier, water-based poplar woman. Oolong said directly. Puer couldn't say anything at this time, so he could only silently accompany young Master Yamcha back to the desert. Lin Ke, who was inside the plane, also gave a look to Yamcha from time to time, as if to tell Bulma, but it belongs to me. To be continued. P.S. Ask for flowers. Sorry, it's a bit busy on the weekend, too late to update. Chapter 034. Zidu. Bulma and Gaku Klin have arrived at Bulma's Universal Capsule Company. Looking at the Universal Capsule Company here, it is extremely huge, and the geographical area has already occupied many places in the western capital. Lin Ke looks at this place. Can this be called the richest place? Looking at the big universal capsule above, Lin Ke couldn't even believe what the principle of this universal capsule was. Compared to in Dragon Ball, the capsule becomes any item. This principle is simply too nonsense. If it is placed in the original world, maybe the world's technology does not know how to progress for millions of years. It's really something that only exists in the world of animation. Lin Ke thought in pieces. What else are you looking at? Bulma shouted. Goku had already gone in and waited to eat. Yo! Goku is here. The man with a small black cat on his shoulder said. At this time, looking at this shape, Lin Ke already knew that this person was Burma's father, Brive. Dr. Briff was a genius who invented the universal capsule and greatly advanced the development and progress of human civilization. I heard that many of the convenient devices and various electronic devices that Bulma used during her adventures were also made by him. Suddenly facing this genius doctor, this looks at this form, slippers with a toothbrush on the mouth, where is the form of a genius, but the mind of the genius is not clear. This is also normal. This one. Briff looked at this one, the top of his bare head and the feature of no nose. Brive was stunned. Suddenly Lin Ke and he looked at each other, and instantly an embarrassing atmosphere brewed again. My name is, Lin Ke greeted first, but before he could finish the introduction, Briff suddenly shouted and interrupted Lin Ke. Child, mother, Bulma, this child has brought a Shaolin martial monk to be her boyfriend. Shout. After that, I didn't know where to call Bulma's mother. Shaolin warrior monks? What the hell is this? Could it be said that there is a bald head who is said to be a Shaolin martial monk? More importantly, where can I see that he is Bulma's boyfriend? Although he is a little happy in his heart, he is still a little embarrassed. In an instant, the two parents came out together to see Lin Ke. You're Bulma's new boyfriend? Mrs. Brive asked. Lin Ke was tortured by the two fathers, which felt like seeing each other's parents, and the thief was embarrassed. How can it be a bald head? Mr. Yamcha, who came before, was very good, tall and handsome. Yes, yes, I can't understand our daughter's eyes more and more. Suddenly, the two couples sang and reconciled, making Lin Ke completely speechless to refute it. What's more, it's clear that I'm the protagonist here, handsome with hair and nose, speaking as if I didn't, well, I really didn't. Muggle, besides, I will ask the dragon to make a wish, give me my nose and hair. Hey? Dragon? Wish? Dragon Ball? Lin Ke suddenly thought of something. Why can't I collect Dragon Balls to give me nose hair? It's really stupid. Why didn't Lin Ke think of this earlier? If you don't find Dragon Balls to fulfill your wishes in the Dragon Ball world, what is the difference with salted fish? Bulma had already walked out after taking off her coat and wearing a set of pajamas, which seemed to have changed her clothes. Such a Bulma is very sexy. After all, women are more open in their own homes. Sure enough, Lin Ke believed it at this time. The chest looming in front of Bulma's clothes is that Lin Ke thief is anxious, and he can't wait to now. Far away, Lin Ke is still more serious, a more gentleman. When the time comes, Bulma will have to take the initiative to dedicate himself, and this sense of achievement is better. Mom and Dad. You guys are mistaken. Klin is not my boyfriend. Bulma said in veto. Oh. That's okay, that's okay. When Lin Ke listened to Briff and his wife finish saying this, he seemed to be very disgusted with his current appearance. Lin Ke can't help, just came to cross into this look, and it's not like some novel what system can choose the look like before, no way, here Klin is me, I am Klin. But Dragon Ball can grant my wishes, Lin Ke thought. Seeing Bulma's enchanting figure, he can only see and not touch it now, which is a pity, but there is no way. Who calls himself now a child's body? Bulma, you have a Dragon Ball radar here, don't you?" Lin Kei said. "How did you know I came looking for you and Gaku to find Dragon Ball?" Bulma said in surprise. As soon as Lin Kei heard this was indeed a woman with a plan, all for Dragon Ball. Although it is for the Dragon Ball, Bulma's wish does not know what it is, but it is inevitable that she will embark on the road to find Dragon Ball for her hair and nose. To be continued. P.S. Ask for flowers. Chapter 035. In order to make the reader feel a little deeper, Lin Kei is directly called KRILLIN. Bulma sat next to KRILLIN so bluntly, and KRILLIN was a little unable to sit still. After all, if you see Ichibai Fumi sitting in front of you, will you do something? Actually, this time, I still want you to help me find Dragon Ball. Bulma made a name for himself. KRILLIN thought that he was indeed a scheming person, like himself, who had just won the championship of the World's Martial Arts Association, and television and newspapers were reporting on him all the time, which might attract many disasters. At that time, KRILLIN thought that he would agree to the trend like this, and if he thought about it carefully, if he agreed so cheerfully, it seemed too casual. KRILLIN didn't answer, just sideways. Recalling the moment when the first Dragon Ball dedication was to summon the dragon, KRILLIN couldn't help but think that the wish at that time was the lovely girl Niana that Oolong had fulfilled, and such a humble wish might only be something that Oolong could come up with. But looking back, Oolong was the first person to be favored by the divine dragon. Bulma saw that KRILLIN did not immediately agree, and knew that KRILLIN was thinking that he was not doing any good, so he was like this. But Shenlong seems to have only one wish, and the wish to fulfill his immortality is gone, Bulma thought. Bite. A thought suddenly came to Bulma's mind, just like when he treated the turtle immortals. Hey, KRILLIN, or do you promise me to find Dragon Ball, and I'll promise to touch you? Bulma began to give in, and her body gradually approached KRILLIN. Seeing this trick at this time, Bulma is really commonly used, and it is definitely effective for a bad old man who has no resistance, talking about his master turtle immortal, but for himself. This is what KRILLIN thinks in his heart. So, seeing Bulma's plan on himself, KRILLIN swallowed a little saliva, so he still sat in place calmly and fearlessly, pretending that he was not tempted by Bulma's at all. It's not so good, KRILLIN whispered back. That. So what do you want to do? Bulma looked at KRILLIN's little slippery head. Compared with Gaku, Gaku is still much purer, but I didn't expect that this KRILLIN and Goku's personalities are completely different. One is rain and dew, the other is out of the mud and not clean. Jane is said to be an idiot type, this time. It has to be this way, that. KRILLIN raised his hands, and his palms rubbed at this time, sometimes together, sometimes rubbed, and clapped from time to time, and suddenly there was a pa-pa-pa applause. KRILLIN really understood it thoroughly, and immediately KRILLIN had already seen Bulma's response, which was Bulma, who began to become twisted, and KRILLIN noticed that this had been caught wrinkled. It seems that after listening to KRILLIN's gesture, Bulma struggled in her heart. If you can get Dragon Balls after one time, then why not be a good thing? Well, okay. I promise you. Bulma's promise really surprised KRILLIN, but he didn't expect Bulma to really give anything for his wishes. After listening to Bulma's response, he could no longer cover up underneath, and the violent reaction suddenly touched Bulma to carefully discover the special features of KRILLIN. This kid, I didn't expect this to be so day. KRILLIN thought that he had to release him immediately, because of the irascible Lankai in Lankai before, he couldn't solve it. Otherwise he would be suffocated if he continued like this. Come with me. Bulma gestured for KRILLIN to enter the small dark room, and when Bulma went first, KRILLIN followed. When leaving, I still think of Yamcha from time to time, and I feel that I am really sorry for Yamcha, and the green hat of Yamcha may be even bigger. There was nothing in the small black room, only a soft sofa, a looming light. You can see the approximate contour of Bulma's figure. Yamcha, I'm sorry. He said sorry, but his body was very honest, and after closing the door, Gaku, who was eating, could only make a crackling sound inside. Yawn. Yamcha, who was far away, yawned several times and wiped his nose, while Puer next to him asked next to him. Young Master Yamcha, is it a cold? Well, maybe. After Yamcha finished speaking, he continued back to the desert. 30 minutes later, KRILLIN came out of the small dark room, but Goku was still eating there. Suddenly, KRILLIN's legs were still a little soft, and he walked out with a pop. Feel like your body is being hollowed out. I didn't expect Bulma to have such a big appetite. Followed by Bulma, who was still dressed up, Bulma thought to herself, I didn't expect that this small body also had such an excellent place, and the protracted battle was good. Bulma, KRILLIN, you two shouldn't be pa-pa-pa like this inside. Goku clapped his hands together. Looking at Goku's actions, the two thought at the same time. Idiot. To be continued. P.S. Ask for flowers. Chapter 036. Is it okay? Bulma still tidied up her clothes and said. Yes. Okay. KRILLIN couldn't stand up and struggled to get into the stool. KRILLIN really didn't expect that Bulma had such a big appetite, actually swaying upward, and from time to time to push left and right to rub, but this time KRILLIN really tried Bulma's commotion, which is the 18-year-old forbidden fruit. By the way, if you want to find Dragon Ball just now, then I also have to go to my grandfather's 4 planets. Just mentioned looking for Dragon Ball, Goku suddenly thought that the 4 planets had not yet been found, and offered to accompany him. At this point, Bulma took out the Dragon Ball radar, like a hillbilly seeing something new. Wow! Dragon Ball Raya! KRILLIN, who took over the Dragon Ball radar, looked at the radar 360 degrees up and down, left and right, and except for a button on the top, there seemed to be nothing new at all. Poof! At this time, KRILLIN pressed the button, and suddenly showed the position of a Dragon Ball in the Dragon Ball radar, and the only thing KRILLIN was sure of was that the only button was omnipotent, and there was no problem in zooming in and out to shut down. Zooming out, suddenly the position of the Dragon Ball was flashing on this radar. Honk! Honk! Toot! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hey, why are there only 6? Goku counted and looked at it and said. Lin K knows, in the hands of Piraf and the gang, and in the hands of your future daughter-in-law, this is very clear, this divination mother-in-law does not need to appear. The last Dragon Ball can't be found on the radar, so it should be blocked by someone. Bulma said directly. Hey? 2 of them are right in place. Suddenly Goku pointed and said, and then Bulma took out the 2 Dragon Balls and placed them on the table. See if there are 4 planets. However, Goku looked at the number of stars in the Dragon Ball inside, only to find that his grandfather's relic 4 planets was not in it. It turned out to be 3 planets and 6 planets. What? There are no 4 planets. Goku was slightly disappointed. So, I want you two to help me find Dragon Ball. Bulma said directly. KRILLIN struggles to recall that he was once in the Dragon Ball plot, remembering the thrilling underwater treasure of finding Dragon Ball and meeting the Red Ribbon Legion that wants to conquer the world with Dragon Ball, thinking that finding Dragon Ball is also troublesome. No wonder Bulma wants to find herself and Goku to help. I heard that the evil Red Ribbon Legion is also looking for this Dragon Ball. I am a weak woman, you know, Bulma began to pretend. What is the Red Ribbon Legion? Goku said. As a last resort, KRILLIN explained to Goku. The Red Ribbon Legion is the Legion of Terror that wants to conquer the world, and it is enough for Goku to know this. The Red Ribbon Legion can't help but have enough troops to rival the dominance of King Mi. The king still has it in the early stage of Dragon Ball. The strong subordinate forces are not terrifying. The most important thing is that there is a doctor in the Red Ribbon Legion. He is also a genius doctor, and he has created a lot of war machines to rule the earth. Dr. Genius? Could it be? The doctor's name is Dr. Gro, and because others questioned his research, he joined the Red Ribbon Legion. Karif stepped forward and said. Sure enough, it was Dr. Gro. Dragon Ball Z spawns number 16, number 17, number 18. And Dr. Genius of Shiru. And Super 17 in Dragon Ball GT, it's really enough to think that such a doctor can actually insist on revenge. It may be that he also made the Dragon Ball radar, which may not be as accurate as I have here, otherwise with such a large manpower, it may have been collected long ago. Bulma is a little complacent about her Dragon Ball radar research. Rumble. Just as the three of them were discussing, a loud noise suddenly sounded in Bulma's front yard. Hair. What happened? Bulma hugged Klin and then said, earthquake. Klin felt a fierce breath, but felt the hot temperature of Bulma more. Poof. Suddenly, Karif and the others came to the source of the bombing sound just now. In front of him, a huge control machine suddenly appeared in front of the Universal Capsule Company. It seems that today's visitor is really Doi. Karif said. Bulma saw that the machine was not marked with the name of her company, and suddenly couldn't sit still and shouted directly. What are you doing? Do you know if you trespassed into a private house, I can call the police to arrest you? As soon as Bulma finished speaking, the other party replied. Red Ribbon Legion. Klin already recognized a red ribbon hanging from the top of the machine. What the? Red ribbon. The Legion came to the door? Frightened, Bulma hid behind Kling's back again, wondering how she could find the door. Call the police? Is it useful? Ha ha ha, honestly, the 2 Dragon Balls are not here with you. What Dragon Ball? I do not know. Bulma said. Sure enough, the Red Ribbon Legion came here for the Dragon Balls, and Bulma looked at the 2 Dragon Balls in her room, and the operator in the machine followed Bulma's eyes and looked in. It turns out that it is really effortless to get there. Dr. Gro's Dragon Ball guide is really good, then I will take it unceremoniously. Just as the machine moved half a step, Clinton exclaimed. Wait. To be continued. PS 1000 flowers plus more. Oh. Chapter 037. Wait. Just as the machine was about to take a step, Klin stopped him. Hey? Looking at the short Klin underneath, the red ribbon did not treat him at all. Where did this little bald head come from? While playing, don't hinder uncle from doing things. Suddenly Gaku, who was said like this, was ready to strike, but was stopped by Klin. The person who said this was really unbearable, only to see Klin silently step forward a few steps, and Bulma quickly ran back to the room and put away the Dragon Balls on the table. Do you know who I am? Klin asked, seeing him. Well? The soldier with the red ribbon glanced at Klin a few times, and he really couldn't recognize who the little bald head in front of him was. Little fart, get out of here! Unexpectedly, after pondering for a while, he directly scolded this sentence without a word. Forward! Suddenly Klin was a little angry, and saw silently clenching a fist. You'll pay for what you said later. Take its toll? Inexistent. If you know it, hurry up and hand over the Dragon Balls. Rumble. Before he finished speaking, Klin had already punched out, and suddenly revealed a hole in the middle of the machine. What's going on? What just happened? With just one punch, he gently broke the war machine that Dr. Gro quietly built, and the facts in front of him were too hard to believe. Report, the machine has been destroyed, the escape system is activated. Suddenly, the red ribbon soldiers inside saw that the situation was wrong, and it seemed that there were masters, thinking that it was better to retreat now. Burst. Suddenly, the pilot window inside began to go out, and the escape aircraft was ready to leave. Good boy, these 2 Dragon Balls are preserved for you first. What is your name? You actually dare to defy the greatest Red Ribbon Legion in the world. My name is Klin. Unhappy to come to me? Klin replied, very domineering. Klin, yes. You wait for me. After that, a tailwind had already flown far away, shedding a pile of machine wreckage in the front yard. Hey, Hey, hey! Didn't you want Dragon Ball? Come and take it, really, I don't know how many pounds and tails I have. Bulma immediately came out with hindsight and said a bunch of cruel words. Why did you let him go just now? Bulma asked. Klin was a little cool at this time, picked up the Dragon Ball radar in his hand, looked at the position of the Dragon Ball flashing inside, and finally one was the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion, but Klin thought in his heart that he was going straight to the headquarters. What happened? Why is it so messy? Only then did Karif walk out the front door to look at the situation. Looking at the wreckage here, the Red Ribbon logo on it was very obvious. Looking at the code name of the machine GLBS 300, at this time Karif saw that this was Dr. Gross research product. Duan. Karif picked up the two pieces of wreckage and knocked on each other, thinking that this steel plate was simply hard, and it seemed that Dr. Grow really put a lot of effort into research. Such a strong steel plate can't penetrate without a missile level, but this is a wreckage all over the ground. Looking at the wreckage of machines all over the ground, this destructive power is really amazing. Suddenly, Karif summoned the cleaning robot at home to clean everything in the front yard, thinking that maybe these steel plates could be reused. Set out tomorrow to find Dragon Ball. Klin dropped this sentence and decided to embark on the path of Dragon Ball. Suddenly, after the three of them finished from the ring of the Martial Arts Association under the world, they were even more tired, and they couldn't say anything if they didn't take a good rest. At this time, the Red Ribbon soldiers, who had just fled, had returned to the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion at this moment. The headquarters is spectacular, Pang Wei's Castle Hall. Here is the world's highest technological equipment and huge financial resources of the evil army. In order to rule the world, the Black Marshal is now trying to collect Dragon Ball. Report. At this time, the soldier just walked up to the Black Marshal and was reporting. However, the display screen next to it has already shown the scene where Klin just pounded the war machine. Looking at this, the Black Marshal should have known that the Dragon Balls were in the hands of this group called Klin, and they were still 2 Dragon Balls. No need to report, Marshal, he knows what's going on. The key question is that. Adjutant Brack next to him lowered his speech at this time and said. The soldier who had just escaped thought it would be some kind of mission, but the next sentence uttered by Adjutant Brack made him desperate. You actually ran back as a deserter. This is simply a shame for the Red Ribbon Legion. At this point he was a little timid and trembled slightly. Marshal Ben does not need such cowardly deserters. Marshal Black said immediately. Bang! Hearing the order of the Black Marshal, Colonel Violet next to him suddenly picked up the pistol and pointed it at his head, and a fatal shot. At this moment, all the soldiers did not mean to regress in the slightest. Klin? Find out if this person comes from. Marshal Black asked. Suddenly, Adjutant Brack, who was next to him, quickly picked up the collected information and introduced it. It seems to be a champion who won the Tianxia Martial Arts Association today, and he is also a disciple of the legendary Wushan teacher, and other information is not so complete. I only know so much for the time being. Humph! Just the champion of the Martial Arts Association in the world will come to resist my Red Ribbon Legion? Dragon Ball must be grabbed. The Marshal gave the order, and suddenly the adjutant and the subordinates below immediately saluted solemnly. Yes. To be continued. P.S. Flowers come in waves, let me see your enthusiasm. Chapter 038. The next day, Zidu. After yesterday's Tianxia martial arts meeting, plus the visit of the Red Ribbon Legion last night, at this time, Klin, Goku and Bulma had already embarked on the road to find Dragon Ball. The two were still wearing the turtle character uniforms of the Turtle Fairy, except for Bulma wearing shorts and a refreshing TT shirt, and Klin looked at it intently. Rumble. Bulma took out the airplane capsule from the universal capsule, and the sound that appeared in the air almost didn't scare Klin. Come up quickly! Bulma shouted as they got ready to get on the plane. No, I'm not used to sitting on that thing, I'm still sitting on my muscles. Somersault cloud. I saw Gaku put one hand next to his mouth and shouted loudly. Somersault clouds? This stuff is a new thing for KRILLIN. Drib. The sound of brakes suddenly flew down from the sky. Poof, Gaku jumped on the somersault cloud. Only people with a simple heart can sit on this somersault cloud. I don't know if it's true or not, which makes KRILLIN want to go over and experience it. KRILLIN, are you going to sit on a somersault, much faster than Bulma's evil thing? Gaku gestured for KRILLIN to get ready to go. Good. KRILLIN walked over, reached out and touched this somersault cloud. You can see it, touch this is a cloud at all. KRILLIN is a little panicked in his heart, in case he can't sit up, it's very embarrassing. Forget it, I'd better take Bulma's plane. KRILLIN was a little weak-hearted and directly ignored. Bulma saw this scene. This is what Earthlings should have, there are very few idiots and simple people like Gaku. Close the door, fasten the seat belt, and set off together. Looking at Gaku outside the plane through the window, it seems to feel so good to sit on the somersault cloud being blown by the wind, and KRILLIN thinks that one day he will also go to the cat fairy to sit and watch the whole evil somersault cloud. Ding dong! Turn on the Dragon Ball radar and head towards the Dragon Ball closest to you. Although it is said to be close, the actual distance is also relatively far, and looking at the guidance on this Dragon Ball radar, it seems to be on the cold snow in the distance. Snow? I wear so little, I actually go to the snow, then I can't die cold. KRILLIN looked at his fat and pinched it, it was very thin. Rumble. A missile smashed into Gaku, and the cloud was suddenly shattered, and Gaku also fell. Hair. What happened? Gaku. Bulma panicked and immediately turned back to look at the situation where Gaku fell. Where did this missile come from? KRILLIN looked around, towards the traces left by the missile, a clear RR mark. KRILLIN knew that this was the Red Ribbon Legion. What? How come there are them everywhere? I'm bored. This time somewhere in the forest. Report. One of the enemies has been knocked out. At this time, the soldier carrying a rocket launcher reported to Colonel Siraba of the Red Ribbon Legion. Red hair accompanied by a blue leather coat, showing the temperament of a colonel, looked at the downed person, looked at the photo sent from the headquarters, and said, 2 Dragon Balls can't go away, quick! Go up and catch it all! Yes! Suddenly, Colonel Siraba with a dozen or 20 soldiers prepared to go to the place of the fall. At this time, KRILLIN and Bulma have come to the place where Gaku fell, looking at Gaku who fell and hung from the tree, and from time to time they can hear Goku's voice. It hurts. It hurts, I have to fight for it. Just now the somersault cloud was broken, and Gaku never expected that his own somersault cloud would also be shattered. Yo, hello. At this time, Colonel Siraba appeared in front of the 3. When Bulma saw that this man's clothes had some Red Ribbon Legion logos on them, his legs suddenly softened, but upon closer inspection, this man looked a little handsome. Bulma, who initiated the idiot, really doesn't tell the time. My name is Colonel Siraba, Red Ribbon Legion, if you obediently hand over the Dragon Balls, I will let you live. Colonel Siraba said directly. Although he said so, the soldiers around him were all armed with guns, and they did not spare them in the slightest. You think I'll believe it? KRILLIN replied directly. This face of yours, and this bald head. So that's the case, you little bald head, the champion of the World's Martial Arts Association that the marshal wants to want, it really takes no effort to get it, you hand over the Dragon Ball, and hand you over to me, I will. Before Colonel Siraba could finish speaking, Gaku, who was hanging from the tree, fell. You guy, is that the one who broke me up? Gaku said directly fiercely. What is a cloud? In other words, the missile just now was indeed sent by me. Colonel Siraba did not deny it, but directly admitted and said. At this time, Gaku said to KRILLIN, KRILLIN, don't make a move this time, I will avenge me. Just by you kid? I think it's okay for you 2 children and a woman from a good family to go together. Colonel Siraba said with a smile, and the soldiers next to him laughed as well. It's a girl, a girl. Bulma thought to herself. Rumble. Syllable. Cave. Gaku had already struck, and before Colonel Siraba could react, all the soldiers behind him fell to the ground one by one. It's quite powerful, then let me Colonel Siraba. Boom. Gaku didn't wait for him to finish, a kick had already hit his face, and his face had been slightly deformed by this kick, and Colonel Siraba had fainted to the ground in a few strokes. However, Bulma thought to herself, Gaku is still so rough with handsome guys. Klin turned to Colonel Siraba and couldn't help but spit and taunt. Weak chicken. In desperation, the cloud is shattered, and Gaku can only go with Kling Bulma's plane. Colonel Siraba? Colonel Siraba? Please reply if you hear it. Colonel Siraba's communicator rang. To be continued. Chapter 039. Shake it. At this moment, he has come to the place where the Dragon Ball is buried, and although Klin is the strongest body, his body still can't resist the cold, and the cold is straight. So cold so cold. Klin kept moaning, thinking that Bulma was colder in a short skirt, and the next second he saw Bulma actually put on a down jacket. Nanny? Where did this TMD down jacket come from? There are a lot of children's clothes in the clothes storage capsule next to it, don't hurry up and wear them, I won't warm you if it's cold. There is this thing not said earlier, suddenly put on the clothes of the smaller one in the next second, but his body actually feels a little bigger, no way, Klin now this child, to be tall and not tall, to be in shape without body, thinking in his heart, will be it. Boom. The Dragon Ball radar shows that the Dragon Ball is in this vicinity, and the aircraft can only stop on a snowy field. The moment he first stepped on the snow, the Southerners who had never seen snow were Klin, making trouble in the snow like a child, and he was not as happy as he was fighting. Bumpkin. Bulma thought to herself. At this time, there was a person secretly groping Bulma and the others. Bang! A bullet hit Goku's body, and Gaku fell to the ground violently. Watching Gaku fall, Bulma suddenly looked around, thinking to herself who this was. Hit, was it successful? The man thought darkly. What people? Klin groped along the location of the gunshot, and grabbed the person who had just fired the gun. To say why it was possible to follow the position of the gunfire so quickly and judge the position of the enemy, in the final analysis, it was not because of eating too much chicken. Poof! Klin grabbed the enemy just now, but he didn't expect it to be a girl paper. Ouch, he looks good, although he is a loli, he seems to be underage. It's okay, you can wait for the peach to ripen, Klin thought to himself. You. Are you from the Red Ribbon Legion? Kill or kill you. I didn't expect this girl's mouth to be quite sharp, and she still said this to this point. It hurts. Hurt. Gaku covered his forehead, and a small packet was punched out of his forehead, and there was a trace of smoke from time to time. What the? It's okay to hit the forehead, is this human? At this time, the girl saw that the person who was hit was actually fine, and she gave up resistance, dropped the gun, and sat on the snow with her feet bent. Klin saw the girl paper and recalled the plot in Dragon Ball. After all, this plot was too early to think of. Are you called Snow? Klin asked. How do you know my name? Snow asked. How do you know her name? Bulma was curious. How do I know her name, but I just know. Klin said usually. Hey? Why didn't they have the logo of the Red Ribbon Legion on their bodies? Snow looked left and right, and there was no mark on the three people's bodies, nor did they have any guns and weapons. You're not from the Red Ribbon Legion? Snow asked cautiously. At this time, Bulma, who heard these words, felt very angry. Why, do you think we are from the Red Ribbon Legion? Have you ever seen such a beautiful sister who is from the Red Ribbon Legion? Really? Then how do I know if you are a traitor? Snow remained skeptical. Lying trough, this girl is quite vigilant, KRILLIN thought. In the layers of explanation, it took a lot of saliva to make it clear. In the explanation of the three people, Snow finally believed them, but the reason for believing KRILLIN and the others was how could the Red Ribbon Legion bring a girl and 2 children? When he knew that KRILLIN and the others were also dissatisfied with what the Red Ribbon Legion had done, plus Gaku, who had just shot his head unscathed, Snow knelt down. What is this about? Please save our village chief, because we don't want to find any Dragon Balls, so the Red Ribbon Legion kidnapped our village chief, so we can't help it. As she spoke, Snow suddenly turned red in her eyes and looked at KRILLIN with tears in her eyes. Oops, I couldn't stand the girl's expression of wanting to cry the most, and KRILLIN thought to himself that the actions of the Red Ribbon Legion really him off. Let's go back first, maybe there are other soldiers here. So, Snow took KRILLIN, Gaku, Bulma, and the 3 returned to their village. When he returned to his village, KRILLIN found that the people in the village were skeptical. Poof! A village of people immediately ran out to talk to Snow, took her hand and said directly. Snow, why did you bring someone else back? You had already brought one back before. If you were known by the Red Ribbon Legion, the village chief would be dead. After KRILLIN heard this, again? Could it be that Silken brought back whom? It's okay, they are very strong, I believe they can save the village chief. Sino explained with a naive look, but this did not make the people in the surrounding villages believe in the slightest. Snow, you are so naive, if anything happens to the village chief. At this time, Bulma walked in front of Snow and said directly. It's okay, your village chief is wrapped in us, we will definitely be able to rescue your village chief. Looking at Bulma in front of him, a girl, no one would believe this kind of nonsense. It's them, they. Bulma gestured to the 2 children behind her. Just by them? 2 little kids? Still not very convinced. Don't underestimate them, they are all very strong. Snow explained what had just happened. Snow began to shout. Huh, 8? Could it be? Cyborg 8? At this time, a huge figure gradually came out from the tent, and from time to time there was a spark. The scars on the face were very obvious. Bulma was scared and immediately hid behind KRILLIN, and KRILLIN also knew why the villagers said and brought it back just now. It turned out that Snow only brought back Artificial Man number 8 a few days ago. Who is this? Bulma asked in fright. Cyborg 8, Dr. Giro's product, a robot with human consciousness. To be continued. Recommend a friend's book Will Nightogen, the most powerful guy of fantasy. Recommend a friend's book Will Nightogen, the most powerful guy of fantasy. Mid-Autumn Festival reading every day, charge 100 get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, September 19th to September 21st. Chapter 040. Cyborg 8? Robot? Bulma couldn't believe that the person in front of her was a robot. The scars on her face and her eyes that sometimes glow red are scared by Bulma. But what surprised KRILLIN the most was that the android number 8 also appeared too quickly. It stands to reason that this should meet the boss on the last layer above Masruta in the distance. How could it be here? 8, it's okay, they're not bad people. Snow hurriedly said. At this time Bulma knew that this person called Artificial Man number 8 ABA was warning their group. At this time, Cyborg number 8 let down his vigilance, and KRILLIN saw Cyborg number 8, which listened to Snow's words. Number 8, shouldn't you be the secret weapon of the Red Ribbon Legion? How could it be? KRILLIN asked, seeing the sudden appearance of Cyborg 8, he was also quite surprised. Before Cyborg 8 could reply, Snow answered KRILLIN's question. Actually, ABA was abandoned by the Red Ribbon Legion, because ABA was not used to what the Red Ribbon Legion did, so he disobeyed all the orders of the Red Ribbon Legion, so the Red Ribbon Legion directly destroyed ABA's core and threw it in this snow. KRILLIN listened to Snow's explanation, and after Bulma heard it, she did not have the slightest affection for the Red Ribbon Legion, and she immediately became angry with the Red Ribbon Legion. Fortunately, I just passed by that place and dragged Aba back, and the villagers themselves did not agree that Aba would stay here, but seeing Aba's kind character, I had no choice but to let Aba hide here. As Snow spoke, she hugged the leg of Artificial Man number 8 and couldn't help but immerse herself in his warmth. Snow. Cyborg number 8 couldn't help but look at Nor silently, but he seemed to notice that Snow shed a little tears, but he couldn't feel what Snow felt in his heart. Squeak. The body of Artificial Man 8 even sparks from time to time, which seems to be the cause of some malfunction or short circuit. At this time, Bulma hurriedly walked up and looked at the situation of the internal machine of number 8, and number 8 itself refused, but in the next second, Bulma said, "You seem to be malfunctioning, I'm a scientist, hand it over to me to fix quickly." "Really? Can you really fix Aba?" After hearing Bulma's words, Snow happily hugged Cyborg number 8 and said to him happily, "Ah 8, you can finally fix it, great." "Yes, Snow." Cyborg number 8 looked at Snow's appearance at this time, and it was estimated that he wanted to see it the most. At this time, the people around saw the warm appearance of Snow and Cyborg number 8 at this time, and their hearts were instantly softened. "It's okay, Snow, when I tear down that damn tower, you'll be liberated," KRILLIN said. "Do you really have the power to rescue our village chief? If that's the case, you're really our savior." At this time, many villagers gradually gained hope. "I haven't introduced myself yet, my name is KRILLIN, the name next to me is Sun Wukong, and the scientist over there is called Bulma," KRILLIN introduced. Bulma is now at this time, calling Cyborg 8 to prepare to enter the igloo, lie down, take apart to see which parts are broken, and the toolbox capsule she prepared can come in handy at this time. KRILLIN, on the other hand, said to Snow, "Then you wait, I'll bring it back to the village chief right away, Goku." Suddenly, Goku, KRILLIN and the two are ready to go to Masruta, ready to rescue the village chief. "Wait!" Snow shouted. KRILLIN Goku looked back, and Snow seemed to have something to say to herself. "Masruta is over there." Snow blushed. Asterisk pointed to the other side of the direction of KRILLIN Goku's direction. Suddenly KRILLIN Wukong and the two were embarrassed, and ran back to the direction of Snow's point. "Road idiot! I don't know if it can be done, after all, if two children fight against the Red Ribbon Legion, is it? Trust them, they're strong." Bulma saw the worry on Snow's face and said to herself, "Hey! Open the cover on the chest of Artificial Man number 8 and look at the equipment inside, it is very complicated. Miss Bulma, please." Number 8 was very relieved to give himself to Bulma. "Don't worry, it's pediatrics for Miss Ben, it will make you shut down a little later, this is normal, don't worry." Bulma looked at the complicated wiring inside and said, at this time turned off the power of number 8, and number 8 gradually closed his eyes. Looking at the complicated line, Bulma can't help but praise Dr. Giro's products, although this is complicated, but it will look a little neat, so for Bulma, this is still a pediatric. However, Bulma went to find the child Snow, and had been secretly watching the situation of Aba outside, probably for fear that she would eat this Artificial Man number 8. At this time, came to KRILLIN Wukong. In the direction that Snow was pointing, the two looked around, but the wind and snow were getting bigger and stronger, and the strong wind obstructed their vision. "Where is the ghost tower?" KRILLIN asked Goku, and Goku looked around, looking at the one above shining brightly. "KRILLIN, do you see that?" KRILLIN looked in the direction of the light pointed out by Goku, and if there was no accident, it was Masruta of the Red Ribbon Legion. "Go!" KRILLIN Goku then advanced to Masruta together. To be continued. PS Ask for flowers, add more. Mid-Autumn Festival reading every day, charge 100 get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, September 19 to September 21. Chapter 041. Masruda, an important military powerhouse under the control of the Red Ribbon Legion, is home to many talented people. And in charge of this powerful Masruda is General White of the Red Ribbon Legion. This General White is not like others who solve problems with violence, and he relies on his own brain most importantly, so he sets traps one after another in the tower. And the traces of the three of Gaku Klingbulma have long been mastered by General White, when the Black Marshal from the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion called General White. The Black Marshal issued orders to General White on the screen. "Good Marshal." White immediately greeted the Black Marshal neatly. "The two brats who defeated Colonel Siraba and a daughter seem to have gone to you, you know what I mean." The meaning of the Black Marshal General White is very clear. It is nothing more than taking away the two Dragon Balls from their hands, and kill them. "Understood, Marshal. Don't lose at the hands of a smelly boy like Siraba's stupid thing, or take your head and come directly to me." "Yes." Drib. Turning off the screen, watching the tracks of Gaku Klin and the two of them monitored outside the snow, and listening to the tone of the Marshal just now, it seemed that Colonel Siraba was very dissatisfied with the defeat at their hands. But this is also normal. Looking at the smelly fart children on the screen whose hair has not yet grown, Colonel Siraba actually lost, which is simply a shame for the Red Ribbon Legion. "Seeing that the two of you are also here to rescue the village chief, I don't know if you can go up to the top floor. I have set up a lot of checkpoints in the tower. Come over if you have the ability, ha 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 ha." General White looked at the images transmitted back by the snow monitoring at this time, and couldn't help but start laughing loudly, which filled the entire monitoring room. On the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion, Colonel Siraba lost at the hands of a child, and everyone thought it was incredible. Adjutant Brack, who was following next to Marshal Black, asked Marshal Black at this time. "Siraba is defeated, can General White really clean up those smelly children?" Adjutant Brack asked the Black Marshal, but when asked, the Black Marshal turned to look at the adjutant, and this look scared the Black Adjutant very nervously. After all, it is normal to have such doubts. Colonel Siraba solved the problem by violence, and there was no problem at all in terms of strength, while General White was not as strong as Colonel Siraba, and it was reasonable to be questioned. Bite. At this time, the Black Marshal silently picked up a cigar, and when the adjutant saw it, he was very skilled and lit a fire. "Take a sip and take a deep breath of cigar smoke. Don't worry, although General White is not as strong as Siraba, he relies more on his brains. He will skillfully catch the enemy's weak points, and then give him a blow." After listening to the Marshal's words, Adjutant Brack really wanted to see how General White took these people. "Poof, take the final step." At this moment, Gaku Klin's small broken steps and small short legs finally came to the door of Masruda, and when they saw the external structure of Masruda, both of them couldn't help but widen their eyes. How much manpower it takes to build such a large Masruda, and it was really the Red Ribbon Legion that was rich and invincible. "It's really big, really tall." Gaku raised his head and looked at the height. However, Klin is completely familiar with the routine, challenging the enemy layer by layer, which is exactly the consistent style of the Red Ribbon Legion, dragging out time. Poof! At this time, the door next door gradually opened, as if welcoming the two of them ready to enter. General White, however, saw the two men in the surveillance and deliberately opened the door to let them in. "Klin, the door is open, let's hurry in and rescue the village chief," Gaku said. A person with such a simple mind as Gaku must not have the brains to rush in, so in terms of plot, I don't know how many episodes it takes to get to the top floor. However, Klin thought to himself, I am a One-Punch Man book here, if there are still so many steps, then the author Lin Zi can water many chapters, and this is not scolded by readers half to death. Looking at the two brats who are still in place, General White silently thought, there are some fierce characters in this tower. The first floor is guarded by Lieutenant Arno, the second floor is guarded by Colonel Cao of the Purple Army, and the third layer is guarded by Buletinyang, and so on. All of them are fierce characters, see how you rescue the village chief. Looking at this single-celled Gaku, KRILLIN couldn't help but say. Idiot, I can't see that this is a trap to drag out time, I have a faster way. What way? Gaku asked. KRILLIN smiled slightly, raised his fist, and slammed it in front of Gaku, obviously solving it with his fist. However, Gaku thought that the fist was used to beat the enemy, but he didn't expect KRILLIN to say the next sentence, which almost startled Gaku. Knock down this tower with one punch. It couldn't be at all, Gaku thought. KRILLIN thought he was talking ghostly. And KRILLIN is very confident in the ability of this punch man, after all, it is childlike to destroy a tower. KRILLIN gestured for Gaku to back off slightly and prepare himself. General White couldn't believe that this man actually wanted to punch this tower made of steel, and he didn't necessarily want to wear steel bullets. Rumble. One of the most powerful fists is invincible. KRILLIN punched out violently, hitting this Maslow tower. General White standing on the top floor suddenly felt wrong, the whole tower instantly volatilized under KRILLIN's punch, and General White also fell with the whole tower. I don't know where to hit. This is really in line with the plot of One Punch Man, simple and direct, and most importantly saves time, KRILLIN thought, so that readers should not spray the forest, ha 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 ha. To be continued. P.S. Ask for flowers to support a wave. Mid-Autumn Festival reading every day, charge 100 get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, September 19th to September 21st. Chapter 042. Thundered. After hearing a sound of explosion, Snow ran out of the tent and looked at Masruta in the distance, as if something terrible was happening over there. KRILLIN Wukong, they are all right. Snow clasped her hands in front of her chest, very worried about the situation of the two. It's okay, the two of them are probably sabotaging. Seeing such a nervous Snow, Bulma, who was repairing Cyborg number 8, couldn't help but comfort Snow. However, Bulma smelled the voice just now, and thought to herself, what happened to KRILLIN, you guys? Bulma continued her work, examining the inner workings of Cyborg 8. Suddenly, Bulma looked at a place, in the center of Cyborg 8's body, and found something that resembled an explosive bomb. Is this a bomb? Seeing this trick, it seems that the Red Ribbon Legion is simply a bomb that will detonate the artificial human body when it is abandoned or useless. Humph, the corners of Bulma's mouth turned up slightly. How can this kind of thing be difficult for me, Miss Ben? Bulma thought to herself. It will also take a while for Bulma to defuse the bomb. Burst. Come on. Come on. Monster beast. Suddenly, looking in the direction of Masruta, a villager ran out there shouting. Villagers came out to see what was going on. What's going on? Didn't you go out and run errands for the Red Ribbon Legion? How? The villagers asked. What else to run, Ma? Masruta is gone. The man shouted. Masruta disappeared? When they said this, the villagers thought it was a joke and smiled helplessly. If you don't believe it, you'll know it by looking at it, but there is only a long explosion mark left in Masruta. The villager was very anxious, and Snow ran in the direction of Masruta to see what was going on. Seeing this, many villagers did not seem to be lying, and they left their work to see what happened. Sure enough, when the villagers didn't seem to see the corner of Masruta, which was common before, now it is gone. Yes. When looking into the distance, Masruta is now in ruins, and there is no trace of Namasruta's existence. Gaku KRILLIN, did you do it? Snow thought to herself. At this time, Gaku KRILLIN was still standing outside Masruta's door. Gaku saw that KRILLIN's punch seemed to be still smoking a trace of smoke, and then looked at Masruta who was turned into ruins in front of him. Gaku was stunned. Gram. KRILLIN, are you the devil? Gaku said. KRILLIN looked at his fist. The power of his fist was really strong enough. Just one punch directly dissolved this huge and majestic Masruta. Thinking in his heart, this is the real One-Punch Saitama's ability. However, there is one more question, what about the village chief? Shouldn't the village chief be buried here, Masruta? Klin slowly turned his head to look at Gaku. He seemed to be a little overdone, and he really didn't even think of the consequences. Suddenly hearing that the village chief seemed to be still in Masruta, the two froze for a while, thinking in their hearts how to explain to Sino and the villagers. "Oh, village chief, you died so miserably." Suddenly, Clinton knelt down and kowtowed and shouted. Facing Klin's shout, Gaku wondered what the hell was this thing. I don't know if it was the reason why Klin shouted loudly there, "The village chief died so miserably." A small voice came from under Masruta, which seemed to be shouting there. "Who's cursing me?" Gaku, who had bright ears, suddenly heard a shout from below, and called for Klin. "Klin, it looks like there's someone under us." Klin stopped shouting at this moment, thinking to himself, Masruta does have a basement, maybe the village chief is directly locked up in the basement. Go! Klin broke open the entrance to the basement, and the two jumped and groped down the stairs. There were no guards of the Red Ribbon Legion inside, but there were many people inside. Klin looked at the people who were locked up here. It seemed that these were all men from the village. Probably all of them had been caught here because they wanted to rescue the village chief. Helplessly, Klin and Gaku suddenly opened all the cells, and the locked villagers came out, looking at the two children who rescued them, and they were stunned. At this time, a white-haired old man gradually walked out. "Thank you, I just want to ask one thing, who just cursed me on it?" As soon as the village chief asked, Klin was instantly speechless when asked, and could only hide his embarrassment with a smile. "Speaking of this Red Ribbon Legion's Masruta Legion, how could you?" the villagers began to ask. Klin thought to himself, obviously he was rescued, why did he still have so many questions to ask? "You'll know when you go out," said Kling, helpless. Suddenly, everyone had gone out, and the village chief was helped out by the villagers. The moment he walked out, the previously dark dungeon now turned into a bright light, and Masruta disappeared in an instant with the sound of the explosion just now. "Did you do that? I can't believe that this smelly child has such an ability to do such a thing." Snow and the other villagers who arrived at this time were not sure that Masruta had disappeared and saw that the village chief was safe and sound. Burst. Suddenly, Sinyo rushed over and hugged the village chief, holding the village chief with tears in his eyes and saying, "Great, they really didn't lie and really saved you." This scene instantly warmed everyone's hearts. The village chief touched Snow's head and said kindly, "Yes." Seeing this scene, Klin's already emotional heart was instantly warmed, and suddenly Snow pointed to Klin Wukong and them, and said that this was their lifesaver. At this time, the village chief slowly moved away from Snow and walked in front of Klin. "You are the lifesaver of our village." After speaking, the village chief had already knelt down, and when he saw the village chief kneeling, all the villagers were suddenly kneeling. Klin didn't know what to say at this time, but Gaku was laughing, and this smile was a happy laugh. "It's all rescued, great!" Gaku said. To be continued. Chapter 043. At this moment, Klin picked up the village chief and returned to the village with the villagers. Seeing that the village chief was rescued, Snow looked at the back of Klin in front of him, and at this moment felt that the boy who became serious was really handsome. Burst. Bulma heard the sound of everyone returning, and at this time she was slowly removing the lines in No 8's body, picked up the bomb, and carefully put it aside. After connecting back to the line and installing the power, Artificial Man 8 gradually woke up. Bulma exhaled deeply. "It really took a lot of time," Bulma said. Moisture. Artificial Man number 8 gradually opened his eyes, raised his head at this time to look at Bulma who was sitting on the side. His eyes moved to the side, and saw that there was something in front of Bulma, so he got up and asked. "Is that?" asked Cyborg 8. I guess this should be a bomb that Dr. Gro deliberately put in your body by the Red Ribbon Legion in order to prevent you from doing anything against them. Bulma picked it up and explained. Bomb. For Dr. Gro, who made his own, he would actually put a bomb in his body, and Cyborg 8 suddenly hesitated. But it's okay, this bomb has been removed from your body by me, it should be nothing now. For the construction of this bomb, I think it is better to need my father to take over, after all, he has studied more about the military aspect. Bulma picked up the bomb at this time and threw it into the universal capsule. It's really thanks to Miss Bulma for your help. Where, Bulma humbled. Burst. Listening to the voices of Klin Wukong and others outside, Cyborg number 8 walked out to take a look, and Bulma also went out to check. Seeing the appearance of number 8, Snow hugged Aba fiercely, and the tears that he had just wiped away suddenly welled up in his eyes again. Aba, you're okay, you're really well, great. Snow held and cried fiercely. I don't know when, number 8 could suddenly feel the happiness in Snow's heart. Looking at the crying like a child, he smiled slightly and hugged Snow tightly in his arms. The trio thus became lifesavers here. You are really a lifesaver sent by God. The village chief took the lead and said, and the rest of the villagers nodded in agreement. The three of them just smiled in response, but Bulma turned to Klin Goku and they said that they would continue to rush to find Dragon Ball. If you don't know what your benefactor needs, we can all try our best to give it to you. The village chief said. Klin did not mince words, looked at the Dragon Ball radar. The radar showed that the Dragon Ball was near here, but the specific location was not very clear. Klin said directly. It's not a secret, we also came to find Dragon Ball, I wonder if you have ever seen such a bead. Suddenly, Klin picked up the Dragon Balls in Bulma's backpack and took out the remaining 2 Dragon Balls and placed them in front of the villagers. The village chief did not expect that the 3 of them were actually looking for Dragon Balls, and he carefully looked at such beads, and said that he had never seen such beads. The old man has never seen such beads. The villagers also said that they had never seen it, and the Red Ribbon Legion told them to look for such beads, but so far they have not found them. Only then did Klin put away the Dragon Balls, and his heart was suddenly disappointed, looking at this place full of snow. If the Dragon Ball is on the cliff of the snowy mountain, wouldn't it be your own to turn the world upside down? Arno, that? I've seen that bead. Snow replied at this time, and Klin listened to Snow's words, wondering in his heart whether this was true. Where? Bulma asked directly. Burst. At this time, Snow walked to her tent, and from the inside could be heard, Snow also deliberately doubled. Hey! At this time, Snow took out a small black bag and held it in front of Klin. Brother Klin, can you see if this is it? Snow got in front of Klin. Brother? However, Klin's attention was deeply attracted by these 2 words. When did he become an older brother? Brother Klin? Brother Klin? Seeing that Klin was stupid for a while, Snow shouted a few more times before calling Klin's Genshin back. Oh! Taking the small black bag, although Klin did not have a nose, he seemed to be able to smell the smell of snow, which smelled very good. When you open it, it's really Dragon Ball. Wow! It's really Dragon Ball. I didn't expect that the Dragon Balls that the Red Ribbon Legion wanted us to find turned out to be in Snow's hands, said the village chief. I didn't know it was Dragon Ball, I picked it up in the ravine, and I plan to use it as my dowry when I grew up. Thank you so much Snow, it didn't take any effort. 3. Klin was happy for a moment, and couldn't control himself and kissed Snow sharply on the face. Snow was suddenly shocked by Klin's scene, and his face instantly flushed red, shy. Ran back behind number 8 to hide his embarrassment. Klin saw this shyness. Snow, this is simply the feeling of first love, and his face gradually turned pink. Snow's action caused everyone in the audience to laugh. 1, 2, 3. Goku leaned over and counted the stars, it turned out to be the 7 planets. What, this isn't Grandpa's 4 planets, Gaku was a little disappointed. It's okay, maybe the next one will be. KRILLIN said comfortingly. Looking at the Dragon Balls in the backpack, there are now 3 Dragon Balls, which are 3 planets, 6 planets, and 7 planets of Zener. Speaking of which, just now Snow said that the 7 planets that would be used as a dowry. KRILLIN then thought, is this the meaning of being kissed by the woman? At this time, Snow was secretly looking at KRILLIN behind ABA. KRILLIN only knew the meaning of the 7 planets, the meaning of Goku's 4 planets is the relic of Grandpa Son Gohan, and the meaning of his own 7 planets is dowry from Snow's 7 planets. To be continued. P.S. Come to the wave to reward flowers and the like. Mid-Autumn Festival reading every day, charge 100 get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, September 19th to September 21st. Chapter 044. At this time, the KRILLIN trio has bid farewell to Snow and they have embarked on the journey of Dragon Ball again. Burst. Looking at the 7 planets in his hand, KRILLIN couldn't help but recall that Snow silently whispered a word in his ear when he said goodbye at the end. When I grow up, will you marry me? KRILLIN didn't promise her right away, just smiled and said to Snow. Wait until you grow up. Thinking about it at this time, Snow's face like this can be described as a beautiful embryo when she grows up. Yo! Bulma shouted before pulling KRILLIN's soul back from Snow. It seems that you have provoked a little sister again, Bulma said smilingly as she saw KRILLIN holding the 7 planets tightly. What words? KRILLIN blushed a little as he was spoken. Asterisk. On the other hand, Gaku seems to be still looking forward to whether the next Dragon Ball will be the 4 planets. At this time, the trio went to the Dragon Ball radar that showed the closest Dragon Ball to here. Red Ribbon Corps Headquarters. General White. General White. Here please answer. The Black Marshal kept sending telegrams to General White of Masruta, but the other party only kept sizzling the voice, and there was no reply at all. What's going on here? Adjutant Brack thought to himself. Could it be that General White also lost at the hands of those smelly fart children? Bang! The Black Marshal slammed on the stool next to him, and it was the first time that Adjutant Brack saw the Marshal's angry look. Send me the nearest reconnaissance plane to see how Masruta is doing. Marshal Black gritted his teeth and said. Yes, quickly call up the video of the reconnaissance aircraft. Adjutant Brack snapped his orders to his men. Drip. At this time, the situation on Masruta's side was reflected on the big screen in front of the Black Marshal's eyes. The scene shocked the Black Marshal and everyone present at the headquarters, seeing Masruta in front of him, which was Masruta at all. What about Masruta? Where did it go? Marshal Black asked. Adjutant Brack looked at this and it was indeed Masruta's address, but there was no shadow of Masruta. Report. Masruta seems to have been destroyed, leaving only ruins on the site. At this time, the person in charge of the reconnaissance aircraft reported. Masruta, which can withstand 1,000 pounds of cannonballs, actually disappeared out of thin air. Who is the other party? However, the Black Marshal looked at Masruta, who had turned into ruins in front of him, his fists clenched even tighter, and Adjutant Brack next to him couldn't help but shed a drop of sweat on his head. Call me up Masruta's last surveillance video. The Marshal said immediately. Yes. B. The men of the Red Ribbon Legion complied. However, Masruta's monitor can only monitor the moment when KRILLIN and Gaku are finally outside Masruta. However, when Marshal Black saw 2 small children, he began to be furious. With these 2 children, the Red Ribbon Legion can't handle it. First there was Colonel Siraba, now there is General White. Can't figure it out. Eater. It's all rice buckets. Can't even handle a child. The Marshal was furious, saw the 2 children on the screen, and slammed a foot on the screen faces of the 2 children. Marshal, please stop being angry. Black Marshal, as well as Adjutant Brack, looked at the person who said this. It turned out to be General Blue. Seeing General Blue, Marshal Black slowly calmed down. General Blue, a fierce man with a fierce look, blonde hair and blue eyes, and a very handsome appearance, this can be described as one of the criteria for contemporary girls to follow, and unlike other generals of the Red Ribbon Legion, it is more hands-on than the army that uses him. But only this product has a disadvantage, that is, there are serious cleanliness, but people who will be executed by picking their noses and under their hands, and even people with superpowers. Just returned to the headquarters, I didn't expect to hear the Marshal's anger. This is really inappropriate. What is the matter? Do you want your subordinates to solve it personally? First, kill these two for me, and snatch the Dragon Balls from their hands for me by the way. Marshal Black pointed to the two children on the screen and said. These are the two kids who beat that guy from Siraba before. General Blue asked. Not just Colonel Siraba, but General White, and Masruda. All disintegrated one by one. Adjutant Brack next to him said. Just these two children, a colonel and a general can't figure it out, it's really more than enough to succeed, rest assured, Marshal, leave it to me, and there is one thing. General Blue carried the task directly, and reached into his pocket and took out a Dragon Ball. It seems that a Dragon Ball was found in the distance, now given to the Marshal. The Black Marshal finally learned a good thing among several bad things. General Blue is efficient, those two children are your prey. Taking the Dragon Ball, the Black Marshal counted the number of stars inside, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 planets. This turned out to be 4 planets. Then the subordinates will do it now. General Blue immediately left the headquarters and prepared to go in the direction of the 3 of Klin Wukong. Congratulations to the Marshal for getting one step closer to the purpose of world domination. Adjutant Brack congratulated at this time. However, Marshal Black didn't say anything, and after putting away the Dragon Ball, he turned around and looked at a majestic portrait of himself behind his back for the painter to draw, and then said. If you were as efficient as General Blue, instead of patting horses here, I wouldn't have so much trouble. Adjutant Brack did not speak, and the sudden taunt made Brack unable to say anything. To be continued. P.S. Ask for flowers. Mid-Autumn Festival reading every day, charge 100 get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, September 19th to September 21st. Chapter 045. At this time, knowing that the 3 Klin had come to the area under his jurisdiction, General Blue immediately sent a reconnaissance plane to silently follow Klin, monitoring the whereabouts of Klin Wukong. The resourceful General Blue would not choose to sit still, he took the initiative to attack. They can find the location of the Dragon Balls so accurately, it must be because they have more advanced equipment than Dr. Gro. And if they find the maker of that device, there should be no problem with the remaining Dragon Balls. General Blue chooses to track down Klin's whereabouts with part of his forces, while the other part investigates the tracks of Klin and his gang. At this time, General Blue learned that 2 of them were disciples of Teacher Wushan, and the girl also had some connection with this Teacher Wushan, and General Blue suddenly thought that this turtle immortal was the one who made it. Listen. Some people are ready to follow the 3 of them with me, and the rest of the pair immediately go to the Turtle Fairy House by the sea. It is possible that the Turtle Immortal is the scientist of the Dragon Ball probe, and those who can be wooed will be wooed, and those who can't be wooed will be directly. General Blue smiled at his subordinates, and his subordinates, who understood General Blue's meaning, immediately sent a group of men and horses to prepare to go to the Turtle Immortal house. By this time, General Blue had set out and silently followed Bulma. Rumble. Klin and they had just come out of Masruda of the Red Ribbon Legion, and at this time Klin had not had a good rest since he came here, and he was tired from looking at the window and almost closed his eyes. And Goku has long been asleep, only Bulma is still flying, but Bulma is now full of enthusiasm. After all, Dragon Balls have collected 3, and the moment to fulfill his wish is not far away. Bang! A missile exploded in front of Bulma, and the plane shook violently, directly shaking Goku and KRILLIN awake. What happened? Goku asked. It seems that someone is following us behind. Is it the Red Ribbon Legion? Bulma looked at the radar on the plane, and several aircraft were chasing her behind her. KRILLIN looked behind him through the window, and sure enough, it was really someone from the Red Ribbon Legion. Why are there such people everywhere, and let people not take a good rest? KRILLIN thought to himself. KRILLIN, who could not rest for a moment, saw that there seemed to be several places on the radar that were flying at extreme speed, and Bulma understood that this was a flying missile. Watch out, here it is again. Bulma, who is skilled in flying the aircraft, is certainly not a fuel-saving lamp, and sharply rotated the plane for a 360-degree turn, and the souls of KRILLIN Wukong and the two were almost not scared out, and the head directly came to a 360-degree person who could not stand it, and it was still a feeling of taking off. Rumble! Twisted the flying missile, but the red ribbon soldiers behind them still chased after them. Dare to fly with the old lady? Find death! Bulma pulled up the plane pole and scrambled on the buttons on the plane, as if planning something. Cloth! What do you want to do, Bulma? KRILLIN actually felt a little uneasy in his heart, afraid that Bulma would do something crazy. Boom! At this time, after Bulma pressed a button that she couldn't understand, she suddenly heard a click on the back of the plane's engine, which seemed to be refueling. All seated. Tweet! There is still the sound of missiles launching behind it, and at this time many missiles are coming towards themselves. Just as the missile was about to catch up, Bulma pushed the flying rod sharply. Bang! The engine behind the plane made a loud noise. The extremely fast swinging engine pushed the aircraft violently. KRILLIN felt a little wrong, and when he reached out to grab the side, before KRILLIN was ready, the aircraft slammed away the Red Ribbon Legion behind it, and the missiles exploded behind. At this time, the faces of KRILLIN and Goku were already twisted at this high speed, and Goku's hair was already flowing at this extreme speed, although KRILLIN had no hair. General Blue in the back saw that the aircraft was fleeing at great speed, and he also ordered to speed up and catch up. Bang! At this moment, Bulma saw that she was still chasing after her, thinking that this group of people was endless. Look where you can escape, I don't believe your technology can compare to Dr. Gro. General Blue immediately said, let me catch up with them, and lose you well. Bulma saw that she couldn't get rid of this group of people from the Red Ribbon Legion, and she looked at the Dragon Ball radar on her plane, and her flying machine seemed to be getting closer and closer to a Dragon Ball. At this time, seeing the Dragon Ball displayed on the Dragon Ball radar, looking at this altitude, it seemed that this Dragon Ball seemed to be under the bottom of the sea. Be careful, you're going to dive to the bottom of the sea. Without waiting for KRILLIN Wukong and the two to adapt, Bulma had closed the window on the plane and flew downward with a sharp blow. A shout came out of KRILLIN Goku's mouth, which was simply the feeling of falling. When KRILLIN saw that he seemed to be getting closer and closer to the sea, getting closer and closer. Oh come in, Ihoteth this feeling. By this time KRILLIN had given up resistance and was shouting unbridled. Yes! With a bang, Bulma directly slammed the plane into the sea, and the aircraft that can fly and dive into the sea suddenly changed to another form in the sea, and a spiral was moved out on the forehead, which was pushing slowly forward at this time. Faced with the enemy's sudden dive into the sea, General Blue was immediately dumbfounded. Report General Blue, the enemy has dived into the sea, do you want to catch up? The pilot asked. Bite. General Blue saw that the Dragon Ball detector seemed to indicate that the Dragon Ball was in this area, so he ordered. Dragon Ball is in this piece, keep up. Yes. Suddenly, the soldiers led by General Blue also poured into the sea, and instead went to the other part of the Turtle Immortal House, the soldiers of the Red Ribbon Legion. To be continued. PS Come on, flowers come in a wave, kissy face. Mid-Autumn Festival reading every day, charge 100 get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, September 19 to September 21. Chapter 046. At this time, General Blue sent a part of it to the Turtle Immortal house. Inside the Kamizan house, the Turtle Immortal who had just finished the match with Klin Wukong was tired and ruthless, but after seeing Lan Chi, he violently hit the chicken blood. Seeing such a sexy Lan Chi, the Turtle Immortal suddenly forgot the tiredness of his body, and his eyes kept staring at Lan Chi's ass. Klin's kid's vision is really good, Miss Lan Kai is so sexy. At this time, the Turtle Immortal had a fantasy in his mind, and stretched out his hands outside the door to signal Lan Chi body. And Lan Chi is also a blue gentle Lan Chi, who doesn't seem to have yawned lately. Miss Lan Kai is so perfect everywhere, except that. Recalling the appearance of turning into a yellow Lan Kai, the Turtle Immortal remembered that he was still a little resistant to the irascible Lan Kai in his heart, and thought that this blue Lan Kai was more virtuous. Burst. Just as the Turtle Immortal was silently watching Lan Chi, there was a sound of helicopter flying wings turning from outside the Turtle Immortal house. Who the hell is this? So many people. The Turtle Immortal looked out the window, and it seemed that the visitor was not so friendly. At this time, the old turtle looked at the unknown visitor, looked at the person dressed in a very military style, and hung AR.R sign on his body, and was so frightened that he quickly ran back to the Turtle Fairy house. At this time, there was a word outside the door of the Turtle Immortal house. This is the Turtle Fairy house? So small, it's not as good as our doghouse of the Red Ribbon Legion. Is this really like General Blue said, this is where the scientist who made the Dragon Ball detector lives? Looking at such a humble Turtle Fairy house, the Red Ribbon Legion couldn't even believe it. At this time, the Turtle Immortal complied with the old turtle's question and ran out the door to check. Oh, how do you break into a house? The moment the Turtle Immortal walked out the door, the Red Ribbon Legion looked at the Turtle Immortal like this, holding a wooden stick in his hand, a bare head and a white beard, plus a summer fashion dress, completely unable to believe that this would be the scientist. This is not a bad old man, what kind of scientist is there? Began to say the men of the Red Ribbon Legion behind him. After being heard by the Turtle Immortal who said bad old man, he thought to himself where this was an impolite person. This dress really doesn't look like. The boss who led the group thought about it in his heart, and seemed to have a sentence that General Blue often taught. However, scientists are always so strange, maybe this is simply an illusion, regardless of 3721, tie it back first. Without saying much, the subordinates of the Red Ribbon Legion began to move, and before the Turtle Immortal and the old turtle beside him could react, they were immediately surrounded by several people and tightly bound. I said, Turtle Immortal, have you provoked any enemies recently? Old Turtle asked. Where? Replied the Turtle Immortal as he was tied tightly, his face twisted by the binding. It's as simple as that, come and tie it back, General Blue will definitely be rewarded. The scientist was caught by us, what about the old turtle next to him? Everyone's eyes looked at the old turtle next to the Turtle Immortal, and the old turtle glanced at them. And seemed to have a bad feeling in his heart. Looking at such a big one, there should be a lot of meat, and when you go back, you can just give the brothers a turtle pot. What? They actually want to eat themselves? The old turtle thought to himself. I didn't expect them to be so cruel that even the old man wanted to eat it. When they were thinking about carrying the Turtle Immortal and the old turtle back, suddenly there was a female yawning sound from the Turtle Fairy house inside. Yawn. There are still people inside. Come on, go check it out. At this time, the boss sent a few people in to take a look. The Turtle Immortal thought to himself, oh, and Lan Chi is inside. But in the next second, the Turtle Immortal heard Lan Chi shouting inside. What are you doing in the old lady's house? After saying this, the house inside was a machine gun fire, and after hearing the sound of the red ribbon soldiers falling inside, Lan Qi appeared in front of the turtle immortal. What the hell is going on here? When the turtle immortals saw it, it turned out that Lan Qi, who had yellow hair and was irritable, appeared. Yo, it turns out that a beautiful woman, looking at the figure is good, it is not bad to catch it back and give General Blue a good enjoyment. As the boss, he was even deeply fascinated by Lan Qi's appearance. Dare to hit the old lady's idea. Click, the sound of submachine gun preparation. Burst. Before Lan Qi's submachine gun was issued, the iron net fired by a shot deeply caught Lan Qi, and Lan Qi could not move at all after being wrapped. I didn't expect such a big harvest this time, General Blue must be very happy. This time, the boss gradually approached Lan Qi, but Lan Qi was a little prodded at this time, and said in his mouth. You. How do you want to? Fuck off for the old lady. Lan Qi is still playing the final struggle. What do I think? You know very well, even if you shout and break your throat now, no one will come to save you. Seeing the scene of Lan Qi being bullied, the turtle immortal who saw all this at this time, thinking that women were bullied by others like this is worth it. I warn you, let go of that girl. The turtle immortal said fiercely, and these words startled the old turtle fiercely. To be continued. Ask for flowers. Mid-Autumn Festival reading every day, charge 100 get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, September 19 to September 21. Chapter 047. Let go of that girl. The words of the turtle immortal completely shocked everyone present. The old turtle next to him was even more shocked. After all, this sentence was heard for the first time after hearing it decades ago. Could it be that the former turtle immortals have returned? The old turtle thought to himself. Lan Qi saw that this old man seemed to be standing up for himself, but he didn't mean to be moved at all. After all, the old man who said this was now difficult to protect himself. Yo. This old man is really stubborn. After hearing this, the boss of the Red Ribbon Legion sent a few people to prepare to seal the mouth of this old man. Now they are still clamoring here. Why, is it to save the beauty of heroes? At this time, his subordinates gradually approached the turtle immortal, and the gun in his hand tried to shut up the turtle immortal. My Wuxian teacher is most unaccustomed to you gangsters in this life. Catch me, arrest me, actually bully Miss Lan Kai. My Wuxian teacher is the most unaccustomed to bullying beautiful women. You are forcing me to make a move. After speaking, the eyes of the turtle immortal suddenly lit up, and the old turtle listened to the turtle immortal's tone very strongly. Just bully her, what can you old man do to us? Seeing that he was wearing sunglasses in front of him, and his body was still weak, the people of the Red Ribbon Legion couldn't help laughing, thinking in their hearts what they could do with this old man. Honk! The turtle immortal stood up abruptly, and this scene was shining in the sun, and in the eyes of the old turtle, this seemed to return to the back of the moment when the turtle immortal saved himself hundreds of years ago. Suddenly, the old turtle's eyes became wet. Drink! The old man looks down on the person who bullied Miss Lan Kai the most. Before the Red Ribbon Legion could react, the turtle immortal stream threw down the crutches in his hand, held it with both hands, added dog skin paste meat on his back, and gritted his teeth for a short while. The green tendons on the back of his face and chest burst out violently, instantly turning the arms of his body gigantic, which made the Red Ribbon Legion look dumbfounded, and even Miss Lan Kai, who was imprisoned on the side, couldn't help but widen her eyes in fright when she saw the double gigantic unicorn arms of the turtle immortals. This. What is it? The boss led by the Red Satin saw the turtle immortal like this, and he was so frightened that he couldn't say anything at all. Everyone couldn't believe that this was the original thin and weak old man who couldn't help but be windy. Immediately, after the gigantic arms, the upper body was strengthened, and finally the net finally could not resist the huge muscles of the turtle immortal, and it automatically bounced off when it could not withstand it. I saw that the turtle immortal then clasped his hands together and placed them on his chest. Shout! Before the people of the Red Ribbon Legion reacted, still immersed in the muscles of the turtle immortal had already launched an attack first, and saw the turtle immortal remnant go out, and suddenly the pilot of the aircraft only heard a burst of shouts, which was still a painful shout. Miss Lankai saw the people who had just tied herself, and suddenly fell to the ground one by one in front of her eyes. And she could only hear the sound of a burst of blows. This old man! Lan Chi thought to herself. The driver did not react, and all the personnel who had just been sent out fell on the hands of the turtle immortals one by one. Bite! The turtle immortal gave the pilot a look, which frightened the pilot, and immediately turned on the flying machine and prepared to escape. Wait! The turtle immortal saw with this sharp look that the driver seemed to be about to escape, and immediately shouted. I thought that the driver would think that the next one was himself, so frightened that he suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Take them away first. Otherwise, you'll be next. Yes. Be. Frightened, the pilot immediately got down from the aircraft and dragged them into the aircraft one by one, and the turtle immortals saw it in their eyes. Rumble! After the flying machine took everyone away, I saw them flying away at this time, but at this time, the turtle immortal was still standing in place. Burst! The old turtle broke free of the net just now, and seeing the handsome appearance of the turtle immortal, he couldn't help but think of the moment when he was saved by the turtle immortal. I remember when I was relatively young. When the old turtle was a baby turtle, when he was still wandering in the sea, he was passed by many drunkards in ancient costumes, and when he was about to barbecue, it happened that the turtle immortals passed by at that time, and the turtle immortals at that time still had a lot of black thick hair, and rescued themselves from their hands. After being rescued by the turtle immortals, in order to repay the turtle immortals for their life-saving grace, he led the turtle immortals to the fountain of immortality. I don't know if Dragon Ball said immortality or immortality, and asked the turtle immortals to drink this fountain of immortality, but at that time, the turtle immortals were thirsty and did not think about it so much, and after drinking it, they became immortal. But after a long time, the turtle fairy found that his hair gradually fell out, and he also changed from the once handsome appearance to a bald man, from the pursuit of thousands of beautiful women at that time to no one cares, and gradually contacted fewer beautiful women, and his innocent heart also became a womanizer. The old turtle recalled all the previous things, and compared with the scene just now, he couldn't help but think that the previous turtle immortals had returned. Miss Lankai saw that the people of the Red Ribbon Legion had just left, but the turtle immortal was still standing in place, and the old turtle also came to the front of the turtle immortal. Let's go, the turtle immortal asked quietly. Gone, gone. After hearing that he left, he instantly changed from a muscle man to the bad old man who was covered with dog skin plaster just now. At this time, Lan Chi saw that this old man still had some material, and said, You old man is really fierce, don't think that if you save the old lady, you can have mercy. It's okay, it's okay. It's okay to be kind, just let me see Miss Lankai's panties. Suddenly, a burst of submachine guns sounded in the ears of the old turtle again. This is really that squinted turtle immortal. The old turtle thought to himself. To be continued. P.S. Seeking Flowers 2019 Flowers Law. Mid-Autumn Festival reading every day, charge 100 get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, September 19 to September 21. Chapter 048. When the Red Ribbon Men sent to the Turtle Immortal House fled, they looked at the KRILLIN trio who had just dived into the sea. The trio dived into the sea, and the Red Ribbon Legion led by General Blue still pestered KRILLIN and his gang, and dived into the sea with them. The scientific and technological equipment of both sides is really relatively advanced, and they are all directly integrated bodies of sea, land, and air, which can be described as omnipotent. It is said that the underwater world is the most terrifying, and KRILLIN's trip is really thrilling, seeing the black of the seaside, you can see a trace of soft things floating at the water's edge at any time. Shout! Bulma turned on the light in front of the submersible, but this light was insignificant at the bottom of the sea, and could only follow the road ahead. At this time, KRILLIN wanted to look at the outside world close to the window. Suddenly, a pair of eyes came close to him, and slammed into KRILLIN's noseless face, which made KRILLIN shout. Yes! Suddenly fell on the deck, looking at these eyes. If it were not for a layer of glass, he would probably have died. Looking closely, it turned out that the octopus swimming in the medium sea came out to make a strange move. As soon as Goku saw that KRILLIN was scared to the ground, he instantly laughed, and said mockingly from time to time. KRILLIN was scared by an octopus, haha. As soon as Bulma smiled, the radar already showed that several of them were silently following her. Why aren't these Red Ribbon Legions dead? KRILLIN listened to Bulma's words, and his patience with the Red Ribbon Legion was really admirable. At this time, General Buru, who was also advancing with Bulma, led his men and followed behind them. When he learned that the mission sent to the Turtle Immortal House had failed, thunder broke out. A bunch of trash! You can't even handle a bad old man, you better not come back. If you come back, see what I do with you. Toot toot! General Blue suddenly hung up the communication, thinking that he had to put the current task on the group of people in front, thinking that when the time came to get this group of people, he would visit the Turtle Fairy House. And General Blue's words directly frightened a group of subordinates who had just escaped from the Turtle Immortal House, thinking in their hearts what else to deal with. The consequences were simply execution. Who would be so stupid to go back to death? Just now those people were far away from General Blue. General Blue looked at the Dragon Ball detector and detected that there seemed to be Dragon Balls in the nearby sea, and catching up with them should be able to know more accurately where the Dragon Balls were hiding, and when the time came, they would grab them. Of course, Bulma didn't know what General Blue was doing now, but just continued in the direction where the Dragon Ball was buried. However, General Blue is very unhappy with the failure of the mission of the Turtle Immortal House just now, and of course, he must give a little sweetness to those who are still looking for Dragon Balls in front. Fire a tracking torpedo for me. General Blue had ordered that his men get busy, and the sight was to fire a tracking torpedo at KRILLIN, who was preparing to glimmer in front. Track down the torpedo. Launch. The men pressed the red button, and with a bang, torpedoes began to fire from General Blue's submarine. And the torpedoes were gradually heading towards Bulma. D-d-d. The radar shows that something is chasing behind it, and it seems to be very fast. Bulma shouted when she saw a foreign object flying towards her at great speed on the radar. It's a torpedo. Track down torpedoes. Without saying a word, KRILLIN shouted. However, Goku was still silently questioning what a tracking torpedo was. KRILLIN thought to himself that if he was torpedoed at this juncture, with the pressure of this seabed, this depth. KRILLIN thought about many elements, but in the final analysis, there was only one reason, and that was that he was a dry duck who could not swim. Suddenly, KRILLIN saw a cave in front of him, just enough to dodge this torpedo a little. Bulma, fast forward to that hole. When Bulma heard this, she drove around the corner and drove into the hole. Suddenly, a bombardment was heard from behind, and the hole outside was suddenly blown open there. It may be affected by the torpedo bombing, and the hole has also suffered a little twist and turn. Many stones have fallen from the hole, although there is the pressure of the seawater, but the speed of the submarine is still limited. However, General Blue asked when he saw that the torpedo had exploded. Was it successful? Seeing this situation in front of him, General Blue did not seem to blow up KRILLIN, but blew up the only hole alive. Helpless, General Blue called out to his men to move towards another hole and follow them. However, KRILLIN, who was dropped by stones on the submarine, watched the stones falling on his head one by one, and he was very unhappy in his heart, and he was very ignorant of the situation in the cave. A sense of terror also flooded KRILLIN's heart. To be continued. PS Ask for flower support. Mid-Autumn Festival reading every day, charge 100 get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, September 19 to September 21. Chapter 049. Bulma piloted the submarine towards the hole, as if it were a special passage. There were still many dilapidated ships around that could not be immersed in the seabed, and looking at the dark hole, KRILLIN was afraid that something terrifying would suddenly run out of it. Here. What happened before? Bulma said as she saw the wreckage of the surrounding ships, but at this moment something slowly floated in front of her, a window hanging on the submarine. What is it? Bulma thought to herself. When the water floated and the thing turned to the side, Bulma saw this object, and her heart shuddered, and her face suddenly turned blue. Skull. Yes. Then there was a burst of blowfish sound from Bulma, and when he smelled that it was a skull, KRILLIN swallowed his saliva, thinking that there was something to be afraid of with a skull. It turned out that a skull in the bottom of the sea floated out, probably affected by the explosion of the mine just now, and the skull originally embedded in the hole fell. When KRILLIN saw the dark water around him, he was faintly able to see a lot of things similar to hand bones outside the window, which scared KRILLIN at all and did not dare to say anything. What? It's just a skeleton, what is there to be afraid of? Goku saw the skeleton, and he was really used to seeing it. What happened here before? Bulma asked. At this time, looking at the pile of bones around these shipwrecks seem to be left by the previous pirate fights. After all, those skeletons also carry pirate hats that have been eroded by the sea. According to memory, the place where the Dragon Ball is in this area seems to be the bag of the pirates in the past, and it seems that there are still a lot of gold and silver jewelry here. When I think of pirates, I can't help but think back to One Piece. Am I going to become One Piece? KRILLIN made a bit of a short film and felt as if he was on the wrong set. Tell Bulma that this is the place where pirates fought in the past, plus there should be a lot of jewelry wealth left by pirates. Bulma listened, her eyes suddenly lit up on the jewelry, and everything in front of her was not a problem. At this time, the Dragon Ball radar shows that it is getting closer and closer to the Dragon Ball, and the end of the cave gradually shows a bright light, which is getting brighter and brighter. And the side of the Red Ribbon Legion led by General Blue did not notice that the space in this hole was so large, and the same detector reacted accordingly. General Blue, the men couldn't even believe what they were seeing. It seemed that there was a dead end ahead, and it seemed impossible to advance, and General Blue thought to himself, as if the pursuit of KRILLIN's gang was once again blocked by a slightest obstacle. General Blue, or we? His subordinates just wanted to make suggestions, but General Blue suddenly snatched up and said, "Blast directly!" Hearing General Blue's order, his men could not believe that the general would do this, and the general had already issued the order, and the subordinates who had to accept the order were ready to fire torpedoes and prepare to blow up the previous barrier. Rumble! Bulma suddenly heard a vibration, and the rocks in the cave kept falling, thinking about what had happened. KRILLIN saw an explosion in a wall behind him, but when he untied KRILLIN, he saw the Red Ribbon Legion submarine. Quick! It's the Red Ribbon Legion! KRILLIN shouted. What? Red Ribbon Legion again? I'll fuck you! How is it always haunted? Bulma had to drive the submarine again to prepare to sail towards that bright light, and KRILLIN thought to himself that this General Blue was really stubborn, and he was still chasing so closely to this point. As a last resort, Bulma once again engaged in a chase battle with General Blue's Red Ribbon Legion. When the wall was blown open, the Red Ribbon Legion submarines were also tortuous and had to move forward with difficulty. Report. Discover the submarine of KRILLIN's gang ahead. General Blue looked at the light of the submarine looming in front of him, coupled with the increasingly bright light, and thought to himself that it really took no effort. Quick! Catch up! Sharp blue eyes saw the submarine in front of him, thinking that you can't escape. Burst! The submarine floated towards the bright light, and when Klin, Wukong and Bulma saw the situation in front of them, a bright tower was sitting right in front of the three. Opening the driver's window, the three walked out together. Looking around, an obvious pirate flag caught the attention of the three. I didn't expect that the space inside was so huge. I don't know how many people's money this group of pirates collected to build such a project before. Klin couldn't help but sigh when he looked at it. Treasure. Money. But Bulma was always worried about the treasure of the pirates here. Goku holds the Dragon Ball radar, which shows that the Dragon Ball here is reacting more and more strongly, and it seems to be in this area. Let's go. There are chasers behind, be careful, there are many pirate mechanisms here. Klin said. How do you know there is a mechanism? Goku asked. Forward. Clinton was speechless when asked, and he immediately had a plan. Stupid, don't you think about it, pirates' treasures are so easy to take? How did that bunch of skeletons come about? Klin finally found a reason to edit it. Purr. There seems to be movement under the water. It's important to find Dragon Ball. Walk. Suddenly, the three of them followed the direction of Dragon Ball's reaction together. At this time, General Blue's submarine also floated up. To be continued. P.S. Ask for flowers plus. Mid-Autumn Festival reading every day, charge 100 get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, September 19th to September 21st. Chapter 050. It is said that there are many pirates here, and sure enough. There was a long corridor in front of the Klin trio, and several lights in the corridor were faintly flickering, and the atmosphere was very heavy. Seeing that this corridor was still flashed by the light from time to time, several bones on the ground that had long been turned into skeletons, and a few arrows were inserted in the body from time to time. After Bulma saw it, she immediately felt the skull in front of her, and she already felt how dangerous it was in front. Klin thought to himself, this corridor must not be simple, otherwise how could the skeletons on the ground be concentrated in the front area, which proved that no one could wear this corridor. Poof! While Klin was still thinking about planning, Goku took that step. Be careful! As soon as Klin grabbed Goku by the collar, he pulled it back hard, and Goku was pulled in place. But at this time, several dark arrows shot straight in the direction of the step that Goku had just taken, and Bulma looked at this situation, her legs suddenly softened, and she thought to herself, how could this corridor be worn by anyone? Goku hadn't reacted yet. If it weren't for Klin's pull, he might have been shot as a hedgehog like those skeletons. It's really thrilling, Goku, why don't you think about it with your brain? Klin said to the effect of Goku. For the pull just now, Klin really inadvertently stretched out his hand, but the action just now was very natural. So what now? There is a thrilling road in the front, and the Red Ribbon Legion in the back. Bulma is close to collapse, feeling that this section of the road to finding the Dragon Ball seems to be coming to an end here. Klin looked at the length of the corridor and seemed to think of something. Goku, do you remember what we practiced with Grandpa the Turtle Immortal? Klin suddenly turned to Goku and asked. What? The Turtle Immortals have taught us a lot. Goku stood up and said. I mean when we were racing, or let's compare it again. Klin said directly. Remembering that before the grandfather of the Turtle Immortal asked Wukong and Klin to calculate the time of the 100-meter race, at that time, Wukong was more than 8 seconds, the Turtle Immortal was more than 5 seconds, and Klin himself ran out of 5 seconds, which almost made the grandfather of the Turtle Immortal almost unable to get off the stage. Recalling the events of the previous game, the two immediately looked at each other for a while. Bulma had no idea what the two were talking about, only that she was now in danger, and it was too much to have time here to reminisce about the past. Then Goku, then I'm racing with Bulma in my arms now, I wonder if you can beat me again. But Klin put forward a condition, ready to hold Bulma and prepare to compete with Goku, and the competition venue is a long corridor of pirates here. In the face of Klin's challenge, How could the warlike Gaku admit defeat and immediately agreed to KRILLIN? Burst. KRILLIN picked up Bulma, and the moment he picked it up, he could suddenly feel the weight of Bulma's body with a trace of fat and tender body. Bulma still didn't understand what was going on. She was suddenly picked up by KRILLIN, thinking that KRILLIN should not be thinking. At this moment, Bulma was a little panicked in her heart, and the two people suddenly ran on the line together. Which was more certain of the cognition in Bulma's heart? Get ready! KRILLIN said. Bulma saw this corridor, looked at the skeletons all over the ground, and then recalled the arrows that Gaku had just shot out with that step, and more seriously, KRILLIN was now using his small body to pick himself up. Should this be using himself as a shield? Suddenly Bulma was reluctant and struggled. The arrow is already on the string, it has to be sent, hold it tightly. KRILLIN said directly to Bulma with a man. Bulma was immediately impressed by such a manly breath on KRILLIN's body, her face turned red and she suddenly did not speak, obediently listened to KRILLIN's words, and hugged KRILLIN's back tightly. Ready! KRILLIN and Gaku are ready to storm out of the corridor. Go! KRILLIN immediately ordered, and the two of them started at the same time, rushing out of the corridor at a lightning speed. Yikes! Suddenly, when the two ran over, there was a sound of arrows falling from time to time behind, and the skeleton itself was lying quietly there, not only being stepped on fiercely by the two people starting off, but also being shot by the arrow again from time to time, and suddenly turned into a powder. Wow! The sound of two breaking. Bulma couldn't help but be impressed by the speed of these two people. She had just completely closed her eyes, and she couldn't believe what had just happened. Looking at the arrows that were still being shot everywhere behind, and compared to the speed of Gaku and KRILLIN just now, it seemed that Gaku was superior, but after all, it was KRILLIN who was carrying a Bulma. Gaku! You've become stronger! KRILLIN said praisefully. KRILLIN, next time it's my turn to carry Bulma, next time we'll compare. Gaku raised it. Good. Bulma seems to be burdened by an item in a two-man match. Can you put me down now? Bulma said only then. At this time, what appeared in front of KRILLIN was a big ass and a long leg, and he was very embarrassed to put Bulma's down. Faced with KRILLIN's embarrassment, Bulma said. I've done everything, I've seen it all, why are you so shy, Omega? Bulma's words made KRILLIN's face flush even more, and this pink almost flooded the bald head. To be continued. P.S. Ask for flowers. Mid-Autumn Festival reading every day, charge 100 get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, September 19th to September 21st. Chapter 051. KRILLIN's gang continued to move forward, turning around cautiously, fearing that something would happen. Following the direction pointed by the Dragon Ball radar, KRILLIN had come to a bright place at this time. What kind of pirate residence is this? There is a relatively solemn hall in front of it, and spider webs are all over this place, but it is obvious that this is a very ceremonial place. KRILLIN saw the remains of a pile of bones at the bottom of the stairs of this place, neatly and unchaotically fiddled on the ground, but more attractive was the pirate sitting on a stool, the knife still stuck in his heart, just sitting there upright, looking at the skull. His heart was still a little numb from time to time. It should be that the pirates feel that their era is over, and the end of their lives is also the end of their own era. KRILLIN couldn't help but sigh. You see, there seems to be a box under that pirate's skull. The quick-eyed Bulma suddenly found that there was a box hidden under the box, and Gaku picked up the Dragon Ball radar, and the reaction of the Dragon Ball on the Dragon Ball radar was very strong. Exactly, the Dragon Balls should be hiding there. Burst. Without saying a word, Bulma immediately walked in front of the skull, facing the pirate who had turned into a skeleton, and her heart was still a little shivering. It's no wonder. Bulma's hand was still a little shaky, and she gently moved away from the pirate's hand, and when she touched the pirate's hand, Bulma suddenly felt that her hand seemed to have some sticky liquid. Bulma thought that this might be the liquid from the flesh after death, but it smelled disgusting, but she still took out the box with a hard head. Open it and see if it's a Dragon Ball or a planet. Found it, Dragon Ball is here. Bulma just shouted. KRILLIN saw that the Dragon Ball had been found, and it seemed that he could leave this ghost place as soon as possible, and he couldn't help but feel cold in this place after staying for a long time. He. It's great that Dragon Ball found it, it really didn't take any effort. Suddenly, there was a burst of laughter from the direction where he had just come, and when he turned his head, it turned out to be General Blue of the Red Ribbon Legion just now. But KRILLIN seems to have found that General Blue alone has arrived here, and his men. Time goes back to just a few minutes ago. The legions led by General Blue came to the corridor together, but General Blue had already discovered that this corridor was not simple, so he called his men to take the lead. Shoo! 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 Before General Blue could react, the men who had just stepped out of the corridor died tragically in front of him. At this time, seeing them die tragically in front of them, I couldn't help but take a few steps back a little weakly, and from time to time they still said, "This is suicidal behavior at all, this is equivalent to sending to death." However, General Blue heard his subordinates say this, and before the other subordinates could react, he quietly took out a knife on his sleeve. Bang! A knife was just like that, under the hand that had just retreated. "General, you. I don't need a retreating soldier like you in my General Blue's soldiers, and everyone who violates it will die." After saying that, he vomited blood and fell to the ground, and his life remained here forever. Seeing this scene, many people were timid in their hearts, but they could not show it on the surface, thinking that this advance was death and retreat and death, which was really a dilemma. But in the face of this mechanism, the people of the Red Ribbon Legion were all in a hurry, but General Blue suddenly came up with a way. "Do you want to make a contribution?" General Blue asked suddenly. As subordinates, they seemed to be much more at ease. After all, every Red Ribbon soldier wanted to behave in front of the general a few times. "Then let us see your loyalty to me, and after I die, I will let the Marshal credit you for your first-class merit." General Blue's blue eyes were enchanting, and he seemed to have a calculation in his heart. "Died? Could it be?" the subordinate said from the bottom of his heart. Suddenly General Blue smiled at them, and all his subordinates suddenly became General Blue's cushions, and suddenly there were screams in the corridor. So General Blue came here alone. Seeing that General Blue alone seemed to be coveting his Dragon Balls, Bulma collected it behind her back without saying a word. "Obediently hand over the Dragon Ball, General Ben can spare you from death." Then he saw the Dragon Ball radar in Goku's hand, and immediately said at this time, and the Dragon Ball detector in that kid's hand. Bulma thought in her heart, although this handsome guy is a little handsome, but it is also extremely dangerous, and suddenly Bulma threw the Dragon Ball to KRILLIN, and the Dragon Ball is still relatively safe in KRILLIN's hand. "Oh?" The standard bald head and the obvious sign of no nose, General Blue thought to himself that it was the latest thorn in the Black Marshal's eye. Remember the guy who should be called KRILLIN, the guy who defeated Colonel Siraba and Masruda, who destroyed General White. "You're the guy named KRILLIN?" General Blue asked. "That's right, it's Lao Tzu, what?" KRILLIN never seemed to keep a low profile about his name. "No, I was thinking that you are all together, and I have solved all of you. I believe that the Marshal has a lot of rewards." General Blue seemed to have thought that he could serve them in one pot. "You try." KRILLIN, however, showed a hint of a confident smile. To be continued. Mid-Autumn Festival reading every day, charge 100 get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, September 19th to September 21st. Chapter 052. It turns out that you are the Marshal's recent thorn, a guy called KRILLIN. General Blue immediately looked at KRILLIN and said. "What?" KRILLIN buttoned his nostrils slightly, seemingly not taking this General Blue seriously at all. Ouch, KRILLIN hurt a little. It turned out that he accidentally pulled out a hair from his nose. "You. You actually pick your nose. General Blue was even more irritable when he saw KRILLIN. You say your words, I dig my boogers, is there a problem? KRILLIN glanced at the plucked nose hair on his hand, and then inadvertently wiped it on himself. A person like you who doesn't love cleanliness is unreasonable not to be executed. General Blue said suddenly. KRILLIN then thought that General Blue turned out to be the man with cleanliness, but KRILLIN thought that it was no wonder, the whole body skin was so white, like a little white face, although there was a handsome face, but this was standard for the little white face. But the only Bulma on the scene was often defeated in this face, and looking at General Blue carefully, his heart couldn't help but start to beat peng peng. At this time, Bulma had a plan. First, I saw Bulma approaching General Blue step by step, with a slightly evil step, and from time to time he launched a hint of provocative movements, deliberately pulling the shoulder straps a little lower, trying to seduce him. KRILLIN has no face to look at Bulma, Sigma Bulma, this is the so-called beauty meter. What is this woman trying to do? General Blue looked at Bulma and thought. I said General, you have been chasing people, and people don't know what you want to do. When Bulma said this, KRILLIN almost didn't vomit, thinking to himself that Bulma really did these actions. General Blue kept seeing Bulma approaching him step by step, a trace of doubtful sweat running on his forehead. Suddenly Bulma put her finger on her mouth, and then gradually approached General Blue's face, and when KRILLIN saw this scene, if he was himself, he might not be able to resist Bulma's temptation. However, the other party is General Blue. First, when Bulma's hand approached General Blue slightly, Bulma's hand was immediately grabbed by General Blue's arm. Oh hey, you hurt the Lun family. Bulma still pretended to be pure in the face of this situation and made a snorting sound. Humph, you filthy woman, you still want to touch my clean and pure flesh, you are looking for death. I? Dirty flesh? You? Clean and pure flesh? Bulma thought to herself, what the hell was this? Could it be that my seductive body could not seduce him, or? Bulma's arm suddenly felt a squeeze, and suddenly the pain in her arm began to become obvious. Bulma wants to break free from General Blue's bondage, realizes that her beauty scheme seems to be ineffective against this goods, and constantly shouts to let me go. I'm telling you, ugly woman, if you were a man, I might consider it, but only you are a woman, and you are a dirty woman. Even if I touch your dirty arm now, I have to take a lot of disinfectant to disinfect it when I go back to calm my current mood. When General Blue finished saying this, Bulma froze suddenly, and at this time the desire to break free became stronger, and he used all his strength to break free. KRILLIN began to be silent after hearing this sentence. I thought that in the TV version he was just a clean sissy, but I didn't expect that now he still admits that he is a gay guy. I go. How many unknown secrets are there in this Dragon Ball world? First, General Blue then let go of Bulma's arm, and Bulma suddenly fell to the ground of a pile of skeletons, and he kept rubbing the place that had just been grasped by General Blue, thinking that this guy really didn't know how to pity Xiang Xiang and cherish Jade. Listen, you will soon be buried here, and the treasure here will always belong to the Red Ribbon Legion. Suddenly General Blue began to shout, and this shout echoed in this cave. Bulma fell to the ground and looked at such General Blue, she was very afraid in her heart, and moved back little by little. How foolish are you lately, just by you guy? KRILLIN said relentlessly. KRILLIN, let me beat this up. Goku asked. General Blue almost forgot that there was another ghost, and now set his eyes on Goku. KRILLIN thought to himself that this small role should not be a problem for Goku to be handed over. I saw Goku jump out and move a few times, wanting to fight with General Blue at this moment. However, General Blue is not a fuel-saving lamp, and I saw Goku and General Blue looking at each other for a while. Moisture. General Blue's blue eyes suddenly exerted superpowers to suddenly control Goku, making Goku's body unable to move at all. How? What's the matter? The body can't move. To be continued. Mid-Autumn Festival reading every day, Charge 100 get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, September 19th to September 21st. Chapter 053. How? What's going on? The body can't move. Gaku struggled hard, struggling motionless in pain. What's going on? Gaku seems to be in pain. Bulma saw Goku's appearance at this moment, and said very puzzled. Only then did KRILLIN think that General Blue would be superpowered. I saw that General Blue immediately looked angrily at KRILLIN, and when KRILLIN looked into General Blue's eyes, General Blue cast superpowers on KRILLIN. Zzzi. However, KRILLIN is still the same look as just now. KRILLIN looks at General Blue's eyes, living dead fish eyes, although he still has a blue beautiful pupil, there is nothing special. What's going on? Superpowers don't care about me? No way. General Blue couldn't believe that his restrained superpowers were useless to this little bald head, and watched as KRILLIN still inadvertently picked his nostrils again. General Blue was immediately annoyed and immediately untied Gaku. Phew! Gaku, who had just been controlled, suddenly released, feeling that his body seemed to be more tired than running more than a dozen laps, and kicked on the side. It seems that General Blue is going to concentrate on dealing with the bald KRILLIN in front of him. Zzzi. General Blue once again used his superpowers, and it seems that this time General Blue wanted to put all his strength on this kid. Facing the same look just now, but KRILLIN looked at General Blue's small eyes, which were still blue beautiful eyes that had just glowed a hint of light. KRILLIN, don't look him in the eye! Bulma shouted from behind. It's a pity it's late, KRILLIN is already watching. After watching quietly for a short while, it seemed that KRILLIN did not show that Goku's body could not move uncomfortably just now, but instead looked left and right, and there seemed to be no physical changes. How? How can it be? My superpowers are useless. The facts were in front of him, General Blue thought to himself. Hey, you have eye poop in your eyes. KRILLIN pointed out. What? Which? Where? General Blue heard KRILLIN's mouth say that he had eye poop in his eyes, and he slammed his superpower, took a mirror from his pocket and fiddled with it in front of the three of KRILLIN. I don't see any eye. General Blue turned his eyes back and looked at them over and over again, wondering how this filthy eye poop could appear on his body. Ha ha ha. Just when General Blue was looking at himself in the mirror, KRILLIN laughed at this time, and at such a tense moment, Bulma couldn't laugh at all, and Gaku was the same. You little rabbit, you dare to lie to me! General Blue was deceived and irritated by KRILLIN at this time, thinking to himself that he loved a clean person so much, how could there be such a thing as I? A person like you who is clean and gay is angry is still quite funny when you are deceived. KRILLIN replied. Find death. After saying that, General Blue began to move, saying that he was a sissy, but the speed of the punch was extremely fast, but each punch was empty, and the fist passed through his face, and suddenly only the sound of a gust of wind was heard. Yikes! The sound of fists hitting from General Blue to KRILLIN. I didn't expect that your sissy is actually quite fast, can you hurry up more? I can still withstand it. KRILLIN dodged and slipped his head on the side. However, General Blue was immediately angry, and every punch was empty, his heart was anxious, and his punches were even more messy. However, at this time, KRILLIN naturally saw General Blue's weakness. Attack your next plate. General Blue suddenly found that KRILLIN's foot was kicked violently from between his legs at this time, and before General Blue could react, the three suddenly heard a sound that seemed to be breaking eggs. Ouch! I saw General Blue fiercely covering his lower body, constantly running and jumping around shouting pain and pain. Unexpectedly, you actually have men's things, as far as you gay and you're gay, it shouldn't have any effect to keep that thing. Immediately, KRILLIN taunted General Blue. What did you say? General Blue turned to look at KRILLIN and drank. Oh, yes, I almost forgot that there was another function, probably for mutual attack, right? Klin's egg-breaking behavior just now, coupled with this somewhat dirty taunt, suddenly turned the just serious atmosphere into a festive one, and Bulma went from holding back her laughter to laughing heartily now. "Don't laugh! Shake it!" General Blue jumped in place for a while, and everyone knew that this was an action to shake out his own egg, and Bulma, who had just been stopped laughing, suddenly saw this scene and laughed loudly again. Klin was more open than Bulma, covering his stomach with a smile from Xingyi. The three of Goku Kling Bulma almost didn't laugh when they saw General Blue in such pain. Ha ha ha! The scene of the original serious treasure hunt to find the Dragon Ball was suddenly filled with laughter. To be continued. Mid-Autumn Festival reading every day, charge 100 get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, September 19 to September 21. Chapter 054. Little brat, look how I clean you up. General Blue had a trace of pain, and his face was filled with anger, and he wanted to kill the two of them now. Yo, it's still shaken out, congratulations, congratulations, I hope I didn't bother you. Klin was still mocking. Burst. I saw General Blue suddenly take off his shirt, and Klin knew that this had completely angered General Blue. When he saw the handsome man take off his shirt, Bulma suddenly stared intently at General Blue's strong chest muscles, and his eyes were full of narrows. Goku saw General Blue, and it seemed that he had to be serious this time. Anyone who has seen pure white flesh like me must die. General Blue said. Hearing death, Bulma immediately stopped the expression that had just narrowed, covered her eyes, and silently said in her heart, I didn't see it, I didn't see it, I didn't see it. Drink! General Blue burst into his face, and his fists and kicks fiercely attacked Klin. Although General Blue took off his shirt, became angry and serious, there were some things that could not be changed, and that is rumble. General Blue was immediately lightly punched by Klin on that smooth chest, and immediately beat General Blue lightly, and General Blue was beaten into the air, completely unaware of what had just happened. Yes. At this time, hearing General Blue's scream, he disappeared in front of Goku Bulma's eyes and slammed a large hole in the roof of the cave. That is a weak chicken, or a weak chicken, it will never become a big chicken in the eyes of others. Klin said, thinking that the TV version of Klin was abused by this goods, and now he can finally export his anger. A planet has arrived, and Bulma sees that the wicked have been beaten away, thinking that the treasure here should belong to her now. At the moment, Bulma opened a box under the pirate's feet, opened it and saw that the box full of treasure was displayed in front of the three people. Groove, I've never seen a pirate's treasure in my life. Like a dirt bun who had never seen the world, so did Bulma, reaching into it, thinking that something deeper would be worth more than gold coin jewelry. Thump. Klin was still immersed in these golden jewels, his eyes were full of money, but the one that Bulma had just turned out seemed to be worth more than this gold coin, and before Klin could react, Bulma silently put it away. Rumble. Suddenly, a falling stone gradually fell from the hole that General Blue had just flown out, and this falling stone gradually fell into the water, and the plopping sound in the water became louder and louder. At this moment, this sound seemed to wake up Klin, who was immersed in the treasure. Could it be? It is said that treasure hunting will have the same ending, that is, the cave will collapse, and then the jewelry will be ignored directly, and the jewelry cannot be obtained, which is a natural ending. Rumble. Suddenly, the cave collapsed, and the rock fall just now instantly became larger, and only then did the three know that the cave was about to collapse. I'll go. How is it all such an ending? Klin can't help but spit on all the screenwriters who write treasure hunts, how it ends like this. Let's go, the hole is collapsing. Goku yelled. However, the ending is like this, but Klin thinks that he is a person who loves money, and in the face of this box of treasures in front of him, how can he ignore it like this? Suddenly, Bulma and Goku shouted at the entrance just now, and Klin was ready to leave. Burst. Klin picked up the box, held it on his bald head, and prepared to leave. When is it? Still thinking about the treasure? Bulma shouted. When is it? Still poor here, hurry up and sail. Klin yelled. The three of them ran suddenly, still the corridor just now, looking at the corridor lying a lot of Red Ribbon Legion's subordinates, the picture was simply cruel, people couldn't stand it at all, and some people were still dead. I thought there was still a mechanism, but the rock fell in this corridor and there seemed to be no movement, it seemed that the vibration just now made the mechanism unable to use, and Klin saw this scene and called the two to run. The three ran back to the submarine together, and Bulma maneuvered and dived into the water. The underwater environment is even worse, many large rocks fall from the water, Bulma needs to avoid one by one, in front of the dark, the skull is constantly floating in the water, and the scene is terrifying. Looking at the treasure he had worked so hard to hold, Klin thought that if he had money, he couldn't go out and spend it without his life. Burst. In the midst of a series of tosses, Bulma surfaced with the submarine, opened the window of the submarine, and almost didn't suffocate the three of them. Watching the splash that gradually fell under the middle of the water, Klin thought that he almost immersed himself in the bottom of the sea. Coming to the beach, Klin lay straight on the beach. After all, carrying the treasure, the weight was really barbaric. Seeing the box, Bulma had no idea that Klin would carry it whole, and Bulma turned around and figured it out. Hey! Klin Goku looked at Bulma. Hey yo! Nah! Bulma took out the oversized diamond she had just discovered, and it was white and bright in the sun. Looking at Bulma's miniskirt and t-shirt, what the hell is she hiding this large diamond? I said Bulma, how did you manage to stuff such a big diamond underneath? Klin looked at the area of the diamond, thinking that the diamond was stuffed, and then Klin silently looked at the guy under his crotch. That's why Bulma always feels unsatisfied. It seems that he will have to be a few rounds older in the future to satisfy her. To be continued. Chapter 055. Bulma, I really don't understand that you can actually stuff such a large diamond. Klin couldn't help but complain. However, Bulma did not hear it, and kept looking at such a large diamond in the sunlight. However, Goku on the side was slightly disappointed, looked at the Dragon Balls in his backpack. The 4 Dragon Balls are still 4 planets without Grandpa's relics. At this time Goku turned on the Dragon Ball radar, pressed it several times but found that the Dragon Ball radar did not react at all. Bulma, why can't the Dragon Ball radar move? Goku handed the Dragon Ball radar to Bulma to see. After casual messaging, Bulma learned. The Dragon Ball radar is broken. Klin never expected that the Dragon Ball radar was actually broken in the eyes of this juncture, and it was really not beautiful, and it was not satisfactory. Please forgive me for misusing idioms. At this time, Bulma thought that the Dragon Ball radar was fixed by General Blue to Goku, and then it was broken at that moment. Everyone saw that the Dragon Ball radar that had broken without reaction, and silently thought in their hearts, how to find Dragon Ball at this time. Suffered. Bulma exclaimed. What the hell, scare me. Klin was suddenly startled by Bulma's voice, and he didn't have the slightest defense. The universal capsule I brought out and the tools. It's gone. Bulma said weakly, and immediately sat on the beach holding the diamond with her feet inside, looking desperate. The tools that could have repaired the Dragon Ball radar have been lost, and they can't go back to the western capital, and then look at the surrounding environment, a great river, mountains, green waters, and green mountains, and there is no city at all. Let's go, sitting here is not a way. Klin said. Helpless, the 3 of them stared at the sun while walking silently. Penguin Village. A taxi came from a simple road and turned out to be Superman from Penguin Village. Don't look at me as just a sheep. Listening to the CD in the car, Sour Plum Superman sang the song of the green grassland, and did not realize whether he was on the wrong set. Suddenly, a person fell from the sky and fell vertically next to the grass next to Superman. What's going on? Stopping the car and looking through the window, Sour May Superman looked at the foreign object falling next to him, thinking to himself what kind of thing was outside the world. Looking closely, his head was planted straight on the ground, and his feet were stuck outside. It turned out to be General Blue, who had just been shot by KRILLIN. What? Can there be people who can fly like me, Superman? Superman had to get out of the car to check and watch as a big hole was smashed out. General Blue wasted a lot of effort to get it out of the ground, and as soon as he came out, he cursed and said, "KRILLIN, this guy, see if I don't take you." However, General Blue suddenly noticed that the surrounding environment had changed, and there was a man wearing a Superman logo behind his back standing quietly next to him. "Who the hell are you, dwarf winter melon in tight pants?" When Sour May Superman saw that this person seemed to be much taller than himself, a trace of sweat could not help but flow from his forehead. "You alien creature, you actually want to encroach on the safety of my penguin village. Watch my Sour Plum Superman bring you to justice. Drink." Without saying a word, Superman jerked back and made the standard posture of Ultraman Ray with both hands. "Isn't this a silly fork?" General Blue thought to himself. Looking at the car behind him, General Blue asked, "The car in the back is yours?" "Hey? Yes, I just brought it up. There is no divine transportation in this wilderness, and it is estimated that this car can help contact the headquarters," General Blue thought to himself. When Sour May Superman was discovered by others in his new car, he couldn't help but show off at this time, but before Sour May Superman finished screaming, General Blue said, "Your car, my Red Ribbon Legion." General Blue requisitioned. After speaking, General Blue walked to the car behind Sour May Chow. "What? You don't even put me Sour Plum Superman in your eyes? Then let you see my strength." Superman walked up to General Blue to stop him and said. Seeing that this Sour Plum Superman was blocking, he looked next to him, and suddenly found a phone booth, so he walked to the side of the phone booth. Seeing this person walking to the phone booth, Sour May Superman thought that this person was finally shocked by his own power, and now he is there to call for help. Sour May Superman was unexpected. "I saw General Blue holding the phone booth with both hands, and suddenly squeezed the phone booth with force, and in a second, the phone booth was deformed in Sour May Superman. More sweat suddenly dripped from his forehead just now, and at this time, he changed his arrogant expression just now, and suddenly welcomed General Blue like a parking brother. Just now, the little brother really has no eyes to Tarzan. "You want to requisition a car, feel free to welcome, please," Sour Plum Superman said politely and beautifully. General Blue immediately got into the car, did not say anything, and directly drove the car away. "Go slowly, don't send it." Superman took out a white scarf and silently sent General Blue off. When the car was far away, Sour May Superman stopped the behavior just now, looked at the phone booth that had just been squeezed, and suddenly shouted, "Help! The Red Ribbon Legion has invaded Penguin Village." To be continued. Chapter 056. Driving the small car of Superman Sour Plum, General Blue passed by this road and looked at the peaceful surroundings. There is actually such a place that is not occupied by our Red Ribbon Legion, and I have to ask the Marshal for instructions when I turn back. General Blue suddenly looked at everything around him. It seemed that this was the Penguin Village of the Sour Plum Superman, but General Blue looked impatient. What the hell is this song? Sheep and sheep. What's more, this car is slow to death. Looking out the window at the people who walked faster than their cars, General Blue wondered if he was driving a car. In desperation, General Blue could only choose to cry in the car rather than walk. Suddenly, General Blue saw a familiar group of people through the window, and it turned out that the three of Klin Wukong Bulma came to this penguin village together. Seeing this scene, General Blue thought to himself, "Is it really a bad family or a narrow road? See how I clean you up." Klin carried this box of treasures. The weight he carried was really not ordinary. Looking at this familiar surroundings, this was the penguin village painted by Uncle Bird in the early stage. Burst. I really can't walk. I want to go back to the western capital, Bulma shouted silently, feeling uncomfortable. Gaku, on the other hand, sat on the ground and touched his stomach, as if his stomach was hungry. However, Klin thinks back to Penguin Village, and the most interesting thing is the Alalay with the poop. Recalling Alalay's classic appearance, although it was a robot, the chubby face and the short figure, standard glasses and hat, Klin couldn't help but think. Without looking at Alalay's face, I feel that the meaning of coming to the Dragon Ball world is half gone. At this time, General Blue silently observed the movements of the three people in the car of the Sour May Superman, and saw that Gaku seemed to be holding a Dragon Ball detector in his hand, and General Blue suddenly had an idea in his heart. The three of them had entered Penguin Village at this time. Looking at the surroundings, there were no noble buildings, some were just standard houses in the countryside. La la la! Suddenly, a voice rushed from the side of the road, and Klin knew that it was Alalay who appeared. Alalay stopped in front of the three and looked at the three of Klin stunned for a while. However, when Klin saw Alalay's appearance at this time, his chubby face made Klin couldn't help but drop the box of treasures. Oh, you guys aren't from Penguin Village? Alalay began to ask, but the two flying bees flying next to Alalay's ears behind him repeated Alalay's words. Oh, you guys aren't from Penguin Village? Looking at Alalay's appearance at this time, Bulma couldn't help but be immersed in it. After all, no one can be childish and cute from Alalay. The look wins. However, Klin couldn't control it and asked from the side. Alalay, I want to cross you, okay? Klin couldn't help but say. Disc? What is it? Is it delicious? Alalay asked with a simple face. That's it. Klin started directly without saying a word, and put his hands on Alalay's face and head. It was a mess, and his eyes were almost knocked off by Klin, but Klin found himself immersed in the feeling of coiling Alalay and could not extricate himself. You're enough. Syllable. When Bulma saw this scene, he directly punched Klin, and punched Klin back to reality. And Klin's face was deeply imprinted with a fist. Poof. It turns out that this is Panna, it's quite fun, then I want to play you too. Alalay thought it was quite funny, but at this time he thought of making a move on Klin. What the? Can I still let you plate? This is simply impossible. However, the reality is very cruel, and Alalay also started directly, twisting Klin's face continuously, and coiled it very hard. Klin had to endure the pain. At this time, General Blue looked at this scene and thought to himself when this group of people became so familiar with the people of Penguin Village here. The car that was holding the Sour Plum Superman drove by slowly, but Alalay saw a car driving by, suddenly let go of Klin's face, and rushed over with a two-shaped bee. Looking at Klin's clever face that was mistaken by clever and began to distort, Bulma began to laugh. General Blue looked at the child as he seemed to rush towards him, and he jerked his own stop, thinking that she might have skipped him. And yet, without saying a word, Alalay smashed General Blue's car. General Blue did not understand what happened, and he was inexplicably attacked, but he could not get out of the car, and could only silently watch the pedestrian in the car. Di-di-di. General Blue heard the sound of oil leaking from his car, thinking that the car was about to explode, and when he wanted to open the door and was about to escape, Alalay jerked to the place where the oil was leaking. General Blue thought to himself, what is this kid trying to do? Burst. I saw Alalay stuff his mouth into the leaking place, and now General Blue and Bulma saw this scene, and they couldn't believe that this was the truth. I guess I'm having a nightmare. Bulma thought to herself. To be continued. Chapter 057. It's over, Alalay crashed again. One person heard a loud noise, and at this time someone shouted next to him. But the villagers of Penguin Village think that this is normal, thinking that it is just a daily experience, no big deal. At this time, Alalay was silently drinking engine oil, and this scene almost did not startle Bulma and General Blue. There are still such strange people in this world, drinking engine oil, is this something that people can do? Bulma saw Alalay stuffing her mouth into the chassis and knocking on the oil, and her stomach couldn't help but tumble. General Blue looked at this Alalay and thought to himself how there could be such a dirty person. Only one who thinks that Alalay this is normal. In addition to the people in Penguin Village, there is also KRILLIN. Compared to KRILLIN, who has also watched a lot of Dr. IQ, Alalay's standard will bite the bullet and hit the car hard, and the oil is normal. After all, Alalay is a robot. However, KRILLIN thought to himself, the most standard classic of Alalay is play poop. After knocking on the oil, Alalay turned his head to look at the grass next to him, and there seemed to be a poop, and at this time Alalay was holding a small wooden stick and stabbing at it. Still playing poop. General Blue suddenly felt numb in his heart, and he couldn't help but want to go out and kill her when he saw this scene, but for the sake of the overall situation, General Blue still endured it. Looking at Alalay, Alalay seemed to suddenly become a shadow in General Blue's heart. KRILLIN saw Alalay, looked at Bulma's stunned expression. Goku was also dumbfounded on the side. He saw more meat, but he ate engine oil and pooped. He had never seen it. KRILLIN felt the need to popularize Alalay's character with Goku Bulma, and said as a narrator at this time. Alalay, this robot made by Dr. Chibe of Penguin Village, this is a funny comic book character, although he has the height of a junior high school student and has a strong learning ability, but only has the mind of a kindergarten. By the way, the minds of the villagers of this Penguin Village are no more than kindergarten. KRILLIN was silently explaining. Bulma saw the Alalay who was playing with poop, and thought in her heart that it was a robot, and that the oil was normal, but when it came to the fact that the villagers' minds were only kindergartens, it was too outrageous. Just now you saw crashing the car, and playing poop is what Alalay often does, because playing poop, so it poses a threat to the public health and safety of Penguin Village. I have just said, Alalay is a funny comic book character, so the earth will often be split by her, the moon will often be destroyed by her. But the most important thing is that Alalay has a dozen greetings, and that is to meet people who like to say hello and good morning. At this time, after KRILLIN's detailed introduction, Bulma finally knew something about this Penguin Village and this Alalay, but... Speaking of KRILLIN, why are you so clear? Bulma asked rhetorically. Well, Clinton was a little speechless. You don't care how I know, anyway, I'll get the words here. KRILLIN can't say that he watched the TV series and then learned about it. Bite. You just said that Alalay is a robot, so what is the name of the doctor who made her? Just now KRILLIN, you said too fast, I didn't hear clearly. Bulma asked suddenly. Dr. Chibe. What's wrong? KRILLIN's mind turned a little and asked. Stupid, if there is a doctor, then the Dragon Ball radar can be repaired. After hearing Bulma say this, KRILLIN almost didn't say that he was stupid, and as soon as Goku heard that the Dragon Ball radar could be repaired, he quickly said. Alalay! Alalay! KRILLIN called out to Alalay. Only then did Alalay poke the piece of poop with a wooden stick and run sharply to the three of KRILLIN. Seeing Alalay pooping, Bulma couldn't help but take a step back, thinking that this poop would not get a little on herself. Goku is also thinking about what is not fun, you have to play poop. What? What the? Alalay asked KRILLIN. Do you know where Dr. Chibe lives? KRILLIN began to ask. What are you looking for the doctor for? Alalay asked with a simple look. KRILLIN seemed to guess that Alalay would not tell him so easily, and quietly brought his mouth close to Alalay's ear. When Bulma saw KRILLIN's action, she thought that she didn't know what medicine KRILLIN was selling. If you tell me, I'll do something crazy and fun with you. KRILLIN said quietly, and when he heard that he would do something crazy and fun, Alalay agreed. Then come with me, the doctor is probably busy now. Alalay led the way ahead at this time. Bulma followed behind, looking at a bunch of children of similar height in front of her, referring to Gaku Klin Alalay, feeling like a babysitter. General Blue listened to what they said, and seemed to have a count in his heart, and now he was looking for a doctor. At this time, the engine oil had just been all absorbed by the guy named Alalay, and General Blue had no choice but to get out of the car and follow. To be continued. Mid-Autumn Festival reading every day, charge 100 get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, September 19th to September 21st. Chapter 058. General Blue followed, ready to go to Dr. Senbei's house. Bulma thought that the Dragon Ball radar could be saved at this moment. At this time, Dr. Chaibei's home in Penguin Village. Dr. Chaibei is still worried about the aircraft parts in his yard, constantly groping for how the aircraft parts can be replaced. Seeing Dr. Chaibei so troubled, his wife walked up to him with tea. "Husband, you are the smartest in this world, nothing can stump you." Even Tipo, who had been following the doctor, had been cheering for Dr. Chaibei. "Daddy will definitely be fine." Listening to the words of his two favorite lovers, Senbei thought that it was good to have a family, and there was really nothing that could stump him at this moment. Burst. This is the doctor's home. By this time, Alalay had arrived at the doctor's house with Klin and his gang. Bulma looked at the doctor's home, where there was an obvious plane flying outside, and several people standing in the courtroom. Without saying a word, Bulma went straight down. Klin was really anxious to see Bulma, but Alalay had already taken them to the doctor's house, and yet said to Klin, "So can we do something crazy and fun now?" Faced with Alalay's question, Klin thought about the lie that the child had just coaxed. What is crazy and fun for Alalay? But Klin can only delay time. "You'll find out later." "Oh, okay then." Klin didn't expect Alalay to be so simple, thinking that if she was blackened in the future, with her ability, she could destroy the earth casually, and it would not be so easy to deal with it in the future. Bulma walked down and asked the doctor. "May I ask, you are Dr. Chaibei? My name is Bulma, I am asking you for a favor." Dr. Chaibei thought to himself, the plane in front of him has not yet been completed, and now he is still busy, and his brain almost did not explode. The eyes of those present were staring straight at this Bulma. Bulma was a little embarrassed, thinking that it was rude to step into someone else's home like this and ask others to help, and then Bulma thought of introducing herself first. "I'm sorry, my name is Bulma, I have no malice." Dr. Senbei was stunned for a moment. Klin Gaku Alalay followed closely behind Bulma, and the doctor saw that there were really many outsiders who came today. Seeing that it was the person brought by Alalay, the doctor asked, "What did you just say you wanted to help?" Burst. Bulma took out the Dragon Ball radar that had just broken down and gave it to the doctor. The doctor saw this Dragon Ball radar and looked at such a condensed version of the electronic product, and it was the first time he saw it. At this time, General Blue followed behind the three people, seeing that there was a plane in front of him, and now he finally had the opportunity to leave this place and return to the headquarters. Poof! The doctor disassembled the Dragon Ball radar, and the irritated lines inside made the doctor can't believe it. "What the hell is this? Work?" The doctor said he had never seen such a complex product, so he casually asked which brilliant scientist made it. "I made it out, what's wrong? Fixing this should be quite easy for the doctor," Bulma said directly without saying a word. However, Klin saw the doctor silently sweating and weakly swallowed his saliva. For this situation, the doctor seemed to have never met before, but for the sake of his own face, the doctor could only bite the bullet. When the doctor picked up the tool screwdriver in his hand, his beloved wife and son said to Bulma, "Don't worry, my lover is the greatest and smartest doctor in Penguin Village, and it will be no problem to hand it over to him." "Yes, my dad is very good." Bulma was of course happy when she heard this, but this made the overwhelmed doctor even more overwhelmed, and she felt a lot of pressure in her heart. And the son of the doctor next to him, Thibaut, saw the structure inside, and then looked at the expression on his father's face. It seemed that his father was a little confused. Yes. Your Dragon Ball radar and this plane belong to me. At this moment, General Blue suddenly jumped out and shouted. Why are you again? Said Bulma. Goku jumped out and prepared to fight, but Klin saw this guy Blue, thinking that dogs really can't change to eat, especially the dogs of the Red Ribbon Legion. If you don't give him a lesson to taste now, he doesn't know how powerful my Klin is. But punching him seems a little too cheap for him. Bite. Klin's smooth head suddenly thought of a way, and saw Klin silently saying to Alalay. Alalay, you don't want crazy and fun things, you see that big brother wants to play with you, go, use your tricks. Although Klin doesn't know what Alalay's tricks are, he only knows that Alalay's tricks are quite a lot, and just by picking up poop, it is an ordeal for this clean guy. See how I take care of you, Blue. To be continued. 11 reading books every day, charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 059. At this time, General Blue wanted Bulma to hand over the Dragon Ball radar in his hand, but was attracted by Alalay, who rushed over. General Blue suddenly saw this Alalay, which was the child who had just finished pooping, and panicked in his heart. Don't come here, you dirty kid who played poop, don't come here. The clean Blue couldn't accept Alalay at all, and saw Alalay rushing towards him with both feet, and his mouth was still talking from time to time. Big brother, I'm going to play a bouncing game with you. Alalay instantly made Blue helpless, and before General Blue could react, Alalay jumped up, and his hard head slammed into him. Yes. With a scream, General Blue suddenly flew into the air. Wait for me, big brother. Alalay suddenly rushed over, jumping again and putting his head up before he fell. The continuous bouncing made General Blue completely off the ground. Seeing Blue being tossed by Alalay like this, Klin couldn't help but start laughing silently. The doctor feels that nothing is happening, and is still worried about Bulma's Dragon Ball radar. Bulma seemed to see the doctor's difficulty and couldn't help but say. If the doctor can't get it right, then I'll come. After all, I made the Dragon Ball radar, and I'm more familiar with the structure inside. As soon as the doctor heard these words, his competitive spirit suddenly surged into his heart. How could it not be? I am the greatest doctor in Penguin Village, and there is nothing under the sky that I can't fix. The doctor said with a smile on his face. This looks a bit foxy tiger power. Hearing Bulma's words, this girl should not believe her own skills. But looking back at this Dragon Ball radar again, this does not know how to start at all. However, after seeing that his father began to screw a screw, his superpowered son Tebow pointed at the Dragon Ball radar with both fingers. Burst. Dr. Chibe, who had just finished screwing a screw, saw that the Dragon Ball radar was already moving, and almost didn't startle him, thinking to himself, I just screwed the screw. When she heard the sound of the Dragon Ball radar moving, Bulma took the Dragon Ball radar without saying a word, and clicked on the radar, showing that everything was normal and seemed to have really been repaired. Thank you really, doctor. The doctor was still confused, still wondering in his heart whether this was repaired. He just got it casually. Dad is so powerful. Tipo also began to encourage the doctor. Klin saw that the Dragon Ball radar had been repaired, and it seemed that his Dragon Ball journey was still continuing. At this time, Alalay ran back from a distance. Have fun, that little brother doesn't know where to fly now. Klin thought about being by Alalay, and he punched him more than he did. It's really pathetic. At this time, the Red Ribbon Legion headquarters. Marshal Black was still angry that he couldn't contact General Blue, thinking to himself what kind of thing this little Klin was, and his elite subordinates were actually subjected to repeated abuses, first Colonel Siraba, then General White of Masluta, and now even General Blue. Adjutant Brack next to him did not dare to make a sound at all, for fear of making something at this juncture. Report Marshal, the person you are looking for is here. Suddenly, a word came from his subordinates and said. Really? That's really good. Please come up quickly. Marshal Black said immediately. Marshal, who did you order your subordinates to find? Adjutant Brack actually did not expect that the marshal's order would actually skip him directly, and he wondered who the person the marshal personally sent to invite was. In order to deal with extraordinary people, we must use extraordinary people, and I invite people, who are the world's #1 killer with extremely cruel means and extremely high efficiency, peach for nothing. As soon as the Black Marshal said Dobai's name, Adjutant Brack was shocked at that time. He didn't expect that the Marshal would actually hire the world's #1 killer Dobai. Marshal, such a dangerous person, how do you? It seems that Adjutant Brack does not approve of this approach of the Marshal. Why, I'm a Marshal, have I asked you about the decisions I made? The Marshal suddenly looked at Adjutant Brack, and the Adjutant looked at the Marshal with this look, completely unable to look directly at him. Don't worry, although this person is ruthless, as long as he is given money, he can complete the task, and I don't believe that anyone pays more than me. Although the Marshal said so, Adjutant Brack was still not at ease with the #1 killer in the world. Poof! Suddenly, a person gradually walked from the hall. The man had a long whip on his head, and 2 obvious beards under his thick eyebrows. If not a killer, others might think of him as a beard brother or a pig-tailed brother. Master Dobai, please come here. The Marshal personally went up to receive it, but Dobai did not eat this set at all, and only thought about the amount he could pay for my killing. Why, what orders does the Marshal have? It is very expensive for me to kill someone. Dobai said directly. Money is not a problem, as long as the master finishes, I will pay you 4 times more. Okay, let me kill whom? Peach speaks in vain is also very direct. At this time, a photo of the KRILLIN trio appeared in front of the peach white eyes. I want that little bald head. Dobai saw that he just dealt with this little bald head, which was simply easy. Dobai agreed on the spot, and just as Dobai was about to leave, a shout was heard from the top floor of the hall at this time, and it suddenly fell in front of the Marshal and Dobai. It turned out to be General Blue, who had just been shot away by Alalay. Everyone saw this General Blue and thought about how the general fell from the air. To be continued. 11 reading books every day, charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 060. A General Blue fell from the sky, almost did not startle the Marshal. Burst. General Blue stood up silently at this time, looking around. He did not expect to be beaten to his own headquarters. Meta. Marshal. General Blue immediately saluted when he saw Marshal Black. Everyone had a strange look at General Blue, and General Blue thought to himself how there could be such a clever thing. I said, General Blue, why did you fly down from above? Didn't you go to clean up the kid of Naklin? Marshal Black asked suddenly. Blue knew that his task had not been completed, explained the ins and outs of the matter, and listening to what Blue said, even Colonel Violet next to him felt that this was simply telling a story. After listening to Blue's statement, 10 minutes have passed. Let me help you summarize what you just said, that is, the task is not completed. Suddenly hearing Marshal Hayes' words, Blue's heart trembled. It was the first time he heard Marshal's words, and his previous success stories seemed to be slowly erased in the Marshal's heart. However, after listening to General Blue's words, he suddenly laughed beside him. Marshal, even a child can't handle it. It seems that your subordinates are almost all the rice buckets you raised. As soon as Dobai finished speaking, he was suddenly met with the cold eyes of Brad's adjutant, General Blue, and Colonel Violet, and they were a little unhappy in their hearts. After hearing this, General Blue turned to look at Dobai. Who are you? Here is when it is your turn to speak. Blue scolded. But Dobai completely ignored Blue, with a cold face, and felt that talking to you felt a little degrading to his identity. This is the world's #1 killer Dobai master, I specially invited him. Black Marshal said to Blue. However, when Marshal Black said this, General Blue's psychology produced a lot of ambiguity. Marshal, this is to ask for foreign aid, is it because I am ineffective? Am I not as strange as this? What is the world's #1 killer? Blow it. Marshal, I think that little bald head is handed over to the subordinates to complete, there is no need to invite a messy person to come. General Blue strongly recommended himself to prove that he could indeed handle the little bald head. Well. The Marshal is thinking about it. Rubbish. What did you say? General Blue heard the 2 words coming out of his mouth, which completely blew, but at this time Blue was ready to fight, trying to prove himself in the Marshal. Adjutant Brack asked the Marshal if he wanted to stop it, but the Marshal said that he could take this opportunity to see the power of Master Dobai. Humph, wait for me to defeat the ground, how far you charlatan can roll me out. General Blue was ready to make a move, but Dobai still looked indifferent. What the whole body is flawed, really a charlatan, look how I Blue cleans up this person, General Blue thought to himself. Drink. General Blue began to get up, but Momo Bibai still stood calmly in place, and when Blue had already stepped out, Momo Bibai dodged sharply, and suddenly only heard a shout. Yes. When Adjutant Brack and Black Marshal watched, the scene in front of them almost didn't startle them. General Blue stretched his foot, but the peach white had already wrapped around the side of General Blue's face, and a long tongue went straight into the side of Blue's head, and General Blue could not move at all. You actually. Move your disgusting tongue away from me. After saying that, General Blue instantly fell to the ground, completely lost the sound of breathing, and suddenly the people around him who saw this scene instantly felt that this was white and terrible. Peach Bibai, there is no need to hurt the poisonous hand. Adjutant Brack suddenly wanted to stop this peach, and when he saw Blue who died tragically on the ground, he couldn't help but say. Why, you also want to have a fight with him? Dobai gave him a sharp look, which frightened Adjutant Brack and did not dare to answer at all. Sure enough, Master Dobai is powerful, that. Then trouble the master. Marshal Black said silently. At this time, Dobai was ready to leave, but when he walked to the door, he stopped and left a word. If I know you can't afford that, be careful, I'll kill you. After speaking, his hands directly removed a large pillar in front of the door, that is, he threw it, and Dobai jumped on it sharply, and then left. The words left by this peach in vain almost did not intimidate the Marshal, and looking at General Blue who fell to the ground, the Black Marshal began to wonder whether the peach white he invited was right or wrong. As long as the master gets rid of the one named KRILLIN and takes back the Dragon Ball, Marshal Ben can sacrifice any price. The Black Marshal said at this time, and Adjutant Brack looked at Blue and then at this Marshal, and another thought seemed to come to his mind. At this time, Dobai was moving towards KRILLIN and his group. However, the 3 of KRILLIN have already left Penguin Village to find the next Dragon Ball. To be continued. Welcome to the National Day 7-day-long holiday and read books and enjoy reading. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 061. I saw that KRILLIN was ready to set off for the next Dragon Ball and drive the plane in the Doctor's Institute. Is it worth the box of treasures just now for this plane? Bulma looked at the box of treasure that she had fought so hard to give up, and she felt that it was a loss. Don't complain, after all, everyone else has given you the most valuable plane in the village, and that box of treasure should be nothing to you, the richest man in the western capital. After saying that, KRILLIN took the Dragon Balls in his backpack and looked at the 4 Dragon Balls in it, even he couldn't believe that he would summon the dragon one day to fulfill his wishes, and it seemed that his noseless spell was about to be broken. KRILLIN touched his nose, and he felt that it was extremely ugly that he didn't have a nose, otherwise he would be recognized as a noseless star when he met people all day. Lao Tzu is an iron-clad earthling, what a noseless star man to fuck his mother, KRILLIN thought to himself. At this time, he set off towards the nearest Dragon Ball here, and at this time, KRILLIN thought that he could take a good nap, but did not know that something was coming in front of Bulma. Bulma looked at a column flying in front of her at great speed, and wanted to turn around and move forward, but she didn't know that the plane had no stability control button at all, and then Bulma thought of what the doctor said to herself before leaving. This plane can probably take off, but the parts are not complete, and there may be a little problem with takeoff at that time. However, Bulma drove him away without saying a word, and now looking at the foreign object flying straight here, Bulma regretted it. That was the world's #1 killer who flew towards KRILLIN, looking at the plane in front of him, and finally found them. "That's you!" Shout. "It seems to be coming at us all the time," Goku said as he saw it. "Jump off the plane. It's going to crash." Bulma then realized that it was a pillar, and on the pillar stood a man. KRILLIN looked at the ground, lying in the groove, so high, and nothing to call me skydiving? This is the rhythm that is going to kill me. Burst. Goku pulled KRILLIN, Bulma and the two jumped out of the plane, which was suddenly pulled out of the plane by Goku, almost not scared KRILLIN into tears. "I remember that before I was reborn, I had never experienced the feeling of an airplane, and now I want to crash myself, ICNM. KRILLIN thought to himself. "Yes." With the shouts of mixed male and female voices, the three suddenly jumped out of the plane. Suddenly, there was an explosion from behind, and the moment the pillar crashed into the plane was instantly blown up with only slag, and a puff of black smoke in the air. "Well?" An explosion in the air was heard from the woods. "Father, it seems to have exploded above, what happened?" Upa said as he picked up firewood. Bra looked at the puff of smoke in the air, and she didn't know what was going on. At this time, he fell to the ground, and Goku's feet jerked in place, and suddenly a paralysis filled Goku's feet. "Who the hell is it?" "I spent a whole box of treasure for the plane," Bulma questioned. KRILLIN undoubtedly recognized the person who had just stood on the pillar, who seemed to be the Peach White of the Crane Fairy Flow. "I didn't expect to meet the three of you here, should I say that you are lucky or unlucky?" A dark shadow emerged from the woods. But Goku was still asking who it was. KRILLIN's judgment was indeed correct, the standard pink robe printed with a big kill word, the classic beard and braid shape, this is really peachy. Bulma came out and seemed to be theorizing in vain. "What the hell are you? You actually dare to blow up Miss Ben's plane?" Ben's-yen KRILLIN wanted to persuade Bulma to say a few words, but he didn't expect Bulma to blurt out directly and shout logically. "Woman, you can talk very well, your mouth will be exploded by me later," Dobai said directly. Bulma suddenly did not dare to say more than 2 words. "KRILLIN, this is a woman, why do you still have the appearance of an uncle?" Goku asked with an idiotic look. "Idiot, how do you judge it no matter how you look at it, so obvious?" Suddenly, the two of KRILLIN Wukong began to chat. The noisy voice, "Suddenly out of the forest 2 people, suddenly everyone looked, but KRILLIN looked at the 2 people with a surprised face, isn't this Bra and his son Upa? However, in KRILLIN's account, it seems that this story of Bra being killed by Momo Bai and then Goku climbing up the Karanta to find the cat immortal to drink super holy water and defeat Momo Bai, but now the plot is completely different. KRILLIN wondered if it would be a matter of his own rebirth, and the plot began to become chaotic. "Boy, hand over the Dragon Ball radar and Dragon Ball in your pocket. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unkind," Peach said in vain. After hearing these words, Bulma knew that she was another person who came to the door for Dragon Ball. "I really didn't expect that Dobai, as a killer, actually became a lackey of the Red Ribbon Legion for money. How can a dog bark here? Go home and find the owner first." However, KRILLIN is a mockery, in his eyes, the Peach White is not enough to be his opponent. "You are the little skinhead that the marshal specially asked me to take special care of, but I didn't expect you to be quite inch." "What little skinhead?" Tell you loud's name, my name is KRILLIN. To be continued. Chapter 062. What little skinhead, tell you loud's name, my name is KRILLIN. KRILLIN heard Peach Bibi call little bald head and responded. Looking at the big turtle character on KRILLIN and Goku's chest, he thought that they were the disciples of the old man of the turtle fairy. No matter what his name is KRILLIN or what duck dog name he is, the priority for him is to get the Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball radar in their hands. The mouth is still so sharp, then don't blame me for doing it. Momo Bibi took out his hands from behind him and signaled to prepare. However, Bra, the guardian of the Karantha next to him, stepped forward and said, "If you have any problems, please solve it privately, and don't quarrel with Ching Ning around this Karantha holy land." KRILLIN heard that this was the Karan Tower, and looked up. Although there were many trees blocking it, he could faintly see the pillar of heaven that was pressing straight to the sky. Where did this stirring stick come from, and actually came out to spoil my good deeds? This is where the legendary super holy water is? Momo Bibi looked around and thought. Shout! KRILLIN noticed that Momo Bibi was looking at Nabra and seemed to be staring straight at the little Upa. Little Upa was afraid and could only hide at his father's heels. "Hey, don't you want to get the Dragon Balls? Come and get it." KRILLIN thought about what was playing in his heart, and said, interrupting Dobai's inner thoughts. "To deal with this little kid of yours, you actually want me to make a move for nothing. I really dare not imagine how much waste the Red Ribbon Legion has raised." Mama Bai suddenly wanted to fight. Goku was already ready to fight him behind, and Bulma had been hiding behind the stone. Looking at this unknown person, Bulma would always hide first. "Waste? I'm afraid you can't avoid this law of true fragrance," KRILLIN said with a mocking smile, standing completely straight in place. Before Bra could react, Momo Bibi had already made a move first, but Momo Bibi did not rush to KRILLIN's group, but prepared to grab little Upa with one hand, and Bra did not react at all. Burst! KRILLIN, who was quick in sight, grabbed the peach white hand, and little Upa did not expect that the two had already come to him in an instant, and Bra did not expect that he could only silently look at the two in front of him. How can it be? Can someone actually see my movements? However, Momo Bibi rolled his eyes to look in the direction of KRILLIN just now, and was blown by the wind. Momo Bibi thought to himself, it turned out to be an afterimage fist. How did you end up like a fist? You can actually know my dynamics, and I really can't praise you for that. KRILLIN let go of his hand and let Mama Bai loosen up. You old fox knows that you want to shit and pee with your ass cocked, so easy to be seen through the idea. I don't think you should be a killer. KRILLIN's actions made Bulma completely unaware of what had just happened, but Goku saw through everything just now. Sure enough, there are two brushes, no wonder other wastes have repeatedly failed. I'm sure you'll be one of those wasters too. Drink. How could Dobai tolerate the continuous ridicule of others so much, and directly fought with KRILLIN? A set of continuous crane fairy flow punches towards KRILLIN, but KRILLIN did not feel at all how fast and violent this punch was. But only knew that the gust of wind that this punch hit his ears was clear and powerful. Every punch was empty, and Momo Bibi thought that this was really a bit of material. Syllable. A sound sounded, and just as Peach was beating vigorously, KRILLIN slapped Peach Bibi's face with a palm. Suddenly, when I saw that slap on the face, it became distorted, and after rotating 360 degrees in midair, it bounced out violently, and from time to time knocked down several trees. Brappa was completely stunned, looking at the one named KRILLIN, who had just slapped and really refreshed the three views. Bulma and Goku are completely normal operations. What just happened? Dobai Bibi looked down at his face, a deep applause, and suddenly felt that his side of the face seemed to have no feeling. Looking at Naklin, it seemed that there was nothing special, but... Oh, I accidentally pushed a little harder, sorry. In fact, KRILLIN knew in his heart that he didn't need any strength just now, it was just an appetizer. Stinky boy. Dobai Bibai was finally going to get serious at this moment, and I saw a sharp tear off the clothes on his upper body. Looking at the sturdy figure, Klin thought that this was still practiced. This trick, you absolutely can't dodge, you will die in that moment, there will never be pain. Faced with Tao Bibai's words, Klin thought that it was nothing more than that whole wave. I'm so scared, Klin shouted as he feigned fear. At this time, I saw Dobai stretching out 2 fingers, looking at the look of holding, and seemed to be continuing. Dong Dongbo! Shout! With an order, a whole wave struck towards Klin, and this yellow light shone in front of Klin. You're done, Momo thought to himself. Bite! Just when the cave wave attacked Klin's head, the next second made Dobai suddenly dumbfounded, and saw Klin's 2 fingers gently flick the whole wave away. What the? Dobai was suddenly stunned. Just with my finger to flick open the cave wave that I meditated and practiced, it stands to reason that the old man of the turtle immortal will also give in to 3 points when he sees my cave wave, this. It's impossible. To be continued. Welcome to the National Day 7-day long holiday and read books and enjoy reading. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 063. Watching Klin's fingers flick open the cave wave that was comparable to the turtle school Qigong wave, Dobai was a little skeptical of life. This is simply impossible. Momo Bibai kept thinking about it in his heart. Don't look at me so surprised, nothing strange. Klin said. Finding that he couldn't hurt him in the slightest, he suddenly thought of why the marshal had to pay 4 times the price to kill this person. Momo Bibai seems to be hesitating. Just now, Bra and little Upa have not yet reacted from the situation just now. What just happened? Little Upa hid behind and shook his head, indicating that he didn't know anything either. Bulma has also been quietly watching the killer, mentally seems to have reduced the level of fear just now, and Gaku recalled the cave wave just now, but he didn't expect that Klin's fingers would dissolve, thinking how much stronger Klin is than himself. What's wrong, aren't you a killer, come and kill me? Klin said mockingly again. On the Karentat, however. The cat fairy with a cane has already seen the situation under the Karentat, watching Klin against the world's #1 killer, thinking that this kid is not simple. At this time, Dobai Bibai observed the 4 directions, as if he wanted to start with others, but he was stopped by Klin. Don't bother, if you want to attack them, I'll tell you it's not okay. Klin directly pierced some careful thoughts in Dobai's heart. Burst. Immediately observed that there is a pillar of heaven here, this seems to be the place that leads to the super holy water, as long as you climb to the top and drink the super holy water, you may be able to defeat this guy called Klin. Drink. Without saying a word, Dobai climbed up the Karan tower and climbed up in front of the eyes of everyone in Klin. Wait for me to come down and see how I clean you up. Dobai left a word, and rushed forward. Dad, that's where the gods live, isn't it? Little Upa said weakly. Bra looked at Dobai and rushed up like this, he couldn't help it, thinking in his heart that if he drank super holy water, the consequences. Don't worry, he drinks his, wait for him to come down, rest assured. Klin interrupted Bra's thoughts and said. Bra was still very unfamiliar with the 3, just sitting in place. Don't be nervous, we're not bad people, I forgot to introduce, my name is Klin. The 3 introduced themselves to Bra Xiao Upa and began to get acquainted. Looking at the turtle fairy flow martial clothes on the bodies of Klin Wukong, Bra suddenly asked. You are the people of the turtle immortal Ryu Wushan teacher. Yes, how does Mr. Bra know Teacher Wushan? Teacher Wushan once saved me when I was young in the past, and the turtle character behind me is the symbol I have known since I was a child, so is Teacher Wushan okay now? In the face of Bra's knowledge of turtle immortal flow, Klin does not have the part in his memory that Bra knew Teacher Wushan. Don't worry. Klin really didn't expect that Teacher Wushan's previous cases were all over the world. The five immediately began to chat happily. Time was gradually dusk, and the three of KRILLIN could only rest here for a while. After all, since Lin K was reborn as KRILLIN to here, KRILLIN did not rest well at all. However, Dobai was rushing towards the hour of the KRILLIN tat. Is this tower so tall? When will it be the hour? Dobai Bibai is constantly rushing to the top tower. Looking through the clouds and fog layer after layer, the time has come to night, and Dobai has still not reached the top floor. Poof! Under the KRILLIN tat, KRILLIN suddenly realized something. Am I not the absolute protagonist here, but how to go up to drink super holy water is that goods, lying groove, this is completely different. Thinking about it, KRILLIN's exhaustion made his eye bags sink more and more, and after a few clicks, he had closed his eyes and began to fall asleep. Burst. Finally you can see the top floor. It took a lot of time to come to this tower and rush up. I saw Dobai kicking in vain. It seemed that it took a lot of effort to come up from below. Looking at the top floor of this KRILLIN tower, the top was empty, and I could only see a few tanks of water next to it. Is that super holy water? Momo Bibai approached and lifted the cylinder cover and looked at the water inside, but Momo Bibai glanced at it a few times and seemed to be moving in the water. I saw the water splash gradually fluttering, and suddenly looked at the moment when the water inside appeared one by one and the people he had killed before, including the recent General Blue. What the hell is this? Burst. The water gradually disappeared, and suddenly turned back to the ordinary water before. Is this super holy water? At this time, Dobai looked at the surrounding water. It seemed that they all looked like this, and looked left and right. It seemed that there was no one above, and suddenly Dobai put his palms together, stretched out his hand to pick up a piece of water. After drinking it, I felt that my body didn't seem to have changed, so I immediately picked it up again and drank a few more sips. However, the cat immortal hiding behind Dobai smiled silently. Can you drink my bath water and foot wash so happily? The cat fairy thought to himself. To be continued. Mid-Autumn Festival reading every day, charge 100 get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, September 19th to September 21st. Chapter 064. I didn't expect this product to drink our bath water so happily, the cat fairy thought to himself. Burst. At this time, after drinking in vain, he looked at the changes in his body, and he didn't seem to react, and suddenly kicked the water tank just now, and the water instantly filled the top of the entire KRILLIN tower. What a water break! Dobai Bibai felt an irritation in his heart. The cat immortal heard a sound of the cylinder breaking at this time, and pretended to have just woken up and appeared in front of Dobai's eyes. Seeing the cat fairy like a cat, Dobai Bibai thought in his heart which cat ran out. You are? Momo Bibai asked. I'm the cat immortal in charge of here, I said you, this person, just came to smash my tank, what are you doing? Unexpectedly, Dobai Bai stepped forward and grabbed the cat fairy's neck without saying a word, and shouted viciously at the cat fairy and said. Let me ask you, where is the legendary super holy water? The topic of Peach White directly asked about the super holy water, and the cat immortal began to act. You? How do you know about the super holy water? The expression on his face was simply in place, and Dobai couldn't see it at all, and after hearing this, he shouted for the cat immortal to quickly take it out. You let me go first, I can take it. Don't play tricks on me, take it out quickly, or I want you to be buried here. The cat fairy acted to the end, taking advantage of the fact that he didn't pay attention. He deliberately filled a glass of water in a tank of water, and in the gap, the cat fairy also deliberately buttoned his boogers and threw a few into it. The super holy water is here, let me tell you first, this thing. The cat immortal just handed it to Dobai, and Dobai looked at it, testing whether this was super holy water. This is super holy water? So easy for me? Momo Bai was suspicious. We're here to focus on this thing. If you don't believe it, then don't drink it. The cat fairy pretends to be calm and a serious nonsense. If I find out that this is fake super holy water, be careful that you wait for your life. Purr. Momo Bibai swallowed the super holy water that the cat immortal had just withheld his boogers. The trick of the cat fairy succeeded, and I don't know how happy it was, but the surface was as calm as ever. Drinking this veritable super holy water and smashing the cup on the ground, it seems that the body still has not changed. This so-called super holy water is actually forcing out the strongest potential of the body, so it is normal that there is no big change on the surface. Dobai thought that this should not be fake. After all, he felt a lot stronger than before. If you dare to lie to me, when I clean up the bald boy below, I will come up and clean up you, old fellow. The cat fairy expressed helplessness. After saying that, he jumped to the side and prepared to go down. Wait, I'll give you a gift. After speaking, the cat immortal called a black cloud similar to a somersault cloud. Looking at this cloud, Dobai thought that this product was actually so good. Just now you came up and spent a lot of effort, you can't get tired when you go down to deal with him. The cat fairy is still talking nonsense and acting. I didn't expect you cat to know a lot. After speaking, Momo Bibai jumped on the cloud, ready to clean up the bald Klin. Good journey. The cat fairy shouted quite politely. However, Dobai did not know what calculations this person was making. At this time, the black cloud carried Dobai to the bottom of the tower, preparing to fight Klin. However, the cat fairy thought. Having just come up has already given him abilities that he shouldn't have, now if he is allowed to go on his own. Humph, how could it be possible for him to go down so comfortably? At this moment, Dobai is on his way down. This cat is quite sensible, if I let me go down, it may take me a lot of effort to go down. Momo Bibai thought to himself, but the cat fairy was there. It should be about the same, give me down. Drink. Under the order, Dobai Bibai suddenly felt that the clouds under his feet were a little inappropriate, and soon fell from mid-air. Yes. Peach's white voice accompanied the entire air, and at this moment, while Klin Gaku was asleep, Bra Xiao Upa heard a bombardment. Rumble. How? What's wrong? An earthquake? Bulma woke up from her dream. Bra Xiao Upa hurriedly stepped forward to see what fell from the tower, and looked over. Isn't this the world's #1 killer who just climbed up today? How did he fall? Little Upa asked. Bra looked up, her face brightened, and then said. It must be the immortal in the tower. However, the falling Peach was white, poked on the ground, and said silently. I swear I'm going to kill that cat. To be continued. Mid-Autumn Festival reading every day, charge 100 get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, September 19th to September 21st. Chapter 065. Dobai fell violently from the sky, which immediately startled the people who had just rested on the spot. It's time for the sun to go down. Gaku and his gang walked out together to see the situation. Yet Klin remained asleep. Poof! Momo Bibai got up from the ground, looked at the cat immortal on the tower, and said. Wait until you cat will feel good. Bulma hid in the tent and glanced a few times at the situation outside, and was so frightened that she quickly ran to Klin's side, constantly shouting. Klin, wake up quickly, Peach Bibai has come down. However, this voice did not wake Klin in the slightest, and Klin was immersed in his dreamland, and from time to time dreamed of his previous life. Bulma found that the expression on Klin's face seemed to be very struggling, and in the dream, Klin seemed to have a hard time opening his eyes, but after the struggle, there was a burst of laughter. The devil knows what he is dreaming. Although Gaku was also sleeping a lot, he was not yet at the point of Klin, and after hearing a sound, he ran out. Burst. As soon as Gaku came out, he saw Bora being trampled on the ground by Mama Bai, and from time to time he heard Mama Bai shouting. Hurry up and call your bald boy out. Bra was very painfully trampled on the ground, and the little UPA next to him saw his father being trampled on the ground, constantly screaming, "Dad, let go of my dad!" After speaking, he rushed towards Dobai with a small pigtail. "Let's go, UPA!" Bra kept shouting on the ground for UPA to go quickly, but this was equivalent to a mantis as a car, and after a while, he was slapped out a few meters away by Dobai's palm. When Gaku saw it, he clenched his fists and shouted, "Stop!" Gaku came to Momo Bibai and looked at the same turtle character sect as the bald boy, and Momo Bibai thought that this was the disciple of the old man of the turtle fairy. "Now it's your turn, wait until I finish you off, and then go clean up that little bald head." Syllable. After speaking, Dobai kicked away Bra under his feet with a face, and UPA quickly ran to his father's side. Gaku saw the bullied father and son, and thought to himself that this could not be forgiven at all. Inside the tent, however, no matter what Bulma called, she tried to insert Klin's nose, only to find that Klin himself had no nose. Itching? It is found that sleeping people are not afraid of this tickling at all. Klin couldn't wake up at all. Looking at the situation outside, he could only rely on Gaku. However, in Kling's dreamland, I don't know when I felt a burst of comfort in my body when I was in my dream, and the fatigue of several days was gradually disappearing in this dream, and my strength gradually recovered. At this time, Gaku is ready to fight Momo. Bulma thought that if Gaku lost and Klin couldn't wake up, wouldn't the Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball radar be handed over? All that was in vain, Bulma thought to herself. Poof! Suddenly hearing a sound of punches and kicks, Bulma looked at the situation outside, only to know that Gaku and Mamabai had already fought. However, Gaku seems to be at a disadvantage. In the fight between fists and feet, Gaku didn't pay attention, and Mamabai kicked him in the stomach. Gaku, who was in pain, spat out bitter water, and suddenly heard a roar, and flew out and knocked down several trees next door. Bulma said that the situation was not good. Thinking that at this time, it was still up to Klin to make a move. Then he kept shouting at Klin. Recalling the kick just now, Dobai Bibai had to believe the changes in his body with the super holy water. This is indeed super holy water. Ha ha ha. After speaking, Dobai noticed Bulma's tent. Frightened, Bulma immediately closed the tent, constantly shaking Klin's body, and constantly shouting. Dobai walked towards Bulma step by step. After walking a few steps, Gaku shouted at Mamabai from behind. "Wait, I haven't fallen yet." Looking at Wukong, who had just kicked and flew, Dobai was a little arrogant at this time. After all, he was possessed by super holy water. "Still standing up? I'll do my best to beat you to your stomach and can't move." After that, the two of them started working again. But this time, the serious Gaku is no less than Momo Bibai, and even Dobai is at a disadvantage. Dobai gradually became suspicious. What's going on? Didn't I drink super holy water? How could this kid possibly get along with me? This is simply impossible. Just as Mamabai was thinking, Gaku punched Mamabai violently. Rumble. Dobai was punched and smashed into a stone. I couldn't believe that everything just now touched his face, and there were blood stains, and he couldn't believe that this was true. As a last resort, Dobai can only use his own tricks. Cave Wave. I saw that Momo Bibai was continuing his strength, but Gaku did not show weakness in the slightest, and put his hands on his waist. Ghost Faction. Momo Bibai saw Wukong's posture, and thought in his heart whether it should be the turtle sect Qigong Wave, but he didn't expect that the old man of the turtle immortal actually handed over this move so quickly. But Dobai thought that this guy should not have studied for long, how to fight with the cave wave that I have been training hard for more than 10 years. Gas. Gaku was also continuing, and at this time, among the light sticks, the blue ball of light was being held tightly by Goku's hands. When little Upa saw this battle, he thought to himself that this was not something that people could call at all. Dong Dongbo. Suddenly, a yellow wave of light came out from Peach White and rushed straight towards Gaku. Work! I saw Gaku push out the blue ball of light gathered in his hand, which was bigger and faster than the cave wave. Rumble! Only listening to the sound of a collision, the three of them could only cover their eyes because they were too dazzling. To be continued. Mid-Autumn Festival reading every day, charge 100 get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, September 19 to September 21. Chapter 066. This wave of confrontation almost blinded the eyes of others on this dark night. Looking at the Turtle School Kigong wave made by Gaku, a memory appeared in Bra's mind. Finally appeared, Wushan teacher's Turtle School Kigong wave, Bra thought to himself. Suddenly, Bra's tears gathered in his eyes. Inside the tent, Bulma swore she had never seen anything like it. Poof! At the moment when the Turtle School Kigong wave collided with the cave wave seemed to have insufficient strength, and was gradually overwhelmed by the Turtle School Kigong wave and fell back to the side of Dobai. Looking at this situation, Dobai simply refused to believe that this was true. The whole wave that I have been practicing hard for more than 10 years is actually pressed by this smelly little imp who has not dried up. How is this possible? What about super holy water? Could it be that the super holy water is fake? This series of things almost made him doubt his life. Before Tao Bai could finish thinking, Wukong was next to him, and the turtle sent Kigong waves to steadily suppress the cave wave, and soon after let the cave wave bounce back. It's not at all. Can. Yes. Rumble. Dobai was suddenly blasted into the air by Wukong's turtle sect Kigong. When he hit the sky, Dobai did not forget to learn the phrases pleasant goat and big wolf. I'll be back. After saying that, he disappeared without a trace, and suddenly KRILLIN returned to the tranquility just now. Gaku almost fell to the ground without getting tired, and looked at his hands. He didn't expect to be able to fight with the peach white cave wave. It worked. After that, Gaku lay down tired on the ground and fell asleep. After a while, he heard Gaku talking in his dreams. I'm going to eat meat. A lot. Bra little Upa looked at these two. The two were already buried in sleep, only to see Bra struggling to get up. Little Upa saw his father carrying Wukong back to the tent, thinking in his heart, today's matter is really thanks to the disciples of teacher Wushan to save them. Poof! Seeing the Wukong he was holding, Bra suddenly had a wave of memories welling up in his heart, thinking that teacher Wushan was also holding him like this, but now he is holding teacher Wushan's disciple, thinking that this may be fate. At this time, the night was getting thicker, everyone under the tower had rested, and the fire of the fire had disappeared. The next day, the sun is gradually rising. Bra little Upa had already risen, and the meat was ready. No way. The most I heard last night was that Gaku and KRILLIN's dream said the most was to eat meat. Bulma's eyes were illuminated by the sun, and only then did she gradually rise. However, Bulma found that KRILLIN was snuggled up to her, her hands still clutching her chest, and rubbing it twice from time to time. Syllable. Hooligan. A palm hit KRILLIN's head, and in addition to the 6-point imprint on his head, Bulma's palm print was also deeply imprinted on his head. The pain woke KRILLIN up. The awakened KRILLIN looked at Bulma's fright and a hint of shyness. I wondered if I was doing something again at night. Hey, raise your nose and smell the sound of roasting. Goo. KRILLIN's stomach growled. I saw KRILLIN Wukong rushing out of the tent, and the two just got out of the tent and looked at each other. Are you awake? Little Upa said. However, the two of them now urgently need to replenish energy. And they saw a lot of meat in front of them. The two hungry ghosts rushed to the pile of meat and began to eat it wolf gobbling. Bulma came out of the tent, and seeing the appearance of these two people knocking meat, she covered her eyes, thinking that there was really nothing she could do. I'm sorry, these two are like that. Bulma turned to Bra and they began to hug apologetically. It's okay, you should hurry up and eat, otherwise looking at them like this, your share may be gone. Bra shouted. However, the eating appearance of Klin Wukong and the two simply shocked the little UPA next door, and the speed of this gobbling was simply not eaten by people. For Klin, although he ate quickly before he was reborn, compared to the Dragon Ball world, it was simply pediatric, and gobbling was the standard for the strong here. Goku, you dare to rob my meat? When Klin was thinking about it, he found that the meat he had just obtained was taken away by this guy Goku. Neklin also took one from Goku's plate. Klin, how dare you? Suddenly, the scene of the two fighting over this meat made the people present laugh immediately. Bulma thought to herself, there is really nothing you can do with them. After an hour of time, the speed of the two of them eating during this time was no less than the speed of just gobbling. After eating, throwing down the last bone, Klin Goku only then ate and stopped his stomach. Little UPA looked at the bones all over the ground. If this food was enough for himself to eat for a week, how terrifying it would be to let them do it in an hour now. Klin is still wondering if Peach Bibi hasn't come down yet. Bulma walked over to Klin's side and said, do you know that the army was almost wiped out last night? Just because you kowtowed to sleep. However, Klin had no idea what was happening, and Bra, who kindly told Klin about what had happened last night. I didn't expect that Goku could actually single out Peach Bibi, and he didn't need to drink that super holy water. This really turned his memory upside down. Turn on the Dragon Ball radar, except for his 4 Dragon Balls, it seems that 2 Dragon Balls are not far from him. It is estimated that those 2 Dragon Balls are at the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion. Bulma thought that she would smash the Mad Dragon now, and she swallowed her saliva in fright. Red Ribbon Legion Headquarters, I'm Kling. To be continued. Mid-Autumn Festival reading every day, charge 100 get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, September 19th to September 21st. Chapter 067. After bidding farewell to Bra Jr. UPA and them, the 3 of Klin headed towards the 2 Dragon Balls of the Dragon Ball radar. Bulma thought about her 4 Dragon Balls, the 2 Dragon Balls that were about to arrive, and it seemed that she was not far from fulfilling her wish. However, Klin thought to himself, about to throw this noseless setting far away. However, now the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion. The Black Marshal still seems to have palpitations. How did Master Dobai take so long? It doesn't look like the style of a master at all. It turned out that the Black Marshal was worried about the Peach, and Adjutant Brack said immediately. Could it be that Peach also lost at the hands of those brats? Hearing this, he slammed it on the stool. Burst. At this moment, the subordinates who were observing the Dragon Ball detector came to speak at this time. Report Marshal. 4 Dragon Balls seem to be heading to our headquarters. Hearing this, Marshal Black was happy at this time. Let me just say, Master Dobai Bai's work is refreshing. Adjutant Brack looked at the few Dragon Balls coming at this time, thinking to himself, will this be a Peach? At this moment, after Klin and his gang passed through the forest, the headquarters castle of the Red Ribbon Legion appeared in front of him. Klin had never seen such a large headquarters. Even as it may not be so huge, and Bulma Wukong was dumbfounded. However, seeing that the headquarters was in front of him, and the stronger the reaction on the Dragon Ball radar, he learned that the other 2 Dragon Balls were in the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion. But the height of the city wall is high enough, and looking up at it, it is estimated to be tens of meters high. So high, how can you go up? Bulma said in annoyance. Poof. Without saying a word, Goku took out the golden hoop rod from his back, and after lengthening, he grabbed the top of the golden hoop rod and was brought up by the lengthened golden hoop rod. Get ready to come up. Only then did Goku climb from the top of the golden hoop stick towards the edge of the castle. Poof. It took a little time before the golden hoop rod sent the other 2 up. 3 pairs of eyes seemed to be observing the surroundings, just as it could be said that the rich Red Ribbon Legion was not false, and the surrounding floors were covered with many guards. What should I do? How did so many people from the Red Ribbon Legion get in? Bulma began to ask. However, KRILLIN stretched out his foot and rolled up his sleeves, just to get their attention without saying a word. Don't bother, just do it. At this time, seeing the invading KRILLIN and them, a group of patrolmen suddenly rushed over. Goku also participates, and Bulma hides behind the two. In a few moments, all the soldiers just now fell to the ground one by one, and this finally attracted the attention of many Red Ribbon Legions, and the people who came could be described as a word, more. Ding ding! The sound of the alarm sounding. Listening to this siren, Marshal Black began to ask what had happened. Meta. Marshal, invaders from the northeast. Switch the monitoring field of view immediately. Adjutant Brack shouted. The three people who appeared on the screen immediately frightened the Marshal and everyone present. Suddenly, Colonel Violet took advantage of everyone's attention on the screen and gradually left the main control room. What's going on? Isn't Master Dobai Bibai, the #1 killer in the world, already solved? Marshal Black began to ask nervously. Estimated defeat. Adjutant Brack said weakly. Poof. Suddenly, the short black marshal suddenly stepped off the stool and picked up the 2 Dragon Balls he had painstakingly collected, seemingly unwilling. Rumble. There was a continuous sound of bombing outside the main control room. Report Marshal, they are heading towards the main control room. Send all the people to intercept them, go quickly. Adjutant Brack kept shouting. At this time, the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion was suddenly a little embarrassed by these 3 people. When Bulma saw these two, she seemed to be completely mindless in both speaking and doing. After thinking about it carefully, it's good to do things without brains, at least you can surprise the enemy. At this time, the 3 of them looked at the Dragon Ball radar and headed towards the 2 Dragon Balls that were preparing to go to the place. KRILLIN noticed that more and more soldiers seemed to be coming, and at this time he also heard the sound of many planes taking off from below. Only then did KRILLIN think that this was the moment of intensity, and this was the equipment that the headquarters should have. Suddenly, the fighter plane was sweeping at KRILLIN Wukong's group, and Bulma was so frightened that she slammed down. However, the result should be known. After all, the protagonist has an aura, no matter how dense the bullets, bursting on the protagonist, it will not be touched at all. KRILLIN is like this. Drink. Just as the fighters of the Red Ribbon Legion were sweeping vigorously, Goku just stretched out the Ruyi Golden Hoop Rod and punched the fighter's body. Rumble. The fighter was immediately destroyed. Looking at their complete set of operations, the Black Marshal couldn't help but start to panic. I didn't expect my Red Ribbon Legion to be disintegrated by these imps like this. The Black Marshal, who was holding the Dragon Ball, kept talking to himself. Let's go, Marshal. Here I'll hold on, the escape machine is ready. Brack was about to ask Marshal Black to retreat, but Adjutant Brack heard Marshal Black immediately start talking to a painting of himself. Could it be wrong to say that collecting Dragon Balls would make me taller too? Marshal Black's words completely interrupted the idea of Adjutant Brack telling him to retreat. Marshal, what did you just say? What Dragon Ball wants you to grow a little taller? Isn't our desire to rule the whole world? How now? Adjutant Brack could not believe that the Marshal he followed would actually make such a naive wish. You shit, you know a shorty, you stand behind me. Do many people think that you are the boss of the Red Ribbon Legion? Do you know how much I wanted this painting to be so tall and majestic? You trash, you know a fart, you know. Bang! A shot rang out, and the Black Marshal fell to the ground, and 2 Dragon Balls were scattered on the ground, and the Black Marshal was killed on the spot. The surrounding subordinates were suddenly startled, and many people were stunned. For your childish wishes, it is not worth it to ask us to work so hard. Marshal. Only then did Adjutant Brack put away the gun in his hand and pick up the 2 scattered Dragon Balls from the dead Black Marshal's body. immediately picked it up and said to the subordinates around him. "From now on, I am the Marshal of the Red Ribbon Legion, and our wish is to rule the world, not the private waste wish of that waste marshal, understand it?" Many people were stunned for a while before shouting loudly, "Yes. To be continued, __. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect. Chapter 068. Before the Black Marshal's body could cool down, Adjutant Brack had already begun to take over the entire Red Ribbon Legion. Seeing that KRILLIN and his gang were still moving towards here, I thought to myself, how could my big Red Ribbon Legion be destroyed at the hands of these few people just with these stinky imps? Suddenly Marshal Black picked up the walkie-talkie, that is, to issue an order to all the soldiers at the headquarters. "Whoever helps me catch these little ghosts, I will give him a 10-fold reward." However, Colonel Violet, who had just retreated, laughed in the room where the money was collected, and what reward was there for all in my hands? Suddenly, Adjutant Brack switched to the warehouse where his Red Ribbon Legion collected money, only to learn that the Violet Colonel was slowly collecting money into the bag. Looking left and right, Colonel Violet had long disappeared from under Brack's eyes. "This stinky bitch!" Brack was furious. But now the frown is to deal with these stinky imps in front of him. Many fighters and robot legions have been dispatched, but under Brack's nose, all of them were dismantled by KRILLIN's punch. By this time, the sound of bombing was getting closer and closer, and Brack weakly hit someone in the laboratory through the walkie-talkie. "Doctor, let's go." Brack said the next few words like this, and immediately hung up the walkie-talkie. It turned out to be Dr. Gro, who seemed to be holding the android draft and preparing to implement it. After Dr. Gro heard these words, there was also a faint explosion on the top, and only then did he learn that something had happened to the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion. Poof! Sitting on the submarine, he left from the sewers. At this moment, KRILLIN was looking at the Dragon Ball radar, getting closer and closer to him. Suddenly, before Brack could react, KRILLIN and his group had already arrived in the main control room where they were. Suddenly seeing that KRILLIN and his gang had invaded here, many people were immediately frightened and fled in a hurry. "Come back! That's an order. Deserters are dealt with by military law." Although Brack shouted so, no one returned, and it seemed that his life was still in the first place before he died. "I didn't expect that the new marshal did not have the slightest credibility and majesty," KRILLIN said. Poof! Looking at the fallen Black Marshal, although I didn't see the process, I don't know if it was the same as in my memory, but the result was completely consistent. "I didn't expect you to really turn against the water, and it's really a dog that can't change and eat." Bulma then looked at the 2 Dragon Balls in Brack's hand, and pointed to the 2 Dragon Balls in his hand and said to KRILLIN, "Look, the Dragon Balls are in his hands." Brack knew they wanted the Dragon Balls and said as he slowly threw the bait, "You want Dragon Balls? I can give you Dragon Balls, but I have to have one condition." "What conditions?" KRILLIN said he could hear it. "Be my subordinate and join me in this world." After saying this, KRILLIN heard it so as not to think that this was a little silly. What childish words to rule the world and rule the earth, what age is this, and this is still popular? However, KRILLIN smiled silently and said, "If you rule the world, it's okay." Saying this, KRILLIN did not forget to look at Bulma, and Brack heard KRILLIN say these words, but KRILLIN immediately said, "But being your subordinate, this can't be endured." Brack didn't expect KRILLIN to change his face so quickly. However, Goku kept staring at the Dragon Balls in Brack's hand, silently counting the stars inside. 4 stars, yes, it's a relic of Grandpa. Goku said. "Do you think I'll work with this guy who killed my boss? Then you are too naive." At this time, Brack suddenly felt inappropriate. Taking out the gun that had just assassinated his marshal was a shot in the forehead of KRILLIN. Bang! The moment he hit KRILLIN in the forehead, Brack thought he had succeeded. But KRILLIN's iron head skill, no, it should be said that his own talent can make him invulnerable. It hurts. A cry of pain stunned Bulak. Didn't I just hit me in the head, how could it be? Brack couldn't believe how hard this man's head was, he couldn't even shoot a bullet. I really didn't expect it, you actually made a move on me. Klin became a little annoyed at this moment, staring straight at the Brack just now. Seeing that the situation was not good, Brack began to say in a provocative manner. I was just joking just now, don't mind, you want Dragon Ball, I'll give it to you. As he spoke, Brack threw out the Dragon Balls, only to see Gaku take the 2 Dragon Balls. But Klin discovers that Brack has long since fled. At this time, Klin thought to himself, this goods are not dead and sorry for this Black Marshal, but at this time Klin said to the Black Marshal lying on the ground. Let me avenge you. After that, he caught up with Nabulak. Rumble. At this time, I learned that Brack had taken the escape machine and was ready to escape. As everyone knows, at this time, it has come to Brack. Oh, tell you, I'll be back from Brack. At this time, Brack did not forget to leave a word for Klin to know. Do you think I'll let you go easily? Klin replied. My escape machine is specially made of materials cast from steel, just by you. Brack was talking here, only to find that Klin had already taken a pose. Turtle pie gas. Brack quickly turned on his missile and shot it towards Klin. Work. Just as Brack fired the missile, Klin pushed out the turtle pie Kigong wave. Rumble. An explosion sounded, and Adjutant Brack with his escape machine suddenly turned into a cloud of smoke under Klin's turtle Kigong wave. Klin thought to himself, the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion was all dismantled by himself, and the Dragon Ball was also included in his own pocket. At this time, Gaku took the 4 planets in his hand. This is really a relic of Grandpa, it's great. Gaku did not forget to count most of those stars, and after confirming that it was correct, he smiled and smiled. At this time, Dr. Gro, who escaped by submarine, heard the conversation in the main control room. Klin, Gaku, my Red Ribbon Legion will not be disintegrated so easily by you, wait and see, I will come back for revenge. With that, Dr. Gro left the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion. Subscription requested, _. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 069. After taking the Dragon Ball, the 3 left the dispensable Red Ribbon Legion headquarters. After Bulma clicked on the Dragon Ball radar, the 6 Dragon Balls had been collected, but the last Dragon Ball did not have any information. Is this Dragon Ball radar broken again? Bulma kept falling with this Dragon Ball radar, and the last Dragon Ball did not have any trace. Yet Klin knew what was going on. It's nothing more than that Piraf's group directly took a box that isolated the radar signal of the Dragon Ball and loaded it with the Dragon Ball. However, Klin had no idea where Piraf's gang was. In the end, it is still necessary to find the divination mother-in-law. Helplessly, he listened to Klin's advice and prepared to go to the divination mother-in-law. What kind of person is the divination mother-in-law? Bulma even had a small expectation of this mysterious divination mother-in-law. However, after listening to Bulma's words, I thought how could this be so mysterious, compared to the lecherous bad old man of the Turtle Immortal, it was nothing more than a bad old woman who loved money contrary to the Turtle Immortal. However, Klin did not break the mystery of the divination mother-in-law in the hearts of Gaku and Bulma, and explained. Divination mother-in-law, but the mother-in-law who has the ability to divinate the future and freely travel between yin and yang is rumored to be the sister of the master of the Turtle Immortal. Gaku and Bulma heard that this mother-in-law had such a powerful ability, but they were instantly beaten back to their original form by Klin's next words. What? It turns out to be the sister of the old ghost of the Turtle Immortal, it seems that it is no better. Klin didn't know how to answer Bulma's words at all, and was suddenly speechless. Unexpectedly, the woman's curiosity remained, and Bulma asked immediately. It's all called a divination mother-in-law, it is estimated that there are also many years, older than the old ghost of the Turtle Immortal, so isn't it hundreds of years old? Old demon? Bulma couldn't believe what a woman would be like at that age, thinking that 30-year-old women were a little terrifying. After speaking, Bulma suddenly took out the mirror and kept looking at her face. From time to time, his mouth is still reading in pieces. Fortunately, a fancy girl like me is not yet that age. Fortunately there are still Dragon Balls, and Dragon Balls will achieve my immortality, forever maintain the posture of a young beautiful girl. Looking at Bulma's stinky appearance, how could KRILLIN, who had a private message, let Bulma realize his childish wish, and his nose and hair were crucial. At this time, with the road in the memory, prepare to go to the residence of the divination mother-in-law. At this time, he was really rushing for the Dragon Ball, and suddenly came from the green water and green mountains just now to the desert and uninhabited. It is said that the Diviner Mother lives in the desert, but KRILLIN thinks to himself, how can anyone live in the desert? The three of them suddenly came to the desert. There was a palace in the desert, but KRILLIN was very wrong, and this palace was still located on a small oasis in the desert. Bulma saw this big palace, and it seemed to be a grade less than the red just now. Swoosh! Stepping on the palace of the divination mother-in-law. I found that the decoration here can be described as luxurious, and Bulma said that it seems that this divination mother-in-law is still relatively rich. It was not the first time KRILLIN had seen this palace, but seeing this palace with his own eyes, every place told that the diviner mother-in-law was a local tycoon. Continue to walk in and see, there is a big ring in the middle. At this time, KRILLIN thought to himself, this is the ring of that competition. Compared to the divination mother-in-law has a rule, every time to help someone divination, you have to charge a high fee of 10 million, and those who can't afford it have to defeat the 5 martial arts masters of the netherworld and Yang that she hired with a high salary to be able to divinate for free. Divination mother-in-law? Divination mother-in-law? At this time Bulma was shouting. KRILLIN noticed that no one was responding at all, but at this time there was a wave of echoes of Bulma's shouts around him. Ding ding! At this time, there was a response from inside. Who's looking for me? Bulma looked at the door with a simple expression that did not know the situation, and at this time, the diviner mother-in-law sitting on the crystal ball was flying towards Bulma. When Bulma saw that this divination mother-in-law still had a witch hat on her head, her heart couldn't help but tremble. After the diviner slowly came to the front of KRILLIN and the group, she raised her head and glanced at Bulma. Unexpectedly, Bulma saw the face of the divination mother-in-law, but it seemed to see a ghost, and shouted. Ghost! Frightened, Bulma almost didn't faint on the ground. After all, seeing the face full of many wrinkles at the diviner mother-in-law, KRILLIN was also a little difficult to adapt. What the hell? Rude little girl! Don't you know that respecting the elder is a traditional virtue of the Celestial Empire? Seeing the face of the divination mother-in-law, any person with a normal life will have a tremor in his heart. That's when we're back to the subject. What are you here for? The divination mother-in-law began to ask. Bulma spoke with a little trembling, and at this time KRILLIN directly threw out the subject. We are here for divination. Divination? I'm charging a lot of money here. The divination mother-in-law thought that she had come to business at this time. After all, she had not started work for several years, and now was the time of lack of money, but she did not expect that the business would finally come to her door today. But although the divination mother-in-law has the heart to lack money, it does not show it on the surface. Looking at the clothes of the three and seeing that 2 of them were still wearing turtle costumes, he asked. You are the disciples of my younger brother Turtle Immortal. Yes, mother-in-law, isn't that a bit of a discount? KRILLIN also did not forget to play the emotional card and cut the price to the diviner mother-in-law. So that's the case, disciple of the Turtle Immortals. The divination mother-in-law pondered. And KRILLIN Burma looked expectant. Nope. 10 million can only be more, not less. The merry debt that the old man of the Turtle Immortal used to owe is still what I helped him pay back, and now he still wants to discount it. No way. The simple smile on Clinton's face just now was suddenly shattered. I didn't expect that the divination mother-in-law and the turtle immortal still had an unknown past. The siblings' emotional card seemed to be completely useless, and Clint thought that the previous turtle immortals did not do much good. At this time inside the Kamizen house. Yawn. The turtle immortal let out a deep yawn, thinking of who was talking about me behind my back. Turtle immortal, I'm already dressed, how about you come and take a look? Here it comes, Miss Lankai. It turned out that the turtle immortal specially customized a set of rabbit-eared short skirts for Lan Chi to try on. It seems that the lecherous turtle immortal is still the lecherous turtle immortal. To be renewed for subscription, _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect. Chapter 070. You're here to divination, aren't you? The diviner asked. Clin nodded. The divination mother-in-law looked at Clin Wukong and Bulma. Ordinary can no longer be ordinary, cannot help but make the divination mother-in-law wonder how many people can have money. Divination 10 million at a time. But look at the outfit on your body, you know that there is no money. Let's defeat the 5 martial arts masters I hired first. 10 million. It's actually so expensive, you might as well grab it. Bulma expressed her shock at this divination amount on the spot, thinking that this dead old woman was really greedy for money. After a few glances, the divination mother-in-law directly concluded and said. Wait, Clin said with his hand to wait first. What tricks does the bald boy want to play with the divination mother-in-law? Unexpectedly, Clin turned his head to look at Bulma and stretched out his hand. Bulma, take out your diamond. Bulma thought about why she had to pay for her own diamond, but Bulma turned around and silently took out the diamond from the spot. Burst. The diamond slammed into Clin's hand. Unexpectedly, the divination mother-in-law looked at it with wide eyes, and reached out to grab it. You old woman! I saw the divination mother-in-law looking left and right, testing whether this was true or not. Divination mother-in-law, this is not fake, you weigh it well. This diamond is big and real, and the diviner thinks that she can make a lot of money at this moment. But greed for money and a mentality of picking the door are at work in the heart of the divination mother-in-law. Just this color, okay, then I will divinate for you once. Poof. The diviner put away the just now. Once? That diamond is so big, it's worth at least 100 million. Bulma was dissatisfied on the spot. However, the divination mother-in-law ignored her. The questioning continued. What do you want to know? Clin didn't go around in circles either, and directly took out the Dragon Ball radar with the diviner mother-in-law. Divination mother-in-law, the last Dragon Ball radar is not displayed, show me the trace of the last Dragon Ball. Listening to Clin's question, the diviner said okay. This is easy. After saying divination, the mother-in-law slowly walked down from the floating crystal ball. At this time, Clin found that his height was almost the same as this old woman, and his heart was inevitably a little uncomfortable. With his hands next to the crystal ball, an incomprehensible incantation came out of the mouth of the diviner mother-in-law. The 3 of Clin immediately gathered around and stared at the situation of the crystal ball. Bite. Only to hear the spell spoken, the crystal ball reacted, emitting a trace amount of light. At this time, there was a picture in the crystal ball. There was a Rolls-Royce car moving. The last Dragon Ball is in the car. Bulma heard it in the car, and asked why she couldn't search for the Dragon Ball radar? Maybe they deliberately isolated the Dragon Ball instrument. Looking at the various crystal balls inside, there is finally one thing that can be on the right track. Pirav, you can still go now, obediently hand over the Dragon Balls, Clin thought to himself. So where are these 2 cars now? Bulma asked immediately. The diviner recited the incantation again before answering Bulma. On a road to the southeast. Now knowing the whereabouts of the last Dragon Ball, the 3 of them hurriedly set off without delaying a single time. Goku is not in a hurry, but Clin and Bulma are the most active. After all, it was the last Dragon Ball. The diviner looked at the three people who were anxious, and did not forget to silently send them off in the back. Welcome to next visit. At this time, on a road in the southeast. Inside a Rolls-Royce luxury car. King Piraf, it seems that there are 6 Dragon Balls coming together. Xiao Wu, who was driving, said. It seems that we are not the only ones collecting Dragon Balls. Axiu, who was sitting in the seat of the small dance, said. I saw Piraf holding a box tightly with both hands, and at this time he silently opened it and looked at the Dragon Balls inside. Don't worry, no one will find this Dragon Ball, after all, my box has been carefully processed. Suddenly, Pilaf's confident laughter filled the entire carriage. When the time is right, I'm snatching those other 6 Dragon Balls in one go, and it's not far off to think about my desire to rule the world. Suddenly, an evil laugh sounded again. Xiu and Xiaowu also laughed. Suddenly, in your minds, I remembered the endless glory and wealth of eating, drinking, and playing gold and silver treasures after ruling the world, and I was a little excited when I remembered that the 3 of them were a little excited. Rumble. Suddenly, a helicopter landed in front of Pilaf. Xiaowu's brakes almost didn't throw the Dragon Balls out of Pilaf's hand. Xiaowu, do you know that braking suddenly like this is also dangerous? Only then did Piraf cover the box and shout loudly. However, Xiaowu Axiu lacked a helicopter in front of him, which almost didn't startle them. King Pilaf, look! It turned out that Klin had come to the door for the last Dragon Ball in Pilaf's hand. Piraf shouted through the window. Good dogs don't get in the way, bad dogs don't get in the way, dare to rob you King Pilaf. At this time, the 3 of Klin were still unmoved, and Piraf finally couldn't bear it and got out of the car. Xiaowu Axiu also got out of the car, still holding a gun in his hand. At this time, Klin came out like a robber viciously. Seeing that it was a small bald boy, Piraf said. Who are you? The Shaolin monk dared to intercept your King Piraf's car? Suddenly, Klin's head was suddenly pointed at by Xiaowu Axiu with a gun. Anyway, it's not a matter of once or twice, Klin is used to it. Hand over the Dragon Balls. Klin didn't intend to beat around the bush and asked directly. Xiaowu whispered in King Pilaf's ear. I didn't expect that this little skinhead boy also came to find Dragon Ball. Piraf didn't expect that the other 6 were in the hands of this kid, and this time it was better, and he even saved time to find it. Hand over the 6 Dragon Balls on your body, maybe my King Piraf can consider letting you go. Klin didn't expect that he was strangling him, but he didn't expect to be strangled. However, Klin slightly focused his attention on the little dance next to Piraf. Although the little dance's posture is not as good as any Dragon Ball heroine, but Klin in this opinion, the physical condition is still good. And Xiaowu also noticed that Klin's eyes had been looking at her, and from time to time she noticed that Klin's hands seemed to be looking at her chest all the time. Xiaowu's old face suddenly turned red. And Bulma also noticed that Klin seemed to be staring at other people's girls again. I can't stand it. To be continued. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 071. Klin seemed to be deeply attracted by the little dance around Pilaf. However, when Bulma shouted back, Klin reacted back to the point. Hand over the Dragon Balls in your hands. Hearing this, Piraf couldn't help but wonder how they would know that there was still a Dragon Ball here. Pilaf, however, began to laugh. Klin was curious about what exactly he was laughing at. Did you see my 2 guns? 2 guns pointed at your forehead, do you think you qualify? Xiaowu and Asho pointed their guns at Klin's head. At this time, when Klin heard this, he couldn't help but laugh silently, thinking that he could dominate the world in the early Dragon Ball world with a gun? The answer is definitely no. I saw that the corners of Klin's mouth rose slightly. I said, Piraf, do you think a few guns can threaten me? Since Klin came to this world, he has never been afraid of guns, artillery, atomic bombs, etc. Is there something wrong with this little bald head? Pirav asked about Xiaowu and Ashu next to him, and when asked, they both started laughing. Bulma looked at the man, at the blue look, and thought that this was not a good person. I advise you to obediently hand over the Dragon Balls, otherwise it will be very embarrassing for you. KRILLIN said again. It seems that KRILLIN seems to be a little unbearable at this moment. Just because you dead bald boy dares to intercept the path of King Ben, this is really impatient, Pirav thought to himself. Hands on! Take these people down for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaowu Axiu directly moved his hand and fired the gun in his hand. Bang bang! After a burst of gunfire, KRILLIN had already slipped behind Pirav's back with an afterimage fist and got the Dragon Balls from the back of the car. Seeing this bullet pass through KRILLIN's body, this scene almost didn't startle them, and the next second KRILLIN was returning to his original position at extreme speed. Is this still human? The little dance is a little blindfolded. What's that? Isn't that King Pirav's Dragon Ball? Ashu saw a box suddenly appear in KRILLIN's hand, and after speaking, Pirav looked into the parking space behind, and the Dragon Balls placed there disappeared. What's going on? How did my Dragon Ball run to you? Pirav shouted. KRILLIN was not in a hurry, opened the box, looked at the Dragon Balls inside, and saw that after KRILLIN got the Dragon Balls in the box, and the box. I saw that KRILLIN threw it casually and threw it on the ground. You said why did Dragon Ball come to me? I think, Dragon Ball has its own feet, maybe he came here to recognize the Lord. KRILLIN did not forget to constantly tease Pirav and his gang. Give me back the Dragon Balls. I saw KRILLIN silently put the Dragon Ball into his pocket, patted the pocket, and signaled. Take it back and get it yourself. Pirav orders the two to prepare to snatch back the Dragon Ball, but where is simple? With a third-rate character like Pirav, the scum with only 5 fighting power may not be able to get it, and it can only be regarded as a funny character in Dragon Ball. Drink! KRILLIN punched casually, and before Xiaowu Axiu could approach his side, he was violently pushed out by KRILLIN's fist for several meters. A gust of wind blew across Pirav's face, and Pilaf only saw that he was a few meters away from Xiaowu and Ashu. Suddenly, KRILLIN's operation calmed Pilaf sharply. And he was so frightened that Pilaf did not dare to move one more step. This kid, it's not simple. Pirav thought to himself. So do you still want to go back to Dragon Ball now? KRILLIN asked. Pirav did not dare to move more, shook his head to indicate refusal. Then now that Uncle Ben is leaving, do you still want to invite me to tea? Pirav shook his head again and refused. That's good. Hearing this, Pirav thought that the matter would end like this, and Dragon Ball should leave if he took it, but he didn't expect KRILLIN to say it immediately. Then I'll make a request to you now. KRILLIN didn't expect the anti-general army, after all, he just played the role of a bandit, and he saw KRILLIN silently pointing. Looking in the direction KRILLIN was pointing, Pirav realized that KRILLIN was pointing at his subordinate Xiaowu. As the saying goes, I opened this road, I planted this tree, I want to pass by from here, and leave behind to buy money. However, KRILLIN not only asks for money, beauty is also part of the robbery. Give me your little dance. Hey? Pirav was dumbfounded at that time, thinking to himself what this bald head wanted to do with his little dance. Not only Pirav was dumbfounded, but Bulma was also stunned on the spot. She didn't expect that KRILLIN forcibly took in other unemployed wandering girls. Hey! Xiaowu was also stunned at that time. I saw Xiaowu silently saying to Pilaf. King! You can't give me to this Shaolin kid. Pirav was resentful when someone else made this request, and he was trying to run into KRILLIN. Rumble! Just as he was about to turn his face, the car behind Pirav was suddenly squeezed flat by KRILLIN's punch. Suddenly, Pirav looked at his flattened Rolls-Royce in a daze, thinking what kind of ghost is this? In the next second, Pirav suddenly changed his personality and became Mr. Good. Xiao Wu, people invite you over so sincerely, you will go over, it's not a big deal. Unexpectedly, Pirav, who was greedy for life and afraid of death, listened to Klin's words and directly shouted Xiao Wu. What? King Pirav? Are you trying to fire me? Xiao Wu never expected that Pirav would be such a person. Poof! Xiao Wu suddenly felt that his body was slowly lifted, and it turned out that Klin directly moved his hand and picked up Xiao Wu. When will it come? Completely unaware of it, Pirav looked at Klin, who was holding the little dance. Bulma originally thought that Klin was just joking, but she didn't expect to directly start to take other people's girls back in the next second, which is simply robbing people's girls. On the spot, Bulma is to reject oh. Unexpectedly, Klin silently said a few words in Xiao Wu's ear, and Xiao Wu, who was struggling with everything, suddenly became quiet. Immediately took the Dragon Ball, and snatched Pilaf's little dance. Klin said that this trip was very satisfying oh. Finally, Klin disappeared from Pilaf's sight with a small dance. Burst. Ashiu looked at the current King Pirav and asked a few words embarrassedly. King Pirav, what about the desire to rule the world? Xiao Wu was abducted by someone else, what should I do? Losing my wife and breaking the army, it's really miserable. Get out! Pirav scolded, thinking that he must snatch Xiao Wu and the Dragon Ball back. To be continued. Subscribe seek_. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect. Chapter 072. Air. There was silence on the plain, looking at this unknown girl who was abducted by Klin. No one wanted to open the first mouth. Especially Bulma looked at this little dance through the reflection window, and there was a pang of resentment in her heart. I really don't understand why little Klin abducted this person. Xiao Wu, who thought it was very noisy, was sitting here unusually quiet, not a little noisy, and Bulma carefully found that Xiao Wu's face was still pink from time to time. Remembering the moment when Klin picked up Xiao Wu just now, watching Klin seem to say something to her, she became such a good girl. Klin recalled what he had just said, and his face was extremely red, and now he didn't know why he had said something like that just now. But that's what Klin told her at the time. At such an age, don't you rarely feel the taste of love? I must not have tried the taste of orgasm, and following Lao Tzu makes you happy every day. At that time, Klin not only said these words to Xiao Wu, but also constantly spit on what is good about a loser like Pirav. Klin directly poked at Xiao Wu's inner needs, remembering what Klin said just now, especially the first sentence. Xiao Wu's face suddenly became hot. After all, he is so old, the taste of orgasm seems to be the same. If he is still a place, he will not be laughed to death when he goes out. Thinking about Xiao Wu, he tightly clamped his feet, and the skirt that his hands kept grasping was almost wrinkled. Klin looked at Xiao Wu's faint appearance, thinking that what he just said was really true. Burst. Looking at the 7 Dragon Balls that had been collected, Klin couldn't help but feel a little excited in his heart. Come true of my wish for immortality and youth has been waiting for a long time. Bulma, who had collected the Dragon Balls herself, suddenly became happy, but Klin suddenly became serious from the smile he had just had. Only then did Bulma go to a deserted place to summon the dragon and fulfill her wish. Xiao Wei heard that they had collected 7 Dragon Balls, and she thought that her own King Pirav could rule the world, but it seemed that it was really no fun to follow King Pirav. Poof! The crowd began to land. Pour out the Dragon Ball from your backpack. Duan. The sound of Dragon Balls colliding with each other was very loud, and looking at this charming Dragon Ball, Bulma became more and more nervous. Only 6 Dragon Balls were poured out, one of which was hidden on Goku's body. I saw Goku silently take out the 4 planets, and all 7 Dragon Balls were gathered together. Bang! Suddenly, the 7 Dragon Balls simultaneously emitted a yellow trace of light, and flashed, repeating continuously. It seems that the exciting time to summon the dragon has arrived. Xiao Mai said that she had never seen the 7 dragon balls gather, and this was the first time. Come out! Dragon! Come out and make it happen! Bulma was still flipping through the spell to summon the dragon, but she didn't expect to be called out by KRILLIN next. Suddenly, the flashing light suddenly flashed. Call! Little Wukong Bulma suddenly noticed and felt dark clouds filling the entire sky above. However, Goku covered his head loudly and shouted. It's going to rain, go home and collect your clothes. Bang! Unexpectedly, the next second he gave Bulma a punch to quiet. Dirt buns! Shut up! In the next second, several lightning bolts gradually flashed from the 7 dragon balls, and this lightning became bigger and bigger. Bulma was so frightened that she quickly took half a step back, and this lightning was accompanied by one wind after another, but KRILLIN was still close to the dragon ball and carefully watched the moment when the dragon was ready to appear. Thundered. As soon as the spell was cast, a bolt of lightning flashed out from inside the 7 dragon balls. Everyone's eyes were inseparable from this light, and their eyes were full of pictures of this divine dragon. Bang! Suddenly, on the dark clouds, the tail of the divine dragon gradually appeared, and the head of the divine dragon was finally revealed. KRILLIN looked at this divine dragon in front of him like this, thinking that this was the excitement. Remembering the NPC of the divine dragon, it was simply low to burst. Burst! I saw Shenlong silently lowering his head and talking to KRILLIN. Are you trying to fulfill something? Syllable. Shenlong's beard still hits KRILLIN's head from time to time, but it doesn't hurt either. I think. Bulma rushed out and said. I want a nose. Unexpectedly, he was directly interrupted by KRILLIN and directly shouted his wishes. What the? Bulma was stunned on the spot, thinking why not fulfill her wish? Want a nose? Xiao Wu was dumbfounded on the spot, why is the wish so casual? Xiao Wu then remembered that Pilaf's desire to rule the world was not known to be many times more noble than this. After saying his wish, KRILLIN saw the dragon but hesitated for a while. This teenager seems a little difficult. Shenlong suddenly said these words to KRILLIN. Could it be that Shenlong could tell that he was not from this world? Just said this not simple sentence? And what about my nose's wish? Want a nose? No problem. Honk! A sound sounded, and I saw that the eyes of the divine dragon suddenly flashed red. Your wish has come true. KRILLIN silently felt that he had a nose, and gently stroked his nose with his hand for a while, a feeling of déjà vu. Great! Yo-hoo! I have a nose! KRILLIN happily kissed everyone present, and Goku was no exception. Then there will be a period later. The divine dragon suddenly disappeared, and the 7 dragon balls slowly floated upward, ready to float around the world. At this time, KRILLIN jumped on the 4 planets at the moment when he drifted out of the whole Earth. Baiu! The other 6 dragon balls suddenly disappeared in front of them, and the dark clouds that had just permeated gradually dissipated. I saw KRILLIN holding the 4 planets that turned into stone and brought it to Goku. Goku! This is a relic of your grandfather. 4 planets will be restored in a year. After taking over the 4 planets that turned into stones, Goku also saved time to find his grandfather's relics, and it was better to stay by his side. At this time, there was a burst of pink fragrance, and KRILLIN noticed that he could finally smell the breath, and when he was beaten by others, others could not say that he could not have nosebleeds. To be continued. Subscribe _. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 073. Ha 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 ha. I have a nose. KRILLIN has been immersed in the joy of having a nose, but he did not know that Bulma's youthful wish was suddenly hit to the bottom by KRILLIN's nose wish. I saw Bulma sitting on the ground with his head bowed. When Xiao Wu heard that he wanted to fulfill his nose wish, he realized that KRILLIN did not have a nose. Hey! Noting that Bulma was in complete loss, Klin stepped forward to soothe her. After hearing Klin's voice, Bulma wanted to get angry. When Bulma looked up at Klin, the difference between not having a nose and having a nose was really great, and Bulma was dumbfounded. Is this still Klin, who didn't have a nose before? How can it be so handsome? Bulma, how old are we and want to be young? Klin constantly brainwashes Bulma, but Bulma's focus is entirely on the nosed Klin. Poof! As Klin was speaking, Bulma reached out and pinched Klin's nose. Alas! What for? Do? Klin pinched his nose and suddenly felt a sense of suffocation. Only then did Klin notice that Bulma looked at him with a confused look, and even Klin didn't expect that he had such a attractive nose. From the perspective of Xiao Wu looking at Klin's side face, compared to the flat face before, now the perfect side face is displayed in front of her, and her heart can't help but feel a little moved. Klin suddenly smelled a fragrant smell. Smelling closer, it turned out that this fragrance came from Bulma. Poof! I saw Bulma pinching Klin's nose, just leaning into her face, and the eyes of the two looked at each other. At this time, the fragrance of Bulma that Klin smelled was stronger and better. However, Klin's eyes gradually leaned down, looking at the two bulging balls, and now Klin finally couldn't control himself. Burst! The nose tightly pinched by Bulma weakly bleeded a few drops of nosebleeds. Bulma saw that Klin had been staring at the place, and shyly pushed Klin away, turned around and said shyly, "How come you are still so good?" Klin looked at Bulma like this, and thought to himself that he couldn't help but fall under his own affair. Bite! Turning to look at Xiao Wu, Klin noticed that Xiao Wu suddenly turned shy when he looked at her. But Klin had noticed that Xiao Wu's hand had nowhere to rest, and the pink on his face had not dissipated. It seems that another young beautiful girl has lost on her pomegranate skirt, Klin thought to himself. Watching Klin and the two women have such an entanglement, Gaku next to him keeps buttoning his boogers to show that he doesn't understand anything when he is young. Suddenly, Klin's harem group gradually formed. At this time, Pirav and his gang, who had just been abducted by Klin, were trying to find Xiaohu to understand. I don't believe that Xiaohu abandoned the King Pirav in her heart like this. Ashiu expressed his helplessness, thinking in his heart that what else is worth remembering this great king of yours? Mu-er. The two were riding a cow as they gradually drove across the road. If it weren't for that little bald head destroying all my universal capsules just now, would we be so miserable? Pirav seems to put all his hatred on Klin. However, Axiu didn't want to speak at all at this time. After all, sitting on this cow that could bark was really humiliating. The fallen King Pirav could only drive a cow and move forward slowly. There is no way. There is no way to find a generation of step tools in a radius of several miles, so I can only silently pull out a cow from somewhere else. Suddenly, the cow stopped on the side of the road and started eating. What are you doing? Hurry up and give King Ben a walk. Hurry up. Syllable. A whip was whipped on the cow's body. Suddenly, a burst of pain made the cow shake and shook Pirav and his gang to the ground. You stinky cow! Pirav was still cursing. Before waiting for the next second, I saw the cow with a fierce face, and the horns on the top of the head were already ready to attack. Rumble! I saw that Pirav was jerked up by the ox with its horns. King Pirav, I think it's better for you to say less. Ashiu couldn't look at it and said directly. How? I the great Pirav can't speak if I want to? Burst! Suddenly, the chrysanthemums of the two bloomed, and the two shouted, one horn and one chrysanthemum. I have to say that the future of these two people is bumpy. On Klin's side, he was preparing to go to the Turtle Fairy house. To be continued. Subscribe seek_. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect. Chapter 076. The ability of the Klin cannon to become stronger, day after day, the physical fitness is even more immoral. I have to say that Klin admires such and such an ability, and it is estimated that he has never seen this ability in other parallel worlds. At this time, KRILLIN is not worried at all. The universal capsule belongs to the richest man in the western capital, and Bulma, who is white and rich, is even more alive under his pomegranate skirt. KRILLIN began to wrap himself. The villain lives in the original world. There are houses and fields at home, and life is boundless. Who knew that the dead and broken car, he crossed the road and crashed. The driver was blind and stupid and hit my body and killed me. I didn't have my life to turn my face, but let him escape. I scolded him for cheating the people, but he came back and bumped him a few times. Crushed 100 times in turn, 100 times. In the end, I finally died, leaving the world behind. He also took my money, nightclubs to be happy, happy to the sky. I was still lying on the road, alone in the middle of the road. Who knows that person A? He is too insidious. Knowing this scene, he took a selfie with his mobile phone and showed my flesh and blood in front of the internet. Music. The villain luck, rebirth has to remain. Gifted, the turtle school Qigong wave is easy. Just because I'm that punch man. KRILLIN rarely had such an awareness, so he borrowed Xing Yi's lines from Kaiuk Xiang for a while. Hey! KRILLIN! Before KRILLIN could finish sighing, there was already a voice of Bulma shouting her name next to him. Alas, here it is again, KRILLIN thought to himself. Hearing this voice is nothing more than Bulma's deep inner emptiness, loneliness, and coldness, and she wants to soothe herself. Unexpectedly, as Bulma shouted her name, Xiao Wu's voice followed. KRILLIN thought about Xiao Wu, but he didn't expect to go further and further down this road. After the first time he broke Xiao Wu last time, the number of Xiao Wu wants is getting more and more crazy, even comparable to the number of times Bulma. Perhaps when the peach is ripe, it is the moment when the sensory stimulation needs to be soothed. It's really a bunch of grinding goblins. Lin K's KRILLIN was very cheap, and couldn't help laughing silently. Here it comes, here it comes. For each point that KRILLIN's number of times increases, he is 1 point stronger. Why not do it for a good thing? Burst. Time passed, and 3 years of the world suddenly passed. KRILLIN, your previous baby fat is now gone, and now it's a bigger circle, and the time has lasted a lot. Bulma was snuggling up to KRILLIN's body. Seeing that the previous short KRILLIN has disappeared, now KRILLIN has a nose, his body is covered with 8-pack ABS, his upper body is empty, the standard mermaid line is clearly visible, and he is playing cool with sunglasses. I saw that KRILLIN silently straightened Bulma's long blue hair and looked at Bulma. Yes, although I have lasted, I was also forced by you grinding little goblin. Homeopathic KRILLIN stroked Bulma's chin with one finger, and this action almost didn't bring him down. Tap-da-da. At this time, Xiao Wu was wrapped in a scarf and was walking out. Looking at this little dance, KRILLIN found that the development of the little dance in recent years is also quite good. From the original A and promotion to the current C cup, this female Big 18 changes. Almost did not frighten KRILLIN. Klingo. Xiao Wu's voice can be described as kind. KRILLIN flicked his fingers and motioned to hold her. Burst. Xiao Wushun understood what KRILLIN meant, and wrapped herself into KRILLIN's other arms. I saw a beautiful woman on KRILLIN's left and right, and KRILLIN felt that he had reached the peak of his life. Deeply feel the temperature coming from the two beauties. I don't know if it's because Bulma and Xiao Wu's face is pressed against KRILLIN's chest, and I can immediately feel the change in KRILLIN's temperature. Honk! Oh hey, KRILLIN, your body seems to be a little hot. After Bulma finished speaking, she still looked at KRILLIN's ABS from time to time, from bottom to top. I really can't hide anything from the two beauties. Understand me? After speaking, KRILLIN went straight to the spot and started directly. The two were violently on the sofa by KRILLIN's hungry wolf on the spot. However, Bulma's father and mother, who were already familiar with this scene, had already put on sunglasses and stuffed cotton. I really didn't expect it to be more and more outrageous, it was still a small black room before, but I didn't expect to go directly in the hall now, young people are full of energy. The two old men calmly drank tea in the backyard. Poof! This year's world's first martial arts meeting is coming. Are the martial arts masters from all over the world ready? This martial arts meeting has been promoted from the previous 500,000 prize to the current 1.5 million, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and sign up. Clint heard a familiar sound on the radio. Listen carefully, it turns out that this year's world's first martial arts meeting is coming, and at this time, Clint still thinks from time to time about Yamcha in the distance and what happened to Wukong, who is practicing alone. However, Clint had such a thing in mind, and now the matter was a priority. Hurry up, don't stop. The grinding leprechaun Bulma is even more unable to accept Clint's distraction in Clint's crotch. Satisfy you. Yikes! Clint's speed increased, which suddenly made Bulma drunk and dreamy for a moment, and the look of happiness suddenly filled her face. Xiao Wu watched it and wanted to experience it herself. Hurry up! It's my turn. Clint shook and said to the little dance next to him. Wait for your turn, don't worry, it's really anxious. Poof! Suddenly changing the reincarnation, Bulma was finally satisfied, and this time it was Xiao Wu's turn. The successive exchange of the three made Clint unable to stop at all. At this time, the broadcast advertisements of the Tianxia Martial Arts Association were still continuing. But that doesn't get down to Clint's business. At this year's Tianxia Martial Arts meeting, Clint thought that it was nothing more than a few familiar faces before, and the champion would definitely be selected from this familiar face. Don't bother Lao Tzu to get down to business. To be continued. P.S. If the above content is uncomfortable, please tip a wave. Please note that it is not dirty, but Lin Zi wants to tell you that they are walking flying chess. Do you believe it? After all, Lin Zi is very simple, don't think crooked. I'm very simple. Chapter 077. Seeing that Wukong Clin was coming, the Turtle Immortal quickly helped the two of them start signing up at the registration desk. Sun Wukong and Clin are here, hurry up and fill it in. Yes. After the names of the two people were listed at the registration office, the martial arts meeting in the world began to become lively. When the Crane Immortals saw these two people, they couldn't help but feel a little pity in their hearts. Humph! Dead vulture, then we'll see you in the ring, I'll let you see how powerful our Crane Immortal sect is. After dropping this sentence, the Crane Immortal left without looking back. Tianjin rice and dumplings followed the Crane Immortals and left together. However, the Turtle Immortals and his gang are still immersed in the joy of the arrival of Clin and Goku. Hey? Okay everyone? Goku began to ask. Long time no see, how are you, Goku? Yamcha put his fists on his chest and asked excitedly. Seeing Goku's very casual outfit, compared to Clin's local tyrant and trendy outfit, if he didn't meet Goku on the road, otherwise such a look, Wukong is thundering to how many people. Goku, why are you so dirty? Miss Lan Kai next to her began to ask. Hey? Is it Lan Kina? Goku is still blind, looking at the people who have changed a lot, he can't recognize it. Then why didn't Goku sit on a somersault? We're really worried that you won't be able to sign up in time. The Turtle Immortal asked. Isn't Grandpa the Turtle Immortal unable to use it when cultivating? Goku said with a simple scratch on his head. It seems that Goku is still the simple Goku. The Turtle Immortal thought to himself. It seems that Goku has grown a lot taller. Yamcha said to Goku. It seems that Clin has changed the most, he seems to be taller than me. But in contrast, Goku's changes are indeed inferior to Clin. Looking at the Clin next to him with a bit of local tyrant atmosphere, except for the standard bald head, he almost didn't let everyone recognize it. Oh, this is Clin. Miss Lan Kai looked at Naklin, although it was very familiar, but also felt a strangeness. The height is taller than Goku, and what surprises everyone is that Clin actually has a nose. Klin really didn't expect that his nose would surprise you so much. Something happened during the period, so there was. Burst. Before Klin could finish speaking, Miss Lankai stepped forward and hugged Klin. Klin himself seemed to have a charm that attracted women, and Clint was hugged tightly by Miss Lanch. Clinton with a nose asked Miss Lankai about her unique breath, and was held by Miss Lankai bare, and her nose was squeezed by the deep groove, almost not suffocating. Long time no see, Klin Kun. Klin already felt suffocated at first, completely squeezed to the point where he couldn't say anything. This scene made those present laugh. However, the turtle immortals discovered that Klin had come alone with Bulma, and it seemed that there was something missing. Phew! The turtle fairy asked Docklin. Speaking of the two girls you brought with you before, Bulma and that little dance, why didn't they come? Klin knew the age of the turtle immortals, and he was still concerned about this. I saw Klin softly calling the turtle immortal to bring his ear close to him and say. It is estimated that the one that just came made them tired and rested in the western capital. You brat! The turtle immortal thought to himself, this was indeed Klin's style. Beep beep! Attention all the players who participate in the Budokai. The qualifiers are about to start, so please gather at the Cebu Hall now. Beep beep! The broadcast of the Tenchi Budokai began to be broadcast. It's finally about to start. The turtle immortal and Miss Lankai looked at the radio and said. Beep beep! The world's martial arts masters are like clouds, and the World's Martial Arts Association is about to start in the ring. Poof! Miss Lan Chi quickly took out a box from the back box of the car, opened it, and saw that it was a turtle school military uniform. It's definitely not convenient for you to wear that, so I have to be a little careful. Gaku picked it up and put it on, and Klin looked at Miss Lankai and gave Lankai a warm look. It's still Miss Lankai who is the best. Miss Lankai suddenly looked shy. Hearing Klin's words, I suddenly didn't mention how excited I was. Poof! The three of them changed together. Hee hee! It's still the best outfit. That's what Klin said after putting it on, and so did Gaku. Hey, after 3 years, Klin Gaku, you guys have become more powerful, right? However, when watching Klin take off his original clothes and put on his military uniform, Klin's muscles stunned everyone. This kid is not simple. The turtle immortal thought to himself, this muscle is estimated to be the limit of the earthlings. Then we are waiting for your good news. The turtle immortal said. I saw Yamcha and Wukong Klin walking towards the martial arts hall together. Come on, young master Yamcha. Puer cheered for Yamcha in the back. Don't worry. You must put all the kung fu you have learned over the years into practice. The turtle immortals repeatedly instructed. Yes. However, Klin silently thought that he had not learned anything in the past 3 years except eating, drinking, and having fun, and it was estimated that his kung fu in bed was becoming sharper and sharper. At this time, inside the martial arts hall. Wow! Whoa! Wow, there are a lot more people competing than last time. Gaku looked left and right, but Klin was almost buried in the crowd. However, behind it, I faintly heard someone saying. Hey! Look, the big red man of the last session is there. Yes, I heard that they are very powerful, especially the bald head, which is the champion of the previous session. I heard that he knocked out the ring with one punch, and now everyone calls him a one-punch bald Superman. One Punch Man is One Punch Man. What is One Punch Bald Man? When Klin heard this, he felt resentment in his heart, but there was nowhere to show it. Poof! Tianjin Fan looked at the 3 people of the Turtle Character School, constantly talking about these 3 people in his ears, thinking to himself, he definitely defeated these 3 people. Tianjin Meal. The dumpling next to him seemed to notice the change in Tianjin Rice's face and said. I'm okay, dumplings, I'll definitely beat them. I remembered that the master of the Crane Immortal kept instructing in the ears of Tianjin Rice before. Tianjin Rice, I don't care what method you use, I have to defeat them for me. Extraordinary means can also be. However, Tianjin Fan thought silently. It doesn't take extraordinary means to defeat them, and my martial arts skills in Tianjin Rice will definitely not lose them. To be continued. Ask for a subscription. Chapter 078. Great work, guys! Thank you all for coming from all over the world to participate in the 21st Tianxia Daiichi Budokai. At this time, the previous organizer stepped forward and said. Klin looked at the organizer who came forward to speak, and it didn't seem to be the wolf dog before. As we all know, due to the increasing number of players participating in the competition over the past few years, the first martial arts association of the world has decided to change from once every 5 years to once every 3 years now. However, there are still more than 100 or even 200 players participating in this qualifier, and the generous prize money of this competition has also been increased from 500,000 in the previous edition to 1.5 million now. Yo! Speaking of remuneration, Klin suddenly heard the fierce response of the contestants. Many people came here to participate in the world's first martial arts association for this 1.5 million reward. However, it is not so easy to get this 1.5 million reward bonus, and only 8 people in the current martial arts hall can enter the next round of competition, and the competition will be very fierce. I hope you can bring out your best. Squeak! There was a sound next to Klin, and in a blink of an eye, Gaku didn't know where a rice ball appeared in his hand, and he was eating it among the contestants under the organizer. This is indeed Goku's style, Klin thought with a weak smile. At this time, the competition hall entered the draw moment. Beep beep. One by one, the contestants began to draw lots from the staff's draw box. Klin looked at the signature in his hand, and then at Yamcha and Goku's next door. Number 71, behind the second group. Klin looked at the numbers drawn in the card, against a large pair of battle cards next to him. I'm behind the first group. Gaku looked at it and said. I'm in front of the first group. Good risk, good risk. Yamcha weakly wiped the sweat on his forehead, thinking that in case he was just on with Gaku or Klin in the martial arts hall, he would not be allowed to be out before he had the opportunity to appear. Moisture. Compared with the big card watch, only then did Klin find that he was not divided into a group, but Yamcha also noticed that the people of Tianjin Rice and Dumplings did not meet them. Seeing that they did not meet, Klin let go of his heart, otherwise if the battle started, if no one appeared, it would be very embarrassing. Moisture. The lottery process has ended, and the broadcast is sounding again. The qualifiers are about to begin. 8 contestants will be selected here for the world's first martial arts association. Please compare your signature number with the qualifier number list and assemble in front of their respective rings. At this time, many fighters are walking to their respective rings, and Klin and others are no exception. The rules of the game are as follows: the 2 sides of the competition compete one-on-one on the competition platform, fall off the competition platform, pass out or surrender, all are considered to lose. The use of weapons is prohibited during the competition. There is no time limit on this qualifier until the winner is decided. The broadcast of the game stopped after speaking, and suddenly some people couldn't help but think that this was very time grinding. Come on Gaku! Klin cheers for Gaku. Gaku responded with a fist. At this time, Yamcha was in the first group and was preparing to play the first match. A slightly rounded referee wearing gold wire glasses is holding a roster to prepare for the match. The qualifiers for Group 1 are now open, and players number 1 and number 2 are invited to play. I can't lose the first game. Yamcha was ready to go on the ring and jumped into the ring. Come on, Yamcha! Gaku said as he cheered beside him. The other party will directly take it as a passerby, the author is too lazy to name it. Click! I saw Yamcha twisting his neck at will for a while, signaling to prepare for preparation. The passerby was still arrogant, and before he started, he was ruthless. Humph! You're still too tender. Ton. After Yamcha finished preparing the action, he immediately took it seriously and took a pose. The game begins. The referee gave an order. Hey! I saw that passerby raised his leg to directly attack Yamcha. Yamcha, who was quick in his eyes, grabbed the flawed moment, his body moved, and with a swoosh, the arm on his hand slammed into the face of the passerby. Boom! I saw that the passerby showed his tongue, his eyes had already turned to the rear, and he fell to the ground. This operation almost did not frighten the players, and many people thought that they were worthy of being the popular players of the previous session. However, Klin Wukong felt that this was completely pediatric. I saw the referee step forward to determine the outcome of the victory. Faint. Number 1 player Yamcha wins. Giggle. Yamcha smiled a little confidently. Wow, Yamcha's martial arts are so powerful. Hey, hey. Yamcha smiled proudly and got off the ring. Cut, pediatrics. Tianjin Fan said while watching the operation of Yamcha. At this time, hearing the next door, Klin was also ready to take the stage. Poof! Isn't this the winner of the previous edition? When did you have a nose? But his opponent is really tall. The people below saw Klin on the field, and then looked at Klin's opponent, a man in red panties who was a step above Klin. Please start. At this time, Klin looked at this big man, and Klin looked at him weakly with a disdainful look. I'm ready to make a move. Klin said directly. I really don't understand that the champion of the world's first martial arts association last time is you little ant, it's really enough. Little ants. I can crush you flat with one finger. I saw that the goods stretched out a hand and wanted to catch Klin. Klin really didn't expect that there were so many capable people in the Dragon Ball world. Looking at this palm, if ordinary people were caught by him like this, it was estimated that they would become meat sauce. But, I'm Klin, and that's just a pediatric thing. Poof! I saw that the goods caught Klin deeply, and I was proud to squeeze this bald head into mud. Well? But in the next second, no matter how he pinched and twisted, Klin didn't feel anything at all, but the hand of this product became more and more sore. Suddenly stretched out his other hand and pinched Klin with both hands, but Klin didn't feel it at all. How is this possible? The goods thought to themselves. You're done, now it's my turn. I saw that Klin stretched out his hand, and he just punched his arms casually against the goods. Click! Only hearing the sound of a broken arm. The goods had to let go of Klin, and the pain filled his body, and he kept shouting loudly. It hurts, my hands are broken, quick! Take me to the hospital. After a while, he surrendered and sent the staff to the hospital for treatment. Alas, why force me to make a move, why bother, why bother? Klin couldn't help but sing proudly. To be continued. Chapter 079. At this time, the game is still in full swing. I really don't know, Klin, you have actually become so strong. Yamcha kept licking Klin like a licking dog, and what Klin heard in his ears was comforting. Wow, Klin, you're still that strong. Goku also joins the licking dog. Hehe, I haven't used my strength yet, don't make such a fuss, I can destroy the earth if I use my strength. Ha ha ha. Suddenly Goku Yamcha began to laugh, feeling that what Klin said was quite humorous. However, Klin knew that what he had just said was not a joke at all. This level is complacent. It's ridiculous. At this time, a Tianjin meal came from behind Yamcha, wearing a bowler hat and wearing a traditional costume of the Celestial Empire, dragging in front of them. What did you say? Yamcha said with disdain. However, Klin looked at Tianjin rice like this, thinking that this Dragon Ball character was so arrogant in the early appearances. Klin thought that in the future, he would also let Tianjin Fan lick the dog. Who are you? Gaku looked puzzled, not knowing who this person really was. This person is the apprentice of the Crane Immortal. That nasty Crane Immortal is Wushan teacher's nemesis. By the way, this person is a three-eyed star. Klin said weakly beside him. Three-eyed starman. You actually know the three-eyed star, it seems that you also know us well. Mentioned by Klin as a three-eyed starman, this is Tianjin Fan is quite interested in this little bald head. However, you are really lucky that you didn't run into me in the qualifiers, but I will definitely beat you to the ground at the martial arts venue. At this time, Tianjin Rice gave them a ruthless word. Of course, you guys have the ability to enter the quarterfinals. In the face of Tianjin Rice's ridicule, Klin can be said to have no ups and downs in his heart, so he quietly watched this Tianjin Rice dress will be forced. Poof! Unexpectedly, the next second, Klin came out and responded. While I'm not angry, hurry up and me. Klin also raised the standard middle finger and slammed it directly in front of Tianjin Rice. It's pretty crazy. At this time, when he heard that it was his turn to eat in Tianjin, he gradually left, and did not forget to leave a sentence when leaving. Remember to cheer me up later. At this point, the referee was shouting. The 11th and 12th numbers of the third group took the stage to start the competition. Not this bastard. Abominable fellow, you must get the championship, let this arrogant person see how powerful we are. Yamcha shouted as he clenched his fists beside him. In the face of such an arrogant Tianjin meal, Klin did not move in the slightest trace of his heart. It's the same with Gaku. Beep beep. Tianjin Rice was taking off his traditional clothes and hat before he came on the field, and seeing Tianjin Rice's muscles, Yamcha was very disdainful. There's nothing remarkable about that guy. If you lose all of a sudden, you will really laugh at the dead. Yamacha's words deliberately raised the words a little higher, deliberately so that Tianjin Fan could hear them. But Tianjin Rice is still smiling, not taking this as the same thing at all. No, I think he's really powerful, maybe better than Gaku and Yamcha. However, Klin said slightly beside him. Is that really the case? Gaku looked at the Tianjin Rice that was about to be played in front of him, and Yamcha refused to believe that what Klin said was true. Looking at this Tianjin meal, Klin thought that Tianjin Rice must have the strength to show his frivolity. The game begins. Tianjin Rice's opponent is a sumo. Looking at the fat that is about to fall, and the skin that has touched a little lubricant, Klin's heart is inevitably filled with nausea. Oh! I saw the sumo wrestler rushing towards Tianjin Rice. But Klin found that the indifferent Tianjin Fan ignored this at all, and directly climbed to the top on one foot, exuding a ruthless aura all over his body. Chop! I saw that Tianjin Rice made a move with a thunderous momentum. Immediately afterwards, Tianjin Fan did not turn his head, and smiled very confidently for a while. Boom! After a few seconds, the sumo wrestler fell to the ground, almost missing the ring. Yamcha, who had just seen this scene in arrogance, thought that this person still had some material. Klin said that this is all the normal operation of Tianjin Rice and is not worth mentioning at all. Faint. Player 11 wins. Quick! Carry the stretcher. The referee decides the winner of the match. But the contestants in the audience were full of doubts. What just happened? I don't see anything. The people in the audience are just talking. However, Klin Wukong Yamcha saw the action of the Tianjin Rice just now clearly. He slapped 4 times. Also kicked twice. Klin said, but Yamcha said that he had just seen a few slaps, and the 2 feet behind Klin did not notice a single look. It's really powerful. Gaku said with a look of anticipation. He, it's still pediatrics, it's not a big deal. Yamcha said from the side. At this time, Tianjin Rice is here. How could I have shown myself in the qualifiers? Tianjin Rice thought. Great, Tianjin Rice. The dumpling next to him said. Dumpling, how are you doing over there? It turned out that when the Tianjin rice competition was just now, dumplings were also competing at the same time. That person probably can't move now. Looking at the opponent of the dumpling in the ring, he was still firmly fixed in place, about to be carried down. It's really dumplings. Beep beep. At this point, the game finally took Goku's turn. KRILLIN saw that Goku had already played, and he thought to himself that he didn't know how much shock Goku would bring to him in this year's world's #1 martial arts meeting. I don't know how much Goku has improved in the past 3 years. I saw Goku and his opponent salute. Hey! What a cute little kid! KRILLIN felt that Goku's current opponent was so much like Satan, this hairstyle, this beard, but KRILLIN looked at this player. The only difference from Satan is that this person is a little cold, not as kind, engaged, as Satan, laughs. Hey? Isn't that King Chiba? Check. King Chiba? At this time, the player saw this face and said. At this time, Yamcha remembered the past in his mind. King Chiba? It is. He. Goku met a strong enemy as soon as he played. However, KRILLIN thought to himself, what the hell is King Chiba, is it so powerful? It's nothing more than a person who sets off our protagonist, and KRILLIN doesn't take this check of what King Ba Wang is a thing at all. Trash 1, KRILLIN thought silently. To be continued. Chapter 080. King Chiba is a very powerful martial arts master. Yamcha was explaining to KRILLIN. In the past, as long as he appeared, the champion of the world's #1 martial arts association must be him, and others had no chance at all. Yes. KRILLIN's buckle boogers don't disdain this product at all. The opponent is too strong, but if Goku can hold on, he may have a chance. Syllable. When the next match order began, King Chiba heard a sound and flew out of the field. What the? Yamcha was stunned on the spot. What did Goku just do? Fall off the field. The Monkey King player wins. The off-site referee immediately took up the medical frame and announced the verdict. I saw Goku covering his hands and saluting very politely. It's hard to be confident, like a storm beating an opponent in an instant. Yamcha suddenly felt pressure in his heart, looking at KRILLIN below, and then at the victorious Goku, thinking that he was lucky not to face one of them in this qualifier. Great! I won! Goku said excitedly. Goku, it's also eye-catching to give it his all in the qualifiers. Yamcha said gradually. Unexpectedly, Goku said with a grin. I didn't use my full strength. If it weren't for my subordinate's mercy, it is estimated that he would have died a long time ago. At this moment, Yamcha suddenly felt bad, and there was a pressure in his heart. Beep beep. The next games were almost all about beating the opponent with one hit, and the same was true for Tianjin rice dumplings. The qualifiers are still going on, and the number of 120 players is rapidly decreasing. However, KRILLIN began to yawn, and this qualifier was really boring. When will this qualifier end? Ha! After speaking, KRILLIN yawned again with a big doze. Teacher Wushan's 3 apprentices. All of them entered the top 8 and qualified for the world's #1 martial arts association. And then, the same is true for Tianjin rice dumplings. It's pretty good. Tianjin Fan looked at the 3 people of the Turtle Immortal sect who came out of the line, and said slightly in his mouth. At this time, Miss Lankai and the Turtle Immortals also knew the results of the qualifiers. Wow, well done. All 3 of them qualified. The 3 of you are really doing well, maybe you can win the championship. The Turtle Immortal instructed the junior and said. The world's first martial arts meeting is about to begin. Please gather at the Budoji Temple venue for the 8 qualified contestants. After listening to the radio, I knew that the game was about to start. However, KRILLIN asked slightly. You guys are so far away from the competition platform, you shouldn't be able to see our brilliance clearly. However, the Turtle Immortal said with a bad smile. It's okay, we have LAN. Klin didn't understand what the turtle immortals meant. Poof. After that, the turtle immortal began to play bad, deliberately causing Lankai to sneeze without Miss Lankai noticing. Yawn. I saw Lan Chi sneezing deeply. The gentle blue Lankai just now suddenly sneezed and turned into a golden-haired Lankai. Klin Wukong, Yamcha, and the others were almost not frightened. After all, everyone had tried the irascible personality of the irascible Lankai, which was terrifying. Klin thought to himself that Grandpa Turtle Immortal came up with this trick. Lankai, please. The Turtle Immortal said with a bad smile to the irascible Lankai. Wrap it around me. I promise to let you watch it in the special class. I saw the irascible Lan Chi weakly take out the ubiquitous submachine gun, loaded it, and smiled very confidently. The next second. Bang bang. I only heard the irascible Lankai shoot a few times in the air, and said in a continuous irritable voice. Hey! If you want to live, hurry up and get out of the way for the old lady. Hearing the sound of submachine guns, the crowd suddenly gave way for them to watch the group rush out of the encirclement and walk to the front row of the crowd. At this time, Klin and his gang had already come backstage to the game. Wow la la la! At this time, Wukong was somersaulting, his hands were supporting the ground to do cultivation. Looking at Wukong's hard cultivation, Klin really couldn't bear it. I hope that when the lot is drawn, the three of us will not draw together. Yamcha said silently in his heart, thinking that if he faced one of the Gaku Klin, he estimated that his chances of winning would be 0. Tap-da-da. At this time, Klin found that Tianjin rice was gradually coming. Hehe, you guys can actually be selected, it seems that the qualifiers are all incompetent. Yamcha and Tianjin rice seemed to be unreasonable, and responded. Humph. You just stayed by luck. It seems that you are the most arrogant here, don't let me run into you later, I will beat you to the bottom. Then try it. Suddenly, the anger of Tianjin rice and Yamcha suddenly jumped out. However, a dumpling gradually came next to Klin. I didn't expect you to be able to enter the qualifiers, it's really unexpected. Dumplings, like Tianjin rice, give people a mockery first. Klin ignored him. Dead bald. When Klin heard this, he couldn't bear it, and he scolded angrily. What did you say? You don't look at yourself either. Aren't you a dead bald yet? Ben Xian Klin is very sensitive to words like his nose and hair bald, although the hole in the nose has been filled, but now that he is called bald, his heart is uncomfortable. Poof! I saw Dumpling weakly take away his hat, and Klin almost couldn't believe it was real. A hair fluttered there in the wind. This. It's a pity I'm not bald. Dumpling said very confidently, and wiggled the hair from time to time. Abominable. It's just one hair, what's so great? Klin didn't expect Dumpling to hurt himself so much, and continued to scold. What does Klin hate the most? This kind of person who has hair and is still showing off. Very envious, hey. From time to time, he put on that smug expression and spit out that mocking tongue. I saw that Tianjin fan couldn't help but quarrel here for these two people for a hair, really pinching sweat for their childishness. Swish! I saw Tianjin rice pulling away the dumplings. All right. Dumplings, stop messing around. You give me care. Yamcha was also helping to pull Klin, and his face couldn't help but think about Klin's sensitive topic or that hairless. That's enough. Or two naive little ghosts, Tianjin rice and Yamcha thought at the same time. To be continued. P.S. Flowers come in waves. The more you spend, the faster. _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect. Chapter 081. Hey! Please come and assemble. Finally, the familiar face, the yellow-haired host wearing sunglasses, took the 8 places to appear. Hello! Gaku began to greet and said. At this time, the host found that it turned out to be the familiar face of the previous session. Yo, You're selected again. Don't break the building this time. Recalling that the entire ring was destroyed by KRILLIN's punch before, the host thought to himself that it would take me to fix this place. Sorry, I'll try my best this time. KRILLIN was embarrassed about this. Burst. I saw the host holding a braid and pointing to the competition table of the participants above, and said, "Now we will draw lots to determine the order of the matches, and the players whose names have been called please come and draw lots." KRILLIN looked up and saw that except for the 3 of himself and the 2 of the Crane Immortals, the other 3 were all strange. One is a physical martial artist wrapped in a lot of bandages, one is a werewolf with gritted teeth, and the other is actually what kind of passerby be. The author really can't think of a name, will be ha. Kling. The first to be called was KRILLIN, who immediately stepped forward to start the draw. However, Tianjin Rice silently recited the heart words to Dumplings in his heart. "This little bald head is a little strong, let me arrange Dumplings until the end." Good. When KRILLIN drew lots, he grabbed the signature in his hand, and the next second KRILLIN inadvertently felt that the signature on his hand seemed to change. Kiss. Humph, insect tricks, let me see what tricks you are playing again. Without saying a word, KRILLIN took it out directly and presented it in front of the referee's eyes. Number 8. Yamcha saw that KRILLIN had drawn number 8, which seemed to be the last to appear, and begged himself not to draw number 7. Next, Yamcha player. At this time, it was Yamcha's turn to draw lots, but Tianjin Fan confidently called Dumplings. "Leave this guy to me." The Dumpling's superpower was used again, but at this time Yamcha was arranged to number 2. The next one is Tianjin Rice, and the Dumplings also follow the meaning of Tianjin Rice and draw number 1. Tianjin Rice player, number 1. Yamcha himself did not expect to face off with the Tianjin Rice of the Crane Immortal in the first game, but at this time he said very confidently, "It seems that there will be a good show later." Tianjin Fan thought that he would teach this Yamcha a good lesson. At this time, Goku KRILLIN's draw was controlled by Dumplings one by one. Next werewolf player. Unexpectedly, the werewolf gentleman scolded the host. "Wrong. I'm a human wolf." "Ooh, Mr. Man Wolf." The host pinched his sweat, thinking that there was no difference at all. Werewolves are the kind of low-level monsters that turn into wolves on a full moon, and I become a human when the moon is full. Do you understand? A serious explanation. I don't think it's a wolf. KRILLIN said directly. Understood, then ask Mr. Wolf to draw lots. The host was very helpless, which made Mr. Wolf draw lots. Next Monkey King player. After a draw, the order of the game has come out. Then the battle order is so decided. The host pointed to the order table above and said. In the first round, Yamcha contestants played against Tianjin Rice contestants. In the second round, the human wolf player faced the passerby A player. In the third round, the Monkey King player faced the dumpling player. In the fourth round, KRILLIN faced the bandage man. Time is not limited, a game is sure to win or lose. Falling off the field, counting to 10 and falling to the ground, or surrendering is considered a loss. The dedicated moderator repeated the rules. Dumpling, you arranged a good battle order. Tianjin Rice said to the dumplings. Luckily, none of the three of us could play in the first round, but I had to play the first game. Yamcha looked at the Tianjin meal, and he definitely couldn't lose face in the first game. Offside at this time. Let's get started. All of a sudden, the audience was full of enthusiasm, looking forward to the moment when this year's world's #1 martial arts meeting would start in the ring. Thank you Miss Lankai for finding us a place. The Turtle Immortal said from the sidelines. What? Where am I looking for a location? Well? The Turtle Fairy only turned to see that the previous irascible Miss Lankai had disappeared, and now it was the gentle Lankai. The Turtle Immortal felt helpless in his heart. Duan. The beating of the world's first martial arts association has been beaten. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. At this time, the host, as usual, took the microphone and went straight to the stage. I announce. The 22nd Tianxia First Martial Arts Association has officially started now. Boom. The people below responded enthusiastically. After a tense and enthusiastic qualifier, we selected 8 players from 180 players. These 8 contestants will compete in a knockout tournament. Who can get the title of number 1 in the world and get a bonus of 1.5 million? Let's wait and see. KRILLIN listened to this familiar dialogue, thinking that the host was really good, so he read these familiar lines. Now the first game, start now. Are Yamcha contestants versus Tianjin Rice contestants. Please play. Boom. The people below are even more of a hustle. It's coming, it's coming. Young Master Yamcha. Puer shouted directly. I wonder how much Yamcha has improved in the past 3 years? The turtle immortal thought to himself. Our Tianjin Rice will definitely defeat him, you old man, just wait and see. The turtle immortal looked next door and wondered how it was this nasty bird again. The turtle immortal didn't say much, thinking about watching the results of the game to know. However, in the heart of the crane immortals, he whispered silently to Tianjin Rice. Tianjin Rice, scrap him for me. Tianjin Fan received the meaning of the master, but after thinking about it carefully, he was only trying to prove his martial arts, and did not want to abolish others. Master, I know what to do. At this time, the crane immortal thought to himself, it was time to give this old turtle a dismount. I saw Tianjin Rice and Yamuti opposite each other. Looks like I don't have to listen to some of your nonsense anymore. Then you mean to surrender? Let's divide the victory in the ring. Just what I want. At this time, the two were walking step by step towards the center of the ring. To be continued, _. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 082. Yamcha contestant is the apprentice of the famous turtle immortal teacher Wu Tian, and 3 of the 8 selected places in this conference are disciples of teacher Wu Tian. At this time, when introducing Yamuti, the host also constantly involved the turtle immortal teacher Wu Shan. At this time, the turtle immortal below began to shout to the crane immortal next door. Damn it! The crane immortal saw the turtle immortal's underbeating look, and his heart was very unhappy. And as Yamcha's opponent is the Tianjin Rice player, he is the apprentice of the crane immortal who is the same name as the turtle immortal Wu Shan teacher, and 2 apprentices of the crane immortal sect are also selected for this conference in this competition. I saw that the crane immortal finally had his turn to introduce himself, and at this time he proudly stuck out his tongue towards the turtle immortal. The turtle immortal heard such an introduction on the stage. Will this host say, what is the same name as me, say that the dead old man is the same name as me? It's not even close. Miss Lan Chi couldn't stand the 2 naive old men of the turtle immortal and the crane immortal, thinking that they were all old, and they were still the 3-year-old children in their hearts. Boom! Hearing the host's introduction, the audience below was even more booed. Awesome! Almost all of the 8 contestants are apprentices of the turtle immortal and the crane immortal. Puer saw that young Master Yamcha had already come on the field, and kept shouting underneath. Young Master Yamcha, come on! The turtle immortal looked at the guy named Tianjin Rice, and thought that this person is not ordinary. Yamcha, you have to be careful. Boom! I saw the stage ready to start the first game, and the 2 looked at each other face to face. I can solve you in 2 or 3 moves. Yamcha said first. Okay, I'll wait. Tianjin Rice replied. Get ready. Both of them began to show their own confident expressions. KRILLIN saw these 2, and sure enough, the match here in Dragon Ball was the most exciting. Although he did not play in his heart, no matter how many times he visited the scene, he was still so excited. However, the host still read the lines. The world's first martial arts meeting has finally begun. The first victory was won by the Yamcha contestant of the Turtle Immortal sect. Or is it the Tianjin Rice player of the Hexian school? The first match is played by Yamcha players against Tianjin Rice players, and the competition begins. KRILLIN really can't stand such a rigid host, although it is beneficial to the audience. Boom! With a bang, Yamcha first took on the fighting posture of the turtle fairy flow, bending down and putting his fists on his head. Hey! If you want to escape, it's still too late. Humph! Hurry up and shout a few times now. Opportunities are running out. Tianjin Fan suddenly landed on one foot and put both fists on his waist, making an independent peak, which seemed to be the most unique posture of the Hexian school. Seeing that the game is about to start, Goku watches in the background. Yamcha should be able to win. Not necessarily. KRILLIN, however, saw that Nyamucha was overconfident, too contemptuous of the enemy, and overestimated that he would suffer a big loss. Hey! I saw that Yamcha made a move earlier, and immediately kicked towards Tianjin Rice. Tianjin Rice's face became serious, and when he saw Yamcha's heel, he was about to kick himself, and he slammed his force and blocked it with one arm. Swish! After Tianjin Fan resisted, the other hand attacked Yamcha. Ha! Yikes! The two kept shouting, and suddenly there were back and forth, and no one could take advantage of anyone. Drink! I saw that Tianjin Fan seized the opportunity of Yamcha's slackness and kicked Yamcha's stomach. Yamcha was repelled, and he flipped several heels in a row, and in the next second, Tianjin Fan did not miss any opportunity to attack, and jumped up with a click. It is a punch against Yamcha. Immediately Yamcha cleverly dodged, and jumped into the air, and the chasing Tianjin Fan also jumped into the air at the same time. Burst! Suddenly, in the next second, Yamcha punched down Tianjin Rice. Tianjin Rice hit the ground hard. At this time, the two faced each other again. However, the opening just now has already made the audience stunned. That's amazing! Yamuti! Goku said to him, and KRILLIN agreed. After all, it was really much more comfortable to see it with his own eyes than to fight. Boom! It's really surprising, the two of them fought fiercely in an instant. The moderator also began to explain. This guy! Much more powerful than I thought. Yamcha thought to himself. However, Tianjin Fan also thought, this kid, there are really two sons, it seems that what he just said is not a big deal, I haven't met an opponent of such strength for a long time. New Wolf Tooth Wind Fist. Very good. Yamcha took the posture of a wolf and shot towards Tianjin Rice. Tap tap tap. Suddenly, the sound of fists and feet facing each other was heard on the field, and KRILLIN was dazzled. Hey, drink! Tianjin Rice punched Yamcha, who had made a new wolf tooth style fist, in the chest. Boom! Yamcha was suddenly shot a few meters away. At this time, the turtle immortal of the audience thought to himself, it seems that Yamcha is a little overwhelmed. Hehe, seeing this situation at this time, he began to be proud of the crane immortals. I saw Yamcha standing up weakly, but he still kept a smile on his mouth and said directly. Well, just let you see how good I am. I saw Yamcha take that familiar posture, and when KRILLIN saw that posture, isn't this exactly the posture of Teacher Wushin's Turtle School Qigong Wave? When the Turtle Immortal saw that Yamcha was about to use his own trick, he thought about when this kid learned it. Really? When was Yamcha learned? Goku said in surprise. Well. Suddenly, when the Crane Immortal saw this gesture, the mood just now suddenly condensed. Turtle Pai Qigong. Tianjin Fan thought that this kid was really not simple. Wave. I saw Yamcha push out the Turtle Pai Qigong wave and rushed towards Tianjin Rice. Tianjin Rice is not sitting and waiting obediently, his hands casually gesturing twice on his head, and suddenly his palms are together, and suddenly he begins to solidify an aura around his body. Yamcha's turtle pie Qigong wave was pushed to Tianjin rice, and this scene almost didn't look at the turtle immortals. This Yamcha learned that I got the turtle school Qigong wave, which is very unexpected, but that Tianjin rice actually wants to catch the turtle school Qigong wave, which is impossible to do. Could it be that this aura was a newly created move by the bad old man of the crane immortal? Specifically used to deal with my turtle sect Qigong wave? The crane immortal watched quietly. To be continued, _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect. Chapter 083. Yamcha and Tianjin rice fought a suffocating battle, and the two did not give in to each other, after which Yamcha finally performed the turtle pie Qigong wave. Rumble. Is this guy dead? Yamcha saw that this guy seemed to want to block his turtle school Qigong waves. Drink. At the moment when the turtle sect Qigong wave rushed towards him, the aura around him suddenly resisted the turtle sect Qigong wave. Kiss. However, the next second shocked everyone, and the turtle faction Qigong wave actually rebounded back. Yamcha was suddenly surprised, thinking that this was impossible. What's going on? It was actually bounced back. Goku looked at this scene in shock. KRILLIN kept watching quietly, and his expression instantly became solemn. Even the turtle immortals had to refresh their views on Tianjin rice. This guy actually resisted the turtle sect Qigong wave of this sect. Burst. Just as the turtle school Qigong wave bounced back, Yamcha jumped into the air and dodged his turtle school Qigong. Boom. Suddenly, the turtle faction Qigong wave exploded violently outside the field, and the audience saw that the power of destruction was unimaginable. Wow! The audience suddenly became flustered. With a snap, while Yamcha's attention was still on the turtle faction Qigong wave destroying the outside of the field, Tianjin Fan jumped up after him. Bastard! This guy is awesome! I actually bounced back the turtle pie Qigong wave. Yamcha was still looking at the destruction of the off-site situation, thinking that it should not hurt people. Be careful, Yamcha! KRILLIN Goku shouted at the same time. Well? Yamcha looked behind him, and Tianjin Fan was already waiting for the opportunity behind. Oops! Oops! Drink! Suddenly, Tianjin Fan kicked Yamcha, and Yamcha spat out a mouthful of blood, and then instantly fell to the ring. Boom! Suddenly, Yamcha fell on the ring and instantly lost consciousness. Miss Lankai covered her eyes and held it on the shoulder of the turtle immortal. She didn't want to see such a cruel game at all, and the turtle immortal thought that it seemed that the victory and defeat of this game had been divided. Drink! Unexpectedly, the unconscious Tianjin Fan had not yet given up, and suddenly jumped down from the sky and fell straight down on one knee. Stop! Goku shouted. Suddenly, a memory flashed in KRILLIN's mind, that is, the knee of Tianjin rice would break Yamcha's leg alive. How can such a cruel picture be made in front of yourself? Humph! I want you to be completely unable to practice. Tianjin Fan thought to himself. The crane immortal even looked at Tianhan's operation with a smile, not mentioning how satisfied he was. In the past, KRILLIN was a coward and did not dare to make a move, but now KRILLIN has changed. Burst! At the moment when the Tianjin rice fell, KRILLIN made a move. Bang! Tianjin Fan pounded his knee on the hard stone, and the stone was suddenly beaten several centimeters deeper. Well! Tianjin Fan looked at the hollowed-out floor and looked around. It turned out that KRILLIN had moved Yamcha a few meters away. So fast, when exactly? Tianjin Fan thought to himself. Be merciful and spare. KRILLIN looked at Yamcha, who fainted and was completely unconscious, and said to Tianjin rice. Humph, even if he is lucky, you are the same, wait for your turn. The audience looked at such a ruthless Tianjin rice player. And suddenly quieted, and many people thought that just now KRILLIN did not make a move to estimate that the Yamcha contestant was wasted. Great, thanks to KRILLIN_equals. Miss Lan Chi finally put down the heavy stone in her heart, and the turtle immortal saw that it was really dangerous just now, otherwise Yamcha would not be able to practice martial arts. Hey! Why hasn't the winner of the match been announced yet? Tianjin Fan said to the host. The host was also completely stunned, and after Yamcha confirmed his coma, he announced the result of this competition. Well, Yamcha has passed out and can no longer continue the competition, so the Tianjin Rice player won the first match. Just as the host finished announcing, Tianjin Fan walked back to the backstage and threw a sentence to KRILLIN from time to time. Garbage is garbage. After speaking, he went into the backstage rest area, leaving KRILLIN Wukong and his gang in the ring. Young Master Yamcha. Puer was worried about Yamcha, so he flew out of the audience and looked at Yamcha. It's okay, Yamcha just fainted, send him to the hospital. KRILLIN said to a nervous Puer. Thank you, KRILLIN. After saying that, Puer turned into a flying carpet, and after KRILLIN carried him up, Puer took him to the hospital. I'm going to go and see. Miss Lan Kai was also not at ease and went directly to see the situation. Suddenly, the turtle immortal shed that uneasy drop of sweat. He, now you know how powerful my turtle immortal sect is. At this time, the crane immortal said to the turtle immortal. I didn't expect you to teach your apprentice so cruelly. I'm going to beat all your disciples of the turtle immortal sect into cripples. Listening to the words that the crane immortal said to himself, the turtle immortal seemed to have an urge in his heart to kill him. Now the turtle immortal is estimated to be blue in anger. Moreover, the real strength of Tianjin Rice is more than that. The crane immortal thought to himself. KRILLIN looked at such an arrogant Tianjin meal, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, the early stage of Tianjin Rice was really so ruthless. At this time, KRILLIN found that Gaku quietly walked in front of the Tianjin meal. You're going too far. Yamcha has obviously passed out. You still want to ruin his martial arts life? Gaku said angrily to him. Humph, if it weren't for that little bald head who saved him, I tell you, I wouldn't have killed him, I would have been lucky for him, I would have been so kind. You know, but you do it on purpose. Hey! Tianjin Fan showed a very underwhelmed expression. You actually want to do such a thing to Yamcha, I can't spare you. Humph, it's up to you. I'll let you lie in the hospital with that guy. The two of them suddenly had a spark in the background. Poof! At this time, the dumplings gradually walked to Tianjin Rice. Win, Tianjin Rice. Of course, but the guys from the Turtle Immortal sect are not as weak as we think, you must be careful. Can't be careless. Yes. But look closely, Yamcha is the oldest, it is estimated that the Turtle Immortal sect is the most powerful, it seems that the champion is mine, the runner-up is yours, the result has been revealed. Tianjin Rice analyzed here in an orderly and reasonable manner. At this time, KRILLIN, who heard this sentence, had to think that this Tianjin Rice really did not know the height of the sky. And you would know how powerful my KRILLIN was later. Because bald head, strong. Okay, let's calm down and start our second game. To be continued. P.S. Here comes the flowers. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 084. Next up is the second game, by the Man-Wolf player against the XXX player. At this point, the sound of the second game sounded again. I saw that the two people on the field both bowed, and they completely heard a sound of punches and kicks. Snap! Knock knock! Boom! Off sight! This game is won by our human wolf players. Before KRILLIN could react, this second game was over. No way! What happened? What just happened? Clinton noticed an abnormality, and then Klin knew that the author was so lazy, the name was too lazy to say, but he didn't expect that the battle scenes were too lazy to write. Lindsay, you really have enough. Clinton broke through the second dimension and complained fiercely at the author. Poof. The third match is played by the Monkey King player against the Dumpling player, which is also a battle between the Crane Immortal sect and the Turtle Immortal sect. I don't know what kind of wonderful performance it can bring us. Seeing the face of this dumpling, the Monkey King player couldn't help but feel a shiver in his heart, completely dead, and expressionless. Beep beep. Come on. The audience in the audience kept shouting cheers. This guy doesn't have any expression at all, he should have gone to see his game in the qualifiers just now. Gaku looked at the dumplings and said weakly. At this time, the Crane Immortal under the stage once again provoked the Turtle Immortal next to him. I said, old turtle, shouldn't this apprentice of yours be beaten by my disciple again and can't get up? Ha ha ha. The Turtle Immortal ignored him and quietly looked at the ring. Tianjin Rice in the background looked at the dumplings, silently thinking in his heart that the dumplings should be the winner of this game, and there was no suspense at all. Burst. This guy and the Tianjin Rice just now are from the Hexian sect. Gaku thought quietly, and then after hearing the sound of the game starting, he had already put on a posture, while Gyoza was still standing in place, still expressionless. Quiet. What's wrong? You still can't fight? Gaku looked at the dumplings and said. With a bang, the dumplings suddenly moved in front of Gaku, and Gaku didn't notice it at all. Bang! The dumpling was given a kick to Goku's chin. Woo! Gaku rolled over, jumped a few meters away and landed on one foot, jumping out, ready to attack the dumplings. Day! I saw that Gaku took the opportunity to directly give Dumpling a punch, and Dumpling's eyes were quick, and he easily dodged Goku's attack. Directly let Gaku pounce. Bastard! Gaku finally showed some of his strength, swooped, and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, and even the dumplings could not find him at all. Hey? It's gone? The dumplings finally showed that surprise. Klin was watching Goku's movements on the side, and with this speed, Klin could easily catch it with his eyeballs. Of course, Tianjin Rice has 3 eyes, and this speed is all pediatrics. On the left. Dumplings! Tianjin Rice shouted. Left? Well. The one holding the chopsticks is the right hand, and the left hand is. Dumplings are counting with their hands out. Klin couldn't believe that dumplings could actually tell the left and right of such a schoolboy. Swish! It's over here. Bang! Dumpling finally made a clear difference and looked at his left, but Gaku had already made a move and punched Dumpling in the face, and at this moment, Dumpling's brain was also severely knocked out. When I saw that the dumplings were about to fall to the ground, they suddenly floated. This guy! Floating in the air all day, it's hard for me to have a chance to hit him. Gaku seems to have an overwhelm with dumplings floating in the air. Seeing the dumplings floating into the air, the Turtle Immortal thought in his heart, this is the unique stunt dance technique of the Crane Immortal School. But Klin has already figured out that this is a dance technique, and Klin is still very dissatisfied. Looking at the dumplings' hair floating in the air, his heart is a meal of resentment. I saw the dumplings floating higher and higher. It was amazing. Dumplings can float in the air as they please. The host is shouting my. If I jump over and attack, he will easily dodge and I will fall out of the field. At this time, Dumpling looked at his dropped hat, smiled in front of Gaku, and then said. Are you ready? I'm going to attack. Syllable. I saw the dumpling stretching out a finger, and Goku's face was full of doubts. What exactly was the dumpling going to do? Snap! I saw a few lightning bolts slightly flashing on the fingers of the dumplings, and Gaku was quite familiar with this move. Could it be that this is Dong Dongbo? Suddenly, a ray of light shot out from the dumplings and slammed towards Wukong. It turned out to be Dong Dongbo. You guys are with that scoundrel Peach for nothing. Bang! Gaku jumped away at that moment, and the whole wave hit the ring, directly destroying a hole. Syllable. 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 Dumpling saw Gaku constantly jumping in the ring, constantly shooting holes in his fingers. Cut, it turned out to be that slag peach white hole. KRILLIN's view of this move, and the person of Peach Bibai, is not worth mentioning at all. Well? Who did you just say? Tianjin Fan walked up to KRILLIN and asked. What's wrong? KRILLIN was very puzzled that this Tianjin Rice actually took the initiative to talk to him when he heard the news of Dobai. I would love to say that the dregs who were defeated by Gaku were in vain. Are you saying that the world's #1 killer was actually defeated by that kid? After hearing the news, Tianjin Fan walked out of the backstage. It's weird. KRILLIN continued to watch the game, but in retrospect, something seemed wrong. Bite. KRILLIN thought sharply. Isn't it? Then Dobai turned out to be their uncle. This is their Crane Immortal sect and this level of relationship, but KRILLIN ignored all this after 3 seconds. In the next second, Tianjin Fan ran out of the audience to report to the Crane Immortals. Crane Immortal. I have something very important to report to you. The Crane Immortal turned his head and looked. What's going on? It's a wonderful fight. Immediately, Tianjin Fan just told the Crane Immortal the news he had just learned. The sensitive ears of the Turtle Immortals seemed to hear what they were talking about. What they? Those two brats actually defeated the world's #1 killer? What a surprise! The Turtle Immortal thought to himself. But the Turtle Immortal showed a slight smile. It was really the back wave pushing the front wave, and the front wave died on the beach. To be continued, _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect. Chapter 085. What? What they? Bai was actually defeated by the apprentice of the Turtle Immortal. The Crane Immortals were very annoyed when they heard the news. I think it should not be relying on strength to defeat Uncle Shi, it must have used some means. Tianjin Fan looked at the irritable Crane Immortal and said slightly. Of course. Just with those few little ghosts, how can they defeat Dobai with their strength? Dobai is the #1 killer in the world. The Crane Immortal looked in the direction of the Turtle Immortal, and his heart was very uncomfortable, and at this time he suddenly shouted to the dumplings in the ring. Dumplings! Stop playing with him! Kill him! Bastard! The Crane Immortal suddenly shouted loudly to the dumplings in the air. The dumplings suddenly heard the Crane Immortal's order, and began to get serious. Hearing this, the Turtle Immortal shouted at Gaku. Not good. They want to take advantage of the game and kill you all. The Turtle Immortal shouted. Then use the strongest whole wave. The fingers of the dumplings gather greater power, and the Turtle Immortals want to send out whole waves with all their strength when they see the dumplings. Then Gaku thought slightly in the ring. Since you use Dong Dong wave, then I also use it. Suddenly, Wukong instantly assumed the pose of a turtle faction Qigong wave. Seeing that Wukong seemed to be going to use the turtle school Qigong wave against the cave wave, the Turtle Immortal thought to himself, the cave wave is a move they have been using freely for a long time, can they cope with Wukong's turtle school Qigong wave? However, the Turtle Immortal thought that maybe he could now understand Goku's growth in the past 3 years. However, in the eyes of the Crane Immortals, humph! Just by virtue of your Turtle Immortal sect's Turtle Sect Qigong wave, you want to confront the cave wave of my sect? Bite off more than one can chew. Poof! KRILLIN thought to himself, this scene seemed to be the moment of confrontation again. Turtle Pai Qigong. Gaku is ready. Hole. I saw that the energy gathered by the fingers of the dumplings was stronger. Wave. The two shouted at the same time, and the 2 waves of Qigong suddenly flashed several bright lights in front of the audience, almost blinding them. Rumble. Suddenly, the 2 strands of energy collided, making a friction sound, and the bright light made the audience completely unable to open their eyes. Bang! Suddenly, an explosion sounded, and the two were completely bounced off by Kigong, and Gaku was bounced to the ground, but the dumplings were ejected from the field. KRILLIN thought to himself that at this time, Gaku should also win. How is this possible? The turtle sect Kigong wave can actually confront the Dong Dong wave of my faction. The crane immortals couldn't believe this scene at all. Tianjin Rice is even more worried about the current situation of dumplings. The host thought that the victory or defeat of this game should also come out, but suddenly when it was announced, it changed. Poof! The dumpling, which I thought was completely unconscious, stopped in the air with a whoosh. Hula hoo hoo! I saw the dumplings trembling and weakly flying back to the ring from the air. What an infuriating person! I'm about to fall. Gaku looks at the dumplings flying to the ring. The turtle immortal looked at this scene. But he didn't expect that Wukong would actually improve so much, and he could also fight against the mature cave wave, which was never expected. This kid can actually hard connect the whole wave of dumplings. Tianjin Fan felt that this Monkey King was not simple at this time, and gritted his teeth and said, "Wu." It took a lot of effort for the dumplings to return to the ring. Yikes! Gaku hadn't given up any room to attack, and hadn't given Dumpling any chance to breathe at all. With a snap, Gaku kicked the flying dumplings fiercely, and immediately after the attack, Gaku felt that the victory and defeat had come out. Burst! Gaku found that his body couldn't move at all. At this time, he learned that Gyoza used superpowers, and Gaku thought that it felt like the superpowers of General Nibiru of the Red Ribbon Legion, and it was super uncomfortable to fix himself. Humph! You're done. Syllable. Taking advantage of Goku's inability to move, it was Dumpling's turn to fight back. Being beaten and kicked, Gaku couldn't move at all, and stayed in place and was abused. I'm using some crooked ways again, thought the turtle immortal. At this time, the crane immortal was weak and said to the dumplings with his heart inspiration. The dumplings are well done. Don't throw him off the sidelines. Beat him to death for me. Good. KRILLIN looked at Goku's constant quiet beating. Superpowers are doing strange. It seems that this superpower is quite restrained in martial arts. He can only use his superpowers if he opens his hands. At this time, looking at him who could only use a kick, it seemed that his hands had been kept in front of him motionless, but Gaku thought of something. Looks like I'm going to have to find a way to get his hand. Gaku thought weakly. I'm ready to start again. Dumpling just came up with a foot, but he didn't expect that the next second Gaku shouted loudly. Hey! How much is 3 plus 4? Well? The dumplings suddenly stopped, silently thinking about the calculation in their hearts, and began to silently count them with their hands. That. 3. 46. Burst. Goku's superpowers have been unlocked, and his body is finally able to move. Bang! Gaku suddenly punched down and punched the dumpling's stomach. The dumplings hurt so much that their faces almost deformed, and their mouths kept shouting about pain. This scene stunned Tianjin Rice and the crane immortals. How stupid! This little trick is fooled. The crane immortal thought to himself. Drink! Just as Gaku attacks, Dumpling once again immobilizes him with his superpowers. Damn it! The body can't move again. Hey! It's awesome, look at me! Poof! How much is 16 plus 27? Unexpectedly, the next second he was asked by Dumplings, and Gaku didn't know the counts at all. I don't know, just tell me if you know. Ah! Dumplings did not expect to be asked rhetorically at this moment, and the number just now was just said casually. I saw that Goku's superpower was lifted again, and he immediately rushed to give the dumpling the final blow. Rumble. Dumplings did not expect that the problem just now was actually pitted by itself. Syllable. The dumplings suddenly flew out of the field and slammed into the wall outside the field. Out of bounds. The Monkey King player wins. However, before losing consciousness, Dumpling asks, "What exactly is this count?" Sun Wukong shouted with a grin. "I don't know. I'm an arithmetic idiot." Forehead. Suddenly, the dumplings fainted. "Smart, this kid Gaku has improved a lot," the turtle immortal thought to himself. "Why did you forget to teach him to count?" the crane immortal said. However, Tianjin Fan's face was full of embarrassment. To be continued, _. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 086. The world's first martial arts meeting has a climax, the fourth game is about to begin, and finally it is the turn of our previous champion KRILLIN. Everyone is looking forward to the moon, finally looking forward to today's big hit, that is the appearance of KRILLIN. Beep beep. The audience responded enthusiastically. The fourth game starts now. By this time, all 8 players who made the cut had appeared. First of all, please invite our KRILLIN player to appear. The host pointed to the left side of the backstage and asked KRILLIN. KRILLIN was unhurried, silently walking to the ring, the warm audience voice all filled KRILLIN's ears, even he didn't expect his popularity to be so high. Wow! Oh! Come on, KRILLIN! I'm optimistic about you. The shouts of so on kept coming towards KRILLIN, and KRILLIN did not forget to greet the audience. It seems that our KRILLIN player is quite popular, so let's play against another player of KRILLIN. Burst. KRILLIN saw that the goods walked to the backstage and paused for a while, did not walk towards KRILLIN into the ring, and chosen. Burst. I saw him jump, spinning in the air a few times before jumping into the ring. It's all this time, and you're still handsome? KRILLIN thought to himself. However, handsome for only 3 seconds. Click. When he got off the ground on one foot, he didn't expect to stand firmly, and he fell hard in front of KRILLIN. Forehead. The audience fell silent at once. Even the host didn't know how to round the field. This product is here to be funny. KRILLIN said weakly. Poof. The next second, it seemed that he sensed that he was embarrassed, stood up sharply, wiped the nosebleed from his face, and pretended that nothing had happened just now. How did this product make it to the finals? Tianjin Fan couldn't stand it on the side, and said directly. Stabilized. Many people watched this funny scene and couldn't help but say for KRILLIN. Ahem. Ready to get started. The host beats the gong drum for the start of the game. The two looked at each other. Shout. Unexpectedly, KRILLIN hadn't made a move yet, and this product wanted to punch KRILLIN in the face. KRILLIN just looked straight at him, seemingly not caring about the punch. Day. Unexpectedly, this cargo stopped the fist just now. Don't hide. Or is there simply no time to hide? Unexpectedly, this product was quite happy in his heart, and kept staring at KRILLIN. This product must be an idiot. This sentence surfaced more and more in KRILLIN's heart. Burst. What is this punch? You have to fight fast, don't delay everyone's time. KRILLIN couldn't look past it at this moment, and rushed to thank him. He. You don't seem to understand my power, if you are solved by my move, you are indeed too pitiful, just let you see and see first. KRILLIN didn't expect this product to be quite arrogant. At this time, it surprised KRILLIN, and this product actually asked the host. Pause for a moment. Well. The host said yes. KRILLIN wondered what the hell was this tease going to do. Yikes. KRILLIN was completely dumbfounded. I only heard a few punches and kicks, and the goods were actually pounding the air, as if showing their fists and feet in front of KRILLIN, but it was not only that, but he didn't expect to keep turning around in the ring. Even the host was completely dumbfounded, thinking if this game could still be played? Hey ha! I saw that the goods broke a torii abruptly. It just got fixed. The host looked at the pile of scattered stones and said. Wow! Oh, my god! The audience immediately felt how destructive this product was. However, KRILLIN wanted to ask, what exactly is this product trying to express? How? You should understand by now that I have strength. Na Cargo kept asking. That's it. Klin thought that this product really loves to show off, and he really wants this game to end quickly, and he is really afraid that he can't help but smash this product for a while. I can't see it, this product is quite powerful. Gaku said as he watched. Ready. The fourth game starts now. The host shouted out again. Klin thought to himself that it was finally about to begin, and 30 seconds, it only takes 30 seconds for me to clean you up. Unexpectedly, Klin actually heard this product say such arrogant words in the next second. Yikes! Klin saw that the goods rushed directly in front of him, which was a very blind kind. Rumble! Klin just slammed his shoulder into his chest. This! How can it be? Poof! A feeling of pain finally made him unable to support it and fell directly to the ground. Boom! The audience was quiet for a while, and after seeing the fall, they reveled again. Faint! Klin wins. It's really a Klin player. It was so unexpected, but it was reasonable, no one expected the game to end in 10 seconds. In that instant, the Klin fighter only used one blow to knock out his opponent. The moderator began to announce. Klin, this kid, does everything with one hit to kill, and there are no more waste actions to do again. The turtle immortal thought after seeing it. Worthy of Klin. The audience cheered. However, in the eyes of Tianjin Fan, he was instantly impressed by this Klin. This bald head, and that kid just now is really not simple, it seems. Tobai was really defeated by the two of them. Immediately Tianjin Fan saw these two brats and thought to himself. This game is really getting more and more interesting. The turtle immortal saw his two disciples, it seems that this era is about to change. It's like a new era is about to begin. At this point, Klin returned to the background. Klin! You're amazing! Gaku ran over and hugged himself fiercely. Hey, hey, hey! Klin also responded happily. But I knew you would win, after all, Klin is very powerful. Haha, too. Suddenly, Gaku Klin began to chat happily. At this point, the game card table suddenly changed. The first match is Tianjin Rice player vs Man-Wolf player. The second match is Klin vs Son Gaku. After the host announced for a while, the two of them laughed when they heard it. It seems that our brothers are going to have another confrontation. Yes, I don't know how strong Klin has been in the past 3 years. Hee hee. To be continued, _. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect. Chapter 087. Next is the second game, Tianjin Rice player vs Man-Wolf player. Tianjin Fan is a new player, and this human wolf player, he will become a human after seeing the full moon, this physique is really special. Burst. The audience was in a noisy mood again. Tianjin Fan looked at this man and wolf, and said very arrogantly and deliberately at this time. What kind of man-wolf werewolf forward, in my opinion a dog. However, the man's wolf's sensitive ears seemed to hear this sentence. What did you say? The human wolf rushed to the front of Tianjin Rice, feeling very unhappy and wanting to kill him. Stop! What's the matter, the competition scores. The host intercepted and said, which made the wolf player silently retreat and prepare to play. Good. Then let you see how good I am. Suddenly, the two came to the ring together. The game begins. The two began to compete. Boom! The human wolf took the lead in attacking, revealing its pointed claws, and fiercely scratched towards Tianjin Rice. Hey! Bad guy with 3 eyes, wait for me to scratch your eyes. However, Tianjin Fan saw the attack of this man and wolf, and did not seem to have any response. Swish! The minions of the human wolf are scratching towards Tianjin Rice, but Tianjin Fan does not regard this attack as a thing, and it is easy to dodge it. Boom! Tianjin Fan grabbed the gap and kicked the back of the head of the human wolf. Poof! The human wolf was kicked violently and lay on the ground. Humph! Is this simply the action of dogs eating? Excuse me, Mr. Man-Wolf, is this the rhythm of eating? Tianjin Fan mocked the wolf to his heart's content. Abominable! The human wolf got up weakly and turned his head to look at Tianjin Rice. While your dog is not injured, I advise you to surrender quickly, you are too weak. You! What did you say? How dare you underestimate me? The human wolf gritted his teeth and gradually revealed the nature of the wolf, and looked at Tianjin Rice very fiercely. Tianjin Fan thought to himself, it seemed that the two disciples of the Turtle Immortal sect, KRILLIN or Sun Wukong, who were competing for the championship with him. Humph! Dare to ignore me? I'm a master of the 30th Dan of boxing. As soon as the words were finished, the human wolf directly pounced on Tianjin Rice again. Yikes! Rumble! The human wolf was kicked by Tianjin Fan again, and I saw the human wolf slamming into the wall. Let's start counting down. Tianjin Fan said to the host. Oh! 1, 2, 3. The host began to count down. Call. How could I fall like this? I will never admit defeat. Poof! I saw the human wolf silently take out a knife from his pocket. Go and die. Yay! Human wolf players, the use of weapons is forbidden in the game. After seeing it, the host said. I don't care what the game is, I just want to win. It seems that in order to win, all martial arts rules are thrown away. After seeing Tianjin Fan, he suddenly became serious from not caring just now. People like you are not worthy of martial arts at all. Tianjin Fan shouted fiercely. Host, it's okay not to sentence him to a foul. The host was completely dumbfounded. Wow! I saw that the man-wolf was directly holding a knife and stabbing towards Tianjin Rice. Look how you can resist and die. The human wolf thought to himself. Syllable. Tianjin Fan took advantage of the fact that the human wolf did not pay attention, and kicked the knife in the hand of the flying wolf player. All the anger of Tianjin Fan was concentrated on that kick, and suddenly the fingers of the human wolf player were also kicked off. I saw the human wolf tightly covering his fingers, and constantly shouting in his mouth that it hurts well, and seeing Tianjin Rice pressing forward step by step, at this time the human wolf retreated with trembling feet in fear. Let me go, I surrender. But at this time, it was too late, and Tianjin Rice was already viciously in front of him. A dog like you should be a dog well, you should never participate in the human world, the same is true in the martial arts world, what you just said has tarnished the word martial arts. Tianjin Fan said these words to the human wolf. Let me go. Yes. Tianjin Fan kicked him hard in the neck, and the human wolf flew out of the field violently, and the kick kicked the human wolf's Adam's apple into the dent. Poof! Outside the arena, the host announced that the winner of this match belonged to Tianjin Rice. When KRILLIN heard Tianjin Rice's words, he couldn't help but have other thoughts about Tianjin Rice. It seems that in addition to being ruthless, Tianjin Rice also seems to have a certain respect for martial arts. KRILLIN said slowly. At this time, I saw that after the staff carried away the human wolf, they cleaned the venue, and only then did KRILLIN say to Gaku. Gaku! It's coming to us right away. Yes. At this time, the two did not seem to have any hurry or anxiety, and both of them seemed to feel that this was just an ordinary duel. Gaku, otherwise, I'll tell you something. KRILLIN had other ideas at this time. Hey! No matter which of us wins the game, we have to beat the guy who knocked Yamcha down, Tianjin Rice, how about it? KRILLIN proposed such an idea, but Gaku agreed. Okay, no problem, in a word. Gaku stretched out his fist and signaled exactly the same situation as the first session, fist to fist. In a word. Klin pandered and looked at Gaku. Poof. When the ring cleaning is completed, the host comes out to speak at this time. Okay, let the audience wait for a long time. Our next promotion match is a repeat of history. It will be our Monkey King player against our Klin player. It seems that there has been a duel in the previous martial arts meeting, and this time it is actually fate to let the two brothers face off together again, which is really amazing. Suddenly, the confrontation between the disciples of the Turtle Immortal sect could not help but ignite the hearts of the audience, and suddenly made the Martial Dao Association reach a new climax. Wow! The two disciples of Teacher Wu Tian of the Turtle Immortal actually PK again. The last performance was fantastic, but I wonder what will happen this time. The words of his disciple duel kept coming from the ears of the Turtle Immortals. It seems that this is fate. Let me, the master, come and see the progress of the two of you. To be continued, _. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 089. Player Kling, he's on the ground. 1, 2, 3. The host saw Klin fall to the ground and began to count down. Seeing Sun Wukong's set of operations just now, he couldn't help but sigh in the later Tianjin meal. That kid has a lot of combat experience. It seems that the guy named Sun Wukong who will compete with me for the championship next time. The Turtle Immortal saw the heavy blow that Gaku had just hit Klin, and thought that the victory in this game should also belong to Klin. Even Gaku said in the ring, "That punch just now is not weak, Klin, you should not be able to withstand it, this fight should be over." 5. Day. Suddenly, when the host shouted 5, Klin suddenly moved his hands and suddenly turned over and stood in place. What? What the? Can that guy Klin actually stand up? The Turtle Immortal looked at Klin's state, saw Klin's casual appearance, and thought that Klin's guy probably hadn't used his full strength. Wow! Player Klin actually stood up. Beep beep! The host's shout immediately ignited the mentality of the audience just now, and the enthusiasm was revived in this instant. What the? That bald boy can actually stand up? Tianjin Fan thought weakly on the side. Cut another pretend stinky imp. The Crane Immortal said when he saw this scene. Good. Klin, it's really Klin. Gaku said slowly. Klin wiped his stomach, feeling, it seemed that he was not hurt much, he didn't expect his physical fitness to be so strong. Gaku. You should still have your strength, if you don't use all your strength, you can't defeat me. Klin said to Gaku seriously. What the? Hasn't Gaku given his full strength yet? The Turtle Immortal looked at it in surprise. Burst. How much has this Wukong Klin grown in the past 3 years? This is all discovered by you, I have to make the next move, but I have to give my all. Gaku prepares his pose at this time. Klin then discovered that Gaku was going to give his full strength to the Turtle Sect Qigong Wave. Wukong, you know, the Turtle Sect Qigong Wave won't do anything to me. Suddenly, Klin put one hand in front and signaled to resist. Turtle Pai Qigong. Gaku is still gathering the energy of the Turtle Sect Qigong waves. Wave. Rumble. A large shock wave rushed towards Klin. The Turtle Immortal was shocked. Such a big Turtle Sect Qigong wave, this will destroy the venue of the world's first martial arts association here. Tianjin Fan saw this huge wave of energy, and thought that maybe he couldn't completely give it next. However, the Turtle Immortals thought to themselves, if this huge turtle faction Qigong forest avoided, it would destroy this place and hurt the masses, and if he didn't dodge, Klin might die because of this. Rumble. At this time, Wukong's Qigong wave with all his strength rushed towards Klin, and after colliding with Klin's hand, a bright light was produced, making people completely unable to open their eyes. Boom! When Clinton came into contact with such a huge Turtle Sect Qigong wave, he didn't feel anything except that his palm was a little hot. What? It can actually catch such a huge shock wave? And still one-handed? The turtle immortals, the crane immortals, and Tianjin Rice couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this scene. Burst. Suddenly, the turtle faction Qigong wave had disappeared, the bright light had disappeared, and looking at KRILLIN in the ring, it seemed that he had not received any harm at all. The turtle sect Qigong wave that I used with all my strength was actually caught by KRILLIN with one hand. Gaku couldn't help but say suspiciously. Klingben played handsome for a while, but immediately broke the work after a few seconds. It's so hot. Looking at his palm that was almost burned, he thought to himself that his palm was almost burned out in that instant. KRILLIN. You're completely out of your strength. You're just looking down on me. Gaku, however, saw that KRILLIN seemed to be hiding something. At this time, KRILLIN became slightly serious, looking at Gaku very seriously. That's right, KRILLIN, that's the look. Gaku said as he prepared himself. Shout. Clinton disappeared into the ring. What? The KRILLIN player actually disappeared into the ring in an instant, and disappeared without a sound at all. Zero hosts and the audience were looking for KRILLIN's traces. How is it possible? The crane immortal was dumbfounded on the spot and said in shock. It's really gone, but I can clearly feel that KRILLIN is still in the ring. The turtle immortal said weakly. Where are the people? Where is it? Gaku is constantly looking for KRILLIN around the ring. The kid is not missing, and invisible. Tianjin Fan thought to himself. I didn't expect that my three eyes couldn't grasp the speed of that bald boy in the slightest, let alone others. Tianjin Fan said. Poof. Shout. KRILLIN appeared in front of Gaku. While Gaku was still looking left and right, KRILLIN had already come to him. When Gaku just kicked KRILLIN. The next second, KRILLIN rushed to Goku's back at great speed and dodged Goku's kick. So fast. Shout. Die. Fist. Suddenly Gaku felt a sense of oppression behind him, and when his eyes looked at him, he suddenly felt that a large fist with dead chi was coming towards him. What a sense of oppression! Tianjin Fan gritted his teeth and said. Bang! A punch hit Goku's head, and suddenly only a bombardment sound was heard. I saw that the position of the card of the world's first martial arts association behind Wukong was immediately destroyed by KRILLIN's punch, and it continued to the back from time to time, constantly destroying along the way. Gaku was dumbfounded on the spot, and his hair had been blown out of shape. How can I give up my hand to hurt my brother? Honk! Suddenly, the punch just now turned into a knock on Goku's forehead. However, what KRILLIN did not find was that everyone's eyes were wide open at this time, looking at the building destroyed by a punch, and everyone did not know what to say or shout at this time. However, the host said silently at this time. It seems that there is still no way to avoid repairing. The degree of destruction of KRILLIN really shocked the host. The last session destroyed the ring, and now it also destroys the card of the world's first martial arts association. Is this still a human operation? It seems. I lost. Gaku said weakly with hair that had been blown crooked by the wind of KRILLIN's fist. To be continued, _. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 090. It seems that I lost. Gaku looked at the place behind that was destroyed by KRILLIN's punch and said weakly. Monkey King player threw in the towel, and it was KRILLIN who won. The moderator announced. Forward. What a destructive force this is. Is this still a human fist? Fake it. Many people looked at KRILLIN's punch, and even many viewers remembered the ring that disappeared in the last session, which was also beaten by KRILLIN's punch, and some people even felt that this KRILLIN was not an earthling at all. KRILLIN, this kid, that punch is simply uncatchable in this world. Even if you catch it, it will be shattered. The turtle immortal looked at the pounded place and said. Damn it! I didn't expect that the old man of the turtle immortal actually had such a strong bald boy in his collection. Old bald turtle, you guy, you actually hide such a terrifying strength of the brat. The Crane Immortals were very dissatisfied when they saw it. Versed. Tianjin Fan saw the punch just now, his eyes widened, and he said weakly at this time. The punch just now, it is estimated that blocking will also become crippled. The audience was quiet for a while, and then they started cheering. It's amazing. KRILLIN. At this time in the hospital, Yamcha Puer, who was defeated by Tianjin Rice, and Miss Lan Chi and others watched the broadcast of the world's first martial arts association through a TV program, and then said, "Is this Klin's fist?" Yamcha asked. "It seems to be," Puer said from the side. Miss Lan Chi looked at the moment when the fist swept the world's first martial arts association, and she didn't expect that Klin was already so strong. "I don't think I can beat the current Goku, let alone such a strong Klin," Yamcha said weakly. "Young Master Yamcha." Puer saw Yamcha like this, and said comfortingly. Versed. Puer, I'm fine, I swear I must practice martial arts diligently, I must surpass a few of them. At this time in the ring, this kid is really not simple. It is entirely possible that he will defeat Mama Bai. The Crane Immortal thought to himself. Klin, this kid, has made great progress every time we meet. I'm almost out of face to be his master. At this time, the Turtle Immortal on the other side thought. Klin, I'm not your opponent at all. Monkey King said. Hee hee. Klin responded with a smile. Versed. Only then did Klin notice that the host walked towards him and said. Now there's the final, Klin. Please? Whatever. That's what Klin said. Oh. Then go straight to the game. The host then walked in front of the audience, holding the microphone and shouting at the audience. Dear audience! The World Wushu Champion is about to be produced. The final is about to begin. The title of the number 1 in the world and the prize of 1.5 million belong to the Tianjin Rice player of the Crane Immortal sect or the Klin player of the Turtle Immortal sect. This is truly the most interesting game in the world. The host shouted loudly under the archway of the world's first martial arts association destroyed by Klin, although it was said that the archway had been beaten to pieces with a punch. Wow whoa! Beep beep! This game must be good. The final moment that the audience was waiting for finally came, and at this time, many people were crowded into the audience, and it seemed that many people came to watch for the final battle. Klin! Don't lose to that guy! Goku said to Klin from the side. Hee hee, it seems that the opponent is that bald boy, this game is really interesting. I saw Klin and Tianjin Fan, and the two walked to the ring together. Quiet! At this time, the Crane Immortal walked next to the dumplings that had just been defeated. Can you win? Dumpling asked. Absolutely no problem. The Crane Immortals didn't want to go back with anything. At this time, the Crane Immortal telepathized to Tianjin Rice, and seemed to have something to say to Tianjin Rice. Tianjin Rice, in order to avenge my younger brother, and that guy is a disciple of that shitty old man of the Turtle Immortal. You can't lose anyway. You know? Don't worry, I won't lose, even if I want to lose, I will lose my heart. Tianjin Fan also replied. Don't worry, you won't lose, dumplings will help you when necessary. Master, I want to win decent, I don't want to rely on off-field factors. Dumplings, if you want to help, I can't spare you. Forward. Dumplings were immediately frightened by Tianjin Rice, and he did not dare to use his superpowers at all. Tianjin Fan shouted loudly in induction at this time. Tianjin Rice, you want to disobey the master's order. Hearing Tianjin's words, the Crane Immortals were completely furious. It's not. I just want to definitely be able to defeat him with my strength. Tianjin Fan, you really disappointed me so much, after you defeat him, I will teach you a good lesson. At this time, the Zai Immortal was completely enraged by this idea of Tianjin Rice. Versed. The game begins. The match between the two has begun. This guy seems a little tricky, but I'm not afraid of Tianjin Rice at all. Tianjin Fan thought to himself. Come on, come on. Klin waved his hands and signaled that Tianjin Rice was ready to attack. Damn, you brat, it's best not to be too arrogant. Drink. Tianjin meal is a meal towards Klin, and Klin is also like when he just fought with Wukong, he quickly dodged in the early stage, and did not move at all. Yikes! Seeing that Tianjin Fan's attack was completely dodged, Klin at this time did not forget to mock him in the gap between dodging, and there were a lot of playful ghosts on his face. You can't hit me. You can't hit me. You just can't hit me anyway. Omittedly. Klin did not forget to stick out his tongue at this time. Abominable. You kid better not be too arrogant. Boom. Tianjin Fan directly gave Klin a kick, but Klin's sensitive body dodged. I saw Klin take a few steps back, and his smile was full of mockery. These games are all seen by the Turtle Immortals, and they didn't expect that the previous Klin could actually be so strong in the past 3 years, and he thought to himself that he couldn't say that Klin was dozens of times stronger than himself. On the other hand, the Crane Immortals, seeing Tianjin Rice's moves, were obviously already relatively powerful and extremely fast attacks, but they were disintegrated by Klin one by one. Tianjin meal. Dumpling said with a slight worry on the side. At this time, the Crane Immortal said to the dumplings next door. Dumplings, prepare your superpowers and help Tianjin Rice. To be continued, _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect. Chapter 091. Dumplings, prepare your superpowers to help Tianjin Rice. The Crane Immortal quietly said to the dumpling next to him. But just now Tianjin Fan said. The heart of the dumplings is still more dependent on the side of Tianjin Rice. Do you want Tianjin Rice to be beaten alive by your opponent? The Crane Immortal said again. The dumplings were worried at this time, thinking in their hearts, Tianjin Rice, I still don't want you to lose. Snap! The fight was in full swing, and everyone's eyes were focused on the match in the ring. Klin is still walking Tianjin Rice to the world, but Tianjin Rice did not hit himself with a single blow. Abominable! Why can't you hit him? Tianjin meal side attack kept thinking, can't hit Klin, but to look at Klin's underbeating look, it's really infuriating. However, Klin thought to himself, Tianjin Rice is very anxious now, but Klin especially likes this look of you hate me but can't beat me. Hee hee. Klin still had that sparse smile, presented in front of Tianjin's 3 eyes. Burst. Dumplings, let's do it. I only heard the Crane Immortals in the audience ordering the dumplings. Phew. I saw Dumpling silently stretching out his hands and pointing at the chaotic Klin in the ring. Tianjin Rice, please forgive me, I really don't let you lose. Ding ding. Suddenly, the dumplings exerted superpowers, and Klin's body suddenly felt a bondage, but Klin, on the other hand, felt like a mosquito bite and disappeared later. Well? What's going on? Are you sure you use superpowers for dumplings? Why is that bald boy still messing around like this? Seeing that Klin was still easily dodging Tianjin's moves, the Crane Immortal scolded the dumplings angrily. I don't know, but I just can't control him. Dumpling used all his strength to control Klin, but Klin was not bound to the ring as expected, but Dumpling felt that his superpowers seemed to have no effect on the bald Klin. And this kind of thing. The popular brain of the Crane Immortal has come out, seeing this bald head, the superpower cannot actually sanction him, this is really infuriating. Boom! I saw Klin strung to the center of the ring, but Tianjin Fan stayed in midair with the dance technique, panting and looking at Klin below. I couldn't hit him once, and I had already used the speed of my whole body. Tianjin Fan thought to himself. Dong Dongbo. Without saying a word, Tianjin Fan shot a whole wave towards Klin. Rumble. Klin easily dodged, with the slow speed of the whole wave, he could easily dodge for KRILLIN, only to see that the whole wave directly penetrated the ring, and let the steel plate a few centimeters thick smash. However, after KRILLIN dodged, he stretched out his finger slightly and shook it, saying no. Abominable! Tianjin Fan shouted and rushed down from the sky again. However, in the audience, the same hateful voice came out of the mouth of the crane immortal. Why? Why are superpowers useless? Is it dumplings? You deliberately lied to me that you used superpowers. No, this superpower seems to be against KRILLIN. The simple dumplings replied. Poof! The turtle immortals seem to have sensed it. Turtle sect Qigong wave. A shockwave was emitted from the hands of the turtle immortal and pushed towards the evil crane immortal. Baiu! The crane immortal was pushed out of the sky by the turtle Qigong wave, and suddenly turned into a twinkling star. Suddenly, the turtle sect Qigong wave from the hands of the turtle immortal almost didn't scare the audience in that row to death. The dumplings only then slowed down, and the crane immortals had disappeared into the crowd. Burst! Tianjin Fan and KRILLIN seemed to sense the change in the audience. Looking at the crane immortal flying away, KRILLIN did not mention how big his psychological shadow area was. Turtle immortal, you. It's quiet now, I'm just making this move so that it doesn't affect your battle, you continue. The turtle immortal then explained. Tianjin Rice only saw the dumplings, and the dumplings quickly put away those hands, and looked at Tianjin Rice with very anxious eyes. Do you say dumplings, you? Tianjin Fan said to the dumplings. He 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 he. Dumplings use laughter to mask the embarrassment here. Dumplings, I can't spare you if you strike again. Yes. At this time, seeing the crane immortals being bombarded far away, Tianjin Fan felt that it seemed to become quiet at this time, and finally could play quietly. Bald head, let you taste my next move. Tianjin Fan shouted. KRILLIN is very puzzled, could it be that Tianjin Rice still retains other moves? For the first time in my life, I am so embarrassed, you dare to let me taste this shame. Tianjin Fan said at this time. I believe that you will be more humiliated in the future, and even prosper. KRILLIN replied. Game over. Let's fight the winner. Tianjin Fan shouted angrily. Come in baby. Bite. Sun fist. Bite. Tianjin Fan put his hands next to his three eyes and shouted. Woohoo! Suddenly, there was a dazzling light, and the audience could not open their eyes at all, completely unaware of what was going on in the ring. Watch me gouge out your eyes. Tianjin Rice showed his claws and rushed towards KRILLIN. Poof! Just when Tianjin Fan just stretched out, he didn't expect to be grabbed by KRILLIN in the next second. What the? Immediately KRILLIN was grinning, and another fist stretched out slightly, weakly giving Tianjin Fan a punch in the stomach. It hurts. Tianjin Meal is uncomfortable _. Poof! That light disappeared instantly, and the audience couldn't help but shout when they saw this scene. Ah how! How! Wool! Tianjin Rice nose saliva came out with blood, and he was talking in pain. Yes. He he. Sunglasses. KRILLIN confidently shows off the sunglasses he is wearing. You. Where did you get this thing? Tianjin Fan covered his stomach that had been hit by a punch, wondering in pain. Borrowed. Poof. Tianjin Rice fell, the kind that did not have any consciousness at all. The dumplings were shocked, and Tianjin Rice was actually defeated. At this time, in the audience. Oops, when do I have to go with sunglasses? The turtle immortal revealed those small eyes, but his sunglasses disappeared out of thin air. 1, 2, 3. The host is counting down. Ah! KRILLIN is really good. Gaku looked at KRILLIN and said praisefully. To be continued, _. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 092. At this time, the world's first martial arts meeting has ended, and the champion certainly belongs to our KRILLIN. Knock knock. Outside the venue of the world's first martial arts association. We'll meet again in 3 years. Goodbye. The host shouted into the microphone. The Tianjin Rice players seem to be convinced by KRILLIN's ability, and everyone is preparing for the world's first martial arts association in 3 years. KRILLIN, your clothes are torn, wear mine. Gaku said to KRILLIN while taking off his turtle fairy suit. No need, I'd better wear the clothes that Miss Lankai got herself. For KRILLIN, it didn't matter what he wore, the most important thing was that he could feel Miss Lankai's delicate love. I saw the turtle immortal approaching Tianjin Rice. It is also reasonable that you can change the evil and return to the right. After all, the martial arts you are pursuing are not the same trajectory as the old man of the crane immortal. The turtle immortal said very bitterly. Sorry everyone, Yamcha is okay now. Tianjin Rice is also more guilty, after all, he just wanted to destroy Yamcha's way of practicing martial arts. It's okay, fortunately KRILLIN just helped, otherwise Yamuti might be wasted. Gaku said from the side. KRILLIN also did not forget to say a word to Tianjin Rice. I also benefit a lot from being able to fight with a master like you in Tianjin Rice. KRILLIN, you are also humble, it is true that I have benefited a lot. The two began to relent. But what KRILLIN silently thought about benefiting him a lot was that the dancing and sun fist that Tianjin Fan had just demonstrated in the ring had forcibly learned these with his ability to learn, so he said that he benefited a lot. When the turtle immortals saw Tianjin Rice like this, they thought that this was a good seedling of martial arts. Goodbye to the martial arts of Wukong KRILLIN Tianjin Rice and others, it seems that he should also retire, after all, the new generation is gradually rising. Poof! Let's go to dinner together. What do you think? After all, I just took the 1.5 million bonus, whatever you want, by the way, replenish your physical strength. KRILLIN shouted. Yes. The happiest was Gaku, who shouted. Finally I can eat, yes, I'm going to eat a lot. Seeing this scene of Gaku, everyone couldn't help laughing. Hehe, there are so many big stomach kings here. KRILLIN said, really worried that his bonus was not enough for them to eat. Ah! Not good. Grandpa's Dragon Balls and Ruyi sticks are all at the back of the venue. Gaku suddenly remembered. Something suddenly came to KRILLIN's mind. Then I'll get it first. You guys go first, but you won't eat until I arrive. KRILLIN was about to say something to Gaku, but Gaku had already hurried backstage. I saw Yamcha in the distance being helped by Miss Lankai to Tianjin Rice. Yamcha, are you okay? KRILLIN asked. It's okay, it's not a big deal. Yamcha walked slowly and said. I saw Tianjin Fan lowering his head and silently saying to Yamcha. I'm really sorry, I seem to be a little divided. It's okay, it's not bad that you didn't kill me. Yamcha said. Okay, you guys have nowhere to go, what are you going to do in the future? If you wish, you are very welcome at my Kames Enya. The turtle immortal said next to him. I understand your kindness, although I myself betrayed the master. But I have always been the apprentice of the crane immortals. I really can't go to your place anymore. Tianjin Fan said weakly. Immediately Tianjin Fan said. Dumplings and I will find a place to stay. This way. The turtle immortal thought that this good seedling would not belong to his own faction, and he had some pity in his heart. Then let's keep in touch. KRILLIN said immediately. Don't worry, in 3 years, the world's first martial arts association, I will definitely surpass you. Tianjin Fan said very confidently. Waiting for you. KRILLIN also said. At this time, when Tianjin Rice dumplings were about to leave, something happened. Oh! Suddenly, there was a shout from inside the background. Everyone was immediately silenced by this voice. What's wrong? It seems to be Goku's voice. Miss Lankai said after hearing this. The turtle immortals seemed to have a sense of foreboding. Yet Klin thought to himself, how is this possible? Could it be that it is? Burst. Gaku. What's wrong? Everyone ran to the shout. Ah! What suddenly appeared in front of everyone was that Gaku fell to the ground, holding a wishful stick in his hand, but only the 4 planets that turned into stone disappeared. Enlightenment. Gaku. I saw everyone shouting. Klin was completely stunned, he didn't expect to see Gaku lying on the ground. At this moment, Klin was completely stunned. Yamcha immediately ran to Gaku and kept shouting. Gaku! What happened to you? Feed. But Gaku didn't react at all. At this time, the host next to him fell weakly to the ground and said to everyone. There's a monster from. There was a stone in the bag, and the roster of the Budokai. Ran. Dragon Ball still has the roster of the Budokai. The turtle immortals were shocked. Tianjin Fan ran over and quickly picked up the fallen host. Gaku, he's dead. Yamcha said weakly. What do you say? Yamcha, don't joke, how is it possible that Gaku is so strong? Miss Lankai asked in disbelief. Gaku was killed. Miss Lankai covered her eyes sadly, and she couldn't believe this fact in her heart. Rumble. After hearing that Gaku was killed, Klin's heart was suddenly struck by lightning, thinking that he was still yelling about eating Gaku just now, and he was actually killed. This plot should not be like this. Gaku, but the absolute protagonist, how could he die? But Klin couldn't believe it. How so? Klin said slightly. Hearing the news that Gaku had been killed, everyone suddenly fell silent. Strange. Monsters? Stole the roster of the Dragon Ball and the Budokai. Klin's eyes began to gather tears at this time. Gaku is desperately trying to stop him. But that guy is so powerful. Desperately trying to stop? Klin thought that Gaku must be because he didn't want his grandfather's relics to be snatched by others, so. This fool. However, when Klin heard it, he couldn't help shouting. How so? To be continued, _. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 093. Hey! Scoundrel! This bastard! Klin shouted. Rumble! An angry Clinton seemed to lose his mind. Don't worry. KRILLIN! The turtle immortal yelled at Klin, trying to calm Klin down. Shout! Without saying a word, Klin rushed out directly, using the dumpling dance technique to leave the place. Stop! I order you to stop! Sue! Klin rushed out angrily and went straight to the guy. I already smell you, you! You dare to kill Gaku! I can't spare you! With a whoosh, he followed that breath and flew straight towards that guy. At this time at the martial arts meeting. This idiot! The other party knocked down Gaku at once, how could Klin be his opponent? The turtle immortal said weakly to the distant Klin. This Klin! When did you learn the art of our crane immortal sect? Tianjin Fan looked at Klin, who used the dance void technique, and said. How could this happen? Yamcha slightly picked up Goku's body and looked at Gaku and said. Hey! There's a piece of paper here. Dumpling picked up the piece of paper and looked at it and said. I don't know if it was left behind by killing the guy from Gaku. Demon! There is a magic word written on it. A magic word is drawn in the middle of the circle, what does this mean? Miss Lankai took a look. The turtle immortal was suddenly shocked and hurriedly took the piece of paper and looked at it. What? What this? Could it be? When the turtle immortal saw that he simply wrote a magic word, his hands couldn't help but start shaking, and he suddenly felt fear, and his forehead was full of anxiety. Boom! What the hell is going on here? Has teacher Wu Tian seen this before? Seeing the panicked look of the turtle immortal, everyone began to ask. This is the symbol of the great demon of Vic Great. The turtle immortal finally said the terrifying demon name. Vic the Great Devil? That's a ridiculous name. Yamcha said weakly. On the contrary, Tianjin Rice has a trace of memory. Vic Great Devil, I've heard that he is the great demon king who once led the world into the abyss of terror, but... Yes. The Vic Great Demon King should not appear in this world, right? The turtle immortal began to recall what he had said before. Poof. Don't look at his name is ridiculous, but he's an extremely murderous guy. Almost unbeatable. The turtle immortals began to tell about the matter, and the crowd began to listen. He and the monsters he created turned the peaceful world into hell in the blink of an eye. Don't say it's the young me and the crane immortals, just call our Master Wu Tatu powerless. But Master Wu Tatu will not let this world become his plaything, so he created a new magical trick. It's called Demon Seal Bow. The great demon king was sealed in a rice cooker with a seal attached to the magic seal. Master Wu Tatu also paid with his life because of this, so I said that the Vic Great Demon King should not appear again. It was I who personally sank the rice cooker that sealed the great demon king to the bottom of the sea. At this time, after listening, everyone put away their relaxed appearance and suddenly became nervous. Could it be the crane immortals? Tianjin Fan said suspiciously. No, the crane immortals know how terrifying the great demon king is. At this time, Yamcha was shocked. If the killer of Goku is really the murderer of the great devil king, then KRILLIN is in danger. KRILLIN! You must not die. The turtle immortal said weakly. So. KRILLIN is chasing the guy who killed Goku at great speed. I can only hope that KRILLIN doesn't meet that guy. Tianjin Fan slowly sorted out Wukong's body and said. KRILLIN is so cranky, Goku's death makes him refuse to stop at all. Miss Lankai said slowly, after all, these two are already brothers, and once Goku dies, how can KRILLIN calm down? I'm worried about what he snatched, the roster of the Dragon Ball and the Budokai. What does this Vic Great Demon King want to do? Knock knock. At this time, a spaceship was gradually moving in the air. The old Vic Great Demon sat on this spaceship, and next to him stood a creature with a sharp mouth like a goose. After all 7 Dragon Balls are collected, will any wishes be granted? Hey, hey, hey! Vic the Great Demon said. At this time, standing in front of the old Vic Great Demon King were both Piraf and Ashur. Well, Your Excellency, your wish must be to conquer the world, right? Pirav explained loyally. Axiu next to him stood weakly in place. Unexpectedly, what surprised Pirav was that the Vic Great Demon actually said so. Humph! Conquering the world is a trifle, there's no need to rely on Dragon Ball. Vic Archdemon said immediately. I want eternal youth. If this wish comes true, I will rule the world forever. This idea is indeed very good, it is worthy of my hard work to find the rice cooker that sealed Your Excellency, the Great Demon King Vic, and rescued you from this air base, and told you the secret of Dragon Ball. Pirav said slowly. What the hell are you trying to say? The Vic Great Demon King suddenly changed his face and stared at Pirav and said. Forward. It's not really a big deal, it's just. In the future, I hope you can give me half of the world. Well. The Vic Great Demon King was silent, and looked at the two of them like this. Pilaf's face suddenly became panicked. So be it, a third of the world. A quarter is also fine. Yes, yes. Pirav Axiu and the two sang and said in harmony. I'll think about it. Vic Archdemon said immediately. Well. Okay, then I'll wait for your good news ha. Pirav said with sweat on his face. Martial artists. Rice cooker. Unexpectedly, in the next second, the Vic Great Demon King directly destroyed the rice cooker that sealed him. With a bang, the rice cooker that sealed him disappeared instantly, startling the two of Piraf on the spot. I must kill all the martial artists. Suddenly, Axiu said weakly to Pilaf in the back. Is it really okay if we put this out? I saw Piraf clenching his fists and saying angrily. That bald boy, I can't spare him, and another is that I was kidnapped by him just like this for my little dance. But Axiu always felt that it was not so reliable. To be continued, _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect. Chapter 094. Found it. Klin followed the unpleasant breath in his flight to find the subordinates of the Vic Great Devil. Burst. Stop me! Klin yelled. At this time, the guy with ugly wings heard a sound and looked back. It's amazing that there are still Earthlings who can fly in the air like my demon race. What's the matter with you? The guy asked. Klin saw this guy in front of him. He was covered with goosebumps, and he looked at this product with dense phobia, and his heart was uncomfortable. It's really you guy. Poof. Seeing that the cargo was holding the roster of the 4 planets and the Martial Arts Society, the anger in Clinton Shi's heart could not be contained. Give me back my Goku's life. Seeing Klin shouting here, the guy said slowly. Goku? Is that the guy with the monkey's tail? Just because that guy tried to stop me, he actually died, great. What did you say? Klin listened to the guy was actually so triumphant in his heart, and the anger in his heart was almost unbearable. I must avenge Goku. Klin said. Hey, hey, hey. Is that why you're chasing me? It's ridiculous, then I'll even kill you so that you can go down and meet him. Poof. I saw that the guy just kicked Klin in the head. However, Klin did not dodge, so he directly caught this move with his head. What the? The goods were shocked, thinking how it was possible for someone to resist such an attack, and still be an Earthling. He. It's quite capable. Poof. Suddenly, Klin was constantly beaten in the air by the guy for the next few seconds. Snap. After fighting for a while, I saw that Klin was still intact and still looking at him viciously. Why is this guy so difficult to entangle, even more difficult than the guy just now? Vic Great Demon King thought to himself. Poof. Enough fighting, now it's my turn to avenge Goku. Klin then shouted. Avenge. Hearing these 2 words, the Demon King's subordinates instantly burst into laughter. You want to avenge that kid just now? Just by you bald boy? Ha 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 ha. Laugh, if you can't laugh later, then don't blame me. Klin said immediately. Humph. No one has ever been able to say such a thing to our demon race, you bald Earthling, die. Rumble. Immediately spread his wings and attacked Klin again. Goku, you wait, I will beat him to death and avenge you. Klin thought to himself. Knock knock. Klin thought silently in his heart, but the fist in his hand was almost impatient. One hit kills serious punch. Go and die. The men rushed to Klin, shouting. Rumble. The next second, Klin looked at his fist, which was full of green blood. Moisture. Seeing that there were only 2 arms left, and the whole body had already been smashed by Klin's punch, the blood stains continued to fall to the ground, as if it were raining. Poof. I saw that Klin took the Dragon Ball, but the roster of the Martial Arts Association fell with his arm. Looking at the Dragon Ball in his hand, Klin pinched it, and the surface of the stone itself was suddenly crushed, revealing the 4 planets. Don't worry, Goku, and Dragon Ball, I will definitely bring you back to life, but I have to clean up that alien nemesis, the Great Demon King of Bike. Vic Great Devil, I definitely can't spare you. Sue. Klin flew towards the location of Vic Archdevil's airship. Poof. At this time, it is inside the martial arts venue. Goku covered his face with a white towel and lay on the floor. Come back, Klin. Miss Lankai said worriedly. It's been so long, he hasn't come back, he may no longer be alive, I think we better go home first. The turtle immortal said weakly. Bury Gaku first, okay. Tianjin Fan looked at Wukong on the floor, and his heart was very unpleasant. Muddy eggs. Whatever kind of Vic great demon he is, when my injuries heal, I will immediately want his life. Yamcha clenched his fists and looked at the fallen Gaku, and he couldn't help it. Less nonsense. Are you his opponent? It's just a death in vain. Seeing Yamcha so impulsive, the turtle immortal said angrily. Suddenly, the people present instantly quieted down. Burst. I want to ask what the magic seal wave used by Master Wu Taidu is like, and will you perform it? Tianjin Fan asked about the turtle immortals. Forward. I don't know. It was so fast. The turtle immortal replied thoughtfully. Oh. I see, let's react to the police. The host said from the side. Nope. The police coming in will only get more and more chaotic. Let's figure it out. When Klin comes back, tell him to go home. The turtle immortal said. I know, I believe you will be able to save this world. The host said slowly. The next second, seeing Tianjin rice and dumplings in such a situation, he stood up and said to the turtle immortal. I see, we still decided to come with you, okay? Well, with you here, I'm a little more relieved. The turtle immortal said. Klin. You're coming back soon, Gaku has already had an accident, you can't have another accident. Poof. Miss Lankai burst into tears. These people can't think of any way at all now, so they can only go back and get Goku's body out first. Wang buzzed. Vic the Great Devil's spaceship was moving through the air. Yes. Bastard. I saw that the Great Demon King of Vic was instantly out of breath. Your Excellency the Great Devil, are you all right? The creature next to him like a goose said. Killed. My strongest subordinates were killed. There are actually earthlings in this world who can kill the warriors of my demon race. Vic the Great Demon said. No. Wouldn't it? Pirav and others present were shocked. That's my strongest subordinate. What the hell is sacred? Vic the Great Demon asked. Abominable. The subordinates who were killed at this time made the Vic Great Demon King violent and thunderous. Bite. Ding ding. Suddenly, something was detected on the spacecraft's radar and was flying at great speed. Report Vic Great Devil, something is flying at breakneck speed. What the? To be continued, _. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 095. Report Vic Great Devil, something is being detected on the radar and is flying at breakneck speed. At this time, Pirav looked at the detector and said. Well? Vic Great Demon questioned, thinking in his heart whether it was the flying instrument of this earth. It seems to be human. It's a person. Flying at breakneck speed. Pirav detected the signs of life and said. What the? Vic Great Demon King was shocked. There are actually people who can fly so fast, comparable to the flying ability of the demon race, and he is still an earthling. Tune the screen to see who and what it is. The goose-like thing next to him quickly ordered Pirav to bring up the picture. What the? The bald boy again! Pirav exclaimed, thinking to himself. Looking at the bald head that flew at great speed, the careful Vic Great Demon King suddenly found that the guy was holding a bead in his hand. It is estimated that my strongest subordinate died when he captured this Dragon Ball. Then, it must be this bald head with Dragon Balls who killed my strongest subordinate. Vic Archdemon pointed to the Dragon Ball in Klin's hand and said. But Your Excellency the Great Devil. You see that is just a bald boy, who looks like a smelly little devil who has not dried up. How can he defeat the warriors of my demon clan? How is this possible? The butler next to him said silently. However, the cunning Pilaf wanted to push the boat along the water, looking at the flying Klin. If he angered the great demon King Vic now, he might clean up the guy who kidnapped Xiao Wu. That's right, there can't be a guy like that. Yes, yes, yes. Suddenly, Pirav sang again and said to the great demon king of Bike. Then how exactly do you say he died? Wow! This shout of the great demon king of Vic suddenly scared the two of Pirav, and the two of them were so frightened that they did not dare to say more than 2 words. Although I don't know who the guy who is coming. However, if I dare to kill those who resist my demon clan, and also kill the warriors of my demon clan, I will definitely let him know how powerful I am. The Vic great demon showed a nervous expression, the teeth were exposed, and Pirav looked at the Vic great demon at this moment, as if he was going to eat people. This demon king is going to clean up this guy himself. Su. KRILLIN was moving towards Vic the great devil's spaceship at breakneck speed. However, in the sky above a dense white cloud, KRILLIN finally found the traces of the spacecraft. Finally found you. Vic the great devil. Without saying a word, KRILLIN directly stiffened his head, flew directly at great speed, and crashed into the spaceship. Rumble. Suddenly, the spacecraft was knocked out of a hole by KRILLIN's bald head. Pirav suddenly felt a shock, and he couldn't believe that this guy actually knocked a hole out of this place. Hair. What happened? Pirav suddenly hugged Axiu next door and shouted. The great demon king of Vic looked at himself flying, and the spaceship was already wasted, and he flew out. Your Excellency the great devil, don't leave me. Yes. Suddenly, the 3 of them fell down with the spacecraft at the same time. The Vic great demon king used the demon race's dance technique, stayed in mid-air, looked at the spaceship that was about to fall, and shouted. Who the hell did this? Rumble. The spacecraft suddenly fell to the ground and a big explosion occurred. The goose guy who shouted His Excellency the Great Demon King suddenly died in the explosion, but the only thing that was fortunate was that Pirav and Ashu, 2 family members favored by the lucky god, escaped. Knock knock. I saw Pirav Axiu and the 2 slowly climbed out of the spaceship and coughed twice. This kid doesn't care about the consequences. Pirav thought that the bald boy was really dead, so he directly hit his head and bumped into it. Poof! At this time, in the air, the Vic Great Demon King was still wondering who it was. Don't look for it, it's above your head. What? The Vic Great Demon looked overhead. Moisture. The strong sunlight shone in the eyes of the Great Demon King Vic, but only the shadow could be seen, plus the sunlight reflected by KRILLIN's bald head, there was no such appearance. What the hell are you? Actually killed my strongest subordinate? Also destroy my Vic Great Devil's spaceship. The Vic Great Demon slowly moved up, and at this time, KRILLIN's appearance gradually appeared in front of the Vic Great Devil. Poof! KRILLIN returned. Don't ask who I am? You just need to be a dead man. Bite. I saw that the Great Demon King Vic had seen KRILLIN's appearance clearly. Who did I think it was? It's just a stinking little ghost. Seeing this bald boy, the Vic Great Demon King immediately relaxed. Well. The Great Demon King Vic saw KRILLIN holding a dragon ball in his hand. It seems that you are the Earthlings who killed my subordinates. I really didn't expect that there were still Earthlings who could kill my demon race. You less nonsense. KRILLIN grabbed the words and said. Hee, I can see that you are also strong enough, as long as you give me the beads in your hand, I can consider you as my subordinate. They are all dead to the end and are still wooing, and they are really a guy who doesn't know whether he is dead or alive. KRILLIN thought to himself. You old man is still here with a poor mouth. Only then did KRILLIN speak. In the face of KRILLIN's refusal, the Vic Great Demon King gradually took up a fighting posture. Then I have to ask you to go to the West Heaven. At this time at the place where the spacecraft fell. Pirav and Ashu saw the 2 in the air, and it seemed that there was a vicious fight. I buy bald boys to win. Done. Pirav punched the top of Ashu's head. What to buy? Is this gambling? You don't know which side wins either way, and neither of us benefits. Pirav looked at this bald boy. In fact, he still hoped that the bald boy was better, and compared to the great demon king of Bik, there may not be a lifesaver in the eyes of himself, let alone what divides the world. In addition, the important point is that Xiao Wu is still in the hands of this bald Klin. Drink! At this moment, a duel began in the air. Die! The Vic great demon flies at great speed. Disappeared. Pirav's naked eyes looked at the Vic great demon in the air, and actually disappeared in his eyes, leaving Klin alone in midair. Burst. It's over. I saw that the great demon king of Vic suddenly stayed behind Klin, and was about to slap down. Thump. The Vic great demon king suddenly felt a sense of oppression and retreated dozens of meters away. What? What the? If you just fight, you will be defeated? Vic the great demon said breathlessly. To be continued, _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect. Chapter 096. Facing the oppressive feeling emitted by the power behind Klin, the Vic great demon king was completely unable to parry. What kind of power is this? Obviously the whole body is flawed. There was actually a burst of oppressive aura all over his body. It's so risky, if you shoot just now, it is estimated that you will be killed. Vic great demon said weakly. The Vic great demon was panting with oppression, and his body was completely suppressed by Klin's power. Burst. The great demon king Vic is actually scared. Backed off. Ashu saw the panicked expression of the great demon king Vic facing Klin. Pirav was also shocked and unable to say anything, thinking only of what was so terrifying about this bald Klin that made the Vic great demon so afraid. Boom! Klin turned to see the old and nervous appearance of the Vic great devil, and said mockingly. Aren't you trying to kill me? How? Now afraid again? At this time, the great demon king Vic looked at the young Klin and shouted. Stinky little devil, where the hell did you get this power? Klin only smiled slightly after listening to it, and said without answering. Damn it! Damn it! There are actually people who are stronger than me, big great devil. And still an earthling. This is simply impossible. Vic the great demon thought to himself. It's simply impossible. Suddenly, the Vic great demon king was like madness, constantly attacking Klin. Tap tap. There was a sudden sound in the air, and Pirav and the others below could not see the fighting movements of these two people with their naked eyes. King Pilaf, are we old? Why can't I see these two people, but I just hear the voices of these two people? Rumble. Damn it! This kid can actually completely dodge the attack of my Vic great devil. Vic archdemon thought to himself. Yikes! The Vic great demon finally paused his movements. Woohoo! I saw the great demon king Vic tired like a dog, panting. On the contrary, Klin was unusually calm, and his breath was completely the same, not messy at all. This is simply impossible. The Vic great demon king couldn't believe that this energy came from the young man in front of him. You guy, actually killed Gaku. Klin looked straight at the Vic archdevil. Gaku? I don't know who you're talking about. I've killed more people than the great demon king in my life, and I don't know which one you're talking about. If you don't do it, you won't die, and the great demon king Vic actually said this in front of Klin. This could completely infuriate Klin. Actually, I can't spare you. Klin shouted and disappeared in front of King Bike's eyes with a whoosh. Where is it? Where is it? Looking left and right, the great demon king of Vic could not see the slightest trace of him, and he could not detect Klin's breath at all. Bang! The great demon king Vic suddenly felt a pain. Looking down, the center of his body was being punched by Klin, and that fist went straight through his back. This punch is for the dead Gaku. Yes. I saw that the Vic great demon king spat out a mouthful of blood, and some blood continued to flow from the Vic great devil's mouth to Klin's arm. On the other hand, it had passed through the Vic Great Devil's fist and was full of blood. Ah! How is this possible? My great demon king Vic will actually lose at your hands. Poof! After speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood again. I saw KRILLIN weakly pull out that fist, and a lot of blood flowed from the pierced body of the great demon king of Bike. The Vic Great Demon King covered the orifice of his body that he passed through, and took a few steps back weakly, but he could not resist the blood flowing out in the slightest. D-d-d! A few drops of liquid suddenly fell from Axiu's face. Axiu, who belonged to the dog, couldn't help but lick it with his tongue, which was very unpleasant. Pilaf's face was the same, with a few drops of green liquid dropped. What is it? Pilaf dipped his hand in it, looked at it, and looked up. At this time, I only saw that this liquid flowed from the body of the Vic Great Devil, and upon closer inspection, the chest of the Vic Great Devil King flowed from the body. Pirav saw that the hole in the body of the Vic Great Demon was pierced by a punch from KRILLIN. This is the blood of the Great Demon King Vic. Pirav said weakly. This is the blood of the Great Demon King Vic. Ah! Axiu was shocked. He was still licking just now, and now he was gargling. This guy was actually able to defeat this legendary Vic Great Devil. What kind of divine is this KRILLIN? Burst. I, the Great Demon King of Bike, actually lost at your hands. If only I were young again. I will never lose at your hands. The Vic Great Demon was silently speaking. Still young again? Go and talk to King Yan Luo. KRILLIN said. Thump. I saw that the Vic Great Demon King began to gradually squeeze out a large piece from his chest, and gradually spit out an egg from his mouth to the other side of the air. My son, one day you will avenge your father. Seeing the Great Demon King Vic vomit just now, at that moment, KRILLIN swore that he had never seen anything more disgusting than this. Hey! This scene seemed blank in KRILLIN's impression memory. Oh, I know, it turns out that he was the one who was killed in the original version, so he didn't know anything about the next things. How could the roots of my demon race be broken like this? Burst. Rumble. Suddenly, the Vic Great Demon exploded in front of KRILLIN. KRILLIN looked at the scene of Vic and slowly said a few words in his mouth. This firework is so beautiful. Rumble. Watching the explosion in the air, Pirav alone couldn't believe this scene, and the Vic Great Demon actually vomited an egg and then blew himself up. Only then did I know that the Great Demon King of Vic disappeared into this world forever. Suddenly, Pirav and the others were a little happy and a little lost. Bite. KRILLIN looked at Pirav and the others below and went down. KRILLIN suddenly appeared in front of them, and the two of them suddenly became nervous and completely unable to say anything. You dug up the Vic Great Demon again. If you don't dig him out, Gaku won't die. KRILLIN shouted, completely startling Pirav. Suddenly KRILLIN moved his eyes down, seeing that Pirav had peed his pants, thinking that he was really cowardly. The two of them were completely speechless. If I make trouble again, I have to slaughter you. After that, he used the dance void technique to leave the place. Want to say why KRILLIN didn't chase the egg of the Great Demon King just now? KRILLIN thought so in his heart. In the future, I still want Bik to be my nanny. After all, Bik is a professional nanny. To be continued, _. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 097. However, Bike, who was spit out by the Great Demon King Bike, hatched in a village. KRILLIN. I must avenge my father. At this time, the Turtle Immortals did not know that the Vic Great Demon had been eliminated by KRILLIN. Wang buzzed. Tianjin and the Turtle Immortal are sitting in a flying machine looking for the Dragon Ball. Now, we have successfully found 4 Dragon Balls. Tianjin Rice, who was driving, said. Bite. The Turtle Immortal is turning on the Dragon Ball radar that he borrowed from the house of the Western capital Burma. Seeing that in addition to the 4 dragon balls in his hand, there seemed to be one that was moving at an extremely fast speed, and the other 2 had been moving slowly. Vic the Great Devil, they don't seem to be very keen on Dragon Ball. Instead, the roster of martial artists that was taken away wanted to eliminate them. But there is one more problem. The Turtle Immortal said thoughtfully. What's the problem, Teacher Wuxian? Tianjin Fan turned his head to look at Teacher Wu Tian in the rear. So far, there has been no movement of the Vic Great Demon King killing any martial artist on the news. What's going on here? The Turtle Immortals have always been worried about this doubt. Maybe it hasn't been implemented yet. Probably. The next 5th Dragon Ball is estimated to be the one that moves extremely fast. Tianjin Fan looked at the unknown 5th Dragon Ball in front of him and said silently. In that case, it will be the time of a decisive battle with him, and it will be a matter of time. When the Turtle Immortal thought of fighting the Vic Great Devil King, his mind was a picture of the previous Mutative Master who had stopped the Vic Great Demon King with difficulty and danger, and the picture of the Mutative Master falling. Boom! The Turtle Immortal looked at the Dragon Balls in the bag, and then said weakly. You must find a way to capture the Dragon Ball, and then summon the Divine Dragon and ask him to destroy the Great Demon King. It is estimated that this is the way. Burst! When Tianjin Fan heard this, he punched the machine next door and said very angrily. Is there only such a negative approach? I hope to defeat him with strength. I understand what you mean, to that guy's strength is too strong, we may not be his opponents together. Magic Seal. Tianjin Fan recalled in his mind that the move of sealing the Great Demon King of Bic was also the demon sealing bow. If only it would be a magic seal. Don't be cranky. If we are killed, then who else in this world can stop him? Goku is dead, and Klin is not heard from at all. The Turtle Immortals deliberately didn't talk about it, but Tianjin Fan's heart had already guessed that Teacher Wuxian would definitely seal the waves. At this time the western capital. Hearing the news that Goku had died, Bulma couldn't say anything at all at once, and seeing Goku lying in the air-conditioned cabin he felt very uncomfortable. Not only Goku, but also Klin has no news. Yamcha said weakly. Call in. When Bulma heard this, she immediately fainted. Xiao Wu hurriedly went up to help him, and said with a handful of Bulma. I believe that Klin Jun will never be fine, I believe in him. Bulma was helped by Xiao Wu to the next sofa to breathe and rest. Yamcha saw Bulma's appearance at this moment, and thought that she must be out of drama. Klin probably has. Yamcha didn't want to say more, but the facts were in front of him. Bulma then thought that her other Dragon Ball radar was still on Klin, and it was only a matter of time before she met the Great Demon King Vic. Klin, you must come back. Bulma thought to herself. Yamcha now only asks Teacher Wuxian and Tianjin Fan to find the Dragon Ball and destroy the Great Demon King of Bike. At this time, Klin, who was flying at extreme speed, was turning on the Dragon Ball radar and hurriedly flying towards the Dragon Ball closest to him. Poof! Klin came to the sky over a wood. Looking at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand, the one was slowly moving below. Su! Klin went down and landed in a wood. Looking around, except for the cries of some animals in the forest, there was no other figure at all. Bite! Klin's sensitive ears heard a sound coming from the grass next door. Swish! A figure flew into the sky above Klin's bare head, and the sunlight in the shade reflected the light of the knife. Shout! Is it the remnants of the Vic Great Devil? Klin thought. Chop! I saw that the knife was cut down on the top of his head, and Klin was not stupid to stand and let others cut. Burst! I saw Klin stretching out his hands slightly, and said weakly in his mouth. Look at my. Take the blade empty-handed. Duan! Klin gripped the knife alive and looked into the man's face. Oh! It's Archie Loeb. Akilobe. Only then did Klin weakly say his name. How do you know my name? Only then did Klin notice that Archie-Lobe was hanging a dragon ball on him, and he took a closer look at the planet. Moisture. Archie-Lobe then wanted to put away his knife, but found that he could not use any strength in how to pull it. Only then did Klin realize that it was time to let go. Burst. I saw that Klin let go slightly, and Archie-Lobe slowed down. This kid's strength is really not small. Archie-Lobe thought to himself. At this time, Archie-Lobe put away the knife, and only then slowly explained why he had just pulled the knife directly. I thought it was a bird egg, but I didn't expect it to be a bald head. I swear it's the word I've heard the most. Klin didn't expect to meet Archie-Lobe here. Unexpectedly, Klin shouted at Archie-Lobe. Give me the beads on you. Archie-Lobe was dumbfounded on the spot. He didn't expect that this person actually lied to people. Beads? This hey? Archie-Lobe picked up the dragon ball around his neck and pointed it. Klin nodded. Forehead. Archie-Lobe thought about it and then said. Don't give. Clinton suddenly changed his face from the good air he had just had. Finally, I ask you again, give it or not? Klin asked domineeringly. If you don't give it, what can you do? Archie-Lobe was about to retract his pocket when Clinton seized the moment. Sue. Extremely fast, he snatched it without Archie-Lobe noticing. The bead in Archie-Lobe's hand suddenly fell on Klin's hand. You brat, when the hell? Archie-Lobe just wanted to pull out the knife, but saw Klin floating slightly using the dancing technique. Archie-Lobe was frightened on the spot, thinking how could humans definitely fly? I have something urgent, I won't play with you. If there is something to climb up the KRILLIN to find the cat fairy, he will satisfy you. With a swoosh, Klin left Archie-Lobe's sight. To be continued, _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect. Chapter 098. Faced with what had just happened, Archie-Lobe pinched his face. Poof. Hurt. It seems that what was just now is not a fake. Looking at the bald head that flew away, he didn't know what his name was, so he shouted out his name, took his knife empty-handed, took away his beads without saying a word, and finally flew away alive in front of him. What else do you say to go to that what KRILLIN to find a cat immortal? How come in this era, can cats become immortals? Yawn. The cat fairy far away in KRILLIN let out a long sneeze. It looks like it's getting cooler. I touched my cat's nose, licked my hand, and went to sleep next to it. Poof. Archie-Lobe took out his car universal capsule, thundered, and headed towards KRILLIN. See where exactly what can satisfy me. Knock knock. At this time, in a wheat field, the flying machine of Tianjin Rice and Turtle Immortal stopped. The two are constantly groping the dragon balls in the surrounding yellow wheat fields. Found it. Got it. Oh. It turned out that it was Gyoza who found a dragon ball. This is the 5th. At this time, the Turtle Immortals and Tianjin Rice gathered next to the dumplings. Now there are only 2 left, one of which is still in the hands of the great demon King Vic. Tianjin Fan said weakly. We must be more careful. Whoosh. The Turtle Immortal turned on the Dragon Ball radar and prepared to run to another Dragon Ball. Yes? The Turtle Immortal was shocked. What's wrong? Tianjin Fan looked at the Turtle Immortal and asked. The remaining 2 Dragon Balls have come together. Combine. Moreover, it is flying towards us at breakneck speed. The Turtle Immortal said worriedly. What? Dumplings were shocked. Then. Vic the Great Devil, finally here. On the other hand, Klin's side looked towards the Dragon Ball radar, and the other 5 Dragon Balls had gathered together. Goku, you wait, you can be resurrected in a moment. Sue. Klin was flying towards the other 5 Dragon Balls at breakneck speed. Wang buzzed. It's already coming at us. The Turtle Immortals saw the Vic Great Demon King who was coming towards them, and the 3 of them suddenly became nervous. Immediately afterwards, the turtle immortals began to instruct Tianjin rice and dumplings. Listen. We can't beat them. So I can only find an opportunity to snatch those 2 dragon balls and combine them with the 5 of us to summon the divine dragon. Saying that, the turtle immortal began to take off the black sunglasses he had originally carried. Just make another wish to destroy the Vic Great Demon King from this world. Got it. Tianjin Fan replied. Buzzing. I saw Tianjin Fan weakly stopping the aircraft in a desert. Turn the plane back into capsules and put it away. The turtle immortal said. Okay. Hey. Bang. I saw the turtle immortal punched the ground, and a hole was suddenly punched out of the ground. Bury the dragon balls in it. Yes. Dumplings pick up the dragon ball and throw it in. So that it won't be easy to find, you can buy a little time. Got it. Bang bang. The dumplings smooth out the traces of the hole just now. The turtle immortals looked at their surroundings left and right, and the surrounding desert rocks were the best places to hide. Dumpling, you hide under that rock. Tianjin Fan and I want to snatch the dragon ball from his hand while the great demon king of Bic is looking for the dragon ball. Then, we will immediately throw you the 2 dragon balls of the stolen dragon balls, and you will gather the 5 dragon balls buried in the ground and summon the divine dragon. The turtle immortals began strategic deployment. Recite the mantra come out. Shen Long, and just say what you want. That's right. I get it. Tianjin rice and dumplings nodded in understanding. All right. They're coming. Let's go. Suddenly, the 3 of them were moving separately, preparing for the strategic deployment just now. At this time they were anxiously waiting. Poof! KRILLIN was holding the Dragon Ball radar and watching as the 5 Dragon Balls were getting closer and closer to him. After a while, KRILLIN came directly above the Dragon Ball. Looking at the bottom, it is full of desolation, and the surrounding area is full of rocks, and you can't see half a figure at all. I saw KRILLIN slowly move down and land above the Dragon Ball. When the turtle immortal was nervous, he saw that there was a person who came here, still holding 2 Dragon Balls in his hand. But the turtle immortal took a closer look. That's not the Vic Great Devil. The 3 people of Tianjin rice dumplings, turtle immortals and immortals were suddenly shocked. Looking at the familiar back, the turtle immortal seemed to have recognized the back. Wasn't that KRILLIN who chased out to avenge Goku before? Where the hell is it? KRILLIN became more and more anxious, and he simply did not have any time to waste on this point. KRILLIN. The turtle immortal is curious, why is it not the great demon king of Vic who came? And KRILLIN. I saw the 3 people come out and walk towards KRILLIN. KRILLIN saw the grandfather of the turtle immortal and the Tianjin rice dumplings, and his heart was even more chaotic. KRILLIN, you. How did you end up here? The turtle immortal asked. Even Tianjin rice dumplings couldn't believe that the person holding 2 Dragon Balls moving extremely fast was actually KRILLIN. Could it be that you are the turtle immortal grandpa who collected the other 5 Dragon Balls? KRILLIN asked. Yes, we want to use the ability of the divine dragon to destroy the Vic Great Devil. Tianjin Fan slowly talked about his journey of collecting Dragon Balls. After listening to this, KRILLIN directly took out the 2 Dragon Balls in his hand and handed them to the 3 people. Looking at the 2 Dragon Balls in KRILLIN's hand, the turtle immortal wanted to ask. What about the great demon king Vic? How come it is not the Vic Great Demon King those people? At this time, everyone in Tianjin restaurant wanted to find answers to KRILLIN's questions one by one. KRILLIN explained things from beginning to end. Knock knock. What? The Vic Great Demon has been wiped out? How is this possible? The turtle immortal was shocked. Tianjin Fan couldn't believe that the Vic Great Demon King, who used to bully the world, actually lost at the hands of KRILLIN. Only then did KRILLIN ask. What about the 5 Dragon Balls? I'm going to resurrect Goku right away. Only then did the dumpling slowly dig out the 5 Dragon Balls that had just been buried and took them to KRILLIN's hand. Boom! The 7 dragon balls have been collected, and bursts of light are emitting light one after another. Then summon the divine dragon now. Only then did KRILLIN slowly put down the 7 dragon balls and prepare to summon the divine dragon. The turtle immortals have always found KRILLIN incredible, and it is really incredible that he single-handedly broke into the lair of the great demon king of Vic and defeated him. To be continued, _. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 099. KRILLIN took a deep breath, looked at the 7 dragon balls that were constantly flickering on the ground, and then shouted. Come out! Dragon! Bite! The 7 dragon balls heard the spell and suddenly kept shining. I saw that the sky gradually darkened, and Tianjin Fan felt very surprised. The sky is dark. The dumplings were also full of shock, he had never seen such a scene. Rumble! Suddenly, the divine dragon gushed out from the 7 dragon balls, and the direct yellow light gradually passed through the sky, gradually taking on the appearance of a divine dragon. Forward! This is the divine dragon? I've never seen such a huge number. Tianjin Fan said weakly. Rumble! Eventually, the dragon has appeared and reappeared in front of KRILLIN. Say it. I can grant a wish for you. Shenlong said to them in a solemn tone at this time. KRILLIN didn't think of anything and made a wish directly to the dragon. Resurrect the guy called Sun Wukong, Shenlong can do it. Seeing such a thick divine dragon, the turtle immortal himself was also nervous and couldn't say anything. No problem. Knock knock. Your wish has been fulfilled, goodbye. The dragon has fulfilled his wish and is preparing to disappear. The 7 dragon balls just now slowly rose into the air, ready to be scattered all over the world. Rumble! I saw that KRILLIN jumped up and grabbed the 4 planets that were ready to scatter. Bayou! The remaining 6 dragon balls were scattered all over the world. The sky gradually changed from the darkness just now to the original. These 4 planets are relics of Grandpa Goku, this silly boy, he can't even die for him. Seeing the 4 planets that had turned into stone in KRILLIN's hand, Tianjin Fan gradually came to ask. Why don't you just take down all 7 dragon balls and don't have to look for them after a year? Hee hee. KRILLIN smiled slightly. If that's the case, then you won't be able to experience the fun of finding Dragon Ball. The turtle immortal saw his apprentice KRILLIN, and he thought in his heart that by defeating the great demon king of Bike, he was far inferior to him, and it was estimated that KRILLIN was the strongest earthling. Poof! Let's go, Goku is awake, we have to go see him quickly. Oh! Well! Poof! After KRILLIN finished speaking, he used the dance technique and left the place. Watching KRILLIN use the crane immortal sex dancing technique like this, Tianjin Fan thought to himself, when did this kid use the dancing void technique so much, even faster than himself? The turtle immortal still stood in place, looking at the distant KRILLIN. He had been worried that KRILLIN would be killed by the great demon king of Bike, but he didn't expect that it was completely the opposite, which is really terrifying in the afterlife. Rumble! Tianjin Rice threw out the universal capsule just now. Teacher Wushan, let's hurry up. Tianjin Fan was shouting. Good. In the end, the turtle immortal silently said a sentence, that is. Maybe it's time for my older generation of martial artists to retire and give up the world to these young people. Burst. Tianjin Fan piloted the aircraft to prepare to go to the western capital. Knock knock. Zidu. Everyone was still crying for Goku's death, and even Bulma couldn't help but shed silent tears for KRILLIN's silence. Looking at Goku in the freezer cabin, Xiaowu couldn't help but worry about KRILLIN. Don't cry. We should find a way to deal with the great demon king of Nabik and avenge Goku KRILLIN. Yamcha said. Why? Why can't I be stronger? If I had been a little stronger, maybe Goku wouldn't have died. Yamcha is blaming himself behind his back. Yamcha, this is not to blame you, if you want to blame the great demon king of Nabik for being too vicious. Bulma said with a weak breath. Rumble. KRILLIN came to the western capital. I saw KRILLIN immediately rushing to the hall. KRILLIN-kun! Xiao Wu shouted. Bulma, who was in a dizziness, said next. Xiao Wu, don't lie to me, KRILLIN doesn't know if he is alive or dead now, don't joke now, okay? KRILLIN? Really fake, I shouldn't be dreaming. Yamcha wiped his eyes and saw KRILLIN standing in front of everyone. KRILLIN looked at Bulma like that, but he laughed weakly. Why, do you really want me to die, Bulma? Well? Hearing this familiar voice, Bulma just now suddenly quieted down and looked in the direction of the sound through the gap in her hand. I saw that Bulma had recognized the familiar bald head and nose, and opened her hand. KRILLIN. After Bulma confirmed it repeatedly, she rushed to KRILLIN mentally, and even hugged KRILLIN tightly like a little girl. KRILLIN. I thought you were dead. Woohoo. KRILLIN was completely speechless. Immediately squeezed by Bulma's two breasts, not killed by the great demon King Vic, but squeezed to death by his chest. At this time, Xiao Wu was crying silently in the distance, wiping her tears that kept falling. Bulma, you are like this, KRILLIN is speechless. Yamcha said silently, with a patch of green on his head, and his heart was as uncomfortable as being pricked by needles. After hugging for a long time, Bulma was willing to put KRILLIN down. KRILLIN asked. What about Goku? It stands to reason that it should be here. What do you say, Goku? Isn't it dead? It's all to blame on the great demon king of Namek. At the mention of Goku, everyone fell silent again while cheering KRILLIN back. Poof! Only after seeing KRILLIN say it from the beginning, everyone knew that KRILLIN had defeated the great demon King Vic and that. You said you resurrected Goku with Dragon Ball? If you say so. Bulma then slowed down and said. Isn't it still there? Inside it. KRILLIN said in shock. I saw Bulma walking towards the freezer cabin, and Goku, who had just been lying quietly, now had his eyes open inside, trying to still shout for help in his mouth. Boom! Gradually, the freezer compartment was opened. I saw Goku snorting inside, and his mouth was constantly fighting up and down his teeth. It's so cold. Ah! Goku gradually walked out of the freezing cabin, only to know that Goku had been resurrected, and everyone immediately cheered. After a long time, Goku gradually recovered. It turns out that KRILLIN defeated the guy who snatched my Dragon Ball, and also defeated the final boss. KRILLIN is really powerful. Goku said. Nah. KRILLIN handed Goku a stone, which turned out to be the 4 planets turned into stone. Could it be that this is my grandfather's relic? 4 planets? KRILLIN nodded, tears began to flow from his eyes, and after a few strokes, he hugged KRILLIN. Thank you, KRILLIN. Brothers, don't talk about this. When everyone saw this warm scene, their eyes couldn't help but gradually accumulate tears. To be continued, _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect. Chapter 101. I wonder what Lord Tenjin is looking for me. KRILLIN silently responded to the gods, but did not speak. After all, he was constantly planting strawberries one after another on Xiao Wu. Whoops! Only after KRILLIN responded to the god, he suddenly took a few more mouthfuls. *3. The little dance at this time is the look of enjoyment. Stop your behavior immediately and come to the heavenly god temple immediately. Lord Tenjin suddenly shouted, and at this time, the green tendons of KRILLIN's gas burst out one after another. Rest your anger, Lord Heavenly God, why is this earthling so difficult to serve? Mr. Bobo asked suddenly. Don't you see I'm busy? Could it be that Lord Tenjin even has to peep into the affairs of the earthlings? KRILLIN said deliberately. The god did not speak, quietly watching as KRILLIN had anything else to say. Instead, KRILLIN, who turned into a mouth cannon, still said to the gods. Or is it that the things that God can't do can only be found by peeping at what the earthlings do with AI? He. Klin felt that in this way, it was also very good to tease the gods of this world. The god was so angry that he almost exploded the crutches in his hand, but he still swallowed his anger and invited Klin. Seeing that the celestial god had nothing to say, Klin immediately took a step back and responded to the celestial god. "Okay, I'll get there." Poof! Lord Tenjin shut down his telepathy, thinking that he was really afraid that he would want to kill this dead bald head in the next second. I wonder why Lord Tenjin is so anxious to ask this earthman named Klin to go to the heavenly temple. Mr. Bobo always had such a doubt in his mind. "We'll know when he comes," Lord Tenjin said thoughtfully, and at this time he ordered Mr. Bobo to come to receive him first, but he went back to the heavenly god temple to rest, thinking about something. Inside the Universal Capsule Company in Zidu. After Klin finished his own affairs, looking at Wukong who fell asleep on the ground, the turtle immortal who was still watching the Bulma underwear hanging by the window and the Tianjin rice yamu tea dumplings, as well as the two little fairies Bulma and Xiaowu who were tired lying on their stomachs, without saying a word, they quickly left the western capital using the dance void technique, preparing to go to the heavenly god temple. Yikes! Klin had already set off, and to go to the temple first, he would first come to the bottom of the Karin Tower. Klin flew at great speed towards the Karin Tat. After a few moments, Klin was already under the Kalin, but he saw that there was still a person crawling on the pillar. The person who was crawling at this time was none other than Arkilo. The bald boy said that he would go to the bottom of the Karin Tower, and the people who didn't think about it still said that they had to climb to the top of the Karin Tower before they could gain something. I climbed for half a day, and I couldn't see the top of the tower. Whew! Arkirobe stopped in the middle of the pillar at this time, resting and complaining. Klin stopped there, looking at Kilobe there. "Hey? Isn't that Archie-Lobe?" Archie-Lobe turned with difficulty to look in the direction where his name was being called, and at Klin floating in the air. "You again? You can actually fly?" Archie-Lobe asked in surprise when he saw Klin floating in midair. "What's so novel about this? Martial artists can fly, what are you doing?" Klin asked. "What else can you do? Climb the tower, I really believe in your evil." Arkirobe scolded, his hand slipped when he scolded, and he almost had to start all over again. "Ha ha!" Clinton laughed, looking at such a Archie-Lobe, thinking that Akilobe really deserves to be a funny character in the Dragon Ball world. No matter what he does, it will make people happy. "Laugh what laugh? If you can fly, why don't you take me for a ride and send me to the top of Karin Tower?" Archie-Lobe actually shouted like that. "Oh! What did you say? The wind is so strong that I can't hear it." Clinton fashion is silly. I obviously don't want to send it. Arkilobe threw a disdainful look. "Then you climb slowly, ha, I'll take a step first." With a whoosh, Klin flew up, leaving the lonely Akilobe. Call! A gust of wind blew through. Yachilobe looked down carefully, as if he was in an embarrassing situation of not going up or down. "It's all here, you still have to keep climbing." Suddenly, Archie-Lobe was about to bite the bullet. With a swoosh, Klin just passed by the top of the Karin Tower, watching the cat fairy standing there, watching himself fly by, and not forgetting to say hello to himself. This is the boy who defeated the great demon king of Vic and saved the world, and it seems that he is also the first person who can reach the heavenly god, and he is really young and promising. Looking at Klin, who flew up, the cat fairy said silently. Immediately, the cat fairy headed towards Archie-Lobe, who was climbing below. "This goods. Forget it." The cat fairy disdained, Yachilobe who was climbing, and suddenly Yachilobe seemed to feel a feeling of disgust, and sneezed deeply. Yawn. Straight face, oh. Straight face, which bastard is scolding Uncle Ben, or is the wind here too strong and I have a cold? Archie-Lobe continued to climb. Klin continued towards the celestial temple. At this time, what appeared in front of Klin was a circular chassis, gradually and larger, and a long ladder was fiddled with below. According to memory, it seems that this was intended for those who came to the heavenly god temple with the wishful stick extended. Poof! Klin rested on the floor of the temple of heaven. Whew! Zzz. Clinton had some altitude sickness, after all, coming to such a high place, higher than Mount Everest, could not breathe, but it took a few Klin to adapt. Klin thought to himself, this Saitama-sensei's physical fitness, barber. I saw that Klin had just arrived here, and Mr. Bobo was already waiting for him here. Welcome Klin to the Temple of Heaven. Klin looked closely, and Mr. Bobo suddenly felt embarrassed. How could anyone keep staring at him? Excuse me, Mr. Bobo, may I ask? Mr. Bobo wondered how he knew my name was Bobo, and wondered what he would ask when this earthling inevitably came to the celestial temple for the first time. Mr. Bobo, where is your nose? It's too dark for me to see. Forehead. Now Mr. Bobo finally knows why Lord Tenjin was so angry just now. It turns out that this product is still a mouth cannon. To be continued, _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect. Chapter 102. Oh, oh haha. Clinton covered his stomach and fell to the ground laughing. It was the first time Mr. Bobo had been asked such a strange question. I can't see my nose in the dark, blame me, Mr. Bobo thought to himself. Okay, back on track, what is the matter that the gods are looking for me? Klin looked left and right, but there was no trace of the gods, and the empty temple of the heavenly gods had a snow-white floor except for a few coconut trees, and a black and undecent Mr. Bobo. If you want to see the gods, you must duel with me. Mr. Bobo said suddenly. Duel? Klin had never heard of a duel with Mr. Bobo, the bodyguard of the gods. But Klin thought about it carefully, and the duel was a duel, and it was nothing anyway. Don't think that if you defeat the great demon King Vic and think that you are invincible in the world, I have to ask you to see what it is called a heavenly mountain outside the sky. Swish! Suddenly, Mr. Bobo disappeared in front of Klin. Without hearing anything, he moved behind Klin. Humph! You can't even see my movements, you still want to? Well? Mr. Bobo just wanted to say confidently, but at this time he found that Klin's body seemed to be floating silently. A gust of wind passed, and Naklin's body suddenly became twisted. It's an afterimage. Poof! I saw Mr. Bobo looking around, but he couldn't see Klin's shadow at all, and when he turned his head, he saw that Klin was already standing behind him. You boy, when the hell? At this time, Klin buttoned his nose. Finally there is a nose button, you can also button your nose. He said with disdain, looking at Mr. Bobo. So is the victory or defeat out now? No wonder the gods were so angry, and now Mr. Bobo was even more impatient with Klin's behavior, and his heart was angry. Drink! I saw Mr. Bobo start to move. Klin dodged easily, without any pressure at all. Honk! Klin grabbed Mr. Bobo's fists, his eyes were enough to explain everything, and tried to say to Mr. Popo, you can't beat me no matter what. Pull! Mr. Bobo tried to struggle, but could not break free in the slightest. This kid, what a strange power this is. Drink! Mr. Bobo was pulling desperately at this time, but Klin still grabbed his arms easily. Mr. Bobo, do you want me to let go? Only then did Klin feel the change in the expression on Mr. Bobo's face, and then asked. Mr. Bobo did not respond, still. If you want me to let go, I'll send it away, you follow, do you need to work so hard? Mr. Bobo was stunned suddenly, this bald cannon is really invincible. If you want to let go, just say. I won't let go of you. As long as you say it. I'll definitely let you go. Say. Suddenly, Mr. Bobo's head was constantly filled with Klin's nagging. Yes. I can't stand it. Mr. Bobo was almost driven crazy by Klin's nagging. Poof! Only when Klin silently let go of Mr. Bobo's hand, he heard Mr. Bobo's kicking in the next second. It was really strange for Mr. Bobo to see this bald boy standing at such a high heavenly god temple, still breathing steadily, and there would be no altitude sickness at all. Is this really an earthling? Mr. Bobo thought to himself. Enough! I saw the god shouting in the back. Seeing the heavenly god gradually walking towards him, Clinton was a little confused about how to be good, thinking in his heart, this is the heavenly god of the earth, it is better to kneel or worship twice. Forget about what you have in mind. Can the gods still guess what is going on in the minds of humans? Clint thought to himself. Yes, I can guess anything you think, but you have an evil heart hidden in your heart, and I'm embarrassed to check it. What the god said almost made Clint slightly embarrassed. What did God call me for that day? Clint asked. After a while, the god thought about it seriously before slowly saying to Clint. I called you here to do me a favor. What's busy? Suddenly, the god had a little card, and the favor he was thinking about in his heart was estimated to be able to help Clint. Kill me. Hearing this, Clinton, who had been hip-hop first, became serious. Lord Tenjin, this is absolutely impossible. After hearing this, Mr. Bobo immediately stopped and said. Only you can start, Mr. Bobo is a servant of God, and he can't do things that kill God, so only you can help with this favor. Only then did Clint find that the face of the god seemed to become solemn, and sweat continued to appear on his wrinkled face. What is the reason you told me to kill you? Only then did Clint seriously ask, there must be some real reason why God actually asked people to kill God. Knock knock. The god slowly explained. The great demon King Vic left his descendants before he died, the strength of that descendant can be described as that I can't completely stop it, this evil is one with me, and when I die, his evil will disappear into this world, so as a celestial god, you asked me, an earthling, to kill you, and then that guy disappeared with the trend, is that the saying? Clint couldn't help but think that this idea was a little naive. Tenjin. Mr. Bobo said worriedly. Clint began to think about it, and said yes after a few words. Yes. How can this be, Tenjin-sama? Mr. Bobo stopped thousands of people and said. The god now opened his arms and closed his eyes ready to end it all. But I have a condition. Clint said slowly. Tell me about it. I want to make the heavenly god temple my harem hall. I believe that the heavenly god has seen my inner thoughts, and I guess I want to use it for something. Suddenly, the god opened his eyes and shouted at Clint fiercely. How can my heavenly god temple become your harem hall? This is simply impossible. Clint's sassy hand responded to the gods. So, it's impossible. Only then did Clint slowly see the face of the god, as if he was telling that he wanted an earthling to end his life, which was really too far-fetched. I thought you really wanted to give the celestial temple my harem place, Clint thought to himself. To be continued, _. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 103. Is it really too far-fetched? At this time, Tenjin said with a little disappointment. And I can't do such a thing as killing gods. Clint said. Seeing that Clint refused, Mr. Bobo slowly relaxed his heart. But Nabik will always come out to harm the world, this. The gods still seem to be worried that Nabik will come back to evil and fall into a nightmarish world again. Clint saw through the thoughts of the gods and said confidently. Don't worry, I am guarding the earth. Clint unconsciously regarded the invasion of the earth as his task, and he didn't know when he began to have such a sense of justice. I believe that Vic will appear again in the next Tianxia Martial Dao. Clint, you just refused my request just now, but you can't refuse my next request. The god said slowly. Mr. Bobo thought in his heart what medicine the god Sama was selling to this bald Kling. So what are the requirements? Did the heavenly god temple just become my harem place? I'm okay with that, hee hee. Klin was still thinking about the condition he had just proposed. Shut up. You don't need to think about that idea just now. What I proposed is that you want to cultivate in my heavenly temple. Practice? Knock knock. Klin thought to himself, he shouldn't need to cultivate anymore if he is so powerful, right? You are wrong to think like this. Unexpectedly, the god saw through Klin's childish idea again and directly pierced and said, although your punch is very invincible, and your physical fitness is not known how many times stronger than ordinary people, the Earthlings still have the flaws of the Earthlings, but you haven't discovered it yet. Yes. It is true that everyone has certain shortcomings, but when the real Klin really did not discover the shortcomings of his body. Suddenly Klin began to understand that although he could not find the shortcomings of his body for the time being, everyone should have shortcomings, such as what restrictions. Sometimes with human physical fitness alone, there will be a limit, and cultivating here is just cultivating that limit to a higher level. Doodle. The god poked Klin's chest and abdomen with his crutches, but he didn't expect Klin to instinctively retreat. I can see that you are still afraid of itching. Itchy? Only then did Klin gradually react. Remembering that Mr. Saitama was in a certain episode, even the mosquitoes in his own yard were difficult to control, and no matter how strong his ability was to encounter some non-energy attacks, it was still difficult to parry. Some people may say, isn't this the difference between tickling meat? But in the world of Dragon Ball, everything is spoken. Poof. It can be seen that Klin is still more interested in cultivating in this heavenly temple. Then if I choose to go to that spiritual lighthouse to cultivate, what do you think? Tenjin and Mr. Bobo were shocked when they heard the spirit time house coming out of Klin's mouth. You kid, how did you know about the spirit time house? The gods were really shocked by this all-knowing bald boy, not to mention the spiritual time house. Not many humans even came up to the temple. How did this kid know about this thing in the spiritual time house? Anyway, I know all kinds of things about your temple, so you said you promised or not, right? The god of heaven introduced silently. This spiritual time house has all kinds of food, water, and rooms. The air is thin. The heat is abnormally hot. The temperature is between 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees Celsius, but the gravity is 10 times the usual one, and there is a space as vast as the earth. Weak will and poor mental concentration are prone to hallucinations. And what is even more peculiar is that spending a year there is only equivalent to a day in the outside world. Therefore, it has become a veritable gold medal cultivation place. The person's body will grow normally during the period of entry, as if it has really gone through such a long time. But Klin retorted. It's just a statement. Thinking that there are many bugs in the TV, the gravity is not 10 times that of the earth, and all kinds of bugs, but this spiritual time house is a good place for cultivation. Can the flesh of your earthlings withstand such an environment? Seeing the body of this kid Klin, the god of heaven said with deep doubt. Humph! Don't underestimate the earthlings. Klin replied domineeringly. Helplessly, the gods could only agree to Klin's request. If you start cultivating, you should learn to cultivate your body. Self-cultivation? Klin suddenly had other ideas. Wait, I have one more condition. Klin spoke. Why is this kid so conditional? Tenjin thought to himself. When it comes to self-cultivation, then I want my Bulma and Xiaowu to catch up and accompany me in self-cultivation. Bang! Tenjin punched Klin's bald head with a fist. Do you call this self-cultivation? You still want to turn my spiritual time house into your place of affair? Tenjin roared. Klin touched his bald head, and a large bag could not help but spread on his head. It's about self-cultivation and sex. Sex. After some argument, Mr. Bobo had to submit to Klin's canon, and the gods did not bother to argue with him. In fact, it was impossible to win Klin's fight so that he would stop arguing. Yes. Klin originally thought that if he cultivated in the heavenly god temple, Wouldn't he have to quit the color piece, but now it seems that he doesn't need to. However, for his own shot, his kung fu in bed has been enhanced by 1 point, and it seems that he has to cultivate again in this heavenly temple. Poof! Klin can only pick up the little dance in the western capital and Bulma now. With a swoosh, he flew down in front of Tenjin and Mr. Bobo. Looking at Klin's departure, Mr. Bobo asked the gods. Lord Tenjin, this young man, no, can this troubled year shoulder the heavy responsibility of protecting the earth? I will never look at the wrong person, there is no limit to the future after this tumultuous year. The god replied confidently. Just now, Lord Tenjin said that he would end his life, and he almost frightened Bobo, so to speak, after Klin's cultivation is completed and he defeats Nabok, won't you, Lord Heavenly God? Bobo asked again. I saw the Heavenly God thoughtfully and calmly replied. It's all my life. To be continued, _. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect. Chapter 104. Zidu. I still want to eat. Gaku is huffing and sleeping with the couch in his arms. It's just that Tianjin Rice and Yamcha seem to be discussing something. We also have to cultivate well, otherwise we will be far behind Klin and Gaku. Yamcha recalled the various things of his martial arts association and the progress of Klin Wukong in the past few years. Tianjin Rice is also the same idea. The turtle immortal saw the Tianjin Rice and Yamcha behind him. Looking at the expressions on their faces, the turtle immortal thought to himself, these 2 brats are probably shocked by the strength of Klin. However, the focus of the turtle immortal is more on Bulma and Xiao Wu, who are sleeping in the small black room, and Miss Lankai is also resting inside, and at this time, the turtle immortal's own heart can't help but become evil. Knock knock. Take advantage of the crowd. Klin returned to the Universal Capsule Group and sneaked into the small dark room while no one was paying attention. Hee hee. It is said that men are either for wealth or for lust, and this kid Klin is really a blessing. Thinking about Klin, the turtle immortals will inevitably have some envy and jealousy in their hearts. Suddenly, after the turtle immortal sneaked in, he saw that the 3rd sister was sleeping in it with her long legs exposed. After the turtle immortal quietly closed the door, watching left and right, it seemed that Klin was not there, and it was easier to say what he wanted to do now. Burst. Tiptoeing, he silently walked to Bulma. Looking at Bulma's sleeping appearance, his turtle immortal's nosebleed was almost unbearable, and he poked 2 fingers into his nostrils to stop himself. The other hand is reaching out to Bulma. Hee hee. Poof. There was a sound outside. It turned out that Klin had returned. Klin returned to the western capital and in a few strokes went straight to the small black room. Broke in. Is Klin back? The turtle immortal thought to himself. Suddenly, he stopped his hand, hurriedly fled, and hid under the bed without thinking, looking like a thief with a weak heart. Burst. Gently waking up the 2 of Bulma Little Dance, Klin explained that he took the 2 Bulma Little Dance away in 2 strokes. I suddenly found that there was also a Miss Lankai, and even she was taken away in a few moments. The turtle immortal listened to Klin's words under the bed, and thought to himself, this kid can actually be invited by the Heavenly God to cultivate in the Heavenly God Temple. Poof. After Klin took the 3 sisters away, the turtle immortal slowly came out from under the bed. Bulma took the family version of the universal capsule she had made and went out with Klin. Just as he was about to fly towards the celestial temple, Klin said to Gaku, who was sleeping heavily. Gaku, the next martial arts will wait for you to become stronger. And everyone. Su. Suddenly, Miss Lankai on Klin's back, Bulma on the left, and a small dance on the right, the 4 of them flew to the heavenly temple together. Hearing a sound flying out, Tianjin Rice and Yamcha asked. Was that Klin just now? Why did you take away the birth of Bulma? Poof. At this time, the turtle immortal slowly came out of the small black room and explained. Klin, this guy is going to the Heavenly God Temple to cultivate. Heavenly God Temple. Tianjin Fan Yamucha shouted, and woke up Wukong, who was sleeping soundly. Teacher Wushan, are you talking about the Heavenly God Temple? What is that place? Yamcha asked, and Gaku watched quietly. The Heavenly God Temple is a holy place that we mortals cannot reach in the celestial realm. The turtle immortal is gradually explaining. Hearing this, everyone couldn't believe it at all, and they couldn't imagine it. It's hard to believe, but with Klin's kid is completely capable of doing it. I don't know the details, but if he cultivates in the Heavenly God Temple of the celestial realm, then the person who taught him will be. Bang! The turtle immortal swallowed his saliva and slowly said the name. Tenjin. What? God! Everyone had shocked expressions. Gram. Klin actually followed the Heavenly God to cultivate in the Heavenly God Temple. Not kidding, how could it be? Yamcha said in disbelief. Hey! Klin is really powerful, I can't imagine that he has reached such a realm. Even my current martial arts skills are far inferior to him. The turtle immortal said thoughtfully. Klin. To what extent does he want to cultivate? I really can't believe it. Gaku was also quite shocked. Tenjin. Interesting. I also have to cultivate hard, more powerful than the Heavenly God, and I must win the championship in the next martial arts meeting. Gaku clenched his fists and said. Me too. Me too. Tianjin Raisya Mu Cha's Heike did not lose to Wukong in the slightest, and said one after another. Even the dumplings on the side joined the ranks. Suddenly, all the Dragon Ball warriors were working hard to cultivate for the next World No. 1 Martial Arts Association. At this time, somewhere deep in the mountains, Vic was constantly looking for it, and saw a torii in front of him, full of many people watching around. Burst! I saw Vic gradually walking inside, and the others saw Vic like this, and fled one after another. Help! In a few places, which had just been filled with people, it was suddenly empty, and it seemed that the notoriety of Vic for evil had been known to people. Vic looked up, and it turned out that there was a leaflet on it that called for contestants from the world's first martial arts association. Humph! The world's first martial arts association. That guy will definitely come too. Thump! Directly Vic jumped up and tore off the propaganda of the world's first martial arts association just that day. Just let me defeat you in the world's first martial arts association, how to defeat you in front of the people of the world, and then rule this world. Hiss! Immediately, this propaganda was cremated in Vic's hands. Vic also joined the cultivation in order to avenge his father. Knock knock! As Klin was flying, he suddenly felt that Miss Lankai's hands on her back seemed to be weak. It seems to be altitude sickness, I have to hurry to the temple, Klin thought to himself. Su! Klin continued to fly towards the celestial temple. Poof! At this time, Klin and the other three fell on the floor of the celestial temple. Mr. Bobo was already waiting. Suddenly Klin found that all his princesses had altitude sickness, and even Bulma, who exercised more frequently in bed, could not stand this heavenly temple at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. The Earthlings are like this when they first come. Slow down, wait for me to help you figure it out. Mr. Bobo said. To be continued, _. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu.